This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Gasang Town. Shenruo, wrapped in a hooded cloak, opened a book. The first page showed a map. Gasang Town was the name he saw at the entrance sign, but what he saw was not the truth. This world was indeed very different from the world he knew, but now he had a very serious problem to solve. That was food. He was penniless and had only two options to satisfy his hunger. The first option was to try his luck in the forest outside the town and see if he could hunt successfully. But even if he succeeded, he would still need to solve the following problem: how to process the prey. He was not only penniless, but also had no other items to carry with him. Even if he could start a fire by rubbing sticks together, how would he deal with the taste problem if he just roasted the prey? How would he identify which parts of the prey were edible, and whether they were poisonous? He did possess an encyclopedia, and it was incredibly intelligent, but to obtain information about something, he needed to know its name or at least see what it looked like. His second option was to find work in town and earn money. But another problem arose. He knew nothing about this world. What skills were required for the jobs here? Other people start with a sword. Even an ordinary one, at least they have a sword. But he started with a set of clothes and a hooded cloak, the purpose of which was to avoid being scantily clad, to avoid looking like a despicable outsider, and to prevent his unusually rare Eastern appearance from being immediately obvious. If this is a game of God, then this God's twisted sense of humor is truly devilish. Shenruo couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He'd been here for 3 days, and the biggest problem for him was the sheer amount of things he needed to learn. For example, the air here might not even qualify as air, because its composition was completely different from anything Shenruo knew about air, yet he could breathe easily here. The reason he knew it was different from ordinary air was because if he focused all his attention on enhancing his visual perception, he could see the difference between this air and the air on his home planet, Earth. This world had no sun or moon, but it had stars. The absence of a moon wasn't surprising. The moon was a satellite of Earth. But the lack of a fixed star, yet the existence of day and night, was quite unexpected. That's why Shenruo was pouring all his energy into his visual perception, trying to observe how this was possible. Then he discovered that a very special particle existed in the air here, causing the world to have day and night cycles and changes in light and darkness. However, this also meant that Shenruo's entire set of survival experiences accumulated over the past 20 years might not be effective in this world. For example, on his home planet Earth, Shenruo could determine direction by the angle of light from the sun and moon without a compass. Now, most of the light and shadows here were diffused, almost indistinguishable, so determining time and direction without tools in the short term would be quite difficult. Shenruo loved learning new things, but he couldn't indulge in that interest before even solving his survival problems. The story of my arrival in this world begins 3 days ago. It was the year 8000 of the star calendar. The commander-in-chief of the Galactic Star System's warships, having finished loading his fleet with cluster planetary annihilation energy bombs, pressed the call button to engage the enemy. The voice of his old adversary came from the other end of the line, showing no sign of compromise. The war had progressed to a point where the situation was like dancing on a tightrope. The forces on both sides were perfectly balanced, so the killing continued. It was like a game of Go reaching a triple KO. You couldn't avoid responding or capturing stones. Because if you didn't retaliate for every planet the opponent destroyed, the balance would be broken. The consequence of this break would be defeat. After humanity's civilization reached the interstellar age, it had been a long time since war had broken out, because the essence of war was the struggle for the right to allocate resources. After embarking on the voyages of space, for a time, humanity was engrossed in discovering new resources and mineral deposits on different planets, and establishing civilizations on them that suited their needs. Until one day, humanity discovered that the special resources that enabled their interstellar travel and survival on different planets were not infinite. Thus, the ancient mode of warfare began in interstellar space, and soon two opposing ideologies emerged. The instinct for conflict and antagonism under limited resources, honed through millions of years of social transformation, remained in humanity's genetic sequence. Also preserved in this genetic sequence was a competitive spirit. In this war, no one wanted to lose, because it meant that the distribution of power they supported would not be implemented. The galaxy is riddled with holes from the devastating impact of planet-destroying weapons. There is a place that enjoys immunity from war. While this place is unaffected by the artillery fire of interstellar warfare, there are countless, though not directly visible, connections between different planets within the galaxy. This place untouched by direct bombardment is our home planet Earth. During the initial human migration, Earth held a nationwide referendum. This referendum ultimately separated the proponents of modern technology from the philosophical faction, and they unanimously agreed that Earth should be designated as a specimen of humanity's non-technological culture, listed as a planet to be permanently excluded from war, and protected by a barrier. All those dedicated to technological development migrated from Earth, as did those dependent on technology. Those who remained were those committed to survival without technology, opposed cultural homogenization, and supported the natural development of diverse cultures. Those who remained chose a lifestyle of coexistence with nature, focusing on the enhancement of spiritual strength and harmony between body and nature. Of course, not relying on technology for survival doesn't mean that technological products won't be preserved on Earth. Those who remain will still use technology to build houses and produce daily necessities. Furthermore, thanks to technological advancements, materials have become fully biodegradable. Humans living and developing on other planets will occasionally contact their home planet Earth, sending images of new technologies and engaging in personnel exchanges. This is because some descendants of those who leave Earth may yearn for the simple life of their home planet, while descendants on their home planet may aspire to the advanced technological cities of interstellar space. Human civilization on Earth developed independently, giving rise to a vibrant and diverse culture. With the outbreak of cosmic war, although Earth wasn't directly involved, the patterns of the tides and the colors of the sky gradually began to change. Shenruo, who had lived on his home planet since birth, opened his eyes one morning to find himself in a completely unfamiliar world. He was floating in the air, facing an unidentified creature whose proportions and features were practically perfect. It was called an unidentified creature because, while it had a human-like appearance, it possessed wings. Considering his floating state, Shenruo turned to look behind him, but didn't see any wings or anything like that. Was this a strange dream? As Shenruo pondered this question, the creature spoke. Data read complete. Welcome to the entrance to the Dust and Sand Realm. I am Gatekeeper number 8. Shenruo closed his eyes. He probably opened his eyes incorrectly, he thought. Even with his eyes closed, the voice still came from the other side. The human race's cosmic war, due to the abnormal destruction of multiple planets, caused a massive overflow of unstable energy. This energy threatened the safety of the core systems operating in multiple worlds, thus triggering the gods' game, the Dust and Sand Realm. At the beginning of creation, there were several chief gods. They possessed infinite creativity, but could not independently create a core to support the operation of a world. Therefore, they jointly created a core, and on this foundation, each created their own universe. In the end, the gods also became part of the universe, enjoying everything that gradually multiplied in the worlds they created. The lifespan of gods also has an end. The development of the universe consumes the energy of the gods. Therefore, in the process of the development of intelligent life in the universe, these intelligent life forms all went through a process of going from boundless reverence and dependence on the gods, to gradually breaking away from this admiration and becoming independent. When the gods jointly created the core, they considered the possibility that one day, the intelligent life in the universe they created might threaten the core during its development. Therefore, they created a special continent, the Dust and Sand Realm. When the energy released from a certain universe reaches a critical value capable of destroying the core, the portals between the Dust and Sand Realm and multiple parallel universes will be opened, and 8 qualified game participants will be selected according to the will left behind by the gods. Chapter 2. After finishing its statement, the unknown creature paused, seemingly waiting for Shenruo to process the information, or perhaps programmed to respond or ask questions before providing further explanation. Shenruo pinched himself to rule out the possibility of dreaming, and decided to try communicating with it. Hello, as a participant in the game, may I ask a question? Yes. The creature actually responded, please speak. What happens if I refuse to participate in the game? You cannot refuse. You will be forcibly teleported after the time limit. The unknown creature remained expressionless. I suggest participants don't waste time. If there are no other questions, I will proceed with the game introduction. I'm just a little curious about your intelligence level. Are you an intelligent life form or a game system? Shenruo said, please proceed. The creature was speechless for a moment, but quickly decided to fulfill its duty and introduce the Dust and Sand Realm. Although I had already answered Shenruo's question about whether she could refuse to participate in the game introduction seemed to be a pre-programmed sequence by the unknown creature. Even with repetitive parts, it still recited the instructions precisely. The God's Game, Dust and Sand Realm, is a quest-collecting game set on a continent created by the primordial energy of the co-creating gods. There are 8 participants. Once all the quest items are collected, the participants will discover the legacy left by the gods. Regardless of whether the participants wish to participate, they will be transported to the dust and sand continent. Therefore, acquiring as much information as possible here will benefit your survival on the dust sand continent. Each god created their own parallel universe according to their own ideas, resulting in different civilizations and races. You come from Universe 8, where intelligent life exists only as humans. Therefore, it's important to understand that the dust sand continent was created collectively by the gods, so theoretically, different races from the same universe cannot coexist on this continent simultaneously. The gods created the dust sand continent to allow participants to inherit their legacy, therefore, they impose special laws on it. First, there are no language barriers on the dust sand continent. Upon entering, participants will automatically integrate into the continent's language system, and the characters you see will become familiar. Therefore, you will not have communication problems with anyone or any other race. Second, the dust sand continent and the core have a symbiotic relationship. A single god cannot create the core alone, they govern different laws, and their divine nature and beliefs differ. Therefore, they collectively created the core, but each created their own universe within it. This is why multiple parallel universes exist, all built upon a single core. The gods merged everything about themselves with the universe they created. Before merging, they separated a small portion of their divine essence and will, leaving it on the dust and sand continent. From then on, the dust and sand continent existed independently of all parallel universes, yet it gave rise to all the intelligent life forms that existed in those parallel universes, and over the long course of time, developed a culture unique to the dust and sand continent. Because it's not the will of a single god, but the sum of all divine wills, even the gods cannot predict how the dust sand continent will develop when the parallel universe portal opens. Therefore, I must remind you that although the dust sand realm is called the game of the gods, everything will truly happen on the dust sand continent. Everything you encounter is real, and all life forms you interact with are living beings. Furthermore, if a participant dies in the game, there is no chance of resurrection. Third, all game participants will receive a special brand mark. This brand can be displayed or hidden, depending on the participant's wishes. To provide a better gaming experience, the gods left a legend about the brand holders on the dust sand continent through the power of laws. Legends left by the power of laws have absolute effect on the intelligent life on the dust sand continent. You will experience this once you arrive. Legend has it that intelligent beings bearing the mark will appear on the eve of a great catastrophe on the continent, and these mark-bearers are chosen by the gods to possess the power to save the world. There will be 8 mark-bearers in total, and one of them will be able to summon the final god, allowing the dust sand continent to safely weather the catastrophe. Wait, can I not have this mark? Although, based on Shenruo's understanding of the game after hearing so many rules, his refusal was probably ineffective. As a nature-oriented person, he strongly resisted having any mark placed on him. The other party's answer was entirely expected. No. This brand is the most important mark for collecting quest items and proving your identity. Besides triggering legends and gaining respect and resources on the dust sand continent, it also serves to sense the presence of quest items. The condition for ending the game is collecting all the quest items, and this brand is your only way to obtain information about them. In the game, you won't know what you're supposed to collect unless you come into contact with information related to the quest item. For example, you might overhear someone mention a quest item, see related text, or even directly touch the item itself. At this point, your brand will react, and you feel a burning pain. Each line on the brand corresponds to a quest item, and when the quest item is near you, your brand will also react. If you touched a quest item, but haven't obtained it, then at specific times each day, the line corresponding to that item will feel pain. What an insane setting! Is it to prevent participants from slacking off? But logically, quest items shouldn't be everywhere on the continent. What if they never encounter them? No, since this setting was made, it means these items are things that are widely known and talked about throughout the continent, but not necessarily things that people can actually obtain. This game sounds like nothing but bad for me so far, Shenruo sighed. How did he get chosen? How could that be? A slight change finally appeared in the unknown creature's tone and expression, but it was a subtle hint of disdain. The dust and sand realm is a hope left by the gods for intelligent life living in various universes created based on the core. How could it be a game with only negative consequences? You must understand, the war currently unfolding in your universe will cause a collapse, ultimately leading to the annihilation of all parallel universes, and the extinction of all life at that moment. However, once the dust and sand realm game begins, time in all parallel universes will stand still until the game ends. The participant who wins the game will have the opportunity to change the course of the world. If, by the designated time, no participant has completed the game's task, then the core will activate its self-protection mechanism, erasing all parallel worlds built upon it. Having said this, the unknown creature expected Shinruo to show surprise or excitement at being chosen as a savior candidate, but Shinruo's reaction greatly disappointed it. Shinruo spoke with a hint of doubt, as if seeking confirmation. Resetting to 0 means all worlds will disappear? Yes, all living and non-living objects in parallel universes will disappear. But as long as someone completes it, this won't happen, right? So, if I just wander around the continent, it shouldn't affect the game's progress. Shinruo's overly nonchalant statement shocked the unknown creature. Was this a glitch in the Chosen One's mechanism? The unknown creature repeatedly checked the participant selection mechanism in its mind. This mechanism was clearly for the strongest being in each universe, without external assistance, in terms of intelligence, physical strength, and other comprehensive abilities. How can someone who only thinks about slacking off become stronger? If she had the authority, this beautiful, unidentified creature would love to start a new lottery, and any elite she randomly drew would be stronger than this human in front of her. Only those who complete the task have the right to choose, the unknown creature reminded Shinruo. Although the parallel universes won't be reset after the game is completed, only the one who obtains the divine legacy can determine the course of the universe's history. This choice isn't the only one. Besides, the victor can also receive divine blessings, a significant increase in strength, power, lifespan, and wealth, or even the resurrection of their most cherished person. Even so, do you still believe this? None of what you're saying is what I want. Shinruo shook her head. Let me ask something else. You mentioned time earlier. I want to ask, how long will this game last? During this time, will the changes in the participants' physical functions flow at the same rate as in their original world? The time is 8 years in the Dust Sand calendar, but the length of a year in the Dust Sand calendar is different from where you live. Calculated in the Dust Sand calendar, a year has 800 days, and each day is calculated as a day and night. You only need to look up the calendar in the item I give you next. Oh! What item? Shinruo finally heard something that interested her. It's an encyclopedia, but the way to use it is different from ordinary books. As the unknown creature spoke, an open encyclopedia appeared in front of Shinruo. Chapter 3. Next, I show you how to use this encyclopedia. A virtual screen appeared in front of the unknown creature. You can first choose an item to store the encyclopedia according to your own aesthetic sense. Another function of this item is to store collected quest items. This must be like a storage ring from fantasy novels, or a storage space from Western fantasy novels, right? Shinruo looked at the items on the virtual screen. Most were jewelry, and he wasn't used to wearing jewelry. If I choose earrings, can I not pierce my ears? Since there are already gods, wearing earrings without piercings doesn't seem impossible. He chose earrings because this position would be the least disruptive to Shinruo's life. Since it stores bound items, jewelry worn in other positions would somewhat hinder his movement. Moreover, from a stealing perspective, earrings are the least likely to attract attention and be stolen. Okay. This time, Shinruo wasn't refused. The unknown creature even respectfully asked, left or right? Left, I guess. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinruo felt a tingling sensation in his left ear, and then an inconspicuous ruby earring appeared there. After equipping the storage earring, the unknown creature began demonstrating how to use the encyclopedia. First, you can give this book a name. Then, as you silently recite that name, imagine it appearing before you, and it will materialize in your hand. After speaking, an identical encyclopedia appeared before the unidentified creature. When you no longer need it, simply think store in your mind. After you obtain the quest items, you could also store them in the earring in the same way. Shinruo tried it, and the encyclopedia indeed disappeared and reappeared out of thin air. Next is how to find the entries, the unknown creature continued, demonstrating. After opening the book, if you know the name of the entry you're looking for, simply place your finger on the inner page and silently say the name of the entry. The book will then display it, for example, a map. Shinruo wasn't in a hurry to do so. The creature continued, the map displayed this way is too general. You can think of it as a map under a first-level directory, a panoramic view of the entire Dust Sand continent. To see a detailed map of a specific area, you need to know the name of that area, or you can click on a location on the large map, and the page will display a detailed map centered on that location. If you want to learn about something without knowing its name, you must have seen it before and be able to visualize it in your mind. When you point to the page, simply imagine what the thing looks like, and the book will display the corresponding entry. Oh, Shinruo said after listening to the second half of the explanation, placing his finger on the encyclopedia in front of him. The encyclopedia immediately displayed the information he wanted to know. Entry: Gatekeeper. Rank: unknown. Strength: unknown. Origin: after the gods created the dust and sand continent, they also created channels connecting the dust and sand continent with various universes. To prevent life from accidentally entering the dust and sand continent under normal circumstances, the gods set up gates on the channels. The gatekeepers were created and imbued with intelligence by a god who possessed mastery of the laws of the supercosmic space. They can utilize spatial power within their authority, but must abide by the fundamental rules set by the god. In addition, they have certain item allocation authority. Besides designated items, they can gift a selected player an item produced on the dust sand continent, based on the player's characteristics. This encyclopedia seems quite extraordinary, its level likely comparable to that of the gatekeepers. You mastered its usage. Do you have any questions now? Quite a few, but I doubt I get all the answers from you. I just ask a few. Since he couldn't refuse the game, Shinruo felt that even if he played passively, he had to prioritize survival. He wasn't particularly interested in obtaining the god's legacy, but that didn't mean he wanted to die. Before being transported here, his life's ambition was to explore his home planet, Earth, on foot. Now, on an unknown continent, his passion remained unchanged. However, the skills he acquired while surveying his home planet Earth might not be useful on this unknown continent. Although Earth doesn't prioritize interstellar technology development, some technologies that assist people in daily life are still used. While Shinruo hasn't directly played games, his living space has a large library containing various books, both physical and non-physical, including a room dedicated to introducing different games. Since the unknown creature told him that the dust and sand realm is a game of gods, shouldn't even a real game have some basic settings, like a starting area? So Shinruo began by asking, will all participants be teleported to the same starting point? No, each participant's landing point is different. We, the gatekeepers, will determine where you are best suited to be teleported. Of course, if the gatekeepers believe a participant is capable of deciding their own landing point, then we will respect their choice, allowing them to decide their initial location. Shinruo could already imagine several different game sequences. For example, like the classic hero theme in games or artistic creations, the hero would appear in an attacked village, establishing a base of support, or appear in a center of power, using the branding marks mentioned by the gatekeepers to acquire corresponding resources. However, all of this was geared towards completing the game's missions. He didn't yet have a strong desire to follow the established procedures. The gatekeeper clearly wasn't planning to let him choose for himself, as its words had a second part. Honestly, I don't have high hopes for you, and I don't even think you have the ability to complete the game. You're too weak. Humans are inherently the weakest of all intelligent races, completely lacking any talent bonuses, and you don't even seem strong among humans. I don't even know how you were chosen, but as the game's gatekeeper, I at least have to ensure you don't die the moment you land. Therefore, I've chosen a decent birthplace for you. Gasang Town, a human town on the Dust Sand continent. And I also prepared the Dust Sand continent's resources for you. After speaking, the unknown creature performed some operations on the virtual screen in front of it. Then, Shinruo's clothes were disassembled and reconstructed into a set of ordinary and common clothing on the Dust Sand continent, with a hooded cloak with sleeves over it. Shinruo glanced down at her clothes and placed her hand on the encyclopedia. Entry: common human clothing. Appearance: common. Quality: common. Function: prevents the body from being exposed to the air and the gaze of others. Entry: common cloak. Appearance: common. Quality: common. Function: a hooded cloak with some warmth. The hood can be pulled up to reduce one's presence. Shinruo fully sensed the gatekeeper's disapproval of her. The gatekeeper, having clearly noticed Shinruo's search in the encyclopedia, kindly explained, your physical characteristics are extremely rare on the Dust Sand continent. People with these features are called the Eastern humans, a branch of the human race. Even within the human race, this branch is relatively weak. Coupled with the scarcity of resources in their ancient habitat, they failed to develop the technology necessary to strengthen their race. In the wars, the Eastern humans perished, and most survivors merged with other branches. Now, it's almost impossible to find pure-blooded Eastern humans on the Dust Sand continent. Walking among people with your appearance, knowing nothing about the Dust Sand continent, is extremely dangerous. From the gatekeeper's perspective, the choice of initial items for Shinruo was impeccable. However, Shinruo sensed a hint of sarcasm and contempt, perhaps unnoticed even by the gatekeeper himself. However, he didn't seem to care much about it, and didn't continue the conversation with the gatekeeper. Instead, he posed his next question: will we have a master-servant relationship? The gatekeeper was clearly taken aback by Shinrua's question. He hesitated for a moment before replying, no. I'm just responsible for introducing you to the rules of the Dust and Sand Realm. No. I'm just responsible for introducing you to the Dust and Sand Realm. That's good. Shinrua showed a relieved expression. Are you looking down on me? The seemingly perfect and beautiful gatekeeper was clearly annoyed by Shinrua. Yes, I don't need a servant who questions my abilities, or an NPC who doubts the abilities of the person listening while explaining. Shinrua smiled at the creature. Chapter 4. I'm not an NPC. The gatekeeper finally revealed an expression that could only be described as furious. Even if I were to be a servant, I would only be a servant of God. As long as you're not my servant, I don't care whose servant you are. Have you finished your work? If you have, then teleport. Shinru ignored the other party's anger. Hadn't the other party already retaliated in advance? Ordinary clothes, an ordinary cloak, using the excuse of doing what's best for him. Since he had already given him such terrible initial equipment, what could the other party do? The gatekeeper realized he had misjudged something. Shinrua was quite capable. Although his strength and intelligence were questionable, he had actually managed to make someone as unmoved as a mountain, who had been guarding this place for so long, show his anger. However, without any additional power, this ability would only lead to his swift death. Thinking this, the gatekeeper reverted to its emotionless demeanor, replying very formulaically, of course not. The brand hasn't been applied yet. While you can't refuse the brand, you can choose its location. Regarding the brand, I have something to add. The number of quest items you need to collect isn't fixed. Some quest items have more than 8 pieces. In these cases, there won't be competition during the collection process. However, this isn't true for all quest items. Some quest items may only have 3, 5, or even just 1. In these situations, competitors have 2 options. The first is cooperation, meaning you can trade and agree that one player will complete the entire collection. However, this will also have another consequence. He will inherit the divine legacy, the blessings will belong to him alone, and more importantly, the future of the world will be decided by him. Your previous negotiations cannot influence his eventual change of heart. Another method is to seize it. The decorations you wear to store quest items are exclusive items. To obtain someone's quest item without them handing it over, there is only one way: cut off the part of their body bearing the brand. In other words, while the brand mark will bring you benefits, showing it and using the appeal and influence of legends to even establish your own empire is not impossible. It will also attract corresponding dangers. Now, you can choose the location of the brand mark. On the leg, right leg near the waist. Shinrua didn't want to display the brand, and the guide's explanation of the branding was somewhat ambiguous. For example, the brand could appear or disappear based on the holder's conscious will, but what if the holder was unconscious? However, in the eyes of the gatekeeper, this choice became further proof that Shinrua was unworthy of being a participant. Clearly, he was already a coward before the game even started. He chose such a hidden location because he was afraid someone would cut off the mark. But he didn't consider that once discovered, unless he was captured and had that piece of skin cut off, if his opponent actually tried to cut off the mark in a fight, wouldn't he be doomed? If the mark was on his hand, he could cut off the opponent's hand, but with the location Shinrua chose, if his opponent wanted to cut off the mark in a fight, the only option would be to cut him in half at the waist. Thinking of this, the gatekeeper gave Shinrua a somewhat disdainful look. Once the mark is applied, the teleportation will begin. Think carefully about whether you have any questions. Shinrua, who was already prepared for the teleportation, suddenly remembered a question unrelated to the upcoming game, but one that piqued his interest. I want to ask, in different parallel universes, is the number 8 written in a similar way to the Arabic numeral 8 on my home planet Earth? This question surprised the gatekeeper greatly. It flapped its wings in bewilderment. What kind of question is that? Because some occult books always talk about how special the number 8 is, and believe that this number is mysterious. It contains a mysterious power. Turning the number 8 horizontally forms a symbol, which, in my understanding, signifies infinity. The book also mentions that Arabic numerals, as a widely recognized number system, suggest their origins are related to mysterious forces. The number 8 in Arabic numerals remains unchanged regardless of whether it's flipped vertically or horizontally. Mysticism uses this to prove that the number 8 is unique. Now you mention that this game has 8 participants. If, in all parallel universes, The universal number 8 is the same as the Arabic numeral 8. Does that mean the gods are actually obsessive-compulsive about symmetry? Shinruo explained his question earnestly. He had been curious about this when he read the book before, but at the time, he didn't know if gods truly existed. Even now, he still doesn't have a real understanding of it, but since he has this opportunity, he naturally wants to verify his thoughts. I refuse to answer that question. The gatekeeper noticed that Shinruo's thoughts about the gods, who created the universe and intelligent life, were very different from those of normal people. He actually dared to speculate about whether the gods had quirks. How could gods be speculated about? Just thinking about this question made the gatekeeper feel it was disrespectful to the gods. Alright, let's change the question. What races are the other participants? Shinruo's way of thinking was a little different from ordinary people. For example, normally participants would focus on what happened after they entered the game, but he had already assumed that the gods were probably all obsessive-compulsive, taking the other party's refusal as an admission. The other participants are of various races, but you are the only human. However, you can rest assured that, in order to make the game fair, your physical functions will not age or degenerate during the game, and the enhancements that occur during the game will not disappear. As the gatekeeper finished speaking, a burning pain came from Shinruo's right leg. The light on the gatekeeper's wings grew stronger and stronger, so dazzling that Shinruo could see nothing else besides this light. As the light faded, Shinruo arrived at a deserted alley in Gasang Town. A book, Shinruo murmured to himself, and an encyclopedia appeared in his hand. Gasang Town. The encyclopedia displayed the entry he was looking for. Entry, Gasang Town. This is a human town located in the southeast of the Shilai Kingdom, under the rule of the Dragon Clan. According to historical records, the Dragon Clan of Shilai Kingdom were the earliest dragons on the Dust Sand continent to interact with humans. Dragons were extremely rare in ancient times due to their size and energy expenditure. After the dragons and humans of the Kingdom of Shilai began interacting, through research involving potions and human assistance, they achieved the transformation between human and dragon forms. Therefore, Shilai has a considerable number of human towns, Gasang Town being one of them. Because the dragons enjoy a high reputation on the Dust Sand continent and are themselves a powerful force, the humans living in the towns affiliated with Shilai don't need to worry too much about their safety. Gasang Town's specialty is Gasang grass, a herb from which healing potions can be extracted. The town is named after this herb. Half of the town's residents earn money by cultivating and processing Gasang grass. Becoming a pharmacist is a good career choice in Gasang Town. However, becoming a pharmacist is impossible in the short term. Shinruo closed the encyclopedia, but didn't put it away, instead wandering aimlessly through the town. He needed to thoroughly understand everything he saw here that differed from his known world before deciding on his next move. This comparison took 3 days and 3 nights. The special particles in the air here can be converted into energy for bodily activities, when inhaled using the breathing techniques Shinruo learned. However, in terms of conversion rate, while it might slow down hunger, it cannot completely replace food. Let's start by working. Chapter 5. After 3 days, Shinruo hadn't found a suitable job, but he noticed an annual cooking competition in Gasang Town. Because humans lack innate skills, most are engaged in manual labor, and cooking is one of them. The annual cooking competition not only awards a large prize to the winner, but all spectators can also sample the dishes prepared by the participants. Before the competition, chefs rehearse in advance to ensure the dishes are perfect for the day of the competition. Furthermore, it's impractical for outsiders to bring their entire teams, so many temporary jobs are created some time before the competition begins. The tasks are divided into those requiring some skill, and those that anyone can do. The main tasks are cutting and preparing food and washing dishes. Near the kitchen, one gets food. Shinruo had read this phrase in ancient texts. He decided to trust the wisdom of his ancestors and fill his stomach while working. He had been in Gasang Town for 3 days, but only today did temporary job postings begin to appear. Because the culinary competition is held annually, Gasang Town has a dedicated venue to accommodate the participants. There's a square in Gasang Town, where a row of temporary houses has already appeared. These houses are formed by infusing earth elemental energy, allowing them to expand and take shape. The town's administrators only need to address the drainage issues beneath the houses. The relevant system was already in place many years ago, requiring only the installation of a few temporary pipes. The job postings were displayed in front of these temporary shelters. The price for washing dishes was uniform, as this job required very little skill. As for cutting and preparing ingredients, the prices varied from place to place. Even the highest paying place didn't offer a particularly high wage. Shenrua chose a place with a moderate wage. He figured higher-paying places would likely require more skill and involve competition, while lower-paying places would mean missing out on other opportunities if the contestants hired him directly. While he didn't want to compete, he also didn't want to be the cheapest labor. "Hello, are you hiring a cutter?" Shenrua greeted politely. "Yes, these are the dishes I need to prepare for the competition. The desired shapes are all drawn on them. See if you can cut them." A rather robust man inside the shelter glanced at Shenrua and handed him a menu. Shenrua glanced at the pictures. The cutting tasks weren't difficult for him. He just needed the right tools. "What kind of knives do you have?" "You can choose any of the knives over there. The ingredients are in that cabinet. Call me when you're done." The man finished speaking, picked up a bag, and left. Although this was a temporary dwelling, Shenrua couldn't help but admire the simple and honest nature of the people. While the people on her home planet Earth were also very civilized in Shenrua's time, with doors left unlocked at night, that was because the humans remaining on Earth had undergone thousands of years of evolution and had abandoned primitive conflicts. However, thousands of years ago, before human technology had solved the survival problems of all humanity, and before the gradual migration to other stars, theft, arson, and robbery were still prevalent in human civilization. At least by all accounts, the civilization of Gasang Town hadn't reached the point of achieving basic resource freedom. Shenrua opened the cabinet the man had mentioned, and a blast of cold air hit her. This was probably the refrigerator described in ancient books, but it didn't look quite like the one she's seen in books. Shenrua couldn't resist opening the encyclopedia again. Entry, freezer. Quality, ordinary. A cabinet powered by water element crystals. The water element crystals circulate water through pipes within the cabinet, and a special cooling microorganism is placed in these pipes. This microorganism survives on the energy generated by the water element crystals, and the water containing this microorganism won't freeze even at extremely low temperatures. It was completely different from the refrigerators in ancient books. Although the function was similar, the principle was entirely different. Shenrua took out some ingredients and began to study them one by one in the encyclopedia. It has to be said, this encyclopedia was a huge help, because there are specific techniques for handling all these ingredients. Rushing into the kitchen could easily ruin the food completely. Not only would he fail the job interview, but he might even have to pay for the food, and he had no money. Without the encyclopedia, Shenrua might have ended up washing dishes for free. For example, this fish, entry, frostfish. Category, animal. Quality, rare. A type of fish with delicious flesh that can survive in frozen conditions. However, if not handled properly, the fish will disintegrate during processing. You must first use a small, sharp knife to pierce the fish from the red dot below the side fin, holding the fish head up and tail down for 30 seconds before processing or cooking to prevent it from disintegrating. It was truly a wondrous species, and the first thing Shenrua had encountered in recent days to be labeled as rare. After learning how to process these ingredients, cutting and preparing them according to the instructions in the book the man had given him wasn't difficult, at least not for Shenrua. Although the gatekeeper was very pessimistic about Shenrua, the conditions left by the gods for selecting participants were real. Shenrua wasn't physically robust. In fact, he could be described as somewhat thin, but he wasn't an ordinary person on his home planet, Earth. After thousands of years of evolution, the humans of his home planet had developed vastly different lifespans and lifestyles from those who had left for interstellar travel. Those who remained on his home planet had cultures broadly divided into two categories, Eastern and Western. Westerners emphasized physical cultivation and faith, with many sects worshipping a single god. Easterners, on the other hand, emphasized both mind cultivation and physical cultivation. Thousands of years ago, the two major theoretical systems of the East were Yoga and Tao, both fundamentally based on selfism, not theism. However, this selfism requires no self, the subtleties of which cannot be described or comprehended by language. Shenrua had studied consciousness according to Eastern spiritual practices since childhood, and his extraordinary application of consciousness made him a genius among geniuses. There are many methods for training consciousness, and for Shenrua, carving patterns on grains of rice or poking mosquitoes with a toothpick were all within his capabilities. Therefore, cutting vegetables to achieve the desired effect for a man was not difficult. The difficulty lay in not having that encyclopedia. He simply couldn't have conceived of such absurd things as fish dissolving in water after 30 seconds, if not first picked up from a specific part with a small, sharp knife. Regarding time, the units of time on the dust sand continent might differ from those on their home planet Earth. However, as the gatekeeper stated, the language barrier was automatically resolved by the powerful laws of the gods. Therefore, The units of time Shinruo could currently read about in the encyclopedia were still the ones he was familiar with. However, he hadn't yet seen the timekeeping tools of this world. He calculated 30 seconds by counting down the seconds himself. Counting down the seconds was also a method of cultivation, allowing consciousness to become more precise in observing entropy increases. When the man returned, he was somewhat surprised to see a row of plates filled with pre-cut ingredients on the table. He hadn't originally intended for Shinruo to cut up all his drawings, as the payment he offered wasn't for the entire batch. Because Gasang Town held a cooking competition every year, the temporary cutters here were familiar with the prices and approximate quantities of ingredients they would process. For some ingredients, they only needed to shred, dice, or make decorative cuts for the side dishes. For others, they needed to do the dirty work, such as removing the internal organs and washing away the secretions. What's with this young man who came for the job carving an intricately designed phoenix? Take a look. Can I do this job? Shinruo asked, looking at him expectantly. The man seemed a little embarrassed by Shinruo's gaze. He scratched his head. You exceeded the quota. You didn't actually need to cut so many. Never mind, you already cut all these vegetables. I can't finish them all by myself. How about we eat together? But I won't be asking for extra pay. Sure. Although it was a temporary job, Shinruo hadn't eaten for 3 days, and this was a whole table of food. The man paid the price of an ordinary cutter to hire a temporary prep cook with even better knife skills than himself. Shinruo earned the price of an ordinary prep cook and received free meals as an extra bonus. Both parties were very satisfied with the deal. Moreover, Shinruo volunteered to do the dishwashing as well, so he could earn the price of 2 temporary jobs. Oh right, here's a set of these, the work clothes you wear on the day of the competition. Return them to me afterward. The man tossed Shinruo a set of clothes and an apron, both printed with the words Jushan Cuisine, presumably his trademark. These past few days, Shinruo had been using the public facilities in Gasang Town to relieve himself, then putting on his wet clothes, finding a corner in the square to meditate, practicing the Tummo Samadhi from ancient yoga. After a full cycle, his clothes would be dry. On the day of the cooking competition, he changed into the competition outfit the man had given him, and then discovered that the clothes he had taken off, perhaps because they were a gift from the gatekeeper, could actually be stored in his earring. This was somewhat of an unexpected surprise. After all, this outfit was his only possession besides the wages he was about to receive. Having changed, Shinruo arrived at the venue a little early. Without the cover of his cloak and hood, his black hair and black eyes attracted frequent attention. After all, such hair and eye colors were very rare throughout the entire Dusan continent. Chapter 6. The cooking competition was an annual grand event in Gasang Town. As dawn broke, the square gradually filled with people. A tall young man, appearing to be about 18 or 19 years old, with 2 small horns on his head, mingled in the crowd, looking around as if searching for someone. His expensive clothes attracted the enthusiastic greetings of the staff responsible for the perimeter. Want to place a bet? We support betting on the contestants' rankings. The young man shook his head, declining the invitation. The center of the cooking competition was too crowded, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, he spotted a beautiful woman in a Western-style dress and apron, seemingly a staff member, and his expression changed. He carefully avoided her gaze, and quietly followed behind the woman. Shinruo finished his carving work. His temporary boss was frying bluefin bream. After helping wash the empty plates and utensils, he looked across the work table at the crowd in the square. He had never seen so many people in his life. The bustling crowds and shouts were a novelty to him, but he didn't want to participate in such activities. Maintaining a distance and observing the spectacle was just right for Shinruo. After years of development on their home planet Earth, people had gained a scientific understanding of Eastern metaphysics and Western magic, and were able to stimulate human potential through various methods. Shinruo's parents both came from families that studied Eastern metaphysics. After Shinruo was born, it was discovered that his perception of mind and time was different from ordinary people, and this abnormality persisted until he was 2 years old. Therefore, he was sent to a sacred place for the cultivation of Eastern metaphysics, a deserted island. After he was able to live independently on the island, the others who had brought him there left, only visiting him at fixed times. The island had a very large library, containing both paper products and electronic technology equipment, but the use of the electronic equipment had prerequisites. Furthermore, the island had all the necessary living facilities, but everything had to be done by himself. The day he was teleported to the gatekeeper was also the day he was able to leave the island, and also his 22nd birthday. These past few days, Shinrua had learned the entire process of the cooking competition. Experts would taste all the entries, and then vote anonymously. Appearance, taste, and ingredient combination each counted as one vote, meaning each expert could cast 3 votes. Afterwards, the finished dishes would be cut into pieces, and the audience would line up to eat one portion of each dish until all were distributed. The audience only had one type of vote for their portion, a satisfaction vote. If they didn't like it, they could simply not vote. Each expert vote is worth 5 points, while each audience vote is worth 1 point. After all stages are completed, the votes are tallied to determine the first, second, and third place winners, who will then be awarded trophies. The chefs who receive trophies can display them in their restaurants as promotional material. During the vote tallying, Shinrua felt a gaze fixed on him. Unlike the previous curious glances, this gaze carried a hint of malice and aggression. Shinrua looked towards the source of the gaze, and saw a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a Western-style dress and apron, seemingly working as a staff member. Seeing Shinrua looking at her, she actually extended her finger, and made a hard shape with her fingers. Shinrua didn't think he had anything about him that could attract this beautiful woman, and besides, the temporary wages he was about to receive were more important to him. After the vote count, his temporary boss came in 3rd place. Clearly, this boss didn't have any particular ambition to win, and happily hugged Shinrua before pulling out a bag of dust coins he had prepared beforehand. Your cutting skills were a huge help, thank you for your hard work. The temporary boss patted Shinrua's shoulder. Take this as a reward for your hard work, and have a drink tonight. The Gasang wine in Gasang Town is quite good. Hey, that hot girl was looking at you earlier, is she coming over to chat you up? You're quite the ladies' man. Shinrua smiled and was about to say something when a tall, muscular young man rushed out from the crowd, grabbed Shinrua's wrist, and leaped up, spreading his wings and lifting Shinrua off the ground with a whoosh. Hey! Shinrua protested, but the other party ignored him, violently throwing him aside before his form underwent a dramatic change. Shinrua landed on the back of a dragon. This series of unexpected events was incredibly exciting. Hold on tight, the dragon said to Shinrua, then flapped its wings and flew away from Gasang Town. Although he had suffered from hunger in Gasang Town before, because Gasang Town was a human settlement, and Shinrua's past life was on an isolated island, his knowledge of human towns came from library materials. Therefore, in the days since arriving in Gasang Town, he hadn't felt a sense of reality, as if he had entered a world that didn't belong to him. Until this moment, a tall, humanoid boy suddenly pulled him into the sky, sprouting wings and transforming into a giant dragon. Only then did Shinrua truly understand what the gatekeeper had described as a continent inhabited by many different races. This dragon before him, capable of speaking human language and transforming into human form, must be the dragon race mentioned in the encyclopedia when he read about Gasang Town, right? Thinking this, Shinrua actually laid down on the dragon's back and opened the encyclopedia. Entry: Dragon Race. Talent: able to use one elemental force. The specific element depends on their bloodline. Divided into Wilderness Dragons and Human Dragon Race. Entry: Wilderness Dragon Race. Talent: able to use one elemental force. The specific element depends on their bloodline. Originally, all dragons were wilderness dragons, but due to their enormous size and the immense energy they expend when awake, the wilderness dragon race faced considerable difficulties in survival and reproduction. The energy expended during hunting is often insufficient to be replenished through prey, leading many dragons to remain in a state of perpetual slumber. Because of this, some dragons, after interacting with humans, discovered a way to alter their form. Using potions and human blood, they gradually evolved into a race capable of transforming into humanoid forms. Now, wild dragons are extremely rare, with a few remaining slumbering in unknown wildernesses. Entry: Humanoid Dragon Race. Talent: able to use one elemental force. The specific element depends on their bloodline. Dragons, facing survival pressures due to their size and energy expenditure, evolved into a race capable of transforming into humanoid forms after interacting with humans, using potions and human blood. When in human form, short dragon horns can be seen on its head. Although most dragons consider displaying their dragon form a source of pride, as humans are relatively weak compared to other races, dragons are incredibly powerful. However, in reality, the enormous size of their dragon forms means they take up too much space, forcing them to sleep outdoors and making it difficult to get enough to eat. Therefore, for a more comfortable life, the human dragon race has to adopt human form as their daily routine. What are you doing on my back? The dragon, sensing that Shinrua hadn't sat properly as requested, couldn't help but shout angrily. I haven't even asked you why you brought me up here. Shinruo said, unfazed by the dragon's anger. Where are you taking me? A place where we can duel, the dragon replied. You're not playing by the rules, Shinruo objected. According to the encyclopedia I just read, dragons are proud, and should disdain dueling with humans. Who wants to duel with you? The dragon's tone was full of dissatisfaction. I saved you. And you, a human as weak as a chicken, not only don't thank me but also suspect I wanted to duel you. After thinking for a moment, the dragon sensed something was off about Shinruo's words. You're reading an encyclopedia on my back? Is there a problem? Shinruo didn't see anything wrong. I need to know what the situation is, right? Being able to stay on my back is already a great honor. Instead of holding on, you're thinking of doing other things. Aren't you ungrateful? As soon as the dragon finished speaking, a purple light shot through the air. The dragon spun 180 degrees quickly, dodging the light. Shinruo was nearly thrown off, managing to avoid a disastrous fall by grabbing the dragon's wings and neck. What an unfilial child! A coquettish voice rang out. Shinruo and the dragon looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a dragon standing not far behind them, with a beautiful woman in a Western-style apron perched on its back. It was the same woman who had made a hard gesture to Shinruo in the square earlier. What I did is none of your business. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. The dragon beneath Shinruo was furious. Shinruo sensed something unusual in the conversation. Was this some kind of family drama? Oh dear, if your father knew what happened today, how heartbroken he would be. The beautiful woman's affected and exaggerated manner annoyed the dragon, but she wasn't about to shut up. What misunderstanding is this? Why are you dragging me into it? Shinruo asked, confused. Seeing Shinruo ask a question, the beautiful woman kindly explained, this child's mother died young. His father loved her dearly, and desperately wanted to resurrect her, but he's trying to stop it. Don't you think he's unfilial? Well, the dead can't be brought back to life. Isn't that the natural order? Shinruo objected. What does his opposition have to do with you chasing after him? I'm not chasing after him. The beautiful woman giggled. I'm chasing after you, handsome young man. The potion to resurrect his mother is missing one ingredient, a pure-blooded Eastern human. Aren't you one? Enough nonsense. The dragon carrying Shinruo suddenly roared out a powerful statement. Chapter 7. Just when Shinruo thought he was about to engage in a fierce battle with the dragon and the beautiful woman opposite him, the next second, the dragon carried Shinruo and turned to run away. If they don't chase after us, won't the trap you prepared be wasted? Shinruo suddenly asked. The dragon was depressed by his question. He was the young master of a noble lord's family in the kingdom of Shilai, of noble blood. As the beautiful woman in western clothes behind him had said, his father loved his mother deeply, so she only left him as her child, and he had always lived a life of luxury. He had been living a good life until recently, when he noticed that his father's condition was very strange. Several demons frequently came and went from the palace, and one of them, in particular, loved to pose provocatively all day long. Yes, that was the one behind him. On the Dust Sand continent, apart from the Illusion clan, other races are reproductively isolated. However, this demon was far too flamboyant. His father didn't even stop him from continuing to enter and leave the palace. This made him deeply suspicious that his father was being controlled, or perhaps bewitched after being left alone. After much effort, he discovered that his father actually intended to resurrect his mother, and the key ingredient was a pure-blooded Eastern human. Later, he learned that these demons had divined that an extremely rare Eastern human would appear at the cooking competition in Gesang Town. Because he felt his mother would never accept such a thing, and because his father had conspired with these demons, the entire dragon had become gloomy and irritable, causing unease among the other dragons in the territory. Therefore, Long felt he couldn't let things continue like this. Upon receiving the news, he impulsively followed the beautiful demon woman, leaving his home. Upon seeing Shinruo, and realizing that the demon woman's next move was to lure the weak Eastern human into some dark alley, Long panicked and, in broad daylight, dragged her into the sky. So, Shinruo assumed he had carefully considered his options, having decided to duel this demon and even set a trap. Who knew? It was his first time leaving his territory. What trap? This young master would never do such a despicable thing. To win, of course, is through a fair duel. I heard they wanted you as a medicinal ingredient, and I followed them relentlessly all the way to Gesang Town, just to save you, a weak human. Even if it meant my father would kick me out, you better think carefully about how to repay me. The dragon spoke while dodging the pursuit from behind, constantly glancing at the ground for a suitable battlefield. After spotting a basin-like depression in the mountainside, the dragon swooped down, carrying Shinruo. That guy is a demon. Don't get off my back later. the dragon fiercely warned Shinrua. "Oh! Let me flip through the book." Shinrua's words were enough to infuriate the dragon. At this critical moment, this human still wanted to flip through a book. Didn't he have any awareness that he was the prey? You. The dragon wanted to curse, but because he was a well-mannered young master of the dragon race, he was completely speechless at this moment. "Don't worry, I read very quickly. After all, your back is quite uneven. You could easily fall off while reading on it," Shinrua reassured the dragon. The dragon felt unsettled and even angrier. His elegant and noble dragon back was described as uneven. Damn pure-blooded Eastern humans. However, while he was fuming, Shinrua had already found and read the content she wanted in the book at lightning speed. Entry: Demon Race. Talent: Shape-shifting Other. A very mysterious race with special talents. Their true form is that of a race with horns and a tail. Male individuals have thick limbs, dark red skin, and ferocious faces. Female individuals have alluring figures and pale skin. Their pupils are all purple. They possess the ability to shape-shift, a talent second only to the illusion race. Their ability to transform is inferior to that of the illusion clan. When disguising themselves as other races, some parts of their appearance are always incomplete. For example, their horns may not completely retract, or their tails may not completely disappear. However, demons can find ways to conceal these features with clothing or jewelry, making them undetectable. Their physical appearance is incredibly diverse. Some have 3 eyes, while others have heads resembling irregular cross-sections. They are indiscriminate in their diet, favoring humans above all else. Humans are their most delicious food, without exception. Although over a long period, the various races on the Dust Sand continent reached an agreement to regulate the demons' consumption of humans, some demons still hunt them. The demons only reproduce in a place called the Abyss of Demons on the Dust Sand continent. Aside from unnatural deaths, every aging demon stays in the abyss awaiting their demise. Many demons are passionate about making potions. The method of potion making originated from the demon race. Seeing that the dragon might turn on its teammate in anger, Shinrua patted its back. "I finished reading, don't be nervous." "Why should I be nervous? Their goal is only to capture you. They won't do anything to me. Our only chance of winning is to gamble that they capture you alive. That way they won't dare to kill you." Although the dragon was angry, it still told itself that it came to save this weak human, not to kill him. "Well, so in crucial moments, I handle it myself and won't worry about you." Shinrua offered another, counterproductive attempt at reassurance, but to his dismay, he was simply stating the truth. Moreover, he discovered a serious problem. "By the way, the terrain you chose is too open. It's only suitable for head-on confrontations." In this situation, before Shinrua could finish, a magical ray shot from behind the dragon. Seeing the ray about to strike, Shinrua checked the distance between the dragon's back and the ground, then flipped over and jumped off. He perfectly executed his earlier promise. "In crucial moments, I handle it myself and won't worry about you." Although the dragon hadn't expected this weak human to do anything, just not be a hindrance, it was still furious that he actually ran away. To avoid the magical ray, and since Shinrua had already jumped off the dragon's back, the dragon transformed into its human form, the tall, 2-horned boy from the Gasang town square. The dragon form was too conspicuous. The dragon carrying the demon was the first knight under the boy's father, and he was no match for him. Since the first knight appeared carrying the demon, all he could think of was constantly assuming a dueling stance, using the moment the first knight paused to try and escape again. It's important to understand that resurrection magic isn't ordinary magic, it has a time limit. If he could escape with this weak human for a certain amount of time, past the designated hour, then even if Shinrua were captured, it would be too late. Then, the first knight would naturally let them go. This was the only tactic the dragon could think of. He didn't dare to actually duel. The first knight was a dragon far stronger than him, and the demon was also very troublesome. In the dragon's eyes, his and Shinrua's strength was far inferior to theirs. But there were just too many unexpected events along the way. The biggest surprise was that even though this human was trembling with fear, that was something he had expected. But why was he looking at books right before battle? What kind of weird human was this? Although the human had mentioned traps and open terrain, and after he was lifted off his back, he had thought of running into the forest to use the terrain to avoid the enemy, he wouldn't admit that the human had thought of that before telling him. It must have been his own idea. Besides, if this guy really had such an idea, why was he standing so calmly in such an open place? A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, wearing a Western-style apron, also jumped off the back of another dragon. Wearing the same apron, Shinrua's chef's assistant outfit, emblazoned with the advertising slogan Jushan Cuisine, looked somewhat comical. He was still holding the money pouch his temporary boss had given him. No kidding, this was several days' hard-earned money. Where should he put the money? His earring couldn't hold it, he already tried on the way. Thinking this, Shinruo's previously calm expression turned to one of thoughtful distress. His troubled expression about where to put the money led the demon opposite him to a misunderstanding. Is he planning to surrender? Shinruo's decision to jump off the dragon's back and land in the center of this open area was incomprehensible to both the dragon and the demon. But the fact that the prey was no longer running away was indeed a great stroke of luck. The demon raised its hand, drawing a shape with its fingertip. A magic circle appeared around the circle, and several black tentacles, seemingly alive, flew out to grab Shinruo. Keep this bag of money safe for me. The dragon, which had instantly transformed into its dragon form, and was about to extend its wings to envelop Shinruo, was suddenly confronted by a money bag flying towards it, accompanied by a sweeping claw from another dragon. The money bag was faster than the dragon's claw. The dragon had no choice but to open its mouth and catch the money bag, then swung its wings sharply. The two dragons clashed, creating a fierce wind. In this wind, Shinruo had vanished without a trace. Ah! A scream rang out. The two dragons stopped fighting and each took a step back, creating space to see what had happened. They found a strange-looking creature, about 2 people tall, lying limp on the ground, and Shinruo standing in front of it. What happened? This human actually killed a demon with a single blow? Chapter 8. Both dragons were dumbfounded. The dragon that had come to capture Shinruo stared intently at him, its eyes almost red with rage. Why are you staring at me like that? Shinruo put his hands in his pockets, looking defiantly at the dragon that had come with the demon. After a moment, the dragon that had come to capture him made a decision. It swept the defeated demon onto its back, seemingly unwilling, and then flew away. Wow! You're amazing. I underestimated you. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have needed to come out at all. How did you do that? The young dragon had now transformed into human form, and the money pouch it had been carrying was now in its hand. Only now did Shinruo have a chance to examine the other closely. Sure enough, just as described in the encyclopedia, this young man had a pair of very short dragon horns on his head. What are you looking at? The young man's temper flared up quickly but subsided just as fast. Shinruo seemed strong to him now, and on the Dust Sand continent, powerful beings were always treated with respect. The dragon race, due to their bloodline power, possesses exceptionally high physical strength, making them the dominant race on the Dust Sand continent. The young man had completely forgotten about how Shinruo had infuriated him earlier. Shinruo, who looked not much older than him and appeared to be a rather frail human, had somehow managed to defeat a demon, a fact that both excited and intrigued him. Telling you isn't impossible, but I have a condition. Shinruo looked at the young man's dragon horns. His hobby had always been exploring the unknown, so he wasn't actually opposed to coming to the Dust Sand continent. What he objected to was the gatekeeper's attitude and methods, and this absurd start of not even being given an ordinary sword. Having earned his first sum of money, and encountered a completely new race, Shinruo's current interest was entirely focused on the young dragon's horn. What are your conditions? The young dragon asked. Tell me. I want to touch your horn. Oh, what's wrong with that? Go ahead and touch it, but you have to tell me how you did it. Before the young dragon could finish speaking, Shinruo had already reached out and grabbed the horn on its head. So this is what it feels like, Shinruo exclaimed. What kind of feel is this? I say you're a weirdo. No, you better tell me how you did it. You already touched the horn. The dragon rattled off a string of questions. How should I explain this to you? Shinruo seriously considered how to make the dragon understand what he had just done, because the knowledge system of this world was different from his original world. I don't care about that. You promised to tell me, so I just listen. Let me put it this way, that person just now, well, I should say a demon, was doing all sorts of releasing rays and techniques. I don't know if you can see it, but the air we breathe contains particles. Let's call these particles Qi for now. As I understand it, he uses some method to gather this Qi within his body, and then creates flow. When attacking us, he transforms the Qi into concrete, large area, visible attacks capable of causing damage. When the Qi leaves his body, the Qi within him becomes weaker, and his defensive Qi becomes simpler and easier to detect when he attacks. So, using speed faster than his technique, I moved very close to him before it could take effect, concentrated my energy into my fist, and punched the center of his internal energy flow. But I didn't expect him to be so fragile. One punch was all it took. Shinruo tried to explain what she had done in simple terms, and commented on the situation after the demon fell. Based on my observation of you two dragons, my technique is actually ineffective against your dragon forms, because you are powerful enough. But that dragon probably doesn't understand what I did. So, after seeing that I knocked the weak demon unconscious with one punch, I used the information gap to make the dragon misunderstand that I could defeat the demon and also defeat him in the same way. In my hometown, we have a saying called bluffing, and he was genuinely fooled. This wasn't a coincidence. If Shinruo were to explain it in a way that Long couldn't understand, then in his view, the demon, from the moment they met, was attacking with magic similar to what he read about in games, movies, or books. In games, this type of magic attack is collectively called a mage. However, unlike what he read in those books and games, this demon didn't have the usual mage incantation animation when casting magic. Because of this, the demon didn't seem to realize its weakness in melee combat compared to ranged attacks. But Shinruo noticed that, given the demon's limited total controllable chi, its defenses would become weaker when it used magic. In Eastern martial arts and tactics, there's a saying, of all martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. After figuring out how to defeat the demon, Shinruo made a bold assumption. Although the dragon's body was incredibly powerful, it was very likely that the demon was also a strong opponent in the demon's eyes. Although the dragon with the demon was stronger than the young dragon, the situation would change in the demon's perception after the demon was defeated. Originally, the demon saw it as a 2-on-2 battle, with Shinruo's strength negligible. Now it was 2-on-1, and Shinruo's true strength was unknown. Retreating was his most likely option. After all, the two dragons weren't mortal enemies. Judging from the demon's words, they were helping the young dragon's father, and the young dragon seemed confident they wouldn't kill him. In truth, even if it came to a fight, Shinruo wasn't entirely confident he could defeat the other dragon. While there was an element of luck involved, your speed is unbelievable. The dragon thought to itself after hearing Shinruo's explanation. Thank you, though. Shinruo recalled the book she had read, and it seemed she should express her politeness and wishes at this moment. But now that you've finished your business and are going home, could you give me a ride back to Gasang Town? The clothes I'm wearing were given to me by the shop owner. I need to return them. Seriously? You need to return these clothes? And they're already torn. The young dragon pointed to a spot on Shinruo's pants. Although he had moved quickly, the demonic spell had still grazed her for a split second. While Shinruo's body had precisely dodged the damage, her clothes weren't so lucky. Seeing Shinruo's pained expression, as he looked at his clothes, the dragon boy couldn't understand. These clothes are just cheap work uniforms. Wearing them is like advertising for them, and the advertising cost alone is more than the price of these clothes. I ran away to save you. Father's men will definitely report me to them when they get back. I'd be asking for a beating if I went home, so I had to run away. You have to take responsibility for me. Huh? Shinruo rejected the dragon boy's line of thinking that he should take responsibility. He couldn't even earn 2 yuan for living expenses, struggling to support himself, let alone keep a dragon as a pet. That was absolutely impossible. What did the encyclopedia say? Although the original words weren't specific, Shinruo felt that the description of dragons, translated, meant that dragons were incredibly voracious eaters. He himself could eat only 1 meal every few days, but dragons didn't seem capable of that. And what the dragon boy did next immediately confirmed his suspicions. A rumbling sound came from the dragon boy's stomach. He rubbed his belly, a little embarrassed, and said, I've been following them all the way here and haven't eaten yet. Plus, transforming into dragon form just now used up a lot of energy. Could we find a place to eat first? Are you a resident of Gasang Town? I can eat at your place. You're the assistant chef, so your cooking shouldn't be too bad, right? By the way, why did you settle in Gasang Town? I heard that pure-blooded Eastern humans are extremely rare. It was the crystal ball that told them you were a pure-blooded Eastern human. Otherwise, even with your black hair and black eyes, they might not be able to confirm you're a pure-blooded Eastern human. Even mixed blood humans can sometimes appear pure-blooded due to the phenomenon of returning to one's home. The dragon boy, as expected, was a noble youth who had never left home. His question about food quickly escalated into a barrage of questions. Shinruo was a bit troubled about his origins. He hadn't yet come up with a suitable explanation. So Shinruo picked up the money the dragon boy had just returned to him, emptying the coins into his hand. He had carefully observed prices in Gasang Town during this time, and this amount of money, if used for 3 meals a day, would only be enough for him to eat for 2 weeks at most. Look, this is all the money I have. Shinruo tried to change the subject and dissuade the dragon boy from running away from home to follow him. This amount of money probably won't even be enough for 2 meals. The young dragon was indeed distracted by Shinruo's words. He peeked over, and saw that the money in Shinrua's hand was all in very low-value currency from the Dust Sand continent, not enough for even 2 meals. Then why were you clutching this bag of money so tightly? And why did you throw it at me in such an emergency, making me use my mouth to catch it? That's why you're not suited to running away from home, especially not with me. Shinrua put the money back into the bag and put it away carefully. As you can see, I'm poor, and it's difficult enough for me to support myself. I don't have a house in Gasang Town either. When it's not raining, I sleep on the public benches in the square. Today's unexpected mishap ruined my clothes. If I run into the shop owner again, he'd probably make me pay for these clothes. Chapter 9. Long listened, completely bewildered, failing to notice the numerous inconsistencies in Shinrua's words. While everything Shinrua said was true, many points of doubt remained. Shinrua's lifestyle during this period, to put it bluntly, was not much different from that of a homeless person. Although Shinrua had tidied himself up and tried to address hygiene issues, it was undeniable that he had been living a life comparable to that of a homeless person. And the idea of a human homeless person who could defeat a not-so-weak demon with a single punch sounded utterly bizarre. It was only because the young Long was unaware of the hardships of ordinary people and the logic of the outside world that he believed Shinrua's words. Although Shinrua hadn't lied to him, but merely concealed his origins, he was now beginning to sympathize with Shinrua. A human who looked only slightly older than himself, so powerful yet starving and homeless. What had he been through? Shinrua was unaware that the Dragon Boy was already imagining his own tragic past. He was still trying to figure out how to dissuade the Dragon Boy when he heard him exclaim, "Ah!" The Dragon Boy thought he had to find a way for Shinrua to earn money without hurting his pride, but he had absolutely no experience of living a life of hardship. After racking his brains for a long time, he finally remembered a way to make money. "I know a place where you can make money. And it's perfect for you." The Dragon Boy was excited. "Do you know about the Tower of Eternity?" "I don't know, but I can learn by reading books." Seeing the boy looking at him eagerly, Shinrua took out his encyclopedia, placed his hand on it, and the entry for the Tower of Eternity appeared on the page. Entry, Tower of Eternity. Both the town and the name of its iconic building. A building constructed on the site of a divine relic, and the town built around it is named after it. Because the relic possesses divine blessing, the entire plain, centered on the Tower of Eternity and bounded by the surrounding mountains, is designated a neutral zone, not belonging to any nation. The organization maintaining order in this neutral zone is the renowned 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand on the Dust and Sand continent, led by 10 powerful spirit-rank beings. No one can enter the town of the Tower of Eternity without following its rules. The iconic tower-like building within the Tower of Eternity is the origin of the town's name. From the outside, the tower appears to be just an ordinary building in the town, but once inside, the space is revealed to be far larger than what is visible from the outside. The reason for this enormous spatial difference is that the tower contains a legendary secret technique left behind by the gods. So what kind of money can you make in that town? Shinrua didn't find any money-making opportunities in the encyclopedia. Although persuading Long to return home was also an important matter, it was worth hearing about any ways to make money. "Hey, haven't you heard of it? It's the fastest place for capable but penniless people to make money." The young Long explained the specific situation of the town of Eternal Tower to Shinrua. The town of Eternal Tower has 4 areas: the daily life area, the trading area, the quest area, and the arena area. The quest zone and the arena zone are the areas the young dragon mentioned where you can make money. The quest zone is the most famous quest exchange center on the entire Dust Sand continent. Every day, countless bizarre quests are posted there, waiting for registered players to accept them. These quests range from the strangest, including things like catch a black cat with wings, find a mushroom that can make sarcastic remarks and bring it back, to even the absurd rent a girlfriend. The arena zone offers 2 ways to make money. One is betting. Almost every event on the Dust Sand continent has betting options, including the cooking competition Shinrua participated in when she was a food preparation assistant in Gasang Town. However, betting involves wins and losses, making it not a reliable way to earn money. The other way is to participate in arenas. Ion offers various arena modes. The winner receives a prize. Some of these arenas are life-threatening, and the prize money comes from betting funds and entrance tickets. Of course, those who can't buy tickets can purchase a video sphere in Ion and watch the matches by inserting a coin. Each match in Ion has a betting pool with varying stakes. Viewers must place a bet before watching the match. The young dragon explained his money-making plan. "You look so weak, you're perfect for the matches. Nobody bets on you to win, but with this little bit of money, you can definitely multiply it 100-fold. Add to that the prize money from winning, and I can already imagine what kind of feast we have. You said you never left home. Do you even know how to get to Ion? Shinruo looked at the dragon boy with some suspicion. Please, can't you read a map if you've never been there? We dragons are born with a natural sense of direction. Just fly towards the Eternal Tower on the map, and once you get there, won't you see it from the air? The dragon boy was trying to show off in front of Shinruo, though he was actually quite hungry. If he were to carry Shinruo there, based on his mental calculations of distance and his own speed, he would have to maintain his dragon form for several days. By the time he reached the Eternal Tower, he would probably be starving. How long will it take you to fly from here to the Tower of Eternity? Shinruo asked. You must be hungry already, right? If it's too far, we have to worry about food. And once we get to the Tower of Eternity, will we still have enough money to bet on the outer perimeter? Have you considered that? Caught off guard by Shinruo's words, the young dragon stammered, although I haven't tried going without food for days, how will I know if I don't try? He then stared at Shinruo for a while, thinking that if Shinruo, with his thin frame, could take down a demon, he couldn't lose. So he raised his voice, I think I can definitely do it. Shinruo had no idea that his objective opinion would become the reason the young dragon insisted on doing it this way. Without accepting any rebuttal, the young dragon used the same trick he had used to take Shinruo from Gesang Town, once again tossing him onto his back and flying towards the Tower of Eternity. Because of this, Shinruo had to have a conversation with the young dragon during the journey. The boy's name was Long Wei. Of course, due to the existence of the law of common language, Shinruo seriously suspected that when the language of the Dust Sand continent automatically converted all the names into a language he could understand, it fully took into account his knowledge system and language habits. In the ancient legends of Earth, the East and West depict dragons with entirely different forms. Or rather, Eastern dragons are more diverse, including the five-fingered golden dragon, the candle dragon, being long, the azure dragon, and so on, while Western dragons are primarily winged. Longwei's dragon form actually resembles the descriptions in Eastern fantasy stories, and in Shinruo's view, it should have a Western name. What would a Western name be like? It should be a long string of characters with punctuation marks, which would match Shinruo's imagination of Longwei. Although the name Longwei is quite cool, and most importantly, easy to remember. But for a dragon to simply have the surname Long, dragon, seems too casual, and it doesn't look like a transliteration at all. However, while Longwei's dragon form resembles the descriptions in Western stories, its temperament is quite different. In Western stories, dragons are generally described as greedy and evil. Stories revolving around dragons are mostly things like the hero and the dragon and the princess, the dragon sleeping on treasure, and so on. Furthermore, a proverb emerged, he who slays the dragon becomes the dragon. Longwei didn't resemble a dragon at all. According to Longwei, the creation of potions was extremely complex. Before him, the demons had already refined several living people to make potions, and the type of living person required for each step of the resurrection process was different. Resurrection came at a price. Because the demons had a penchant for cannibalism, in the past, before an agreement was reached, they often used humans as ingredients in their potion making. And to resurrect a dragon, the energy of one person was, according to the demons, far from sufficient. Longwei's mother was a noble dragon from the kingdom of Shilai, willing to offer shelter to humans, and had lost her life saving a young dragon in the past. Because of this, Longwei believed his mother would never accept that his resurrection was achieved at the cost of several lives. Even if he were resurrected, the method of his resurrection would create a rift between him and his father, and she might even live with guilt forever. Moreover, who knew if the resurrection potion was a deception by demons exploiting his father's love for his mother? If the potion's purpose wasn't to resurrect his mother, but rather to turn her into a demon puppet, wouldn't his father be indirectly controlled by the demons? Therefore, Longwei felt he couldn't allow the potion to be completed, nor could he allow it to cause further harm. After all, his father had preserved his mother's body using an elemental stone array, and elemental stone arrays have a time limit. After that time, the protective effect of the array would disappear, and his mother's body would merge with the elemental stone. It must be said that Longwei was a dragon of great principle. Even though the demons claimed the potion was made to resurrect his mother, and that it was his own father who was doing it, he still secretly ran away to stop the demons responsible for making the potion from capturing people. Of course, the outcome was that this rare pure-blooded Eastern human was quite powerful, causing Longwei to be outdone instead of showing off. That's another story. Longwei flew in the sky for days and nights, starving. If it weren't for his last breath, he felt he could fall off the sky the moment he closed his eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, he finally saw the town of eternity on the plains. Chapter 10. The dragon's back was warm, and just the right firmness, although uneven. It was much more comfortable than the chairs in the square. These past few days, Longwei had been flying non-stop, and sleeping was a good way to conserve energy when there was no food. During this time, Shenrua had already drifted off to sleep several times. Waking up and being tossed off the dragon's back, Shenrua realized they were on the outskirts of a town. "We can't land inside the town, but it's not far. Let's go in." A tall, noble-looking dragon boy and a black-haired, black-eyed human youth with tattered clothes and an apron emblazoned with Jushan cuisine were walking down the street, drawing considerable attention. Passing a bakery, Shenrua stopped, weighed her purse, and said to Longwei, "Why don't you eat something first?" Longwei swallowed, wanting to refuse, but his rumbling stomach betrayed him. After flying for several days and nights, even if Shenrua spent all the money he had, it probably wouldn't be enough to feed him. However, Shenrua had already made up his mind. He went into a bakery and picked out a bunch of breads from the near-expiry products that looked most filling and cheap. It probably cost him about a fifth of his purse. As the saying goes, hunger is the best food, and for the first time in his life, Longwei accepted the huge pile of bread from Shenrua without being picky. They found a bench nearby, sat down, and began to wolf it down. After he had devoured the bread, he belatedly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. "You don't seem to have eaten anything?" "It's all right. I slept on the way here. The air here has energy. I'm fine, not very hungry." Actually, Shenrua was hungry, but if Longwei's earlier statement was correct, then they had to save their money for a bet. They needed to find a competition where they could win, but others saw their chances as extremely slim. That way, the odds would increase 100-fold. However, once they won, the odds wouldn't be so high again. Compared to Longwei, even outside of their home planet Earth, with its special particles in the air, Shenrua was adept at enduring hunger. This was a lesson in Eastern metaphysics. So although he was hungry, he wasn't incapacitated or suffered any physical damage. But Longwei was a different story. Although Longwei's rescue was unrelated to him, and he was unaware of it, Shenrua was still grateful for the information Longwei had provided, and for bringing him to the Eternal Tower, a town where he could earn a living. After Longwei finished eating, Shenrua stood up and walked towards the Eternal Tower, the central building of the town. It was said that the types of competitions and rules for the arena area could be found there. Choose martial arts. Longwei urged Shenrua, "You can even defeat demons. You definitely succeed in martial arts. Just pick an opponent who looks strong but is weak. That's a sure thing. Pay attention to your reading comprehension." Shenrua pointed to the rulebook, reminding Longwei, "In the arena, you can only choose your opponent when challenging the number 1 ranked player. You can't challenge a player of a specific ranking." While it might sound strange, there's a reason for it. In the rules of Ion's arena, the top-ranked player in each type of arena receives free residency in Ion, along with free food, drinks, and services. The condition is that they cannot leave the town and must be ready to accept any challenges. Ion asks each top-ranked competitor if they are willing to reside permanently in Ion and be challenged. Because an unknown challenger challenging a renowned master is always a great spectacle, attracting significant attention and encouraging betting. As the house, Ion earns more commission the more bets are placed. If a successful challenger doesn't wish to permanently reside in Ion, the top spot is retained by the challenge champion. If the champion gets bored and wants to leave Ion, Ion will consult other ranked competitors to see if they are willing to take over as champion. Some arena champions come to the Tower of Eternity to earn money. After securing accommodation and food in the tower, they can continue to compete in other arenas to earn currency. They can also use this currency to continue betting in the Tower of Eternity. Because only the arena champions reside permanently in the Tower of Eternity, they can accept challenges at any time. Other ranked participants are determined by a lottery system based on their registration dates. Shenrua carefully read through the descriptions of the various arenas, page by page. Martial arts combat was out of the question. Although he felt his martial arts skills were decent, he believed that such direct physical confrontations required a lot of effort for little reward. He's prone to injury, and he doesn't even know if the money he earns will cover his medical expenses. Besides, who knows what the ceiling of martial arts is in this world? What level of skill would a martial arts champion possess in the Tower of Eternity be? That's right, Shenrua wasn't thinking about random duels. He wanted to find a project and directly challenge the champion. Only in this way would the odds be high enough to earn enough money in one go. If he were alone, he could simply find a project he was confident in and slowly win money, but Longwei seemed determined to run away from home, and had taken him so far. If he didn't earn enough money, he feared he wouldn't be able to feed the dragon. Furthermore, if he could defeat the champion, he should be able to rest in the Tower of Eternity for a while, properly read the encyclopedia, and increase his exploration of this world. After all, the champion gets free accommodation and meals, so he can finally read without worrying about going hungry. This won't do. Shenrua turned another page. Seeing that he had already rejected 7 or 8 projects, Long Wei couldn't help but curiously take the list Shenrua had flipped through. This won't work, that won't work, what kind of project are you looking for? I want to find a project where I can challenge the champion, that doesn't require too much physical exertion, doesn't take too much time, and isn't easy to get injured. Are there such projects? Long Wei asked skeptically. This one will do. As he spoke, Shenrua finally chose a project. Long Wei curiously leaned over to take a look. Speed-based competition, puzzle cards. Speed, you're really fast, reliable. Long Wei expressed his support and appreciation for Shenrua's choice. It's a pity it's not a pure speed game. Shenrua was actually a little dissatisfied, because the island project clearly emphasized combat and confrontation. Despite its name suggesting no fighting element, it actually involved physical combat. It even included other rules related to combat. However, compared to other options, this was the one that best suited his needs, and that he felt relatively confident about. Let's go, let's register. Shenrua stood up and went to the front desk to register. The information sheet was handed to Long Wei, who then carefully read the description of the project Shenrua had chosen. Speed-based competition, puzzle cards. The Ion speed-based puzzle card game is a game where players must place all the puzzle pieces into the recesses on the wall of their assigned half of the wall. When one player completes the puzzle, the game ends, and the first player to finish wins. The recesses on the wall have mechanisms that attract the puzzle pieces, so the pieces will be held in place. After the match begins, a complete image will be projected for both participants to view, disappearing after 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the puzzle pieces used by both players will fall from above onto their tables. During the puzzle-solving process, an energy ball will appear in the room as a distraction. The player with the lower odds in the first 10 minutes gains control of the ball. In matches challenging the reigning champion, the champion controls the ball. Being hit by the energy ball will cause physical damage. If a player ignores the energy ball, and it lands anywhere in the room, excluding the table, the player's body, and the puzzle pieces, within the player's designated area marked by the corresponding line on the ground, that player will be considered to have lost the match. Contestants can use puzzle pieces as props to catch energy balls, and return them to their opponent's half of the arena. Apart from energy balls, all magical and elemental ranged attacks are prohibited from being used to interfere with the match. However, other methods that affect the opponent's progress without causing actual physical harm, such as verbal interference, or using a magic to hypnotize and influence the opponent's completion time, are permitted. Long Wei was a little confused by the rules. He didn't understand why Shenrua would be interested in such a strange and complicated event. Could it be that Shenrua actually knows magic hypnosis? The back of the introduction page contained the champion's profile. Long Wei flipped it over and saw the puzzle piece champion was a phantom race member. When it comes to using hypnotic magic, which race can compare to the phantom race? Shenrua, a human, was going to compete against a phantom race member in a match that required hypnotic magic. Wasn't that just suicide? But Shenrua had already started registering at the front desk of the Eternal Tower. There were 20 front desk staff in the Eternal Tower's arena area. The one responsible for registering Shenrua was a conservatively dressed female staff member. Hello, are you applying to participate in the Jigsaw Puzzle Challenge? That's right. The female officer in charge of registration, after Shenrua filled out the registration form, looked shocked. She looked Shenrua up and down, and finally asked uncertainly, You're going to challenge the Jigsaw Puzzle Champion, Mr. Wanlia? Chapter 11. Although jigsaw puzzles are a relatively niche competitive activity, with few bettors, the challenge for the reigning champion is always a highly anticipated event in Ion. Those who come to the Ion Arena come for money, or for instant fame. Following the Ion Arena competitions are dignitaries from various countries across the continent, including rulers and generals, who use the competitions to identify potential recruits. It is said that the Ion's order maintainers, the Dust and Sand Ten, sometimes recruit new members from among the arena's participants. Therefore, even the most niche activities in Ion attract participants. The various races living on this continent have different needs, hiring bodyguards, searching for minerals, crafting artifacts, and so on. The design of Ion's arena competitions is actually intended to highlight specific qualities of the participants. In the quest zones of Ion, some quests are difficult to complete alone, and some lone wolves without teams come to the arena to find short-term partners. The puzzle card champion, Phantomia, is an extremely rare phantom race member. He likes to change his appearance based on the racial characteristics of his opponents during each match, and he always transforms into a particularly attractive appearance of that race, thus gaining a large following in Ion. Some players have even been bribed by spectators, who want to see Phantomia's transformations to challenge the champion, but unsurprisingly, while completely captivated by Phantomia, they also suffer a crushing defeat. Wanlia never holds back against his challengers, so those who challenge him are generally tough and resilient. In the eyes of the female officer, Shinruo didn't even seem worthy of being thrashed by Mr. Wanlia. This human was indeed rare, with black hair and black eyes, and quite handsome, but unfortunately, his slender and frail physique meant that one spike from Mr. Wanlia would probably make him cough up blood. Which human spectator paid a hefty sum to have him challenge Wanlia. Looking at his clothes were tattered, and his apron and shirt even had the words Jushan cuisine written on them. Had he been kicked out of a restaurant? Sigh, the poor are pitiful, they can only earn money by risking their lives. The female officer felt a slight pang of pity for Shinruo. Even if he lost the match, there was a minimum consolation payment, albeit a pitifully small amount. Would it be enough for him to buy a change of clothes? Hopefully, he was hired by a wealthy female human patron. At least that wouldn't be so bad. The female officer was thinking this when she heard Shinruo say, "Yes, that's right. I want to challenge Mr. Wanlia." What's the schedule? There are usually 2 days to prepare for a challenge to the reigning champion. Because the atmosphere at these matches is usually very lively, challengers can stay in our exclusive rooms in Eternal Tower Town before the match to ensure quality rest and present a high-quality performance to the audience. If needed, we will also provide meals for the challengers. If your schedule is okay, please sign your name here, and I will give you a room key and take you to your room. After all, the audience needs ample time to place bets. This is one of the biggest sources of revenue for Ion. No problem. Shinruo readily signed the match card and the commitment letter. All matches in the Ion arena require signing an Ion no-liability commitment. Ion assumes no responsibility for any injuries or deaths suffered by participants during the match. After confirming Shinruo's signature, the female attendant handed him a room key. Shinruo quickly beckoned Long Wei to follow. Just kidding, this was the first time he'd been able to enter a room with a bed since arriving on the Dusan continent. As a challenger who provides Ion with financial support, the room Ion arranged for Shinruo was quite nice, but unfortunately, it was a single room. Looking at Long Wei's physique, then at himself. "Never mind, you can sleep in the bed," Shinruo said sadly. "Huh? So where are you sleeping?" "The sofa." Shinruo tossed out a sentence and went into the bathroom. Since arriving on the Dusan continent, her showers were hardly real showers. She took her ordinary quality clothes out of her earring, rinsed them, and hung them to dry. After a comfortable hot shower, Shinruo wrapped herself in a large towel and rolled herself onto the sofa. Long Wei felt a little guilty, but the sofa was too small for his size, so he had to accept Shinruo's arrangement. "Tomorrow, when the betting opens, I place a bet on you to win. If you win, you won't have to sleep on the sofa anymore." Shinruo was indifferent, letting Long Wei's words go in one ear and out the other. Who knew if she would be assigned a double bed if she became the champion? If it was still a single bed, could Long Wei, with his size, even sleep on the sofa? "I want to remind you, this is my money. I'm betting on myself to win, not you placing the bet." "Oh!" Long Wei was a little deflated. It seemed that leaving home, the Dragon Clan's aura really wasn't very useful. But after you've eaten your fill, you can find other ways to make money. Shinruo chatted casually with Long Wei while lying on the sofa. "Speaking of which, when you showed up at Ion, didn't your dad come to arrest you?" Actually. Long Wei became a little embarrassed. "Normally, dragons don't come here." "Huh, why?" "Our clan looks down on gambling, and we don't believe that if we can't do something ourselves, we can just delegate it to others. So we neither go to the arena to be watched by crowds nor post quests in the quest area. Father never pays attention to Ion's matches, nor does he allow the clan to." In Shinruo's known worldview, it seemed that most humans had an innate fondness for gambling. Almost every form of competition has its origins in gambling. Take the East, for example. Many ancient games involved a prize, and that prize was a form of gambling. The fact that the Dragon Clan is completely averse to gambling is truly remarkable. "Judging from how you call your father, he seems quite powerful," Shinruo said to Long Wei. "Not just seems, He's extremely powerful. Long Wei suddenly blushed slightly at this point. So, if possible, I don't want to participate, since participating leaves a record. No rush. There are other ways to make money. But first we need time, and to have time, we must win the match 2 days from now. Shenrua said, resting his head on his hand and looking at the ceiling. Yeah, we definitely win. Long Wei wasn't really confident. Even though it was Shenrua who was going to participate, he spoke as if he were encouraging himself. Go to sleep. We place our bets tomorrow. With that, Shenrua turned over and quickly fell asleep. After a good night's sleep, Shenrua turned on the projector in the room. It looked like some kind of ancient Earth projection technology, but like a freezer, the principle was completely different, and the way it was turned on was different too. Shenrua studied the things in the room, but he was too embarrassed to look them up in an encyclopedia in front of Long Wei. Even if Long Wei was slow-witted, he would start to doubt his true identity. Fortunately, when Shenrua picked up the items one by one, Long Wei just assumed he was a poor man who had never seen the world. When Shenrua picked up the rhombus-shaped cube used for the projector, he kindly reminded him, "This is how you use it." After saying that, he placed his finger on one of the colored crystals, and soon an image appeared on the empty wall in the room. "How did you do that?" Shenrua couldn't help but ask curiously. He had touched the embedded stone earlier, but nothing had happened. "I just injected elemental power into it." Long Wei looked at Shenrua strangely, but then understood. Humans can't use elemental power, but they carry items and crystals to convert it. You probably can't afford those, right? Yeah, I never seen anything this advanced. Shenrua looked at the image displayed. Is this an introduction to the upcoming competition? Yes, your competition is being highlighted. Long Wei adjusted the projector's volume. Indeed, it was introducing Shenrua's upcoming competition. When Shenrua registered, the receptionist had also recorded his height, weight, measurements, and race, which were now also displayed on the screen. Chapter 12. Shenrua wasn't interested in introducing himself, but understanding his opponent was essential. After reviewing Wanlia's basic information, Shenrua consulted the encyclopedia to confirm Wanlia's race. Entry: Huan Clan. Talents: Transformation, Eye Techniques. A special race living in the Abyss Mountains of the Dust Sand Continent. Their settlement remains a forbidden area. It's said that any non-Huan Clan race attempting to explore the ancestral home of the Huan Clan perishes on their journey. No one knows what the Huan Clan's true form looks like, as they can freely transform into the appearance of any race. When leaving their settlement, Huan Clan members must transform into the appearance of another race. Their clan rules forbid them from walking the Dust Sand Continent in their original form. However, once a Huan Clan member falls in love with someone of another race and unites with them in their transformed form, they lose their ability to transform, and their appearance becomes fixed at the moment of union. Offspring born from such unions with other races will be the race of the person they united with. Therefore, although the Illusion Clan easily reproduces through intraclan unions, their numbers remain extremely small. The Illusion Clan is born with the ability to use eye magic, but the specific techniques available to each member are different. No wonder the puzzle card description for Illusion Liao is the reigning champion of the puzzle card competition. The puzzle card rule that allows hypnosis through eye magic, but forbids the use of other magic seems tailor-made for the Illusion Clan. No wonder that female officer looked at him with a pitying gaze, as if he was destined to lose. However, precisely because of this, the odds must be incredibly high, right? It perfectly embodies the ancient Chinese saying, "Fortune favors the bold," a summary of how people in resource-scarce environments climbed the social ladder thousands of years ago. Shenrua unhesitatingly bet all his remaining money on himself. A spectator recognized him at the betting area and, seeing him bet on himself, even mocked him. "Ha ha, how dare you bet on yourself to win? Do you have too much money?" "Oh wait, you only bet that little." "Well, because that's all I have," Shenrua answered honestly. "What, do you want to add some for me?" The man, taken aback by Shenrua's attitude and momentarily losing face, tossed a few coins in front of him. "Hee, you poor wretch, take these and add some, consider it a reward." Shenrua didn't argue, picked up the coins the man had thrown at him, and handed them to the staff. "Please add these for me." "TSK, he's serious." The spectator, having failed to achieve his goal, spat and left. The odds have reached 800 to 1, a historic feat in Ion. The main reason is the sheer disparity in strength between the two sides, as seen in the official data. Humans are known for lacking any special talents, and Shenrua isn't even considered particularly robust among humans. However, there are still quite a few spectators, because no human has ever challenged this event before. This means Mr. Wanlia hasn't yet transformed into a human. While few humans participate in the competition, can't they at least be spectators? The news that Mr. Wanlia would be competing as a human was something countless young women wanted to see. After 2 days of promotion, the atmosphere on the day of the competition was incredibly enthusiastic. Ladies and gentlemen, today our Ions puzzle card event is hosting a very, very, very important match. A new face from the Eastern human race has bypassed all the ranked players and directly challenged the strongest puzzle card player, Mr. Wanlia of the Phantom race. The odds for this match are already 800 to 1. Will Mr. Wanlia live up to expectations and continue to hold the #1 spot, or will Mr. Shenrua from the human race pull off a stunning comeback? Let's wait and see. Shabert's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout Ion, because it was not uncommon for an unknown to challenge a long-established champion. More importantly, the one being challenged was Wanlia, the most popular female champion of the Phantom race. As Shabert's voice rang out, various images of Wanlia from previous matches scrolled across the screen. Ah, Mr. Wanlia is so handsome, so charming. Elegant, Mr. Wanlia is truly elegant. The female audience members couldn't help but get excited watching Wanlia's image on the screen. Tickets had long been sold out, and the arena was now packed. With such a vibrant atmosphere, it would be disrespectful to the number of spectators if the host couldn't maintain focus and enthusiasm throughout. Outside the arena, various projections on the Tower of Eternity were also broadcasting this particular match among the many concurrent games. At this moment, the camera focused on the contestants entering from both sides of the challenge match. Simultaneously, subtitles introducing the contestants appeared at the bottom of the screen. Wanlia *, a contestant from the mysterious One race, the longtime #1 ruler of the puzzle card game, skilled in eye techniques. Shenrua *, a human contestant registering for the first time at the Tower of Eternity. Abilities unknown. The puzzle card game room had 2 rectangular recesses on the wall. In the center of the room was a huge table, divided in 2 by a horizontal board. This was a room located in the middle of the large arena spectator seating area. The spectators could see everything happening inside, but those inside could not see outside. To ensure the audience's view, a large screen above projected the live footage from different angles. I heard you want to challenge me? A person stood in the room, looking Shenrua up and down as he entered. Are you sure? Yes. Shenrua nodded. The man opposite Shenrua was incredibly handsome, tall and slender, seemingly as perfect as the aesthetic textbooks Shenrua had seen on her home planet Earth, inspiring awe at the wonders of divine creation. Even Shenrua had to admit that the human form he had transformed into was the most beautiful humanoid being she had ever seen. Do you have any preparations to make before the match begins? Wanlia was very confident in his abilities. After all, his opponent was such a seemingly weak human. He wanted to fully display his gentlemanly manners in front of his female fans. I give you some time to prepare. After all, you're a human. Humans are a race that relies on items to compensate for their physical weakness. They're more suited to being excellent mechanics than coming here to compete in stamina. I spent 2 days thoroughly researching your race and abilities, while you know nothing about me. I suspect your so-called time to prepare is just a delaying tactic to observe me. Don't worry, I won't look down on you just because you're afraid of me. After all, you know nothing about me, while I know far more about you than you know about me. Shenrua remembered the puzzle rules allowing verbal interference. He didn't possess the innate supernatural power of eye techniques, but interfering with Wanlia's feelings seemed easy to him. As a result, his words not only successfully insulted Wanlia, but also inflamed the entire audience. Did he really think he could win by cramming for 2 days and learning about Wanlia's race and abilities? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Did this human think he could challenge the champion of a competition like this? Look at his frail, thin physique. Wanlia's fans, led by the male audience, shouted, Wanlia, use an energy ball to knock him away. These were the martial arts spectators. Jinria, this is a delaying tactic, just ignore him. These are tactical fans. At this moment, the female audience member finally realized what was happening and joined the cheering fan group. Jinria, we love you. This is the support group. Mr. Wanlia, you're so handsome. Beat him up. This is a fan who's obsessed with looks. However, the shouts from the audience couldn't be heard inside the room. Wanlia's face only showed anger for a moment, but it quickly turned into a cold smile. Human, you can be arrogant for a while longer, but don't blame me for using force later. Why should I be afraid of you? Wanlia laughed. Since you already know my race and abilities, you should know our Huan clan's absolute advantage in this project. Give me a reason why I should be afraid of you. As the two talked, the ceiling opened, and two identical, scrambled jigsaw puzzles were slowly lowered into the machine and landed on the table. Shenruo, with an air of absolute confidence, said to Wanlia, "In my hometown, even 3-year-olds play this kind of ball game with a partition in the middle of the table, but this is our absolute territory. Let me show you what a truly gifted race is. Let's begin." Shenruo wasn't exaggerating. The rules of these jigsaw puzzle energy balls were clearly a strange combination of ancient ping-pong and badminton rules. Is that so? Wanlia felt the other party was bluffing. Shenruo calmly ignored the sarcasm in Wanlia's words, then used her verbal interference skill. "If I were you, I would choose to become an unparalleled beauty. At least, I try to attract my opponent's attention and increase my chances of winning. Otherwise, what use is your powerful eye technique if I don't look into your eyes? Even someone as refined as you among the humans can be so shameless. Appearances can be deceiving." Wanlia retorted to Shenruo, but he didn't realize that even as the champion of this event, the absolute ruler in the eyes of his fans, simply responding to Shenruo with words was already beneath him. However, Shenruo's words really annoyed Wanlia. So, after mocking Shenruo's shamelessness, Wanlia added, "But aren't you mistaken about something? That's who the ruler of this game is. Faced with absolute strength, no matter how you try to provoke or interfere with me through words, you can't change the outcome of this challenge." As he spoke, the puzzle pieces were already arranged. According to the rules, Wanlia, as the defending player, had control of the energy ball. He picked up a puzzle piece, grabbed the raised part, and smashed the energy ball directly at Shenruo with a powerful spike. This scene thrilled the renowned commentator, Shabri, who instantly switched into his signature passionate commentary mode. According to the live broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, our Mr. Wanlia is clearly angry. His opponent not only implied he needed a honey trap to win, but also confidently asserted that he had a greater chance of winning than Mr. Wanlia, and there it is. Mr. Wanlia's killer smash. When the ball landed outside Mr. Shenruo's area, anywhere in the room, Mr. Shenruo was about to. Oh no! Mr. Shenruo's save was simply divine. He caught it. The ball flew back to Mr. Wanlia's table in a high lob. The audience erupted in cheers. Chapter 13. The moment Wanlia's smash serve landed on his table, Shenruo, holding a puzzle piece, spun and hooked it, completing a high lob return. He then glanced at the jigsaw puzzle pieces on the table, now in their scrambled order. The 4 corner pieces were the easiest to find. Just as Shenruo reached for them, he noticed Wanlia, using the brief moment when the high lob didn't require immediate attention to forcefully send a puzzle piece into a recess in the wall. Is this a pupil technique? Shenruo's mind raced. Pupil techniques were also practiced in his original world. They were a very special branch of visual perception training. Since the Huan race possessed this talent, it meant they were born with exceptionally strong visual perception. So, did he memorize the location of every puzzle piece from the start? He chose a puzzle game because he was confident he could win easily. Besides the puzzle's technical requirements suiting him, it was also because, as he said, on his home planet Earth, Easterners played with a small ball in the middle of a net as if they possessed supernatural talent. However, he didn't underestimate his opponent. After all, this was a competition open to participants from across the continent, and anyone sitting in the champion's seat must possess extraordinary abilities. His words to Wanlia weren't genuine contempt, but rather intended to disrupt Wanlia's mindset during the match. Wanlia was indeed affected by his words, but his opponent's perception exceeded Shenruo's expectations. Since that was the case, Shenruo had no choice but to use a skill he hadn't originally planned to employ in this situation. After all, he had staked everything he had, his wages earned from cutting ingredients and washing dishes. The moment Shenruo made his decision, his actions changed in Wanlia's eyes. Wanlia's pupil technique has 2 modes, passive and active. The passive mode, as Shenruo observed and deduced, possesses extremely strong visual perception, capable of quickly identifying the position of each puzzle piece corresponding to the original image. However, Shenruo's actions and speed appeared disproportionate to Wanlia. Firstly, in terms of behavior, Shenruo didn't seem to remember the positions of all the puzzle pieces like Wanlia did. This was because Shenruo first located the 4 corner puzzle pieces and stacked them on the wall. This is a method used by ordinary people playing regular puzzles. Because the shapes of the 4 corner puzzle pieces differ from the others, having a right angle, they are the easiest to identify. Secondly, the puzzle pieces with 4 sides are easy to identify because one side is a straight line. But this was what truly alarmed Wanlia, because Shenruo's speed was simply too fast. He had barely thrown the puzzle piece into the indentation on the wall with force when Shinruo had already completed all 4 corners, while Wanlia had only just picked up the second puzzle piece, and the energy ball had already begun its descent. How is this possible? How can a human achieve such speed? Wanlia was startled, but dared not stop. Since this human was so fast, he would use force to prevent him from catching the ball. Wanlia acted decisively, unleashing a powerful smash at the falling energy ball. Shinruo's movements returned to normal during the smash, and he used the puzzle piece in his hand to slice the incoming energy ball horizontally. Incredible! The commentator, Schaubert, recognized the skill in Shinruo's move and couldn't help but cheer. Shinruo not only caught Mr. Wanlia's smash, but she caught it with a spin shot technique. This technique utilizes the hand movement at the moment the ball contacts the puzzle surface to achieve a change in angle after the ball bounces back onto Mr. Wanlia's table in a straight line. It's an incredibly difficult counterattack. The audience now sensed that Shinruo wasn't just talking casually. Even if she couldn't win the match, she was still indulging in some banter. They were all extremely tense, with some of Wanlia's female fans even forgetting to breathe, their faces flushed from holding their breath. Any sensory ability, when pushed to its extreme, is incredibly powerful, and the Huan clan possesses exceptionally strong visual perception. When this power reaches the point where it can detect extremely fast movements, and even influence an opponent's body by affecting their vision, the opponent falls into a visual trap. This is Wanlia's active pupil technique. Because Shinruo's return was indeed quite technically sophisticated, Wanlia activated her eye technique as soon as she received the ball. Mr. Wanlia's eye color has changed. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. This is the first time! This is the first time! Mr. Wanlia activated his eye technique right at the start of the puzzle competition. Actually, Wanlia's passive eye technique had been active all along, but because it was a passive skill, the audience and commentators were unaware of its activation, assuming that the eye technique was only activated when Wanlia's pupil color changed. Because Genya often wins matches without a change in her pupil color, whether or not she activates her eye technique has become a major point of interest in her matches, even considered a form of recognition of her challenger's skill. Therefore, when commentator Schaubert saw Genya's pupil color change, he became excited. However, Schaubert's excitement didn't last long, as he noticed that Genya's pupil color quickly returned to normal. Your eyes never left the puzzle pieces or the wall, and you only started catching the ball when it hit the table, Wanlia said, assembling the puzzle pieces while playing ball with Shinruo. How did you do that? Shinruo could actually avoid looking at him, and just as Shinruo had said in his previous verbal interference, what use was Wanlia's powerful eye technique if he didn't look into Wanlia's eyes? Was it really true, as the other party said, that he would lose once his racial characteristics were known? Wanlia would actually lose because someone knew he had an eye technique. I'm a little embarrassed to answer that question, Shinruo answered Wanlia frankly, completely unable to discern from his demeanor, the context, or his tone what made him embarrassed about the question. Head trying to brush me off? Wanlia made another smash, but no matter how fast or slow the ball was, Shinruo always maintained an advantage, the advantage of having one more puzzle piece in his hand. How did you do that? Wanlia asked weakly as Shinruo finished assembling the last piece of the puzzle. This match instilled a sense of despair in him. From the very beginning, he felt he was only heading towards an inevitable defeat. Unexpectedly, Shinruo shook her head and said sincerely, well, obviously, I wouldn't tell you in front of thousands of people. Maintaining mystery is the key to victory. I said it before the match even started. So, regret not transforming into a beauty now? It's not too late to transform now. As Wanlia finished speaking, the audience erupted in gasps of shock. Because Wanlia had indeed transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman with a gorgeous figure and waist-length hair. Originally, Wanlia only had female fans who admired her looks, but now, a large number of male viewers have also joined the ranks of her fans. So, the transformations of the Huan clan aren't gender-specific. Shinruo commented on Wanlia's beautiful form, then smiled and waved to her. Thank you for letting me feast my eyes. His tone made it seem as if he had deliberately orchestrated Wanlia's transformation into a stunning beauty, just to study the relationship between the Huan clan and gender. The onlookers thought Shinruo, despite her seemingly frail and delicate appearance, was surprisingly wicked. Appearances can be deceiving. The crowd gave Shinruo disdainful gestures, but Shinruo in the room couldn't see them. Of course, no matter what type of intelligent life form, there will always be those who admire strength. Regardless of what Shinruo said, this puzzle card energy ball competition between Wanlia and Shinruo was visually spectacular. After this competition, some viewers developed a liking for Shinruo. After leaving the room, Shenruo and Wanlia entered the designated procedure of the Tower of Eternity. Shenruo needed to decide whether to replace Wanlia as the puzzle card champion. If Shenruo was unwilling to replace Wanlia, he would only receive the prize money for winning this game, and would not be able to challenge the puzzle card game again until Wanlia was replaced. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing this champion title for a while, because I don't have money for hotel accommodations and meals. Once I saved up some money, I return the title to you. Shenruo had actually been talking nonsense earlier to make winning easier, but now that the competition was over, he spoke to Wanlia more politely. Chapter 14. Shenruo descended the stairs and returned to the hall. Long Wei was already waiting for him. Seeing Shenruo, he excitedly rushed over. Ha ha ha, you really won. It's a pity we could only bet so little, but it's increased 800-fold. Now I can finally eat my fill. Yes, and there's also the prize money from defeating the champion. I'm not so poor anymore. Earning money was something to be happy about, but compared to Long Wei, Shenruo was quite calm. Shenruo also pointed out something. If you don't watch your appetite, this money might not be enough for several meals. Although I'm not famous now, I definitely won't get these odds again in future competitions. So this way of making money can only be a one-time thing, and I believe the organizers here have measures to prevent people from deliberately losing. Yes, you guessed right. Otherwise, if the champion deliberately lost, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Eternal Tower. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared behind Shenruo and Long Wei at some point. It was Wanlia in disguise. Long Wei was taken aback. He had watched the live stream and seen Wanlia transform into a beautiful woman at the end, but he hadn't expected her to continue in this beautiful form to find Shenruo after the match. You seem to have only glanced at me after I transformed like this. Shenruo didn't quite understand Wanlia's meaning. So cold to beautiful women. Wanlia thought for a moment, and then looked at Long Wei. Do you like this kind of thing? Which bite are you talking about? Long Wei was extremely annoyed. You? I'm talking about you. You've been so arrogant since you appeared. Don't you know the person you're talking to is just a pet I rescued? You're paying for your own dinner tonight. Shenruo mercilessly exposed Long Wei. Wanlia couldn't help but laugh, then placed her delicate hand on Shenruo's shoulder. So what kind of person do you like? A man? A woman? An elite? A warrior? I rather know if the Huan clan has genders. Shenruo's answer made Long Wei burst out laughing. Seeing Wanlia's discomfitured expression, Long Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. Plus, at least he wasn't the only one suffering from Shenruo's twisted logic. This person was actually the kind of bizarre individual who, while being chased by demons, could still utter something like, "Let me check the encyclopedia first." Asking him about his preferences would be perfectly normal to get such an answer. Wanlia was clearly using her stunning beauty to subtly flirt with Shenruo, only to find that Shenruo was concerned about whether the Huan race has genders. This scene was utterly typical of Shenruo. Long Wei waited for Wanlia to get angry, but instead, she simply tucked her long, curly hair behind her ear and said softly, "It seems you're quite extraordinary. If I tell you about the Huan race's gender issue, then you can finally say what you said about not being able to tell me how you did it in front of thousands of people, right?" "Sure." Long Wei's ears perked up immediately when Shenruo said this. Winning first place in any challenge of the Tower of Eternity is no easy feat. Long Wei's intuition told him that Shenruo's method was similar to how she defeated that demon. However, Shenruo didn't intend to continue the conversation. Instead, she said she had something to do, but I need to check out the room the organizers gave me first, and then browse the trading area. I finally have some money. I should at least get a new outfit. Shenruo was wearing the ordinary quality suit the gatekeeper had given him today, a shirt and apron printed with Jushan cuisine. It was acceptable when there were no other clothes, but it was really unsuitable to continue wearing it now. I'm not in a hurry. My work for today is finished. You're new here, so you must need a guide, right? How about I show you the way? Perhaps because she was dressed as a woman, Wanlia's behavior had changed. She had transformed from a handsome, cool guy into a charming beauty, and she played the role convincingly, even giving Shenruo a flirtatious wink as she spoke. No, 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 please. Long Wei felt as if he were seeing a female demon wandering around his own palace. No matter how beautiful she was, the thought of not knowing her true appearance made him uneasy. Wanlia was better off maintaining her arrogant demeanor from the competition. Pulling Shenruo aside, Long Wei muttered, "He's being so attentive for no reason. He definitely has ulterior motives. We need to quickly think of a way to stop him from following us." Shenruo didn't seem to have any particular feelings, There's nothing we can do if he insists on following us. We be staying here for a while, and it's not like he can't get the room number. Shenrua and Long Wei had no luggage. Their main purpose in looking at the room was to familiarize themselves with the layout. The room's facilities weren't particularly noteworthy, as it was provided by the Tower of Eternity, and they had little room for complaint. However, seeing that it was still a single room, Long Wei decided that starting tomorrow, he would go to the quest area to see if there were any quests where he could earn money. After looking at the room, Shenrua, Long Wei, and Huanlia walked together towards the trading area. To be precise, it was Shenrua and Long Wei who went to the trading area, and Huanlia followed along without any apparent reluctance from Long Wei. And he was very sincere. Before looking at the room, Shenrua had expressed curiosity about Huanlia's gender, so on the way, Huanlia made conversation, steer the topic towards aspects that interested Shenrua, and then explain some characteristics of the Huan race that weren't recorded in the encyclopedia. For example, the Huan race itself has no gender. After reaching adulthood, if they intermarry within the Huan race, they will produce offspring through a very special reproductive method. If they intend to marry someone of another race, their gender will be determined by their chosen spouse. Shenrua's thirst for knowledge was greatly satisfied, so Long Wei's dissatisfaction with Huanlia was temporarily set aside. Huanlia, at this opportune moment, once again raised questions about what he cared about. How exactly did Shenrua defeat him? After Huanlia had already revealed so many of the Huan clan's closely guarded secrets, Shenrua felt that how he had done it wasn't really a secret either, just a bit troublesome to reveal. Since Huanlia was so sincere, he stopped hiding anything and briefly explained to Huanlia what he had done in the jigsaw puzzle competition. Actually, it's just making full use of your senses, Shenrua said. This method isn't invincible, of course, and the level of danger increases with how much you adjust it. Senses can be adjusted? Long Wei, who had initially been disdainful of Huanlia's fawning behavior, became interested when Shenrua explained how he did it, and quickly leaned over for an explanation. Huanlia possesses pupil magic and has an innately strong sense of sight, so she should be able to understand this kind of danger. Shenrua directly used Huanlia's eye perception as an example. For instance, you can see something 500 meters away, but that's your limit. To see it clearly, you have to fully concentrate your attention on your eyes, and looking at it so intently will hurt your eyes. That's what's meant by danger. But when your eyes can see 500 meters, you choose to look at something 300 meters away, something 100 meters away, or even something right in front of you. That's adjustment. Vision is also a kind of sensation, so sensation can certainly be adjusted. What I adjust is my mental perception and my sense of time. When your perception of the passage of time becomes precise, you can start trying to control it, trying to create the feeling of 2 minutes within 1 minute, or making yourself feel that 2 minutes is like 1 minute. Many people have experienced this feeling. For example, when you're doing something you enjoy, or when you're rushing, you feel that time passes particularly quickly, while when you're doing something boring or waiting for someone, you feel that time passes particularly slowly. This is the sense of time. And the sense of mind, some call it the sixth sense, but I personally give it another name, the interaction of breath. The movement of all things brings about the flow of breath, and breath flows within all life. The sixth sense is actually based on the feeling and exploration of the patterns of these potential breaths, an intuitive way that can calculate the closest possible probability. And when you become conscious of this breath and learn to perceive it, you can make your perception of it more and more obvious. This process of practice is actually similar to how far the eyes can see, and how quickly or slowly time is perceived. Therefore, when I was catching the ball in the puzzle, in order not to be drawn into Huanlia's pupil illusion, I used my sense of mind to sense the trajectory of the ball, and the speed of the puzzle was increased by adjusting my sense of time. Although Shenrua felt that what she said was very simple and easy to understand, Huanlia was still skeptical, because this kind of thing sounded theoretically possible, but could anyone really do it? If you could really do it, wouldn't you be invincible? Huanlia said. Not really. Shenrua smiled. Actually, the speed competition rules impose many restrictions on us. I carefully selected this competition, I just benefited from it. If it were a life or death battle, I would know at least 20 or 30 ways to break the combination of intuition and mental perception, not to mention, well, let's not talk about it. Who knows if you be enemies in the future? Maybe we be fighting to the death someday, so, I won't tell you the methods to break them. Chapter 15. Shenrua's words, not to mention what followed, piqued Long Wei's curiosity immensely, but Shenrua stubbornly refused to discuss it further. Your smile is so annoying, Long Wei said helplessly after his attempts to coax and bribe Shenrua failed. Chatting all the way, they soon arrived at the trading area. A pumpkin man statue riding a unicycle stood there, its mouth hollowed out. Shinruo had seen many comical sculptures made by ancient people in old books, but this pumpkin man sculpture was both exquisite and comical. The comical sculptures he had seen before were relatively simple in lines and other aspects, but this pumpkin man was different. "What is that?" Shinruo asked. "Why is its mouth hollowed out?" Long Wei and Huan Lia, hearing his words, followed his gaze and realized what Shinruo was asking. Because neither of them would think of using a hollowed-out mouth to describe the pumpkin man's features. Upon seeing the pumpkin man, both Long Wei and Huan Lia's expressions turned solemn. Long Wei finally spoke first. "How ignorant are you? That's one of the legendary wills left behind by the gods on this continent." "Huh?" Shinruo was undeniably surprised. This pumpkin man statue, with its narcissistic and comical expression, was a legacy of the gods? "Yes, that's the pumpkin unicycle messenger," Huan Lia said seriously. Shinruo felt a strange sense of helplessness at the seriousness of the two before him. However, he remembered what the eighth gatekeeper had said regarding the residents of the Dust Sand continent and the degree to which they valued and took the legends left behind by the gods. The gatekeeper said he would personally experience it once he arrived on the Dust Sand continent. It must be said that Shinruo was now truly feeling this sense of importance, respect, and seriousness. He was beginning to understand why the gatekeeper had said that skillfully using the legend of the brand, and knowing when to display it, could even lead to the establishment of an empire. The inhabitants here truly treated the legends left by the gods as sacred matters. For example, this pumpkin statue before him, despite its comical appearance, had both the still somewhat childlike Long Wei and Huan Lia, who had no qualms about using his charm skills to alter egos, standing there solemnly, just to introduce him to the legend of the pumpkin man. As Huan Lia began to tell the story of the pumpkin man, his voice became exceptionally solemn. Huan Lia, abandoning her previous carefree demeanor, spoke in a chanting-like voice. "The pumpkin unicycle messenger, legend has it that whoever can make the statue's eyes light up with a drop of their own blood, and then drops a letter into the mailbox, will be able to deliver it, no matter where the sender is, as long as they imagine the recipient's appearance and the recipient is still alive." Does it deliver mail on a unicycle? For some reason, the serious expressions of Long Wei and Huan Lia, combined with the strange statue before them, and this seemingly unremarkable epic legend, made Shinruo feel that this world was becoming even more absurd. "Yes, this is the Godspeed unicycle." Long Wei added to the story of the pumpkin unicycle messenger with a serious expression. Shinruo looked at her fingers, resisting the urge to bite them, and followed Long Wei and Huan Lia into the trading area. Having left the statue of the pumpkin whistle messenger, Huan Lia and Long Wei finally returned to normal. Shinruo breathed a sigh of relief. If these two continued to maintain their serious demeanor, he would have to keep up with their tense and solemn attitude, otherwise he wouldn't seem like someone from this world. But having to maintain this state, while strolling through the trading area would be too uncomfortable. Having spent much more time in the Tower of Eternity than Shinruo and Long Wei, Huan Lia, having promised to be their guide, diligently introduced the trading area's situation and features. The trading area of the Tower of Eternity was divided into two main sections. The first was a temporary open-air market. Anyone coming to this main road could set up a small stall and sell their goods by paying a daily rent to the nearby guards, provided there was still space available. The second section was a street of shops with fixed storefronts. On Earth, the mother planet of the star Yuan calendar 8,000 years ago, people's daily necessities were already rationed. Specialized assessors would evaluate what items people on Earth needed to live comfortably, and then allocate supplies accordingly. Market trading was already something that existed only in legends. Even looking at ancient books, it was hard to imagine what it was like without having seen it. So, listening to Huan Lia's introduction while browsing the market, everything was completely new and exciting for Shinruo. "What do you want to buy?" "Things at the open-air market are cheaper, but the vendors aren't fixed, so the quality isn't guaranteed, but you can occasionally find good stuff. Goods in fixed shops are of consistent quality, but they're more expensive." Seeing that Shinruo seemed interested in everything, Huan Lia was unsure what he wanted to buy. If they continued wandering aimlessly, they might not find anything by nightfall. "We need to buy 2 sets of clothes first," Shinruo said, pointing to Long Wei, and then to himself. "We haven't changed our clothes in days." "Right. How do Long Wei's clothes change when he transforms from dragon to human form?" Shinruo suddenly fell into deep thought. This was a serious blind spot in his knowledge. "You haven't changed your clothes," Long Wei corrected him. "I have, but I usually only wear one style, so you thought I hadn't. So you forget to bring money when you go out, but you remember to bring clothes?" Shenrua was surprised. Was Longwei truly a noble young master with such peculiar behavior? As for how Longwei carried the clothes, Shenrua figured there were plenty of ways. After all, his earring could hold the initial gear given by the gatekeeper, and could also hold quest items in the future, so it wasn't surprising that Longwei had similar equipment. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you wearing this outfit before. Isn't it the one from the Jushan food ad? Mentioning clothes, Longwei belatedly realized his oversight. You don't have any storage devices on you. Where did you get these clothes from? Did you steal them while I was asleep? Yeah, I just rummaged through people's unwanted things. Shenrua made up a story without batting an eye, but Longwei's words revealed a crucial piece of information. The inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent, at least Longwei, could recognize storage devices, but they wouldn't recognize his earring as one. It seemed that either the equipment's level was beyond the comprehension of the various races living on the Dust Sand continent, or it was related to some hidden game mechanic. Until certain, Shenrua decided not to reveal that she possessed a storage device. But what was Longwei's storage device? Shenrua then carefully examined Longwei's attire. She had to admit, Longwei was indeed a noble young master. He didn't carry any money, but he wore a ring inlaid with an emerald gem, along with an obviously expensive bracelet and armband. Let's buy the clothes I need first, and then a backpack. You can also put it in my storage ring. Longwei shook the ring on his hand. There's plenty of space inside. But since you're buying a backpack, why don't you buy a storage device? A backpack is definitely cheaper than a storage device. Shenrua gave a very reasonable explanation. Finally, Shenrua chose 2 sets of very ordinary clothes and a dagger. She chose the dagger because she remembered the predicament she faced when she first arrived in Gesang Town, where the lack of tools meant she could hunt but not necessarily find food. Shenrua finally bought the backpack, and quickly stuffed it full of cheap trinkets. That's about it. Thanks for your help, Shenrua said to Huanlia. You're welcome. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. When I'm no longer the champion, I'd be staying at that inn over there. Just tell the owner you need me. You can also leave me a message if I'm not there, Huanlia replied with a smile, pointing to an inn sign not far from the town. Then we head back now. Shenrua waved to Huanlia. Their lodgings were in the opposite direction of the inn Huanlia had pointed to, and they weren't some strange acquaintances who needed to escort each other to their rooms. Watching Shenrua and Longwei disappear into the market's crowd, Huanlia gave a cryptic look and turned to leave the market in another direction. He didn't return to his stated lodgings, but instead headed towards another building in the town. Passing through several doors, Huanlia arrived at the base of the building, where 10 crystal balls stood. As Huanlia entered, the crystal balls lit up one by one. Is he a member of the Illusion Clan? A voice echoed from one of the crystal balls. No, I used our Illusion Clan's unique method to confirm. He didn't react at all. He's not a member of the Illusion Clan. He's just an ordinary human. An ordinary human who can defeat you in the puzzle game. Another crystal ball chimed in. So I specifically went to the market with him to show my sincerity. Just to ask him why he was able to defeat me. To be honest, what he said was theoretically possible, but how he did it was practically non-existent. He also said that he benefited from the rules. In a physical fight, he might not have fared so well. His companion is a dragon noble from the kingdom of Shilai, so it's not surprising he has some skill. But that dragon might have run away from home, because they talked about bringing money and clothes. Oh, and he bought things at the market today. Huanlia listed everything Shenrua had bought, causing all the crystal balls present to fall silent. Everything was of ordinary quality, and her backpack was filled with seasonings and a small portable pot. Chapter 16. Humans also have some warriors with good physical abilities, but without racial talents, their potential is limited, so there's no need to focus too much on them. The third crystal ball spoke. Instead of focusing on that, let's talk about the recent news of the legendary candidate's appearance. The fourth crystal ball responded to the third. According to the legend left by the gods, the world will face a great cataclysm 8 years after the candidate's appearance. There are 8 candidates in total. How many have appeared so far? The voice from the fifth crystal ball answered the fourth crystal ball's question. Currently, there is only one. He suddenly appeared before the clergy in the holy temple, and showed the mark on his palm, so his identity is beyond doubt. The legend of the candidate has been passed down for millions of years, and this is the first time it has appeared. The god's dying words are never wrong. What race is this candidate? Another crystal ball joined the conversation. He is a Zhezhe, which happens to be a race that those clergy like very much. The 10 crystals flickered, accompanied by one voice after another conversing. Although God left behind a will regarding the great cataclysm, and a legend about how to save the continent. The legend itself is vague. Does this candidate know what he's supposed to do? He says he came at God's call to save the Dust Sand continent during the Great Cataclysm. God imprinted the method for saving the continent in his memory, but his memory needs to be gradually awakened, so he needs the cooperation of the temple's people. The temple's people must be very enthusiastic, right? They're all very cooperative. Since the prophesied era is approaching, we should prepare ourselves and continue to monitor the candidates. 1 Leah, observe that human again, and see if he meets the organization's standards. If he does, see if he's interested. The crystal ball that had initially been communicating with 1 Leah lit up again, issuing an instruction. The voices emanating from these 10 crystal balls came from 10 spirit rank cultivators on the Dust Sand continent. These were the leaders of the organization Dust Sand 10 Absolutes, mentioned by Long Wei. Dust Sand 10 Absolutes recruits individuals with special talents. 1 Leah, as a member of the extremely rare illusion clan on the Dust Sand continent, possesses highly valuable abilities such as transformation and eye techniques. After arriving at the Eternal Tower, she quickly received an offer from Dust Sand 10 Absolutes. Puzzle cards are a relatively niche competitive sport, so 1 Leah has a considerable amount of free time to scout and recruit talent for Dust Sand 10 Absolutes. Now, 1 Leah is a core member of the organization responsible for assessing and recruiting talent. The fact that the human race was challenging the phantom race's strengths in the puzzle game caught the organization's attention after Shenrua signed up. After Shenrua defeated 1 Leah showed interest in how Shenrua had won. Firstly, it was partly to fulfill his duty within the organization, and secondly, he was also quite surprised. Meanwhile, Shenrua was discussing this with Long Wei. Don't you think 1 Leah was a bit too pretentious? Back in their room, after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Long Wei spoke ill of 1 Leah to Shenrua. A little, so when I told him how I defeated him, I was telling the truth. But if he wanted to misunderstand, I couldn't stop him. Huh, is there something wrong with what you're saying? Long Wei didn't understand what was amiss in Shenrua and 1 Leah's conversation. When I told him how I did that, I used his visual perception as an example. If someone can only see 100 meters, their eyes will hurt if they try to see something 500 meters away. Even someone who can see 500 meters still needs to adjust their senses to see things in front of them. I did win the competition by adjusting my mental and temporal perception, but with that example, he could easily assume I was someone who could only see 100 meters, and then force myself to see 500 meters to win. Although I beat him, that speed is unsustainable. As long as it's unsustainable, then I'm nothing to them to fear. At most, I'm just a human with strong short-term bursts of power. That way, I won't be subjected to unnecessary. I don't want to be disturbed anymore. I can continue my life in peace now. To instill such confidence in him, the steps of me becoming the champion and then returning the champion title are both indispensable. Shenrua's explanation puzzled Long Wei. Why do this? Wouldn't it be better to intimidate him and make him think you're very strong? And I don't understand why he chose to think you're just a human with explosive power in the short term. Actually, I might very well be. Shenrua smiled at Long Wei, resting her chin on her hand. Anyway, I don't like lying. I don't understand. Humph, I'm going to take a shower first. Long Wei didn't understand what Shenrua was considering. In fact, even if Shenrua revealed her true purpose, others might not believe it, because it seemed completely unnecessary to them. Shenrua didn't expect Long Wei to truly understand, and Long Wei's non-overthinking nature was actually a good thing for Shenrua at the moment. Even if there were any flaws, Long Wei would cover them up himself or forget about them after a while. In fact, what Shenrua was doing could be considered a form of hypnosis, but not the kind of hypnosis known to the inhabitants of this continent. The hypnosis they used was a narrower form of hypnosis. What Shenrua was doing was guiding those he came into contact with to reach the conclusions he desired, with almost no lying. For example, in the 10 squares, 2 different brand stores always appeared in pairs. By the 11th square, people accustomed to shopping in all 10 squares would naturally assume that the other brand was nearby when they saw one store, even if that brand didn't actually exist. At this point, the hypnosis was complete. Long Wei was a noble dragon who didn't overthink things. It was obvious that he lived on this continent. When acting with Long Wei, as long as he didn't take his flaws seriously, others would easily overlook them. Of course, Shenrua hadn't initially intended to achieve this effect. However, after failing to persuade Long Wei to return home, Shenrua had to consider the consequences of their joint action and how to cultivate her public image. Having confirmed the influence of the legends of the gods in this world, Shenrua was even more reluctant to let anyone discover her origins. If everyone she knew spoke to her with a serious expression and a chanting tone, please, just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Furthermore, once his identity is revealed, he might be forced to work tirelessly for quest items even if he doesn't want to. You know, history books describe how, during the rise and fall of dynasties, sometimes all you needed was an identity. You didn't even have a choice. You were simply thrust into a position, used as a figurehead. How many times has this happened? Come on, does he even recognize every single plant here? Has he seen every single race? Has he ever hunted? There are so many things in the world waiting for him to discover and learn. If he happens to encounter a quest item and collects it, that's fine, but spending all his time searching for quest items is not what he wants to do. While Long Wei was taking a shower, Shenruo looked up everything he didn't recognize in the room in the encyclopedia. Long Wei planned to go to the quest area starting tomorrow to see if he could make some money, and Shenruo finally had time to do something he wanted to do. Like, studying in the encyclopedia. After all, having to look up every single thing in the book in front of Long Wei would be too strange. He couldn't ask about everything or try things in front of others. He never knew when he might encounter something as solemn and awe-inspiring as the pumpkin unicycle messenger. When Long Wei came out of the shower, Shenruo was already curled up asleep on the sofa. The market in the Eternal Tower had far more things than in Gesang Town. He needed to conserve his energy to learn how to identify them. Long Wei had no idea what Shenruo was thinking. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he glanced at the cramped sofa and felt a pang of guilt. After all, Shenruo had fought for the right to use this room. If he hadn't refused to go home, things wouldn't be like this, right? But thinking about his father's dealings with the demons, and the things the demons had done and said, he felt a little resentful. And although he felt he was morally right, his father wanted to resurrect his mother, and he couldn't go back to face his father directly yet. Of course, he would have to go back sooner or later, but not now. He had to find a job tomorrow that could at least cover his rent, enough to book an extra room, otherwise he looked like a huge burden. He was a dragon. How could he be a burden to humans? Wouldn't he lose face? Long Wei was unusually conflicted, tossing and turning half the night, and set off for the mission area early the next morning with dark circles under his eyes. After he left the room, Shenruo opened her eyes. There was a match worth watching in the Tower of Eternity today. He wouldn't use the projection that required elemental power to activate, but projections of popular matches would be shown in the public areas of the Tower of Eternity. The information on the two teams in this match would be delivered to the door of each room the afternoon before, so that spectators could see it and place their bets. The match was in the afternoon, and Shenruo planned to visit the trading area in the morning and then return to the Eternal Tower to watch the match via projection, thus gaining a better understanding of the different races here. Previously, when he visited the trading area with Long Wei and Wan Lia, they focused on the open-air market because their purpose was clearly to buy things, and Shenruo wasn't particularly concerned with the quality of clothing. Now, however, he was here to learn, so naturally he wanted to look at some higher-quality goods. The Da San continent had many things he had never seen in books or encountered in reality. Most of the more expensive items here were inlaid with something called crystals. He had seen and heard the name crystals before when checking the freezers, and when Long Wei helped him turn on the projector. Clearly, this was a very important energy source on the Da San continent. Chapter 17. Shenruo hadn't overlooked this point. He consulted the encyclopedia to understand what these crystals were, and how to use them. After his research, he discovered that crystals were inextricably linked to the history of human survival and reproduction in this world. The encyclopedia described crystals as follows. Entry. Crystal. Elemental crystals. The world is composed of 6 fundamental elements: wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. Each element contains the energy that powers the world. Over many years, this energy has accumulated within the earth. When the concentration of energy in the earth reaches a certain level, crystals are formed. Because most races other than humans can utilize elemental power and possess innate abilities, crystals remained undiscovered for a long time. Early humans, lacking these abilities and unable to compete with other races for resources, often lived in barren mountain caves. To survive, they continuously carved into the mountains, and in the process, they discovered crystals. Humans initially didn't understand the applications of these crystals, only being able to use crystals like those for light and fire in the simplest ways. For example, using fire crystals to start fires and light crystals for illumination. After a long period, humans gradually figured out how to harness the elemental power stored within the crystals. Through processing and applying the crystals, humans finally gained the power to end their cave dwellings. And humans finally had professions best suited to them and recognized by other races. After reading the entries about crystals, Shinruo belatedly realized something. Since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, every time he encountered a race he hadn't seen before, he had consulted the encyclopedia to learn about their characteristics, but he had never learned about humans. This is because he is human, so he instinctively assumes that all humans in this world are like him. Just human, that's all. In reality, he's blind to his own shortcomings. Why does he assume that just because their physical structures are the same, they don't need to understand each other? Does he even understand how humans in this world survive? Furthermore, both the Gatekeeper and Longwei have mentioned the issue of pure-blooded Eastern humans. Because he's originally from the East on his home planet Earth, his understanding of pure-blooded Eastern humans is far too simplistic. For example, Longwei clearly looks like a Western dragon, and his clothing has a classical Western aristocratic feel, but his name is very Eastern. Isn't that just a translation issue? And then there's Huan Lia. The Huan race shares the surname Huan. Because they share a common language, he doesn't need to relearn it, so some things might have been misled by habit. It's like the concept of East, West, South, and North on Earth. Does the concept of East, West, South, and North even exist in the universe? The overall map of the Dust and Sand realm never shows it as a sphere like Earth. There aren't even sun and moon here. Why does he assume that East, West, South, and North should be the same as on Earth? Thinking this, Shinruo quickly filled in the gaps in his encyclopedia search results. Entry: Human race. Talent: none. A race with no innate talents, possessing naturally weaker physical abilities and senses. The earliest race to barely survive by living in groups, caves, and through division of labor and cooperation to collectively withstand survival risks. With the discovery and application of crystals during their cave-dwelling process, the human race's living environment greatly improved. By using tools crafted from elemental crystals, humans can also wield elemental magic similar to that naturally possessed by other races, but their ability to use it depends on whether they carry the tools, and the specific methods of use are also limited by the tools. These elemental crystals require maintenance after a period of use, but regardless, humanity gained prominence among other races through these crystal tools and, through long struggles, earned the respect of other groups. The humans living on the Dust Sand continent now make significant contributions in many areas, such as how to make food more delicious, how to increase crop yields, collecting the continent's history, and classifying and organizing items. However, due to their inherent weakness in military strength, human settlements are few, with most residing in other races' nations willing to cooperate with humans in the long term. Entry: Eastern humans. Talent: none. Characteristics: black hair, black eyes. A race with no special talents, and weaker physical abilities and senses. A very rare branch of humanity. The eastern part of the Dust Sand continent is a region that produces poisonous crops. Humans born there are characterized by black hair and black eyes. Due to the toxins in the crops they consume, their lifespan is short, and their physical condition is worse than other human races. However, because they could survive by consuming poisonous crops, their blood was often used as a raw material for potions. Due to their long-term hunting by demons, pure-blooded Eastern humans were almost extinct on the continent, with only a very small number merging with other humans and leaving behind their descendants. Most of the black-haired, black-eyed Eastern humans on the continent today are hybrids exhibiting atavism. Even this type of Eastern human is rare. After reading the introduction, Shinruo couldn't help but exhale. He didn't know why the Gatekeeper and the demons before him had both identified him as a pure-blooded Eastern human. According to the encyclopedia, the most valuable medicinal aspect of pure-blooded Eastern humans lies in their ability to alter the toxicity of poisonous crops through long-term consumption, thus enabling their use in potions. Even with the appearance of a pure-blooded Eastern human, he has never consumed such poisonous crops. Even if he were captured and used to make potions, the process would likely fail. Regardless, it seems his presence has indeed attracted the attention of the demons. However, in the Eternal Tower town, there is a dedicated organization ensuring the safety of visitors, so as long as he hasn't left the Eternal Tower, this issue isn't a major concern. Unlike the open-air market, items sold in shops are much more expensive, and many are perfectly suited to human needs. For example, there are magnificent armors capable of withstanding attacks from even spirit-level beings, special combat equipment, and various medicines with unique effects. There are also some one-time use special items, such as items that can summon a powerful attack, or items that can instantly freeze a critically injured person for immediate medical attention. These items were extremely expensive, essential for survival when traveling. Mercenary teams typically carried a small number, and they were rarely sold even in commercial areas. In short, they were beyond Shinruo's current financial means. Shinruo also saw items similar to Long Wei's storage ring, equally valuable. After browsing around, his main purpose was to familiarize himself with the items found in daily life and market shops in this world, ensuring he wouldn't be unable to recognize many things. To avoid giving the shopkeepers the impression that he was looking for a long time without buying anything, Shinruo generally took a quick look around each shop, trying to remember the appearance of the goods, or, in some shops, to memorize the labels and names of the items before finding a place outside to study them. At this pace, a morning wouldn't be enough to browse through everything in the market. With the afternoon's competition about to begin, Shinruo ended her shopping spree and went to the plaza. To ensure everyone in the Eternal Tower town could experience the atmosphere of the competition, a large projector in the plaza was displaying the matches holographically. Shinruo found a public bench and sat down, waiting for the match to begin. This match was the most common type of combat game in Eternal Tower, with simple rules. A no-holds-barred, weaponless fight. The match ended when one side conceded or lost the ability to fight. The arena was similar to the puzzle game. The outer area was the audience seating, while the center of the arena was a house constructed of special materials, obscuring the view from the inside, but allowing those outside to see inside. This house must have undergone some kind of special treatment, otherwise, in a world where magic could be used, Shinruo doubted whether the walls could withstand the clash of elemental energies between the two competitors. This match was particularly noteworthy and exciting because the two sides were said to be two families from a country in the western part of the Dust Sand continent, with a long-standing feud. It is said that the new king of that country is determined to reform its internal affairs. During each parliamentary session, these families, with their long-standing feuds, argue endlessly, and the inability to reach a resolution often stalls national policy. Recently, it is unclear what consensus they have reached, but it is said that the two families have decided to each choose a representative to fight in the Tower of Eternity. The loser will no longer be allowed to oppose anything in Parliament. Both families control a portion of the country's army, so their decision to adopt this method of resolution is quite unexpected. Firstly, given that it involves the interests of one family, it is already quite unbelievable that they would ultimately resort to this method to reach a certain degree of compromise. It is unknown whether their king has done something behind the scenes. Secondly, neither family can send their long-serving military commanders to the contest. The participant must possess both strong martial arts or magic skills, and the loss would not seriously harm their family. And the final participants are not unknown figures. The two contestants are, respectively, the vice-captain of a very famous mercenary group and a nobleman from that country who is passionate about martial arts. Their country was ruled by the Horn tribe. Horn tribe men were extremely robust, with very thick and long arms and relatively short legs. Therefore, when standing, with a slight bend in their body, their hands could touch the ground. Their fingers were also thick and strong, unsuitable for delicate work, but in combat, their clenched fists were exceptionally powerful. Chapter 18. The fighting match began, and Shinruo quickly understood why humans were considered a very weak race on the Dust Sand continent. The Horn tribe man on the left of the projection, according to the host, was named Horn Gross, the vice-captain of a very famous mercenary group. The Horn tribe man on the right was the nobleman, who was obsessed with martial arts, named Horn D. Due to their extremely robust physiques, the two Horn tribe men didn't employ any so-called dodging or skillful maneuvering in this fight. Both were simply testing their strength and physical power with a style of shattering stone. When Horn D exerted his strength, he performed a triple jump, landing on the wall, then the ceiling, and finally on the ground. The reason he was able to generate force when he landed on the wall was because his feet pushed off the wall while his fingers gripped the wall. This action directly caused a huge dent and crack in the wall centered on his fingers and feet. When the final punch landed, barely dodged by Horn Gruss, the ground was blasted into a ring of rubble by Horn Gruss, centered on himself. Their strength was evenly matched. During the fight, they didn't always dodge, but rather exchanged punches, sometimes even taking the blows head-on. Clearly, their physical strength surpassed the walls and floor of the dueling room. As the match progressed, they also began using elemental energy in their combat. Shinruo also realized that these two male Horn Gruss could only use earth element. Because in the small room, the shape and hardness of the floor began to change continuously after the match had progressed halfway through. This change was highly unusual. For example, when Quarter Gruss landed a straight punch, the ground suddenly shifted, forming an earthen wall. However, Quarter Gruss showed no sign of stopping and continued forward. When his fist struck the earthen wall, it suddenly crumbled into gravel, and his opponent, taking advantage of his blind spot, delivered a punch to his stomach. Despite extensive damage to the walls, ceiling, and floor, the room used for the fight remained standing. In the end, the match ended with Corner D winning and Corner Gruss losing. After watching the match, Shinrua mentally simulated what it would be like to stand still and take a punch from Corner D or Corner Gruss. He realized he would definitely be unable to withstand such a blow. It was entirely a matter of physical strength. But of course, Shinrua felt that in a life-or-death struggle, he had a way to defeat his opponent. After all, different goals require different methods. Although competitive matches in Ion involve signing documents similar to the life-or-death waivers Shinrua had read about in his books, primarily Ion's disclaimer regarding the participant's life or death, in reality, all competitive events in Ion have rules. And according to Long Wei, no one here would break the rules. Therefore, no matter what, as long as it's here, it's not a true life-or-death struggle. As long as the rules are followed, one cannot resort to any means necessary. Using poison, assassination, hidden weapons, traps, or overwhelming numbers are merely conventional, despicable methods. After watching the matches, Shinrua was a little tired. Returning to his room, he found Long Wei hadn't returned yet, so he took a shower and began meditating on his bed. Meditation had been a daily ritual for him for over 20 years, but since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, he hadn't done it even once. Firstly, there was too much to learn. Secondly, there was no convenient place to meditate. And thirdly, survival was his top priority. "Hey, what are you doing?" Long Wei returned from outside, and saw Shinrua meditating on the bed. Long Wei had no idea what meditation was. He only saw Shinrua sitting there silently in a very uncomfortable posture, completely ignoring his return. Achieving a state of deep concentration through meditation is very difficult, and Shinrua was someone who entered a meditative state very easily. The feeling of entering a meditative state on the Dust Sand continent was particularly strange. The flow of the world's energy here was completely different from his home planet, Earth. Once Shinrua entered a meditative state, he was reluctant to end it unless he sensed danger. Long Wei obviously posed no threat to him, so Shinrua didn't intend to end his first meditation, since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. However, Long Wei was clearly not one to mince words. He was very curious about what Shinrua was doing, and wanted to see if he was sleeping sitting up. So, he rubbed his hands together, and a small fireball flew toward Shinrua. Of course, he was prepared to retract the fireball the instant it touched Shinrua's nose if Shinrua didn't react. But just as the fireball reached Shinrua and was about to hit him, something strange happened. Shinrua slightly moved his lips, and the fireball slowly turned into a stream of air and disappeared before Long Wei's eyes. What kind of magic is that? This time, Long Wei truly couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to attack Shinrua. "This isn't magic," Shinrua asked, her arm gripped by Long Wei, leaving her no choice but to answer. "If it's not magic, then what is it? I can't explain it to you either. If you really want to understand, it's that I consider myself a part of the universe, and your fireball is also a part of the universe. You made it drift slowly over, so I had enough time to try out my ideas. The idea of changing it was something that flashed into my mind just now. I thought about it while reading books before, but never had the chance to put it into practice. And your fireball arrived at just the right time, and it was very slow, so I gave it a try." "Huh, you haven't tried this before?" Long Wei was even more amazed. "What if you failed? Wouldn't you get burned? Would a young master who would defy his father's wishes to save someone let something as stupid as burning someone for fun happen?" Shinrua had her own judgment of Long Wei's character. "Besides, it's so slow, wouldn't I be able to dodge it?" "That's not necessarily true. If you didn't do anything, I'd let it burn your eyebrows." "Humph, burning eyebrows isn't considered damage." "Okay, no problem. You came back so late. Did you not find a mission, or did you accept one?" Shinrua's question made Long Wei immediately feel dejected. "I received a mission, but the most suitable mission for me is one where the employer urgently needs to deliver something or go to another town. I can fly, but the problem is, transforming back into a dragon consumes a lot of stamina. Then I use the money for food and the rest." Long Wei opened his palm, revealing 5 small denomination dust coins, clearly not enough for a night's lodging. Shinrua obviously didn't understand Long Wei's guilt about not being able to sleep in the bed. In his view, booking another room was a pointless waste of money. "Keep these safe. Once I save some money and explore the area, I plan to leave. Think carefully about your plans. Going home is actually a good option. Your mother can't be resurrected, and your father can't abandon you too, can he?" "Huh? Why?" Long Wei couldn't understand. "Isn't there food, drink, and lodging here? I thought you stay until someone dethroned you." Isn't this better than your life as a wanderer in Gasang Town? Shenrua shook his head. That would take too long. Before, with the puzzle pieces, there's only about one challenger every 30 days, and that's only because of Wanlia's popularity. Before going to Gasang Town, I never left my old home. There's a saying, isn't there? The world is so big, I want to see it. That makes sense. Speaking of which, where's your home? I didn't have a map when I left, and now I can't go back. Shenrua seemed reluctant to talk more. Long Wei imagined it, and wondered if some demons had caused trouble for them, leading Shenrua to end up in Gasang Town alone with nothing. If that were the case, leaving home must be heartbreaking. He suddenly felt a surge of sympathy and realized he shouldn't have asked. Seeing Long Wei's hesitant expression, Shenrua belatedly realized that this young master had probably misunderstood. However, he didn't deliberately correct him, only adding, although, it's probably not what you think. There wasn't anything like a massacre. Don't overthink it. After all, the entry for Eastern humans easily evoked images of tragic fates, and Shenrua felt that he was far more capable than the young master in terms of survival skills. She didn't want him to be inexplicably pitted every few days. However, after he said he hadn't suffered any misfortunes, Long Wei's curiosity was piqued again. He thought he shouldn't have asked so many questions, but since it wasn't what he expected, was it okay to ask? So he lowered his voice and leaned closer mysteriously. So, what kind of people are your father and mother? Shenrua couldn't help but find it amusing. There was no one else in the room. Why was Long Wei acting like someone was eavesdropping outside? What was he thinking, this clandestine rendezvous? So he mimicked Long Wei's tone and whispered, actually, I don't remember them. Huh? Alright, stop asking so many questions. Aren't you tired after flying all day? Shenrua got off the bed. Here, take the bed. I'm going to sleep. Shenrua's words touched a nerve with Long Wei, but he couldn't squeeze himself into the small sofa, and he didn't want to express his feelings to Shenrua. After all, he didn't earn enough to live on, and his words carried little weight. Long Wei rolled around in bed, wrapped in the blanket, before managing to suppress the urge to scream to relieve his depression. When he finally peeked his head out from under the covers, Shenrua seemed to be asleep. Shenrua had just tried to persuade him to go home again. Actually, as a dragon, his statement that he had never left home meant he had never left his father's protection. He could fly out to play, travel in a special flying vehicle, and had even inspected his future territory accompanied by his father's subordinates. Therefore, he didn't quite understand Shenrua's statement about wanting to see the world. Forests are green, mountains are brown, rocks are gray. Looking down from the air, everything is just a blur. After seeing so much, isn't it all the same? Chapter 19. Days passed quickly as he strolled through the market and watched the competitions. Shenrua didn't participate in other competitive events to earn prize money, but occasionally he would read the competition introductions and place bets based on the contestants' situations. Just as he had predicted, few people were interested in challenging him in the puzzle card game. It was inherently an unpopular event. Previously, Wanlia had dominated the game for quite some time, and even when Wanlia was the champion, only one contestant would challenge him every 30 days. Now, Shenrua had seen many different races on the Dust Sand continent, and had gained some understanding of their characteristics. The Eternal Tower was indeed a very suitable place to gather intelligence. Many powerful individuals came here, and it was also a neutral zone with good public order. Shenrua had also gained some preliminary understanding of this world. On the Dust Sand continent, there were many small countries, but few influential organizations and countries. One such influential organization was the de facto ruler of the permanently neutral zone where the Eternal Tower was located, an organization called the 10 Absolutes of Dust Sand. Another organization with influence throughout the entire continent was the Holy See. Although named the Holy See, its existence differed from any organization Shenrua was familiar with that name. Shenrua could only attribute this to translation issues within the common language system. It was as if he were still an Eastern human without toxins in his blood. Could he truly be considered a genuine Eastern human on the Dust and Sand continent? The Holy See was an organization that preserved the legends of God, ensuring that God's will would continue on this continent. Within the Holy See, there was an important profession known as the Divine Poet. Divinely gifted poets may come from different races and sing poems in a special genre. When a divinely gifted poet appears, the Holy See sends someone to bring them to the Holy See, where the poet sings the poems, and a special recorder transcribes them. It is said that the poems sung by these divinely gifted poets fall into two categories. One recounts the unknown history of the Dust Sand continent, and the other describes events that occur outside the Dust Sand continent. Because the poems sung by divinely gifted poets are influenced by divine power, Collecting their poems is crucial for understanding the thoughts of the gods and perpetuating their will. At least, that's what the Holy See believes. Therefore, the Holy See possesses a vast collection of poems. The center of the Holy See is a place called the Holy Temple, where 8 enormous statues of gods are said to have stood there since the formation of the dust-sand continent. Most of the clergy of the Holy See are of the Zhizha race, a race that naturally possesses humanoid appearances but is taller and more handsome, and is naturally capable of using light magic. Light magic is incredibly diverse. Although each Zhizha can only use one type of light magic, depending on the user's ability, this type of magic can take on many different forms. They have very fair skin, silver or gold hair, and an ethereal aura. Depending on the strength of their abilities, their bodies bear varying numbers of golden markings. The Zhizha people consider these golden markings on their bodies proof of divine blessings, and are therefore naturally very arrogant, believing themselves to be closer to the gods than other races. However, whether they are truly superior to other races is a matter of debate, because on the dust-sand continent, there is a race that is inherently at odds with the Zhizha, the Herxi race. Shenrua consulted the encyclopedia's descriptions of the Zhizha and Ishi tribes, deducing that they must be creations of the same deity. This deity likely represents the laws of light and darkness. The Hishi tribe's appearance is very similar to the Zhizha tribe, only their beauty differs. The Zhizha's beauty is a noble, aloof, and ethereal beauty, while the Hishi tribe possesses a wild and untamed beauty. Besides their shared tall and handsome appearance, the Hishi tribe also possess markings that manifest according to the strength of their abilities. However, their skin is bronze, their hair is black, while their markings are inky black. The Hishi tribe is born with the ability to use dark magic. Each Hishi can only use one type of dark magic, but depending on the user's ability, they can manifest the same type of dark magic in multiple different forms. These two races have been at war since the earliest recorded history on the dust-sand continent. The Zhizha race has the Holy See, while the Hishi race possesses the strongest mercenary group on the continent, their leader known as the King of Soldiers, Hishi. As expected of the powerful figures on the dust-sand continent, when Shenrua consulted the encyclopedia, well-known figures, like the Lord of the Holy See and the King of Soldiers, Hishi not only had dedicated entries, but also accompanying pictures. This was much more convenient than the gatekeepers, as it prevented unnecessary trouble if someone didn't recognize them. These races all possessed various talents, and their appearances were already more advantageous than those of humans. Although Shenrua expressed disdain for the gatekeepers, it must be admitted that humans were indeed the weakest race on the dust-sand continent without the aid of tools. As for using tools, once tools were invented, they were no longer exclusive to humans. Other races also had tools in the past, but they simply didn't use crystal tools for casting magic. These kinds of tools are rarely seen in markets, probably because human craftsmen considered them crucial strategic equipment for their race's survival, and therefore didn't like to circulate them. However, Shenrua didn't intend to use these tools to become stronger. Speaking of powerful weapons, how strong were the weapons used in interstellar warfare in his universe? What were their ultimate consequences? Relying on external objects will ultimately lead to destruction by them. Besides studying, sometimes when time was right, Shenrua would accompany Long Wei to the mission area. Suitable missions for Long Wei were few. As Long Wei said, he often only got jobs delivering people or goods, which was incredibly frustrating. Although there were many countries on the dust-sand continent, they all had a common currency. The reason for this phenomenon was related to the existence of divine laws on this continent. A divinely inspired poet once sang verses related to this, recounting how, when the gods created the world of dust-sand continent, they established primordial laws, including a unified language among intelligent races and a common currency among different civilizations. The gods, due to their disagreements, each created their own worlds and races, yet left behind the hope of unity amidst their divisions on the dust-sand continent. This is how the divinely inspired poet supposedly sang the creation history of the gods. The currency on the dust-sand continent is divided into 3 qualities: gold, silver, and copper. Shenrua suspects this is also due to the translation laws, because gold coins are not actually gold, silver coins are not actually silver, and copper coins are clearly not made of copper. The 3 types of currency were made of an unknown metal, certainly not the gold, silver, or copper that Shenrua was familiar with. These 3 different colored metal coins also had different denominations. It was said that this unified currency appeared at the very beginning of trade, following the laws of the gods. Along with it appeared divinely inspired poets, who chanted about the use of the currency, and how its value was converted. This currency wasn't minted, instead, it appeared in a map pool controlled by the Holy See, based on the number of intelligent beings, a holy see that deeply respected the continuation of God's will. Once a certain amount of currency had accumulated, the Holy See would send people to distribute the coins from the pool to the local residents according to their locations on the map. However, a very long time ago, no new currency appeared in the map pool. The Holy See believed that the amount of currency generated in the past was sufficient for the continent's circulation needs. The bag of money Shenrua initially received while working in Gasang Town was entirely in copper coins. Copper coins come in 6 denominations: 10, 50, 100, 300, 500, and 800. A copper coin with a total face value of 1,000 is equivalent to 1 silver coin. Silver coins come in 4 denominations: 1, 3, 5, and 10. A silver coin with a total face value of 15 is equivalent to 1 gold coin. Gold coins only have one denomination, 1. From this perspective, Shenrua had actually calculated the odds carefully, but the returns were actually quite disheartening. He won against Wanlia, earning a prize of 20 gold coins, while all his bets were in copper coins. Even with an 800-fold increase, he only had 400 silver coins, which is less than 27 gold coins. This amount of money would be considerable in Gasang Town, but it's negligible in the Eternal Tower. A storage ring of similar quality to the one Longwei possesses costs around 25 gold coins. Of course, this is because Longwei's storage ring is of high quality. Besides its large storage capacity, it also has magic resistance. Storage accessories are practically hard currency on the Dust Sand continent. They don't depreciate much unless damaged. While serving as the arena champion provides ample food, lodging, and transportation, the main restriction is the inability to leave the Eternal Tower freely. Of course, with a communication crystal, one can receive a message upon leaving and return before the match, but communication crystals are expensive, and a series of registration procedures at the front desk are required. Therefore, exploring ways to acquire money outside the arena is also essential. Shenrua, of course, had her own considerations when exploring the quest area with Longwei. Although he allocated his betting funds according to the mathematical theories he had learned, and generally used his visual perception to assess the skill levels of the contestants, his winning rate was currently quite good. For example, his total assets had increased from less than 47 gold coins to slightly more than 47 gold coins. However, betting is gambling, not a guaranteed way to make money. And at this rate of earning, buying a full set of survival gear plus storage rings and other necessities seemed a long way off. A mission that could be completed while traveling would be ideal for Shenrua. If the employer could offer more gold coins, that would be even better. However, after exploring the mission area a few times with Longwei, Shenrua understood why money was so hard to earn there. Chapter 20. The island's quest posting system is divided into 3 levels, arranged in an arc shape, with walls covered in various quests. Quests here are tiered, with the lowest difficulty level being F rank. These quests require neither qualifications nor a team, only individual information entry and verification are needed. Once a quest is accepted, the quest center will automatically cancel it for 7 days. If the individual who accepted the quest has not completed it after 7 days, the quest is considered a failure. Ion will then repost the quest after consulting with the client. Other quest levels require certain prerequisites. First is qualification. Qualification for accepting quests is divided into individual qualification and team qualification. For individual qualification, the individual must apply. The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization's professional agency will assess the individual's various qualities, and then assign a rank. This is only the first step, because the ability assessment only proves whether the individual has the capacity to complete a quest of corresponding difficulty. It does not guarantee the individual's credibility. Furthermore, each individual has their own area of expertise, so to improve one's qualification level, one needs corresponding reputation or to have completed a certain number of tasks. Some tasks require the individual or team accepting the task to pay a deposit. Additionally, many tasks require team completion. Therefore, these tasks are not something you can simply accept at will. Joining a qualified team is another way to accept tasks at a higher level without needing to assess individual abilities. But qualified teams themselves have very strict evaluation criteria. Furthermore, once team members have clearly defined roles, they often resist accepting new members. The first floor of the Ion Quest area is divided into 4 quest zones based on difficulty: C, D, E, and F. The cancellation period for F-level quests is 7 days, for E-level 15 days, for D-level 30 days, and for C-level 90 days. Starting with B-level quests, the bounty is several times higher than that of C-level quests, and there is no time limit. However, The quest posting board will no longer cancel a quest simply because an individual or team has accepted it. But the quest posting board will inform those who accept the quest how many individuals or teams are currently working on it, and how long ago the first individual or team to start the quest left. This allows interested individuals or teams to consider before accepting the quest. However, regardless of the number of individuals or teams participating, only the individual or team that completes the quest and submits proof of completion to the quest posting board will receive the bounty. In other words, missions of B rank and above not only require the ability to complete the mission, but also competition with other mission participants or teams. Long Wei, being a dragon, possesses a natural advantage in aptitude assessments. They can fly, change their appearance, and are extremely strong, especially in dragon form. Furthermore, Long Wei has already completed numerous F rank missions recently, so his aptitude assessment has automatically upgraded to C rank. Shenrua doesn't want to undergo individual aptitude certification, because that would leave too much of his personal information. While candidates in the God's Game of Dust and Sand can choose to cooperate, such as handing over all the quest items they found to another candidate, there are actually more than one trap. The most important point is the setting that severing the mark grants access to all the quest items collected by the other candidate. If candidates could truly trust and cooperate so easily, why the requirement to sever the mark? Wouldn't it be better to simply make it so they cannot hide from other candidates whether they have any quest items yet to be handed over? Since the gatekeeper says that candidates must be among the top in physical combat and intelligence in the 8 universes without the aid of tools, they must be highly skilled in scheming and combat. We can't expect them to have any saintly compassion. Like Shenrua, he doesn't actually want to participate in the competition, but he won't hope to gain the trust of other candidates by handing over what's in his earring. After carefully listening to and remembering the rules explained by the gatekeeper, he doesn't believe this is a game that encourages cooperation. There were 7 beings with ridiculously strong racial talents, who would likely be interested in his life. Just thinking about it made Shenrua realize he needed to be cautious about any assessments of his strength that kept records. The information he left during the jigsaw puzzle competition wasn't much, and it was a speed-based competition. It at most proved he could improve his speed in a short time, but didn't prove anything significant. The assessment of individual aptitude for missions was different. To gain aptitude, you had to demonstrate some strength, and once you entered the assessment system and left your information, each completed mission would accumulate aptitude credit. Once a certain number of tasks are completed, an individual's data model will be built. When you reach the level required to complete the highest level S-rank tasks, you likely be like the Lord of the Papacy or the Hercules King, with an individual entry and accompanying image. Therefore, there are several ways to remain inconspicuous. First, have Long Wei join a qualified team, and then have Shenrua, as Long Wei's burden, join the team alongside him without sharing the bounty. Since he previously won the puzzle card tournament, a team would likely accept Long Wei if he provided for himself and didn't share the bounty. Second, have Long Wei become the team leader and create a team. However, both methods require Long Wei to be present. Shenrua felt that Long Wei should end his runaway lifestyle and go home to talk to his father. His current life was clearly miserable for the noble young master, but for Shenrua, it was already the best he could do. Shenrua hadn't helped Long Wei choose any quests while they explored the quest area together, because she hadn't accompanied him since he reached C rank. As for D rank and lower quests, there weren't many that were suitable for Long Wei and wouldn't take too long. Because Long Wei was short on money, he was hesitant to accept quests that took too long, as he would have to pay for his own lodging and food, which he simply couldn't afford. After reaching C rank, he finally found some quests that could be done in the Tower of Eternity, and were somewhat suitable for him. This? Shenrua pointed to a quest on the wall. You played around with fireballs last time, which means your elemental power is fire-based. This is practically tailor-made for you. Hearing this, Long Wei quickly came over to look. The quest Shenrua pointed to looked like this. Quest: Flame Temperature Control. Quest Issuing Organization: Wogun Craftsman Guild. Quest Location: Backyard of Shop 66, Trading District, Ion Town. Flame temperature control and producing flames are different, okay? Long Wei shook his head. I can only create fire, not control the temperature. Temperature control is the application of flames. Shenrua thought for a moment. This quest is in the Trading District. We can skip the quest for now, and go directly to that shop to ask and find out. Long Wei was a little reluctant to waste time doing the quest just to find out more. He was having a hard time saving money these days, and if he wasted today's time, he'd have to take money from his savings for food, making it even further from being able to support himself. However, Seeing that Shinruo seemed really eager to go, he suggested, "How about we split up? I go get the mission, and you go find that shop?" "I'm a human with no talent," Shinruo reminded Long Wei, "and I have no qualifications whatsoever. If I go alone, they probably won't even bother with me. Don't worry, I treat you to dinner today. I don't want to eat bread that's about to expire." "Please, do I look like the kind of person who would do that?" "You are? You already did," Long Wei accused. "Didn't you enjoy it back then? Besides, we didn't have much money then. I used 1/5 of the money I earned from chopping vegetables and washing dishes for several days to buy you bread, and I didn't even eat myself." "That seems to be the case." Long Wei, feeling guilty, could only follow Shinruo to the trading area. Shop number 66 in the trading area was a very impressive store, mostly selling weapons and armor. After explaining their purpose, Shinruo introduced Long Wei. "This is a dragon with the qualifications to accept C-rank missions. His elemental power is fire, so he wants to understand exactly how to control the fire temperature in your fire temperature control mission, so he can decide whether to accept it." The man who greeted them was a muscular human craftsman. He looked at Long Wei and smiled. "Your understanding is a bit off. Actually, the most famous fire temperature control craftsmen in the industry are all human. Our guild doesn't lack such craftsmen, but today we received an urgent order. The recipient is in the Eternal Tower, and our craftsman in the Eternal Tower town happened to be on leave going home, so we temporarily issuing this task to see if anyone is capable. It's true that some fire attribute dragons can continuously provide flames and precisely control their temperature, but such dragons wouldn't be willing to do craftsmanship. So, while dragonfire weapons are theoretically more valuable, that's only in theory. Most dragons are very wealthy. They could do craftsmanship, but they wouldn't, and therefore wouldn't possess such skills. Speaking of which, this one looks like a young master. Why would he want to learn about our rough work? Well, it's because he's a fire attribute dragon and needs to strengthen his fire abilities, so he thinks temperature control would be a good training method." Shinruo remained expressionless, speaking logically, and as if it were a genuine claim. Chapter 21. "Is that so? If you're willing, I can tell you roughly what our needs are for the flame. If he can do that, we can consider paying him double the posted fee to do some forging for us for a few days. Dragonfire is considered the highest quality fire on the Dust Sand continent. Tools, weapons, and armor forged with dragonfire are usually only obtainable under very special circumstances. These items are often needed by the dragons themselves, or related to legends of the gods, which is why these fire attribute dragons are willing to participate in the forging process. If this dragon can achieve the temperature control they require with their flame, the price of the resulting weapons would more than double. That won't do. Double the fee is too cheap." Shinruo rejected the idea without even thinking. Long Wei, standing nearby, was practically in his throat. He had told Shinruo he couldn't control the temperature. This guy not only acted like he could do it, but he was also asking for an exorbitant price. The craftsman smiled a little sheepishly. "It is a bit low. What are your thoughts? Tell us your requirements for temperature control, and how to do it specifically. It would be best if you could show us a demonstration. We think about it for a night, and give you an answer tomorrow." This wasn't difficult, because the War Spear Craftsmen's Guild was a forging guild, and such guilds took on apprentices, and temperature control craftsmen also started as apprentices. Initially, the guild would show apprentices videos of demonstrations by renowned craftsmen. This wasn't some taboo industry secret. The precision of temperature control depends on each individual's experience and aptitude. Theoretically, dragons have a much higher ceiling in temperature control than humans. Humans need to start fires, and then control the temperature of flames that aren't their own, while dragons can directly generate fire through elemental power. It's an innate ability. High-ranking dragons can theoretically control the temperature of their generated flames at will. The allure of having proud fire dragons assist in forging weapons is simply too great. The craftsman clearly explained the forging time, the continuous fire temperature, the need to adjust the fire temperature under specific conditions, and the temperature control required when fusing different materials. Emerging from the backyard of Shop 66, Long Wei pulled Shinruo to a secluded spot, muttering complaints. "One night? Impossible. You know I can't control the temperature. And what's with complaining it's too cheap? Double the price according to the mission, that's 2 gold coins. Heh, Shinruo chuckled, you see. He then pulled out his encyclopedia. Placing his hand on the book, Shinruo silently recited a name he guessed, and as he expected, the corresponding entry appeared in the encyclopedia. Entry, Dragonfire Weapon. Category, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. An epic level weapon, priceless and unavailable. since weapons circulating in the market are generally forged by human craftsmen, while dragonfire weapons require cooperation between dragons and humans to create, and dragons are unwilling to engage in craftsmanship, dragonfire weapons only appear under special circumstances. For example, fire attribute dragons are only willing to participate in weapon making when a dragon king or noble lord wants to forge a weapon for their descendants, or when the Holy See needs it for a special sacrificial ceremony. Therefore, dragonfire weapons are extremely difficult to obtain. See? If your fire were used to forge weapons, how much value could it generate? Giving only double the price is obviously too cheap. Alright, this isn't the place to chat. I discuss the details with you when we get back. Now, let's go to the open-air trading area to buy some things. This was the first time Shenrua had mentioned buying anything since purchasing 2 sets of ordinary clothes and an ordinary dagger. Long Wei's curiosity was piqued again. Following behind Shenrua, he saw Shenrua pick out several items that he considered junk. If the previous items Shenrua bought were of ordinary quality, these items could probably be described as inferior. One item was even free. The human stall owner only asked Shenrua for an autograph, and then exclaimed repeatedly, "I watched your match the other day, and I even bet on you to win." Not for any other reason than that competitive events can't be done with magical items, so humans generally don't participate. It's such a surprise. I just wanted to show some support for my race. I didn't expect you to win. Hey, that was fantastic. The odds were even more fantastic. Humans aren't without a fighting spirit, but on the Dust Sand continent, it's unlikely that this spirit would be able to be unleashed. Shenrua's match that day clearly awakened that instinct within the stall owner. Having received the items from the stall owner, Shenrua had everything she needed. Next, she needed to go back to her room to explain to Long Wei how to use fire, while simultaneously controlling the temperature. Shenrua first filled a basin with water, then made a simple stand on either side of a plate, placing one of the purchased items on it. She then said to Long Wei, "First, use fire to heat this thing, gradually increasing the temperature of your flame until it reaches a bright red color. Remember the moment it reaches that bright red, and then practice." Long Wei didn't understand. What's going on? I always tell the truth. Temperature control is a good training method, didn't I? Don't you want to become stronger? Is that how it's explained? Weren't you just making things up to get information out of him? Long Wei was taken aback by Shenrua's method of presenting the result before the cause, but Shenrua was right, he did want to become stronger. But when did he agree to temperature control training? While inwardly grumbling, his actions betrayed him. Long Wei did as Shenrua instructed. Dragons are a race with the innate ability to use elemental power, and dragon bloodlines are determined by talent. Long Wei's parents were nobles, so their talent was naturally high. After Long Wei was able to precisely bring the first item to a red-hot state within a second each time, Shenrua asked him to achieve the second goal. Next, you need to melt the surface of this thing first, Shenrua told Long Wei. Then, at the speed I count down, let the molten metal drip into the water, drop by drop. This was much more difficult than the first one, and most importantly, it required consistency and precision. Once Long Wei could consistently do it, Shenrua scooped the clump of metal that had dripped into the water and showed it to him. This is the metal your dragonfire has tempered. Its melting point and required red-hot temperature are 2 of the temperatures the craftsman requested for temperature control today. Now you know exactly when your flame is at these 2 temperatures. The next step is to switch the flame's temperature freely between them. Huh? How did you know its melting point and required red-hot temperature? Long Wei was surprised. Were you planning to take me to be a craftsman all along? No, I just look everything up in an encyclopedia when I'm browsing the market, and then I research things I'm interested in more in depth. Your thirst for knowledge is exaggerated. Long Wei was deeply impressed. Then a question came to mind. He had this question when he met Shenrua, but because their meeting was a life-or-death situation in his mind, he was only focused on getting angry. Then Shenrua's actions shocked him even more, and then he experienced hunger and the struggle to earn money, causing him to become accustomed to this question and no longer feel anything was amiss. So, Shenrua didn't have any storage space on him, so how did he manage to take out and put away the encyclopedia? And this encyclopedia is so comprehensive, it has everything. Does such a complete book really exist? How come he didn't know about it? Where did your encyclopedia come from? Thinking of this suspicious point, Long Wei asked, why can it be taken out and put away so easily when you don't have any storage space? Shenrua thought to himself, oh no! But in a flash, he came up with an explanation. On my way from home to Gasang Town, I met a creature. This creature suddenly spoke, saying that I am a rare Eastern human, and that he is a fragment of a god scattered across the continent. Then he gave me the book, saying I could take it out or put it away whenever I wanted. In this world, it seems many illogical things are related to the remnants of the gods. For example, that strange, goofy pumpkin-shaped man. Since even that pumpkin-shaped man could make Wan Lia and Longwei look so solemn, then the origin of this book, as long as it's related to the gods, makes sense, right? Besides, it really is related to the gods. It was indeed a messed up creature I encountered on the way from home to Gasang Town, or rather, this messed up creature actually took me from my home to Gasang Town. This creature even explicitly stated that he was a rare Eastern human, and the book was given to me by this creature. He also explained how to use it. Aside from the fact that this creature claimed to be fragments of divine essence scattered across the continent, Shinruo was essentially telling the truth. Long Wei, like him, quickly accepted the book's inconsistencies upon hearing that its origins were related to gods. Because the laws and remnants of the gods on the Dust Sand continent didn't require comprehension, each race only needed to respect and revere them. Having resolved Long Wei's questions, Shinruo picked up the second item and placed it on the shelf. Alright, let's practice temperature control with the second metal now. The method is the same. Once you can remember and understand the required temperature for each of these metals, and can freely switch between their reddening and melting temperatures, I will tell you the terminology for each temperature. After that, you must be able to change your flame temperature the instant I call out the term. If you can do that, we can go and negotiate the price tomorrow. Chapter 22. The next day, Shinruo and Long Wei returned to Shop 66. Excellent. This young master's dragon fire is perfectly capable of forging weapons. The craftsman praised Long Wei's control over the flame's temperature. However, our work is very arduous. The fire needs to be kept burning for a full day and night to forge a good weapon. Oh! Then it will cost 30 gold coins. Shinruo directly quoted a price. No, this price is outrageous. While this young master is perfectly capable of forging weapons, we don't need him to forge weapons of epic quality or higher. 15 gold coins is the most we can offer. The craftsman hurriedly countered, while Long Wei was dumbfounded by Shinruo's offer. Yesterday, the craftsman doubled his offer to 2 gold coins, but today Shinruo had directly raised it to 30. 15 is impossible. When has the Dragon Clan ever been short of 15 gold coins? Shinruo snorted coldly. If you only want 15, I have an additional condition. After you finish smelting, you have to give me a set of the same materials, and lend me your furnace. I want to open the furnace and forge a weapon. Is that alright? Huh? Shinruo is a craftsman. Then why didn't he use this skill to find work in Gasang Town before? Why did he have to go through such a miserable time? But Long Wei didn't dare ask Shinruo at this moment. After all, Shinruo's bargaining with the craftsman had already left Long Wei dumbfounded. It was completely beyond his comprehension. You can forge weapons too? The craftsman's interest was piqued. Sure, when do we start? You can arrange it. Then let's get started. The craftsman was afraid that Shinruo and Long Wei would change their minds. After all, forging a dragonfire weapon would make him very prestigious in the craftsman world. However, Shinruo's condition made him uncomfortable. Since they were going to forge a dragonfire weapon, he naturally wanted to inlay it with the best materials. But Shinruo's condition was that he needed the same materials, which meant increasing the material cost. Although dragonfire weapons could fetch astronomical prices, that was because dragons were very proud. So when they were willing to participate in weapon manufacturing, they had extremely high demands, making the materials themselves very expensive. Moreover, the dragons that forged dragonfire weapons were usually very powerful among fire dragons, with long lifespans of several hundred years. This young master looked to be only about 18 years old, still considered inexperienced among dragons. Of course, any dragonfire weapon would be expensive, and he had never sold a dragonfire weapon forged under such circumstances before. It was probably the first of its kind on the continent. Because of this, he didn't dare to offer too high a fee. 15 gold coins plus one set of materials was, in his opinion, an acceptable price, a surefire profit. The forging of dragonfire weapons differs from that of ordinary weapons. Ordinary weapons require one craftsman to control the temperature of the flames, while another craftsman forges the weapon. Controlling the flames is a complex process for humans, but for dragons, it involves directly using dragonfire to temper the metal at a controlled temperature. During this tempering process, the metal undergoes changes, and the craftsman concentrates entirely on shaping the weapon. Since the dragons forging dragonfire weapons are of the fire element, it is ideal to equip them with fire elemental crystals. Tempered by dragonfire, this weapon would activate fire magic with remarkable fluidity, something human fire-controlling craftsmen couldn't achieve. With everything ready, the craftsmen treated Long Wei and Shenrua to a meal, as they would be working continuously for the next day and night. The next day and night wouldn't be easy for Shenrua either, as he didn't actually know how to forge weapons, especially not in the way the Sand continent did. The environment was different. The methods and principles of weapon forging couldn't be simply applied to his past knowledge. Even though he had read books on the principles of various weapons and the history of weapon manufacturing, that knowledge was still based on his home planet, Earth. Transforming book knowledge into practice required hands-on experience. Shenrua was undoubtedly a recognized genius, but to master the forging techniques to the same level as this craftsman in one go, he first needed to apply his visual perception intensively. Not only could he not miss any step, but he also had to see the weapon, the dragonfire, and the changes in the aura emanating from the craftsman during his work. For Long Wei, all the hardships he had endured were after meeting Shenrua, whether it was flying for days and nights without food, drink, or sleep, or now, constantly breathing fire for a day and a night. Oh, Shenrua also asked the craftsman for the same materials, meaning he had to breathe fire for another day and a night. However, after a day and a night, the craftsman took out the weapon after quenching it, sharpened it, and raised it. A buzzing sound emanated from the weapon, like a dragon's roar. It's done! The Dragon Roar War Spear. The craftsman decided on the weapon's name the moment he held it in his hands. All the hard work of the day and night was worth it. The quality of this spear was definitely worth several hundred gold coins. You worked hard. Let's go back and rest for a bit. We come back the day after tomorrow. Shenrua was referring to having the craftsman prepare another batch of materials. Settle the wages. Once we finish forging the weapon the day after tomorrow, our temporary contract will be complete. How about considering working for our guild? The craftsman looked at Long Wei expectantly, extending a sincere invitation. Although he didn't know what was going on, having a dragon willing to forge weapons was truly a great thing. If he didn't want to continue this work, that would be fine. But if he wanted to continue, he'd have to find a way to offer a high price to keep the dragon. Does he look like he's short of money? Shenrua said disdainfully. He only let you get a bargain because he wanted to hone his skills. Haha, the dragon race certainly doesn't lack money. However, if you're short of money or still want to hone your fire control skills, please continue to choose our guild, the craftsman said with a fawning smile. After finishing forging the dragonfire weapon, Shenrua and Long Wei used the money they had just earned to have a good meal. Then, at Long Wei's insistence, they booked another room. Shenrua let him be. After all, he himself hadn't slept in a bed for a long time. The things he was about to do were also very demanding, and sufficient rest was essential. Afterwards, Shenrua spent half a day in his room repeatedly reviewing and refining the details of the craftsman's forging of the Dragon Roar War Spear, and then spent another half a day browsing the market. When Shenrua and Long Wei arrived at the backyard of shop number 66 for the third time, Shenrua was carrying some things. The materials and workstations have all been prepared for you too. What's this? The craftsman glanced at the bag Shenrua was carrying. I thought about it repeatedly, and I feel there are some details that could be improved. Also, I want to add some inlays to the spear I'm forging. Shenrua took out the contents of the bag, wind elemental crystals, and a metal unique to the Sand continent, used for weapons and implements. Alright, this metal needs some treatment first, Shenrua said to Long Wei. Blast it with a level 3 smelting flame. Long Wei did as Shenrua instructed, and then saw Shenrua take a hammer and first hammer the metal into a strip. At a speed the craftsman couldn't even see, Shenrua, with his specially gloved hands, flipped and turned the metal into a strip, the hammer blows so frequent they were chilling. Under his hammering, the metal became a very thin, elongated bar. After Long Wei stopped blasting the fire, Shenrua quenched the bar and polished it to bring out its original luster. Shenrua then picked up the pliers and severed one end, leaving only a long, thin, round strip. Using this strip, he began to use an ancient Eastern technique from his home planet Earth, one he had studied and practiced before, based on books, to create an exquisitely detailed magic circle. This magic circle was one he had seen in a magic scroll in the trading area of the Tower of Eternity after arriving on the Sand continent. After consulting the encyclopedia, he deemed it a perfect design for use on weapons. This magic circle had different nodes, which could be inlaid with both wind and fire elemental crystals. Based on Shenrua's simple life experience, starting a fire always requires fanning the flames, otherwise, where would the idiom fanning the flames come from? To better utilize the fire element energy within a weapon, wind element energy is indispensable. This is Shinruo's understanding. After completing the magic circle pattern, Shinruo began having Longwei process the materials provided by the craftsman, following the method used to forge the spear the day before. The day before, when Shinruo watched the craftsman forge the weapon, he used extremely high levels of mental and visual perception. Although the craftsman's technique was quite good, in Shinruo's view, he hadn't achieved perfection. Because during his observation, the craftsman had repeatedly caused his internal energy flow to stagnate. If he could maintain this continuous flow throughout, the quality of the spear would undoubtedly be elevated to another level. This might be difficult for the craftsman, but for Shinruo, maintaining a steady flow of energy was a daily practice in his cultivation. In Eastern metaphysics, there's a method called following the natural way, taking nature as its teacher, and cultivating a steady flow of energy like a continuous stream of water. The highest good is like water. Therefore, maintaining the flow of qi, and even adjusting its intensity in conjunction with the flames of dragon's might, was not difficult for Shinruo once he understood the principles. Following the craftsman's techniques to forge the spear, Shinruo attached the previously prepared magic circle to the curved surface of the spear. Then, with the help of the flames of dragon's might, he adjusted the magic circle to perfectly fit the curved surface of the spear. Inlaying wind and fire elemental crystals at the nodes, Shinruo quenched and sharpened the spear. A golden light shot out from the sharpened weapon, rushing upwards towards the courtyard, lasting for several seconds before dissipating. This is legendary quality? Chapter 23. The craftsman was deeply shocked, only managing to utter these words after the golden light had completely dissipated. Long Wei was equally shocked. Shinruo had again instructed him yesterday to practice repeatedly, pointing out several shortcomings in his work with the craftsman, urging him to do even better when assisting Shinruo in forging weapons. Then Long Wei asked him if he had been a craftsman before, and what did Shinruo say? Just learned, first time tomorrow. Why could he forge such an outrageous weapon on his first try? Although he did feel he did better than his first time, he knew his own abilities. Compared to the famous fire dragons he knew, his strength was far inferior. But why did he produce a golden legendary weapon? Could there be such an outrageous existence among humans? Shinruo didn't look much older than him. According to the age-to-appearance ratio among humans on the Dust Sand continent, Shinruo might even be younger. How much do you think this spear is worth? Shinruo picked up the spear and brandished it a few times. It wasn't a particularly suitable weapon for him. On the Dust Sand continent, martial artists were generally tall and strong. For humans to catch up with other races in terms of physical strength, they needed to develop strong and firm muscles. Because this was the territory of the Spear Guild, the weapons the craftsmen were demonstrating were spears, and their tools and materials were best suited for forging spears. However, the length and size of this spear were not suitable for Shinruo. Although there is a saying in Eastern metaphysics, an inch longer, an inch stronger, and another saying, the spear is the king of weapons. Shinruo, of course, knew how to use a gun, but the war spears of the Dust Sand continent were quite different from the long spears of Eastern cold weapons. Holding this particular spear, Shinruo naturally felt it wasn't quite right in his hand. This weapon must be quite valuable, right? Do you sell them here? Shinruo asked the craftsman. What? You're selling it? The craftsman and Long Wei exclaimed in unison, incredulous. Yes, what's the problem? Shinruo looked at the craftsman and Long Wei's reactions, somewhat puzzled. This is a weapon we forged together. That golden light just now. It must be a legendary quality item. How can you bear to sell it? Long Wei said anxiously. Yes, and didn't you say you weren't short of money? The craftsman was also surprised. With your skills, finding a lucrative craftsmanship wouldn't be difficult, but a weapon like this, made of dragon fire, isn't something you can just have whenever you want. Shinruo didn't understand what Long Wei and the craftsman were struggling with, especially Long Wei. It's not that I'm short of money, but that Long Wei isn't. And if he's not short of money, doesn't he need this weapon? Besides, are you going home soon? Do you want this weapon as a souvenir? Then why don't you just ask your father to buy it for you? Long Wei was torn between being upset about having to buy the weapon he had crafted himself, or having to sell his unexpected legendary creation. In the end, he looked frustrated, and all his words turned into silence. Of course we can sell it on consignment, but something this valuable is difficult to sell, and most importantly, it's hard to price. A craftsman like Shinruo, who can forge legendary dragonfire weapons using only rare ores as the main material, is always a valuable asset for any guild to recruit. Craftsmen are known for their honesty and integrity, and if they could keep this man and his dragon in their guild, that would be fantastic. However, he knew that was impossible, but building a good relationship couldn't hurt. So how do you usually sell weapons like this? Shinrua asked humbly. Of course, you send them to auction. The Eternal Tower has such auctions, and there's one every 30 days. With the backing of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, it avoids people fighting over treasures. Therefore, the most secure auction in the entire dust and sand continent is in the Eternal Tower. That's why most artisan guilds have shops and artisans stationed there. There's something I want to ask you. Shinrua looked into the artisan's eyes. 10 minutes later, Shinrua and Long Wei walked out of shop number 66, only to find it surrounded by onlookers of various races. It turned out that the golden light from earlier had attracted the attention of others, who had come to see what kind of legendary weapon this guild had produced. The newly forged Dragonfire Spear had already been stored in Long Wei's storage ring, but Long Wei's dragon appearance still attracted the attention of others. Upon seeing a dragon appear, the onlookers immediately understood that the weapon forged must be a Dragonfire weapon. These people weren't polite. Seeing Shinrua and Long Wei emerge, someone immediately approached and asked, "Dragon, were you forging the weapon? What was the finished product? How's that weapon? Who ordered it?" "Alright, make way, make way." The craftsman stepped forward, parting the crowd, and announced loudly, "Our War Spear Guild has just forged a legendary Dragonfire War Spear. This spear will be auctioned at the Eternal Tower auction this month. Anyone interested can go and check it out. Furthermore, before forging this legendary war lance, we first crafted another one to test our craftsmanship. This lance is of exceptional quality. Anyone interested can come and buy it." This statement attracted the attention of all the onlookers, allowing Shinrua and Long Wei to quietly slip away. "Wow, how come you know everything?" Long Wei said admiringly to Shinrua. "Was that hypnosis just now?" "Yes, hypnosis isn't some magical talent. There are many things I don't know, like your own mental power talent, which I don't possess." Shinrua subtly altered the craftsman's memories, making him believe that he had also forged the spear, but due to a prior contract, its ownership belonged to Long Wei. After all, fame brings trouble. If he won the puzzle and suddenly became a craftsman capable of forging legendary weapons, it would be completely out of character for the Eastern human race. Maintaining an appearance of weakness, allowing those who see him to underestimate him, is a way to gain the upper hand in battle. Don't be fooled by the relative safety of the Eternal Tower. According to the entries Shinrua read in the encyclopedia, this world is absolutely a jungle under the law of the jungle for humans. For example, in the entries about demons, humans are simply food and prey. In the entries about Gesang Town and Shilai Kingdom, humans are a race that needs the protection of dragons to survive. Even if a craftsman who can forge good weapons is valuable, who knows if he might be invited by some powerful figure and become a blacksmith working day and night. If he were to spend his days and nights forging blacksmiths, even if offered a life of luxury or a noble title, Shinrua wouldn't be willing. Crafting Dragonfire weapons, especially legendary ones, is a different story for the Craftsman's Guild. It serves as advertising, boosting the craftsman's reputation. Shinrua was happy to see this win-win situation work. Although reluctant, Shinrua's opinion was that if Long Wei wanted to keep the spear, he had to return home, otherwise, the survival of both humans and dragons would be jeopardized. Long Wei didn't want to go home, so in the end, the spear had to be sent to the Eternal Tower's auction center. "This is the legendary quality Dragonfire spear that was forged yesterday in the shop area, right? Don't worry, we definitely help you get a good price. The auction center takes a commission based on the points of the final price." Holding this Dragonfire spear felt like gold coins were raining down on him. The legendary quality of this Dragonfire spear was due not only to the masterful control of airflow and heat during its forging, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to the magical array of metals and crystals that Shinrua used. The metal and crystals he used were expensive, costing him half his savings. This was his first time forging on the Dust Sand continent, so there was a significant element of risk involved. However, Shinrua was confident in his abilities because after observing the airflow around the craftsman during the forging process, he understood that the human craftsmen here had a problem. They were using too much unnecessary force. Due to improper control of their chi and a lack of proper training, they relied on physical strength to maintain their forging ability. The consequence was that they needed to expend more force while simultaneously struggling to maintain their airflow. It's like climbing a mountain. Some people rest for a while, then push off for a while, and then sit down panting. It seems like they're going fast when they push off, but it's far less strenuous than someone who maintains a steady pace the whole way. And ultimately, the person who maintains a steady pace will reach the summit faster. The metal he used for forging and the crystals were both of precious quality, while the materials the craftsmen used were all rare. Shinrua had already discovered that rare quality materials, after being repeatedly tempered by dragon fire at specific temperatures, would have their quality improved. During the tempering process, the density and evenness of the hammering also contribute to the quality improvement. He hammered the metal 3 times more times than the craftsman during the tempering process, but the craftsman's eyesight couldn't detect how many more swings he made. Having browsed the trading area for so many days, Shinrua hadn't seen anything of legendary quality. So he asked, "What's your suggested starting bid for this war spear?" There are 2 ways to set the starting bid. One is for you to set it, and the other is for our center to evaluate it and provide a reasonable starting bid, the auction center staff told Shinrua. Then you can set it. If we provide the item, can we get tickets to the auction? Shinrua was quite interested in what kind of items would be available at the auctions on the Dust Sand continent. Of course. The staff member was prepared, handing over 2 beautifully packaged tickets. "These are for you too. Please keep them safe." Chapter 24. The auction center gave Shinrua and Long Wei VIP tickets. The environment and setting suited Shinrua perfectly. He could use the encyclopedia to examine each item one by one. Moreover, the items to be auctioned were pre-printed in booklets, allowing him to see the item names and pictures directly. Long Wei was also satisfied. The VIP room had food and drinks, and the front offered a view of the auction area below, without the worry of crowds. This was the rhythm of life he was familiar with. The auction items were mostly epic level, with some items that weren't epic level in quality but had the historical and cultural attributes of the Dust Sand continent added to their value, the so-called antiques. Many of the items were precious medicinal herbs, but because they were unfinished products, even if one encountered them, it would be impossible to process them into finished medicines. However, Shinrua was thoroughly enjoying reading the encyclopedia. Because the resources of the Dust and Sand continent are truly fascinating. For example, this entry, Mother and Child Flower. Type, plant. Rarity, epic. The flower of the Mother and Child shrub, a plant that blooms only once every 100 years on the Dust and Sand continent. It is an essential ingredient for the love potion. The love potion is a very special medicine, divided into the child potion and the mother potion. Its preparation requires the petals and stamens of the mother and child flower, respectively. The petals are used to make the mother potion, and the stamens are used to make the child potion. When 2 people, one taking the child potion and the other taking the mother potion, the person taking the mother potion can hear the thoughts of the person taking the child potion for 1 day. A flower that blooms only once every 100 years, yet the medicine made from it only has an effect for 1 day. But how exactly does this magical effect of hearing thoughts work? Shinrua knew that when one's auditory perception was maximized, allowing the use of auditory supernatural abilities, one could judge another's thoughts by listening to their heartbeat and observing changes in their aura. However, hearing someone's thoughts, without needing a series of physical reactions to gauge emotions or changes in situation, was it simply mind reading? This principle was currently outside his knowledge. Furthermore, this medicine was likely used in very crucial situations. For example, Shinrua knew that thousands of years ago, there were power struggles in the eastern kingdoms of his home planet Earth. If such a medicine existed, it would undoubtedly be sought after with exorbitant prices. Because the heart of a sage is unfathomable, this medicine was incredibly effective at solving problems. Therefore, the name Lover's Drug was quite absurd. While consulting the encyclopedia, Shinrua listened to the frequent sales at the auction. Finally, the Dragonfire battle spear he and Long Wei had forged was brought to the auction stage. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Our grand finale for today's auction, a newly forged legendary quality Dragonfire weapon. The Dragonfire spear is about to be auctioned. Please watch this projection first. The host pressed a key on his crystal keyboard, and a projection appeared on the auction stage. This projection showed an appraiser from Island, responsible for evaluating weapons, wielding the Dragonfire spear. As you can see, this is the most remarkable aspect of this weapon. We know that the energy of any weapon's embedded crystals needs to be replenished after it's depleted. Dragonfire weapons are generally inlaid with fire element crystals, as the fire attribute of Dragonfire helps strengthen the weapon during the forging process. However, once the crystal's energy is depleted, it becomes very difficult to find a dragon to re-enchant it. Replacing the crystal, or having another mage re-enchant it, is either very inconvenient or affects the weapon's quality. Therefore, Dragonfire weapons are generally not inlaid with crystals. While custom-made Dragonfire weapons may have crystal inlays, these are made specifically for their designated dragons, and are not available on the market. In fact, there are almost no Dragonfire weapons circulating in the market. But this particular Dragonfire weapon not only has elemental crystals inlaid, but, as you can see, after the appraiser used several large-scale spells on the Dragonfire spear, the crystal showed some changes. Then, the appraiser placed the spear in an environment where fire elements were active. This Dragonfire spear actually absorbed fire elements from the environment to replenish the crystals, and this Dragonfire spear not only has fire element attributes, but also wind element attributes. Did you all see that? This Dragonfire spear has an energy absorbing. The magic circle diagram can restore the energy of the crystals on the weapon without needing to summon fire or wind dragons. This weapon is actually available on the market. What are you all waiting for? The starting bid isn't 99,000, not 66,000. It's only 8,888 gold coins. Those who want it, please bid. 18,888. The host had barely finished speaking when someone immediately added 10,000 gold coins. Wow, we're going to be rich. Longwei pounced on Shinrua and shook her. No, look what I said. Don't put it on the market. It's so good. After hearing the introduction and seeing the demonstration, I'm already tempted. Even if you're tempted, it has to be suitable. Shinrua pulled back Longwei's sleeve. This spear isn't really suitable for you, nor for me. Huh? That spear guild has standardized weapon forging techniques. The craftsmen are given materials and tools best suited for forging spears, according to those techniques. Besides, I don't have any other learning models. I only saw him forging spears. Although other weapons are probably similar, seeing him forge a spear gives me more confidence. Under these circumstances, I had no choice but to forge a spear. It was a reluctant decision. However, considering the length, thickness, weight, and other aspects of this spear, it's actually only suitable for tall, strong spearmen among humans, or races that resemble humans in appearance but have higher physical strength, such as Ishi and Zhezhe. Although you also. It can be used, but if it's for you, the magic circle is unnecessary. Your Dragonfire can cover it. Furthermore, a dragon's true strongest weapon should be its dragon-formed body. With you and me working together, we can forge legendary level Dragonfire weapons. Why are most Dragonfire weapons only epic level? Obviously, it's because dragons that need Dragonfire weapons are likely not strong enough, or have inherent flaws. Of course, there might be better Dragonfire weapons, but I guess those must be weapons usable only in dragon form, because only then can it be a powerful combination. And this spear, can you use it in dragon form? You can't, so this spear is unsuitable for both of us. As the man in dragon spoke, the Dragonfire spear had already been sold for 30,000 gold coins, and then Longwei belatedly exclaimed, "Eh? What's wrong?" Shinrua asked, noticing Longwei's unusually thoughtful demeanor. That voice, that feeling. It sounds like father. Longwei exclaimed nervously. He never allows the dragons from his territory to come to the Eternal Tower. Why is he here? He probably heard about you using the Dragonfire weapon. A father can't be indifferent when his son doesn't come home, can he? Shinrua tried to reassure Longwei, but inwardly, he was wary of the sudden appearance of this father Longwei spoke of. This dragon, according to Longwei, was incredibly powerful, even stronger than the dragon from that day that was significantly stronger than Longwei. Moreover, this dragon was the lord of the kingdom of Shilai, a country with a lord-led council system where the king held no real power. While the dragon's sudden appearance seemed plausible, it wasn't good news for Shinrua. Unlike the others in the Eternal Tower, who hadn't seen Shinrua before, he knew that Shinrua had once subdued a demon with a single move. To hold the position of lord, one clearly cannot apply Longwei's personality to the assessment of Longwei's father. 68,888. A voice that screamed arrogance rang out, interrupting Shinrua's thoughts. 68,888. Any higher bids? 68,888 once. 68,888 twice. 68,888 three times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in room number 1 for winning today's final auction item. Ultimately, it wasn't Longwei's father who bought the Dragonfire War Spear. The auction ended, and Shinrua and Longwei walked out of the auction center. Longwei looked up and, sure enough, saw his father. Father, my darting back and forth, I feel a bit guilty, like I run away from home. Longwei's father hadn't come alone, he was followed by several other dragons, all appearing in human form. Longwei was already quite tall, but still half a head shorter than his father and his entourage. Longwei's father was currently releasing his dragon's aura, causing even the special particles in the air to shift. Your mother has crystallized. You are my only child. Would I eat you if you came home? Long Wei's father asked, his brow furrowed and his tone stern. Although the pressure was palpable, the content was largely what Shenrua had guessed about Long Wei's father's opinion on the matter. No, Long Wei answered softly. At first, it was because I wasn't mentally prepared, but later, I felt that this experience was quite different from my previous trips. Oh, is it because you made new friends? Long Wei's father looked at Shenrua kindly. Would you mind if I spoke to him alone? Seeing that Long Wei didn't know how to answer his father and looked unwilling and troubled, Shenrua spoke directly to Long Wei's father. I think if you want to talk to me alone, you should ask for my opinion, not his. Long Wei's father looked carefully at Shenrua, then at Long Wei, and finally said to Shenrua, Then, shall we talk? Sure. Chapter 25. Shenrua and Long Wei's father arrived at the residential area of the Eternal Tower, and found a suitable shop to discuss their business. Long Wei's father paid a generous sum, and then had his attendant escort the shop owner out. The shop owner could only find a row of chairs outside the shop, where he, Long Wei's father's attendant, and Long Wei waited together. That demon has been executed, Long Wei's father said to Shenrua after confirming the shop was cleared and they were seated. He spoke of the fate of the demon that Long Wei had previously so strongly disliked. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Shenrua asked Long Wei's father indifferently. Long Wei, this child, has the talent of me and the temperament of his mother, but he's also rather naive. Perhaps it's because his mother is gone that I spoiled him a bit too much. Long Wei's father didn't seem to mind Shenrua's coldness, and instead began to talk about things outside Long Wei's field of vision. In his view, his wise and dignified father has probably undergone a drastic change in temperament, wanting to resurrect his mother, and even going so far as to use several humans to concoct medicine. He must have been bewitched by the demons. But this is the true nature of this world. A ruler who has provided shelter to humans for so long, given his ability and strength, would undoubtedly choose between sacrificing several races that cannot survive without his protection and his beloved wife. If that's what you're referring to, then I understand. You're right, I always been this kind of dragon. Providing shelter to humans is because our dragon race values promises, so the humans I found before weren't residents of Shilai Kingdom. You were attacked in the kingdom of Shilai. There's nothing we can do, Eastern humans are too rare. Besides, you don't seem to be a resident of Gesang Town. I asked the town mayor, and he said you're an outsider, so you're not within our protection. After hearing Long Wei's father's words, Shenrua's expression remained unchanged. She simply asked, So? Long Wei's father smiled slightly. You have the strength to survive. Even if Long Wei hadn't been involved, you already proven that. So you don't need the protection of the dragon race. That Dragonfire War Spear, you forged it, didn't you? Shenrua didn't respond to Long Wei's father's question. However, Long Wei's father didn't seem to need Shenrua's response. He continued, Legendary quality, the craftsmanship of that magic circle. This isn't something the artisans of that War Spear Guild could make, is it? Long Wei hadn't learned fire temperature control before, although it's not difficult for us dragons. But this kind of technology still requires instruction from other dragons. He's rather unruly. I originally planned to teach him these things when he came of age, but to get a dragon to be his friend, weakness won't do, right? So, it's obvious you're stronger than any human I ever met, isn't it? Or should I call you, the chosen one by the gods? I tried to persuade your son to go home. Shenrua finally spoke. More than once. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Long Wei's father sighed. I did want him to go home. But I think he didn't want to, and this trip hasn't been all bad. He's grown a lot, hasn't he? As a father, I shouldn't deprive my son of the right to make friends. Perhaps it's because he couldn't find friends of equal status back in his territory, or maybe the dragons weren't strong enough. Shenrua shook her head. Then you're mistaken. Humans are the weakest and least talented race. I'm not exactly a friend of equal status. Your son chose me as a friend, but I'm so poor I can only afford to eat near-expiry bread. You'd be better off forcibly bringing him home. Long Wei's father laughed. It's fine if you don't want to admit you're the chosen candidate. Just take it as me saying it casually, and listen casually. Whatever your reason for not wanting to admit it, I don't want you to admit it. At least not now. If you're not a chosen candidate, just a friend of my son, then it doesn't matter. My son simply wants to go out and have some fun, to get some experience. Even among the dragons, I'm one of the top figures. No matter what happens, the other races on the continent, if possible, won't want to make enemies of the dragons. But if you are the candidate chosen by God, my son's association with you means I have already chosen a candidate to support on behalf of my territory. This will affect my relationships and negotiations with other lords in the kingdom of Shilai. I pretend that your victory over the demons never happened. But if you cause any trouble, you better stay away from my son afterward." As Longwei's father spoke these words, the particles in the air throughout the shop underwent a qualitative change, but Shenruo remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the pressure emanating from these particles. "Think what you will, but I do things because I want to, not because you think I should." The man and the dragon stared at each other in the oppressive air. Finally, Longwei's father withdrew his aura. "All right, it was a pleasure meeting you today, human." Longwei's father finished speaking and walked out, leaving Shenruo sitting alone in the shop. Seeing his father come out of the shop, Longwei nervously looked at him. Unexpectedly, his father simply patted his shoulder. "If you're having more fun outside, then keep playing outside. You can come home anytime you're tired. I heard you've been a bit poor lately. Although selling that war spear should have brought in a decent amount, I don't know how you're going to divide the money. It wouldn't be good if you didn't get enough. Here, take 20,000 gold coins for spending money. Come back for more if you need more." Longwei's father tapped his ring against Longwei's ring, and the 20,000 gold coins were deposited into Longwei's ring. Sigh. Longwei finally relaxed, but he couldn't bring himself to hug his father, because in his memory, his father was mostly a doting but stern figure. "Alright, I have to go back now. By the way, the one who won the bid for your Dragonfire War Spear today was King Hishi." Longwei's father finished speaking, patted Longwei's head, and then left with his entourage. His father actually came to participate in the bidding for the weapon he made, raised the price but ultimately didn't continue bidding, and then let him continue playing outside, even giving him 20,000 gold coins. Longwei slapped his face hard. Even after his father left, he still felt a sense of unreality. He ran into the shop and saw Shenruo still thoughtfully looking at the two cups in front of her. He couldn't help but ask, "What did father say to you?" "He deliberately avoided you, of course. It wasn't something you should hear right now." Shenruo smiled. "What did he say to you again?" Longwei recounted what his father had told him, and Shenruo couldn't help but laugh. "Although you haven't collected the money we earned from today's auction yet, you're definitely not short of money right now." "Yes." "Oh right, father also said that the one who won the bid for our Dragonfire War Spear was the King of Soldiers, Herxi." "That's a vague statement. Why would he tell me who won it?" Shenruo deduced from his earlier interaction with Longwei's father. He probably forgot to tell me, but given his status, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to come back and tell me, so he used you to tell me. Don't think too much about it. Today is all good news. Let's quickly order a good meal to celebrate. Then I need to return the puzzle card arena title to Wanlia. Finally, we don't have to worry about making money anymore. Awoo! Having said everything Shenruo wanted to say, Longwei had nothing to add, so he simply let out a loud howl to express his happiness and excitement. After celebrating their escape from poverty, Shenruo went to the front desk of the Eternal Tower Arena to give up the puzzle card arena title. It's said that Wanlia is still at the Eternal Tower and hasn't left, and she's not ashamed of losing to Shenruo, so she's taken back the title. After finishing all this, Shenruo and Longwei left the arena and went to the living area to find a suitable hotel and room. Having endured the hardships of life recently, Longwei, despite having a large sum of money, was now surprisingly concerned with the value of a hotel room. Shenruo watched him with amusement, offering no advice. In the end, Longwei chose a comfortable, but not luxurious room with 2 large beds. However, this time, Longwei fell asleep even faster than Shenruo. Previously, Longwei, who hadn't had many worries, had been troubled by the issues between his father and his running away from home, keeping him awake at night. Now it was wonderful. His father allowed him to play outside whenever he wanted and come home whenever he wanted. And it seemed that the demon's influence on his father wasn't as great as he had thought. With all his worries gone, he slept soundly and quickly. Shenruo, on the other hand, was having trouble sleeping due to Longwei's father's presence. He had been pondering something when Longwei came in to find him, interrupting his train of thought. Longwei, a noble young master, ran away from home to save a stranger from the Eastern race. He endured much hardship afterward, and now that everything was finally resolved, it was a time for celebration. Shenruo didn't want to spoil the mood. Moreover, Longwei's father treated him very well, and there was no need for him to say anything disparaging about the father. It was pointless. Despite his brief conversation during the day, Shenruo disliked Longwei's father. Despite disliking his father, Shenruo still decided to leave Longwei's fate to him. On this point, he and Longwei's father reached a tacit understanding. Longwei was the first friend Shenruo made on the Dust Sand continent, arguably his first friend in his entire life. In this respect, he and Long Wei shared some similarities. However, the reasons were completely different. Now, in the quiet of the night, Shenruo naturally recalled his conversation with Long Wei's father that day and pondered his intentions. This dragon was far more adept at political maneuvering than he had imagined. Chapter 26. Unlike Long Wei, Shenruo arrived in this world penniless. He initially encountered human towns like Gesang Town, so his understanding of prices in this world is likely more profound than that of Long Wei, a young master who has lived here for many years. The quality of weapons can be improved through dragon fire and through the forging process. Furthermore, his concept of mana replenishment is based on his understanding of the aura interactions and the special particles in the air on the Dust Sand continent. The candidate's abilities are undeniable. Although Shenruo's past life rarely involved contact with others or comparisons, those who visited him on the island sometimes sparred with him and collaborated on research. Therefore, although Shenruo is cautious, after observing for so long, he has gained a general understanding of the various races on the Dust Sand continent. Among the humans on the Dust Sand continent, without the aid of crystal weapons and tools, his abilities alone are certainly stronger than most humans. However, compared to other races, he must consider multiple factors. Because in Shenruo's eyes, strength is never determined by a face-to-face duel to determine who is superior. If a master of poison is inferior to you in every aspect, but you agree to a duel, and before the duel even begins, the opponent has already poisoned you without your knowledge, who is stronger? According to a certain evaluation system, you might be considered stronger, but only those who survive have the right to determine strength. Comparing strength to the deceased is meaningless. Therefore, the price Shenruo paid for the Dragonfire Spear was actually slightly higher than the weapon's true value. However, since Dragonfire weapons were never in circulation, the comparison was irrelevant. Scarcity drives up value. When something becomes scarce to a certain degree, it commands a premium. Items with a scarcity premium, unless they are supplies from a time of disaster, are generally irrelevant to ordinary people. So, in Long Wei's view, he forged the Dragonfire Spear on his second attempt, which didn't take long. Given his life, he hadn't needed to worry about money, so he had no concept of 68,800 gold coins, or even 20,000 gold coins. How much is this amount? Previously, a regular temperature-controlled craftsman's daily wage for a sea-level mission was 1 gold coin. Working for a day and a night without rest cannot be paid according to regular hours, because after work, one must rest and recover. Moreover, this is the price for temporarily hiring a craftsman when no workers can be found, and it even requires skill. In other words, an ordinary resident of Gesang Town could earn only about 1/5 or even less of this wage in a day. And the daily income of a Gesang Town resident is the average daily income of an ordinary resident in this world. A skilled craftsman would have to work 20,000 times a day and night without rest to earn the pocket money given to him by Long Wei's father. Even if there were 800 days in a year on the Dust Sand continent, it would still take nearly 30 years of non-stop work to earn that much money. This is still the income of a skilled craftsman. If one doesn't buy high-level equipment or epic-quality items for daily use, and is just an ordinary resident, this amount of money might not last a lifetime on the Dust Sand continent. Of course, Long Wei could definitely spend it all. However, Long Wei's father gave him such a large sum of money, and instructed him to keep Shenruo's identity hidden, as well as Long Wei's identity as a candidate, while allowing Long Wei to continue his adventures outside. Why was Long Wei out having fun? Because he found following Shenruo interesting. Therefore, Long Wei's father was actually betting secretly, and the 20,000 gold coins were his stake. If Shenruo remained silent, and another candidate successfully prevented the Great Cataclysm and completed the writing of the epic, then no one would know that Shenruo was a candidate, and he would only lose a maximum of 20,000 gold coins. If Shenruo was the final winner, then he would become part of the faction supporting Shenruo's success. Regardless of Shenruo's happiness or displeasure, or what he thought of him, to Shenruo, Long Wei was Long Wei, and Long Wei's father was Long Wei's father. However, in the eyes of other beings and forces, they were not. Long Wei's ignorance was the best explanation for everything. What a terrifying old fox. As for the king of soldiers, the fact that Long Wei's father specifically told Long Wei about this before leaving strongly suggests that he is connected to one of the candidates. This, of course, doesn't mean that he is one of the candidates. He is a well-known figure on the continent. Since this is a game of gods, Shenruo believes that at least, there wouldn't be an event like multiple candidates entering simultaneously, which would disrupt the game's balance. It's highly likely that the king of soldiers, Hershey, already has information on a candidate, possibly within his mercenary group. It's also possible that Hershey bought the Dragonfire Spear for this candidate. However, he doesn't intend to pay too much attention to the other candidates' movements. Even if clashes are inevitable in the future, this is only the beginning of the game, and Shinruo doesn't want any high-intensity battles. The Dragonfire Spear sold for 68,888 gold coins. Island's tower took about 5%, leaving over 65,000 gold coins. For the foreseeable future, they shouldn't need to worry about money anymore. Early the next morning, Shinruo and Long Wei went to the auction center to settle their earnings. After Island's tower's auction center counted their gold coins in person, they were given a storage ring to store them. After receiving the ring, Shinruo tossed it to Long Wei. "We split the money. I'm not used to wearing jewelry, so you should keep this for me." "Huh? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Long Wei refused. "I didn't put in much effort, and you taught me how to control my temperature. I can go home even if I run out of money. You should keep it for yourself." "Then you can keep it for now." Shinruo insisted on giving the ring to Long Wei. "Let's explore for a couple more days. I saw you were able to take on B-rank missions, because you forged a legendary weapon. If there are any museum collecting missions, we can try them. How do you do those kinds of missions?" Long Wei had never done any collecting missions before. Shinruo, however, had already researched the relevant missions and had her own ideas. Generally speaking, there are two types: gathering and obtaining through specific methods. I'm actually more interested in the gathering type. You find out where something is found by its name in the encyclopedia, then gather it. You get to go out and have fun, learn a lot, and even make some money. Isn't that great? Otherwise, wandering around aimlessly is very inefficient at learning. You really love learning," Long Wei exclaimed. "So there's a reason the God's Fragment statue chose you as the owner of the encyclopedia. You're making the most of it. Thank you for the compliment." Shinruo was walking and talking with Long Wei when a sudden, sharp pain shot through his right leg and lower back. Even though Shinruo always considered himself to have a decent pain tolerance, his face instantly turned pale. "Wow, that celestial fox is so beautiful and charming." Long Wei didn't notice Shinruo's sudden change. His gaze was drawn to a beautiful celestial fox in the plaza. A quest item had appeared nearby. That was Shinruo's first thought. He steadied himself, trying to appear normal, while using his visual perception and altering his sense of time. Wanlia had once commented, "This sounds invincible," but as Shinruo said, it wasn't without its price, nor was it without a way to counter it. For example, right now, he wasn't pushing himself beyond his limits, thus avoiding physical discomfort. However, adjusting his sense of time under these circumstances had a major problem. While everything around him appeared slower in Shinruo's eyes, the time it took for him to perceive pain was also lengthened. At this level of pain, if other candidates were nearby, they should have caused physical reactions or changes. The quest items are plentiful, some even unique, a fact the gatekeeper had previously mentioned. However, he didn't explain whether the scarcity of these items was related to the degree of pain. This was the first time the mark had reacted, and Shinruo had no reference point. With the combined use of his visual and temporal senses, Shinruo noticed a momentary anomaly in an individual in the plaza. It was a Hercules male, remarkably tall and robust compared to Shinruo. He suddenly clutched his right shoulder, a pained expression on his face. However, he didn't make a sound or show any other unusual reaction to the sudden pain. Instead, he clenched his fist. Several other Hermiones were beside him. Some noticed the anomaly, and seemed to inquire about his condition with concern. One of these Hermiones had particularly numerous black markings. Shinruo had seen his portrait in the encyclopedia. It was the King of Soldiers Hermione. The one who bought the Dragonfire battle spear was the King of Soldiers Hermione. Long Wei's father's words flashed through Shinruo's mind again. It seemed things were going as he suspected. Long Wei's father had mentioned a candidate connected to the King of Soldiers Hermione. It appeared those Hermiones were members of the King of Soldiers Hermione mercenary group, and they clearly considered this candidate one of their own. Shinruo memorized the candidates and the other Hermione's appearances, and decided to avoid them for a while. However, since they also felt pain, he wondered if they were searching for quest items in the plaza. After restoring his sensory flow to the same level as the others around him, Shinruo waited for the pain to subside before finally managing to speak, echoing Long Wei's earlier words. It is indeed very beautiful. Chapter 27. The Celestial Fox clan is a race favored by the gods for their appearance. Zhezhe and Hishi also possess handsome or wild appearances, but their beauty or wildness differs from that of the Celestial Fox clan. Celestial foxes are not only exceptionally beautiful, but also possess two distinct innate abilities: the ability to use fire magic and an ability called charm. This charm ability, like Huan Lia's eye technique, has both passive and active uses. The passive use is an ability that is constantly released. If other races haven't specifically trained themselves to resist mind control, they are easily drawn to celestial foxes. When they actively use their charm ability, the influence on other races varies depending on the cultivator's level. Their ability to use fire magic is not powerful. Ordinary celestial foxes cannot accomplish much with fire magic. Only highly skilled celestial fox cultivators can freely use fire magic, but the intensity and power of their flames are lower than those of fire dragons of the same level. Their ears stand upright on top of their heads, and they have fluffy tails behind them. From the knees up, their legs and feet were covered in white down, not in the shape of human feet, but rather in soft, padded paws covered in down. Both male and female had phoenix-shaped eyes with red pupils. Having spent so many days in the Eternal Tower, this wasn't the first time Shenrua had encountered the Celestial Fox clan, and she had already gained a general understanding of them through the encyclopedia. Although many celestial foxes were beautiful, this one was one that could be easily recognized at a glance among the most beautiful celestial foxes. The concrete evidence is that she wasn't alone in the plaza. She was accompanied by two other female celestial foxes. Human weakness is pervasive on the Dust Sand continent. Even the celestial foxes, a race whose name and appearance suggest beauty, are on average taller than humans. These three women, though female celestial foxes, appeared to be about the same height as Shenrua. Long Wei immediately noticed the one who stood out. She was clearly the center of the group and the tallest of the three. Her appearance resembled that of a human in their 20s, but the lifespan of celestial foxes is far longer than that of humans, making it difficult to estimate her age. She had long, chestnut-brown curly hair, and her red eyes, like rubies, seemed capable of drawing in one's soul. Her long eyelashes were only slightly curled, obscuring her gaze when she lowered her eyes. Her lips weren't particularly vibrant, yet they inspired a desire to kiss them. She wore light clothing, though the garments were woven with very beautiful patterns. A dagger was tucked at her waist. To the left of the beautiful celestial fox woman was a lively-looking celestial fox girl. By human standards, she appeared to be 17 or 18 years old. She had her brown hair tied in a ponytail, with a small red mole on her forehead. Her large eyes seemed to speak volumes, and combined with her delicate nose and naturally slightly upturned lips, she gave off an immediate sense of warmth and friendliness. She too wore patterned casual clothes, and carried a large object wrapped in strips of cloth on her back. The last one was a celestial fox girl who wore her long, silver-gray hair in two braids. By human standards, she would be between 19 and 21 years old. She didn't appear lively. Her face, eyebrows, nose, and mouth were all of the demure type, but she possessed the phoenix eyes of the fox race, giving her a blend of innocence and allure. The three celestial foxes walking across the plaza immediately attracted the attention of many different races. Judging from their direction, they seemed to be heading towards the mission area. There weren't many pedestrians in the plaza at this time, and the several Hercules had already begun to split up. The King of Soldiers Hercules and the Hercules candidates suddenly approached the various races walking by one, while the other Hercules occupied positions with the best views in the plaza, ready to split and regroup at any moment. "Hey, dragon." Long Wei's shoulder was suddenly patted by the King of Soldiers Hercules. Long Wei, whose gaze had been following the beautiful celestial fox woman, was immediately displeased by the pat on the shoulder. However, he clearly recognized the other party's status, a powerful figure in his ranking system, no less than his father. So, although displeased, he didn't make any provocative moves, instead asking, "What is it? Is there something you need?" The elite soldier Hershey turned to look at the Hershey candidate, who shook his head. They then went to greet other individuals of different races. Shenrua recalled the gatekeeper's words. When the quest item appears, the burning sensation changes as the distance increases. It seemed the Hershey candidates were beginning to act, intending to find out whether the quest item was on one of the other individuals or in the plaza. However, it's highly likely the item is with another individual, because they come to the plaza every day. Since King Hishi arrived yesterday and participated in the auction, it's definitely not their first time here. While it's possible the item just appeared in the plaza, it's more likely it's with another race here. What are they doing? Long Wei asked Shenrua, frowning. If you want to know, just keep watching what they do. They're probably looking for something, Shenrua said, her gaze following King Hishi. That target might be in the plaza. Then, Shenrua and Long Wei saw King Hishi catch up with the several heavenly fox women, and this time, Hishi nodded. They're looking for those heavenly foxes? Long Wei, who disliked King Hishi but also had a strong liking for the beautiful heavenly fox, was somewhat shocked by this situation. What's going on? Shenruo briefly enhanced her hearing. In reality, his abilities allowed him to maintain a certain level of auditory awareness at all times, but it wasn't necessary. He was even, as he and Wanlia had said, capable of seeing 500 meters, but choosing to focus on 100 meters. Because if he didn't keep his auditory awareness at a normal level, it would significantly disrupt his life. For example, right now, while he was hearing the conversation between the soldier King Hishi and the celestial fox woman, other sounds from the plaza also flooded into his auditory world. Even if you're a soldier king, you can't be this rude, can you? A fox spirit girl with a ponytail glared angrily at King Hishi. Politeness is merely a necessity for those without strength to engage in ineffective social interactions, King Hishi said coldly, his voice the same arrogant tone he heard at the auction. I don't need that kind of thing, but you need to cooperate and show us your belongings. The extremely beautiful fox spirit at the head of the group stopped the fox spirit girl, who was about to lash out, and said to King Hishi, "This is the Eternal Tower. You can make things difficult for us, but can you also disregard the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? I will give face to the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, but you won't stay in the Eternal Tower forever." King Hishi dismissed her words. Can you leave the Eternal Tower silently under our noses? No, you can't. King Hishi's implication was clear. They wouldn't attack, but following them wouldn't violate the rules of the Eternal Tower. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the Tower of Eternity, the 10 dust and sand heroes had no reason to intervene. What exactly do you want? A celestial fox girl with long, silver-gray hair styled in 2 braids spoke, her voice particularly captivating. The soldier King Hishi was clearly unaffected by the celestial fox's passive charm ability. We don't know, we only know after we make contact. If it's not something we need, we won't take it. Soldier King Hishi's actions were as arrogant and direct as his voice. Alright, Lian, show them what we're carrying. The leading female celestial fox didn't insist further. In truth, if it were just the 3 of them facing 2 Hishi men, even if one of them was the Hishi soldier king, they would still have a chance to fight back and try their best. But that wouldn't work. The other party had brought other Hermiones, and the King of Soldiers mercenary group had even more powerful members scattered throughout the continent. These powerful members weren't all Hermiones, but it was said that those the King of Soldiers brought were the core members of his initial mercenary group. They shared the same birthplace, and were all exceptionally capable. Then, the female celestial foxes actually removed their belongings one by one, and handed them to the Hermione King of Soldiers. The King of Soldiers then passed these items to the Hermione candidate beside him. The candidate took each item, then shook his head, and returned them to the female celestial foxes. They went through all the items, but found nothing they needed. Both the Hermione candidate and the King of Soldiers, the Hermione King, showed expressions of confusion. Could it be the clothes these female celestial foxes were wearing? Even the Hermione King of Soldiers, no matter how arrogant, wasn't a tyrant. He wouldn't publicly force female celestial foxes to remove their clothing for inspection. Can we leave now? The leading female celestial fox retrieved her belongings and put them back on, asking in an unfriendly tone. No. This time, it was the Hishi candidate who spoke. What exactly do you want? Even the leading female celestial fox, known for her restraint, felt she was on the verge of exploding. We contacted a female Hishi to come over. We appreciate it if you could come to the inn. Is this a body search? Don't go too far. The young-looking female celestial fox with a ponytail couldn't help but raise her voice. Chapter 28. This was in the plaza, and others were already glancing sideways, but the difference in strength was undeniable. Without the 10 absolutes of dust and sand intervening, any attempt to help would only be futile. Are we just going to watch like this? Long Wei asked Shenruo for her opinion. Although he had acted impulsively, even sneaking out to save Shenruo, the situation then was completely different from now. Back then, the demons hadn't found their target yet. He followed behind them, his goal being to find the target before the demons and then escape. As long as he escaped within the time limit and the threat was eliminated, his goal would be achieved. Also, the dragons or demons chasing him were all working for his father. They wouldn't actually kill him. Now it's different. But doing nothing felt inappropriate to Long Wei. They just want something, Shenruo said. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand haven't stopped them, which means their actions haven't exceeded the rules so far. Because, from beginning to end, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, had only been talking to the 3 female celestial foxes, soliciting their voluntary consent. This also shows that as long as the item is handed over, there won't be any problems. However, It's clear that the item is something these female celestial foxes probably can't hand over. Seeing that the soldier King Hishi remained silent, only making an implicit threat, the beautiful female celestial fox in the lead finally spoke. We're leaving. You can cause us trouble after we leave the Eternal Tower if you want, but we already shown you what we're carrying. Asking again won't get you anything. With that, she turned and left with the other 2 female celestial foxes. Soldier King Hishi clearly didn't intend to break the rules established by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, but simply gave a wink, and Hishi, who had come with him and originally occupied a specific spot in the plaza, also left. One of them followed the 3 female celestial foxes. Long Wei was curious about how things would develop, and also wondered if he could possibly help. Seeing this, he nudged Shenruo with his elbow. Shall we follow them and see? Unexpectedly, Shenruo gave him a surprising answer. No, not us, it's me. Long Wei was greatly surprised. Huh? Why? Shenruo commented, You're too tall. Dragons are conspicuous wherever they go. They already came to verify you, which means you already attracted their attention. Of course, if you're just going to watch the excitement, their attention doesn't matter. But if they investigate further, they definitely clear the area, and you'd be the one to be cleared out. You should go back first. This is something I can handle alone. After saying that, she ignored Long Wei and walked away in another direction. Long Wei was confused. The direction Shenruo walked in wasn't the direction the female celestial foxes had gone. Between following Shenruo to see what was happening and following the female celestial foxes, Long Wei chose to follow them. Anyway, Shenruo had already said that if he was just going to watch the excitement, it wouldn't matter how much attention the other party paid to him. This was a public area of the Tower of Eternity, wasn't it? Shenruo didn't go far. The female celestial foxes were heading to the Tower of Eternity's quest area, clearly to post quests, or perhaps there were some quests there that interested them. Shenruo thought about what he would do if he were in the same situation as the female celestial foxes. Try his luck? For example, post a quest in the Tower of Eternity to escort him out of the Tower of Eternity without being affected by the soldier King Hishi. But would anyone accept such a task? Even if they did, could the female celestial foxes afford the fee? Actually, if Long Wei wanted to help these female celestial foxes, there was a way. The method was the same as when he took Shenruo away from Gasang Town. Simply take the female celestial foxes away and fly them out of town. However, besides timing it perfectly, another crucial point was confirming which female celestial fox possessed the quest item. Theoretically, it should be with the most beautiful female celestial fox in the lead. But theory is one thing. If Long Wei took that female celestial fox away, and the item was with the other 2, things would backfire. Long Wei could at least go home and avoid offending the King of Soldiers, Hishi, but the female celestial foxes were right under Hishi's nose. The consequences were unpredictable. Shenruo didn't necessarily need to collect the quest item, but not collecting it would cause persistent pain. In addition, his original intention was simply to see and learn more about the world. His hobby was natural history, and he was naturally curious about what the quest items were and how they worked. Based on the games he played, regardless of genre, any quest involved a trigger mechanism with specific hints afterward. What to collect, its name, its story, and why the quest required it. It's just that gods might think differently from humans. This game offered absolutely no hints. Like now, he knew the quest item was on the 3 female celestial foxes, but he didn't know its name or what it was. Although the timeline is 8 years of the dust and sand calendar, with each year having 800 days, converted to Earth's calendar, this is equivalent to a little over 17 years on our home planet, a very long span. However, this continent is actually incredibly vast. Collecting quest items of unknown quantity and name sounds like an extremely difficult task. But one thing is certain, these are items with ancient legends behind them. They won't be newly created. Even if new creations are needed, they must have appeared in legends. Some epics recount history while also incorporating prophecies. But those prophecies are from very ancient legends, at least dating back to the very beginning of this continent's existence. According to the Gatekeeper, this continent was created by the gods at the same time as the world was created, and then the gods devoted themselves to the world they created. Since the game was created at that time, the quest items to collect must naturally be items established in that era. It seems we need to learn about the history of the Celestial Fox clan to understand what this female Celestial Fox is carrying. King Hishi had his men follow the female fox spirit. The fact that she initially allowed him to examine her belongings suggests that she assessed her own strength as inferior to Hishi's. However, after everything seemed amiss, they refused further investigation. This means that the item was more important to them than the imminent threat from King Hishi, or perhaps it was an integral part of a particular fox spirit, inseparable from her body, from which she would die. While such things don't exist on Earth, similar things appear in novels. Although not celestial foxes, there are famous fox legends in the eastern folklore of Earth. These legendary foxes are certainly not like the celestial foxes of the Dust Sand continent, but given this incredible world, anything is possible. Foxes in these legends possess demon cores, so it's not surprising that celestial foxes have something similar. However, if it's something like a demon core, then every celestial fox should have one. The setting for demon cores is that you have to kill a monster, or for the monster to willingly hand it over, but after handing it over, the monster reverts to an ordinary animal. Of course, these are all ancient tales of the strange and supernatural. After listening to the gatekeeper's explanation of the core theory of parallel universes, Shenrua considered whether it was possible that different worlds, despite having different inhabitants, might have some subtle connections. For example, something that exists in one world but not another might be vaguely sensed by some people, through dreams or sudden inspiration, and ultimately, those who sense it might subjectively express it through their imagination. Because imagination plays a larger role, and people are often unable to understand things beyond their own perception, the resulting literary works differ significantly from the actual situations of races in other universes. Shenrua tried searching for Heavenly Fox Pill in an encyclopedia, but found no entry. Was the inference wrong? Long Wei would most likely still follow the female Heavenly Fox to see what happens next, even though he had reminded Long Wei to leave first. Since that's the case, he might as well track down the king of mercenaries, Hishi. Hishi is the Hishi of this world. As a mercenary king, he must possess far more information than he and Long Wei. Perhaps tracking him would yield results faster than tracking the female celestial fox. In fact, when he parted ways with Long Wei, he went in the same direction as king of mercenaries, Hishi. Although black hair and black eyes are relatively rare among humans, in the eyes of a Hishi standing at the pinnacle of the Dust Sand continent, no human would dare to follow him. Therefore, as long as they remained in an area with individual activity, Shenrua wouldn't be a conspicuous presence. Moreover, Shenrua wasn't using his eyes to see where King of Mercenaries Hishi was going, he was simply using his hearing, keeping it exceptionally sharp. An experienced King of Mercenaries would be very perceptive of being watched. Of course, he was already quite conspicuous, but the difference between different gazes is not the same. A well-trained person that Shenrua knew could intuitively sense whether they were being followed, let alone King of Mercenaries Hishi, and that Hishi candidate. It's important to understand that the selection criteria for candidates were based on the top individual abilities within his universe. Therefore, Shenrua judged the state of each individual on the road based on their footsteps. Just as everyone's voice is different, no matter how similar, they can never be exactly the same. That's individual difference. The same applies to footsteps. As long as one's hearing is sharp enough to distinguish and remember the characteristics of a footstep, one has essentially mastered the other person's footstep code. However, this method is exhausting because putting one's auditory senses in this state allows countless chaotic sounds to enter Shenrua's ears and mind. Just following the King of Soldiers, Hishi, for a while already made his head feel buzzing. Chapter 29. Next, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, and the Hishi candidates entered an inn. Shenrua saw the fully booked today sign and guessed that the King of Soldiers, Hishi, had booked the entire place. If he further enhanced his hearing, he could certainly hear the sounds inside the inn, but that would be extremely taxing. If they didn't discuss what was happening in the square, Shenrua might collapse on his own. He decided to gamble on 10 minutes. This was Shenrua's assessment of his limits after confirming the surrounding sounds. The Eternal Tower had excellent public facilities. There were benches for pedestrians to rest right by the inn. Shenrua further enhanced his hearing and sat down on a bench. To other passing races, he was simply a pedestrian resting because he wasn't feeling well. After all, an Eastern human should naturally have toxins in his blood. He looked pale, and had a slight sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't even need to act. Shenrua first heard Hishi walk to the door, and then open and close it, after which they began to talk. The topic naturally revolved around what had happened in the square. It seems they didn't have anything hidden on them. Clothes? Unlikely, but it's possible it was sewn into their clothes. The Hishi candidate was reviewing what had just happened and deducing where the mission item might be hidden. It's a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade. The elite soldier Hishi stated with great certainty. Shenrua and the Hishi candidate immediately confirmed that this was indeed the mission item, because the mark had resonated with them. Fragments? The Hishi candidate pondered for a moment. Why fragments? Shenrua knew what the Hishi candidate was thinking. because he was pondering the same question. Then the soldier King Hishi began to explain the Heavenly Fox Jade. This is because the Heavenly Fox Jade was originally a single sacred relic, but only the Heavenly Fox clan could use it. Later, during a war between the Heavenly Fox clan and a branch of our Hishi clan, the Heavenly Fox clan leader used the Heavenly Fox Jade to unleash an extremely powerful spell. The leader of that branch of Hishi, however, gathered the power of all the high-ranking Hishi from that branch to block the spell. In that magical duel, the Heavenly Fox Jade shattered into 5 pieces. The Heavenly Fox Jade was crucial to the Heavenly Fox clan leader's cultivation. When it shattered, he was severely injured. Later, because the Heavenly Fox Jade was divided into 5 pieces, the Heavenly Fox clan split into 3 different branches. The implication was that anyone who could possess fragments of the Heavenly Fox Jade was certainly not an ordinary member of the Heavenly Fox clan. So that's a limited edition item. Looks like I'm lucky. But why are there 3 branches? The Soldier King Hishi said, but this thing isn't easy to obtain. That female Celestial Fox might be the leader of one of the Celestial Fox clan's branches, or perhaps its heir. The Celestial Fox Jade can be integrated into the Celestial Fox's body, enhancing their innate abilities. Unless they willingly spit it out, the only way to obtain it is to kill them. However, 2 fragments of the Celestial Fox Jade are in the hands of the Hishi clan. It seems that's why they went to the mission area. Oh! After the Celestial Fox Jade shattered, one branch of the Hishi clan seized 2 fragments. It's for this reason that the Celestial Fox clan's strength is much weaker than it was 900 years ago. Recently, a descendant of that branch produced a fragment of the Celestial Fox Jade and posted a quest in the Tower of Eternity. Inside the inn, the conversation between the Soldier King Hishi and the Hishi candidate continued. Why did they produce a fragment of the Celestial Fox Jade? This is to create division within the Celestial Fox clan, so they can return to the 1,000 desolate plains for further political maneuvering. However, since the Celestial Fox Jade fragment is what you need to collect, there's another way. Oh! With my reputation, we can do this for him, and then make him withdraw the quest posted in the Tower of Eternity. This is the optimal solution, because we candidates will have a sense of the items the gods want us to collect. We sense them by hearing, seeing, or even just being near them. If this quest remains posted in the quest area, other candidates might discover it, increasing our competition. Although there's more than one Celestial Fox Jade fragment, it's an item disproportionate to the number of candidates. If we can obtain them all, they have other uses later. For example, it could be used as a bargaining chip in a game with other candidates when a life or death situation hasn't been reached. Shinruo lowered the intensity of his auditory perception. He knew he probably didn't look good right now, compounded by the pain in his legs, the discomfort in his eardrums, and the discomfort caused by his brain having to process too many sounds. The words of the elite soldier, Hishi, were very informative, but Shinruo didn't have the energy to think about the underlying rules and meaning of the game. Although continuing to listen might yield more information, Shinruo didn't like to overdraw his resources. Currently, this information was enough for him to judge and deduce many things. He could learn the rest through other channels. After resting for a while in his seat, Shinruo stood up and decided to return to the inn to wait for Long Wei. Anyway, whatever the King of Soldiers, Hershey, decided to do, as long as they were still in the Tower of Eternity, they probably couldn't do it anytime soon. Moreover, based on what Hershey had said, combined with the characteristics of the Heavenly Fox Jade, Shinruo had a very bad feeling about the great cataclysm in the legends of the candidates in this game. However, it didn't seem to concern him for the time being. The bigger problem now was the ridiculous setting of this mark. If the quest item wasn't obtained, pain would be triggered at a specific time every day. What kind of mandatory rule was this? Furthermore, the quest item might not be a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade, because the Heavenly Fox Jade wasn't broken from the beginning. If God's game required candidates to collect items, and those items existed from the beginning, was it within God's expectations that they later shattered? Probably not. The gatekeeper had said that God created the world and then merged into it to participate in the changes and development of the universe. If everything can be predicted, where is the enjoyment in God's life? It's worse than being human. At least humans have hope because of the unknown. They strive, and they search for the value of their lives. To face inevitable demise within a known trajectory, the worst part is that everything is already known. Why would God do this? Is God creating a script that he has already completely spoiled for himself? Shinruo doesn't believe that intelligent life in these universes can be considered God's audience. In God's dimension, if this is a script written by God, then the audience must also be beings in the same dimension as God. instead of creating their own audience. It's like creators who create films, literature, and other works for their own kind, not just for the characters in their stories. When Long Wei returned to the inn, he saw Shenrua meditating, sitting cross-legged on the bed in a posture he's seen before, a posture that seemed strange and uncomfortable to him. Hearing Long Wei open the door, Shenrua ended her meditation. "Didn't I tell you to come back first? Why are you so late?" Actually, Shenrua already knew what Long Wei had been doing, and guessed the outcome, but she needed to hear the details. "I still couldn't resist." Long Wei scratched the back of his head a little embarrassed. "And didn't you say you were responsible for following them? I haven't seen you at all. If you were following, what would you have seen me doing? Why are you asking?" In fact, while following the female celestial fox, Long Wei was preoccupied with what Shenrua had said, and was very curious about how she had caught up, and whether she was watching everything from some corner. Then he wondered if, taking advantage of the fact that she's men were scattered, and not all of them were responsible for monitoring the female celestial fox, Shenrua's real plan was to take them down one by one. Maybe he could use the same methods he used to eliminate demons to knock out a few He-She members in some corner. But when he returned to the inn, he found Shenrua already meditating on the bed. He immediately doubted whether Shenrua had actually followed him, as he said he would. Following doesn't necessarily mean following the female celestial fox, does it? Shenrua looked at Long Wei leisurely. "Let me guess, were you looking for me the whole time? Did you also think I might find a corner, and take down the he-she who was monitoring the female celestial fox?" Shenrua had perfectly guessed Long Wei's inner thoughts, and his constant looking around. He exclaimed in surprise, Hey! How did you know what I was thinking?" "Well, I just guessed." Shenrua said. "So what happened after you followed them?" "I was just wondering which corner you were watching from." Long Wei said, "I was thinking, you're amazing. Your tracking skills are practically invisibility. How did you do that? But then, I realized you weren't following. Didn't you go up and ask them their names? Weren't you staring intently?" Shenrua teased Long Wei, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have just been watching from afar for so long, and then you were singing downstairs at the hotel after they went back, right? What are you thinking?" Long Wei retorted, "Am I that kind of dragon? Then I don't understand why it took you so long to come back from outside." "That's because they stayed in the mission area for a long time." Long Wei finally began to recount his experiences following the 3 female celestial foxes after he separated from Shenrua. Just as Shenrua had predicted, the 3 female celestial foxes were headed for the mission area. Furthermore, after listening to the words of the Soldier King he had a more detailed speculation about their purpose in going to the mission area. And Long Wei's next words provided further evidence for his thoughts. Chapter 30. Speaking of which, they were quite strange. After arriving at the mission area, they asked a few questions at the front desk, and then stayed in the A and B level mission areas for several sand hours. Then, for some reason, that beautiful female celestial fox looked at the missions on the wall, and suddenly her expression changed. Then, they left. Of course, I followed them to see where they were staying. Long Wei was a little embarrassed at the end, because paying attention to where beautiful women live felt completely out of character for a noble young master like himself. Sand hours are the timekeeping system on the Dust Sand continent. Since there is no sun or moon, there is no difference in day length or night length due to the changing seasons. A day here is divided into 16 sand hours, each sand hour containing 80 dust grains, and each dust grain containing 80 sand grains. For Long Wei to wait there for several sand hours doing nothing is not like his personality. Thinking of this, Shenrua suddenly asked, "Is it possible that the female celestial fox actually used her innate charm skill?" "Huh?" Long Wei belatedly realized that Shenrua should have said he was charmed by her. How could that be? Shenrua pointed out the suspicious points. Even if she's very beautiful, you didn't leave for several hours. Isn't that awkward? You're not usually this composed, and besides, wasn't that enough time for them to notice you? After Shenrua said this, Long Wei also felt something was amiss. Indeed, he did think the leading female celestial fox was very beautiful, extremely beautiful. Everyone likes to see and appreciate beauty, there's nothing wrong with that. However, based on his first impression of her, it wasn't quite love at first sight. Besides, dragons and celestial foxes couldn't possibly be in love, there was a racial barrier. At most, he initially felt a fondness for beauty because she was beautiful, and then a little sympathy for she embarrassing the female celestial fox in front of so many people in the square. Sympathy for the bullied in a situation where the strong prey on the weak. But how could these feelings alone keep him sitting there watching several female celestial foxes without feeling any impatience or boredom? When did he change his ways? How come he didn't even notice? Therefore, Shenrua was very likely right. And he had actually been sympathizing with a female celestial fox, who could charm him without him even realizing it. Could he be the weakest one there? This sudden realization left Long Wei extremely frustrated. As always, Long Wei couldn't hide his emotions on his face. Seeing the change in his expression, Shenrua knew he was very likely right again. So how can we help? Are we stronger than the king of soldiers, she, or those 3 female celestial foxes? Shenrua sighed. The female celestial fox you think is particularly beautiful is very likely a leader of the celestial fox clan, or her successor. What? Long Wei's emotions came and went quickly. He was just feeling down, but now, hearing Shenrua drop this explosive information, his frustration had completely turned into shock. What? You've been following them for hours, and haven't heard a single word of their conversation? Haven't you gleaned any useful information from their words? Shenrua asked doubtfully. You didn't hear any of their names for each other, did you? I was too embarrassed to get too close, but I did see them talking. I could only hear a little, but the particularly beautiful one, I think her name was Tian Shui. Long Wei quickly reassured him that he hadn't come away empty-handed. Let's try the encyclopedia to see if we can find her information. Hearing Long Wei's suggestion, Shenrua took out the encyclopedia. His search term was Tianhu Tianxue, and this time, the encyclopedia actually displayed her information. Entry, Tianhu Tianxue. Race, Tianhu. Rank, Near Spirit rank. Abilities, Charm, Fire Magic. Even among the Tianhu clan, renowned for their beauty, she is a top-tier beauty. She rarely leaves the Tianhu clan's territory. She doesn't usually travel outside the 1,000 desolate plains, so few people have seen her. Her background is mysterious. It is rumored that her cultivation has reached the Near Spirit rank, but she hasn't yet broken through to the Spirit rank. It's actually a Near Spirit rank celestial fox. Long Wei also saw the text on the entry. I really overestimated myself. He, a high-ranking dragon, actually thought he could find an opportunity to save a Near Spirit rank cultivator from under a Spirit rank opponent. In fact, this overestimation was more than just a little. It felt like he encountered a scene of the strong bullying the weak, and he wanted to help the weak, but looking around, he realized he was the weakest. This is too much of a bullying for dragons. Shenrua wasn't very familiar with the power system on the Dust Sand continent. He remembered that the King of Soldiers was a Spirit rank cultivator, and when Long Wei talked about the 10 absolutes of Dust Sand, he also mentioned that it was an organization led by 10 Spirit rank beings. Clearly, the Spirit rank was the world's assessment of the highest level of power. However, he still asked Long Wei, hoping to gain more insight into the power system through Long Wei's explanation. Are Near Spirit rank cultivators very strong? Long Wei nodded. Of course. I mentioned the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, right? The King of Soldiers, she, is also a Spirit rank being. However, above the Spirit rank, there are still differences in strength, but only they themselves know who is stronger. Below the Spirit rank, the strongest is the Near Spirit rank. Below the Near Spirit rank are 4 different strength ranks arranged from highest to lowest: absolute rank, high rank, equal rank, and low rank. By the way, my father is also a Spirit rank. Shenrua asked Long Wei after listening. Oh? Which rank are you? I'm high rank, but different strength ranks also depend on the race. Because our dragon race has relatively high physical strength, below the Spirit rank, among those of the same rank, dragons are generally the strongest. Long Wei introduced with considerable pride. After saying that, she thought of another question. By the way, this encyclopedia can find information about Tianhu Tianxue. Why don't you check your name's entry and see what it says? Maybe it even has an evaluation of your strength? It has to be said, Long Wei said something very useful. Because this encyclopedia is something all candidates should have, and its level must be very high, it's definitely worth trying to see if candidates can see information about other candidates, and how much they can see. However, what if the content displayed here directly exposes Long Wei's mistake? After thinking for a moment, Shenrua closed the encyclopedia and tapped Long Wei's head. What are you thinking about? Do you want to see my embarrassing past? Then she stood the book upright, with the back facing Long Wei, and placed her hand on it, jokingly searching for her own name's entry first. Entry, Shenrua. Race, human, Eastern human blood, black hair and black eyes. Level, unknown. A human with Eastern human blood who defeated the popular champion, Wanlia of the Huan clan, in the Eternal Tower puzzle competition. Her ability is rapid puzzle solving, capable of catching Wanlia's signature smash serve. Fortunately, all the options are known and obvious. What does it say? Long Wei pulled Shenrua's hand over. Let me see. Shenrua saw that the book didn't display any important content, so she let Long Wei turn the page. That's it? How boring. I know more than that. Long Wei commented after reading it. Long Wei thought it was boring, but Shenrua thought it was great. He had already taken out the book, so of course she wanted to continue researching things and geography that interested her. Long Wei saw Shenrua's hand move across the book, and the text changed again. Entry: Thousand Silence Plains. A very famous plateau on the Dust Sand continent. This plateau is said to be blessed by the gods, a branch of the Hehe tribe. Both the Hehe and the Tianhu tribes regard this plateau as their sacred ground. Nearly 1,000 years ago, on the Thousand Desolate Plains, the Hehe and Tianhu clashed in a protracted war. The cause of the war is shrouded in mystery, with various versions circulating in the world. One version says that an extraordinary, interracial love blossomed between the Hehe and Tianhu tribes, and the lovers, with devout hearts, created a divine elixir that would allow them to have offspring. However, their positions within their respective tribes were crucial, and thus, the defection of one side ultimately sparked the war. Another version says that the Hehe tribe created a divine elixir that the Tianhu tribe coveted, and for this elixir, the Tianhu tribe waged war against the Hehe. Regardless of the truth, the war ultimately ended with the Celestial Fox clan's sacred relic, the Celestial Fox Jade, shattering into 5 pieces. The Hehe clan migrated from the Thousand Desolate Plains and merged with another force, the Heshi clan, located in the Valley of the Undying. This seems to be the cause of the Celestial Fox Jade shattering. Shenrua was quite curious. If the quest item wasn't a fragment of the Celestial Fox Jade, but the Celestial Fox Jade itself, how could it be repaired? After thinking for a moment, he placed his hand on the encyclopedia again. Entry: Celestial Fox Jade Fragment. Category: Sacred Relic. Quality: Divine Relic. Fragment of the shattered sacred relic, the Celestial Fox Jade. The Celestial Fox clan can sense the will left behind by the gods through this fragment, thereby enhancing their strength. It also serves as proof of the Celestial Fox clan's power. Originally, the Celestial Fox, who possessed the Celestial Fox Jade, would be the sole leader of the Celestial Fox clan. Now, because the Celestial Fox Jade shattered into 5 pieces, and 2 pieces were obtained by the Hehe clan, the remaining 3 pieces are held by 3 different Celestial Foxes, leading to the split within the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Fox clan possesses exclusive magic to repair the Celestial Fox Jade, provided they obtain the fragments. It turns out the Celestial Fox clan must repair the fragments themselves. This means that if the quest item is the Celestial Fox Jade, simply collecting the fragments isn't enough. They must also find a Celestial Fox, have them willingly repair the Jade, and then hand it over. This is a sacred relic of the Celestial Fox clan. This is probably the purpose of the brand, to show the brand to the Celestial Fox clan, hoping they will support them as saviors when the great cataclysm arrives. Having the brand alone isn't enough. Ideally, the holder of the brand must be a Celestial Fox. The difficulty of obtaining the first quest item encountered was practically hellish. Shenrua even began seriously considering whether to just let the leg pain continue, and give up on the Celestial Fox Jade. Anyway, the pain only lasts for a certain period each day, he could just endure it. Chapter 31. Putting aside his sympathy for Tianhu, Long Wei thought of something else. Speaking of which, what were those 3 thinking when they went to the mission area, but didn't accept any missions? Shenrua guessed what they were doing and said to Long Wei, "Have you forgotten the mission mechanics of the Tower of Eternity? Aptitude, what does Tianhu Tianxue say in the book? She doesn't usually leave the Thousand Desolate Plains, and few people have seen her. How could she possibly have the aptitude for missions in the Tower of Eternity? Of course, there are missions there that interest her, but she is looking for a team to take her." Long Wei didn't understand Tianhu Tianxue's actions and asked. She waited there for several hours, and didn't see anyone accept any missions. Even if someone did, how could you know it was the one she wanted? What about the mission? Shenrua couldn't help but laugh. Have you forgotten her skill charm? Charming King Heshi is out of the question, but charming a qualified person or team to take on the mission is probably still possible, right? Actually, a team would be even better, so they can leave the Eternal Tower together. She probably thinks that King Heshi will be more wary. Long Wei thought about his impression of King Heshi, and shook his head in disbelief. Who would someone like King Heshi be wary of? If people knew she had offended King Heshi, probably even fewer people would want to team up with her. That's not necessarily true. Shenrua had a different opinion. But there won't be any suitable mission teams for them now. Why is that? Long Wei didn't understand. Well, Shenrua nodded. Didn't they leave the mission area? Because the mission they wanted to take with them was cancelled, cancelled by King Hershey. Wow, how did you know? Did you overhear the tracking king of soldiers, Hershey? He didn't notice you? That's incredible. Look at the friends Long Wei has made. How amazing. However, what Shenrua said wasn't something that would evade Hershey's suspicions. It was as eloquent as a bard's poem. Well, because I'm an ordinary human, and I'm wearing ordinary clothes. I'm so ordinary. So ordinary it's practically written on my forehead. Why would he notice me? Shenrua showed Long Wei her appearance. Okay. This is so different from what I expected. But speaking of being ordinary, Long Wei suggested, we're already rich. We don't need to be so ordinary. Don't you consider getting clothes that match your status? Isn't being ordinary good enough? Look, even King of Soldiers, Hershey, was defeated by my ordinariness. Shenrua said very confidently. It doesn't need to be luxurious, but clothes with water element crystals have a cleaning effect. Mine does. Isn't that inconvenient? Let's go change a few sets. Long Wei's suggestion was quite tempting. So, after rejecting Long Wei's bunch of fancy recommendations, Shenrua chose two very simple outfits, but each inlaid with water element crystals and a cleaning magic circle. The clothes level finally changed from common to rare. After realizing that the female celestial fox's affairs weren't something he should meddle in, Long Wei knew Shenrua didn't plan to stay in the Eternal Tower forever, so he asked, we have money and clothes, where should we go next? Let's go buy some maps first. Maps displayed in this encyclopedia size are inconvenient to look at. Shenrua made a suggestion. There are many kinds of maps in this world, the more expensive ones being maps made of earth elemental crystals. It looks like a carved cylinder inlaid with earth elemental crystals. Once the elemental crystals are lit, it will project a miniature model onto a large enough area. There are also leather maps, maps similar to paper, and maps made of cloth. Shenrua chose a folded, paper-like map and began studying the geography of the Dust Sand continent. The Dust Sand continent is vast. From the map, it shows mountains, plateaus, plains, hills, rift valleys, grasslands, ice fields, volcanoes, and various other landforms. The Eternal Tower is located on a plain east of the Kingdom of Shilai. This plain doesn't only have the Eternal Tower as a town, the other towns are more like satellite towns of the Eternal Tower. Roads extend from the Eternal Tower to these towns. According to the encyclopedia, the Hehe, a branch of the Hishi tribe possessing 2 pieces of heavenly fox jade, now resides in a place called Undying Valley. On the map, Undying Valley is located midway between the Tower of Eternity and the Thousand Desolate Plains, but there is no road leading to it. The road only reaches a small town near Undying Valley, making the journey from the Tower of Eternity even longer than the journey from Gesang Town to the Tower of Eternity. Of course, it's also possible that the road to Undying Valley is too narrow to be marked on the map. Why is there no road to Undying Valley? Shenrua asked Long Wei. Although Long Wei wasn't entirely reliable, he had lived on the Dust Sand continent for many years, and had likely heard of it even if he hadn't been there. Long Wei had indeed heard of it, as it was a famous historical event on the Dust Sand continent, something he, as a noble dragon, would learn about. That's because the Valley of the Undying is larger than it's marked on. To stop the Celestial Fox clan chasing the fragments of the Celestial Fox Jade, Hershey used a plant combined with magic outside the Valley of the Undying. Instantly, towering thorns sprouted, forming a ring around the entire Valley of the Undying, making it impossible to enter from the sky or from the outside. Shenrua was puzzled. Don't the Celestial Foxes know fire magic? Why didn't they just burn these plants? Long Wei explained, these magical thorns can't be burned. It's said that several near-spirit level Hershey clan members were burned during the war to force these magical thorns to grow. So that's how it is, but Shenrua still had some questions. If that's the case, how do the Hersheys themselves manage to enter and exit? If they can easily break through it themselves, wouldn't this thorn wall be invincible in terms of defense? Long Wei said, well, although they have a way to carve a path through these thorns, it takes a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, the resources of the Undying Valley are enough for them to survive. The Undying Valley is now accessible, but you need permission from the local Hermiones and a willing Hermione to guide you. Shenrua looked at the map, seemingly lost in thought. Since they had been discussing the Thousand Silence Plains, the Heavenly Fox, and the Hermiones for the past 2 days, Long Wei guessed that Shenrua might still have feelings for the King of Soldiers Hermione and the female Heavenly Fox. Do you want to go to the Undying Valley? Or are you also interested in that female Heavenly Fox? Shenrua didn't intend to hide the information she had overheard from the King of Soldiers Hermione, and relayed the gist of the conversation between the King of Soldiers Hermione and the Hermione candidates to Long Wei. However, he didn't mention that the Celestial Fox Jade was a quest item. He only told Long Wei that the target of the Soldier King Hishi was the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment. Furthermore, the quest that Soldier King Hishi cancelled, leaving several female Celestial Foxes waiting in the quest area, was issued by the people of the Undying Valley, and the reward included the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment. However, because of the previous groundwork, Long Wei wasn't particularly surprised by this information. Instead, he recalled what he knew about the history and customs of the Hehe branch of the Hishi tribe. I can understand. You've seen it in the encyclopedia, haven't you? The Hehe branch of the Hishi tribe, living on the 1,000 desolate plains, also considers it their sacred ground. That's because the Hehe tribe is said to have had an ancestor who was a wandering ascetic. After arriving at the 1,000 desolate plains, one day during his ascetic practice, he saw an image left by a god on the 1,000 desolate plains, a beautiful bird dancing there. And the Hishi, initially unsure if it was an illusion, scooped up water from the lake on the 1,000 desolate plains the next day to wash herself. When he slept, he saw his reflection in the lake, and the dark patterns on his body transformed into red bird-shaped patterns. He believed he had received a blessing from the gods, and therefore decided to settle in the 1,000 desolate plains. His descendants were the later Hehe. This Hehe ancestor erected a giant totem pole in the 1,000 desolate plains, the place he believed to be a place of divine blessing. It is said that every 1,000 years, if the Hehe people dance under this totem pole, they can summon the divine bird to dance again. This ritual is very important to the Hehe, and their war with the Celestial Fox occurred shortly after the last festival, so calculating the time, their 1,000-year festival is almost here. It turned out to be a ritual to sense the remnants of the gods. Shenrua understood. Given the importance that various races in this world placed on everything left behind by the gods, it's possible that the Hehe tribe, back then, insisted on taking the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments and escaping into the Valley of Undying, even building a thorn wall to keep them out rather than handing over the fragments. They might have been planning for 900 years into the future. The phrase sacred relic in the description of the Heavenly Fox Jade was enough to explain what it meant to the Heavenly Fox tribe. Therefore, the Hehe tribe's goal was to return to the 1,000 Desolation Plains and initiate the millennium-old totem ritual. The Heavenly Fox Jade fragments, as a reward, were intended to get Heavenly Foxes who wanted them to work for them. Those who most desired the Heavenly Fox Jade were clearly the current leaders of the 3 Heavenly Fox branches. If they could obtain the 2 Heavenly Fox Jade fragments in the Hehe's possession, they could unify the entire Heavenly Fox tribe. And within the Heavenly Fox tribe, there might be other Heavenly Foxes who also desired the Heavenly Fox Jade. If Shenrua were Hehe, she wouldn't consume both Heavenly Fox Jade fragments as a mission reward at once. Even one fragment would be a tempting lure. Hehe's first goal would undoubtedly be for the Hehes participating in the festival to return to the location of the totem poles in the 1,000 Silence Plains. The second goal would be to avoid being disturbed by the Heavenly Foxes during the festival ceremony. If there were a third goal, it would be to release the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments, inciting the Heavenly Foxes to fight over them. Internal strife within the Heavenly Fox clan would weaken their strength, and if Hehe harbored ambitions, a 1,000-year revenge wouldn't be too late. That was entirely possible. Chapter 32. Thinking of this, Shenrua nodded and said, I see. I guess that other Heavenly Foxes were probably also paying attention to that now cancelled mission. Some of those teams have probably already set off to do the mission. When the mission was cancelled, the teams that had already accepted it, if Hehe doesn't intend to pay the penalty, let me think. Shenrua pondered for a moment, recalling the A and B level mission rules of the Tower of Eternity, and then drew her own deduction. According to the Tower of Eternity's mission rules, for missions of B level or higher, even if accepted, as long as they haven't been completed, newcomers are allowed to take over the mission. However, the Tower of Eternity will provide information on how many teams or individuals are currently working on the mission, and how long they have been working on it, as a basis for deciding whether to cancel. This is for reference when accepting the mission. In other words, the 3 of them might not have arrived at the Tower of Eternity immediately after the mission was posted. The mission might have already been accepted by another team. In this case, even if Soldier King Hishi could get Hehe, who posted the mission, to cancel it, and the team that had already started the mission didn't pay the penalty to terminate it, then in reality, the teams that had already set off and Soldier King Hishi were in competition for the mission. Would Soldier King Hishi mind the existence of competitors? Not only would he not mind, he might even be happy to see competitors, because if Tianhu Tianxue could think of joining a team to accept the mission and complete it to obtain Tianhu Jade, then what about the other Tianhus? Since what he wants is Tianhu Jade fragments, then Tianhus with Tianhu Jade fragments are also his targets. It seems you saw them consulting earlier. just asking how many teams were on the mission, and how long they'd been gone. Hearing this, Long Wei felt a little annoyed. If only I had overheard their entire conversation, but I was too embarrassed to get too close, otherwise I seem like that kind of. Long Wei couldn't think of an adjective to describe his behavior at the time. After all, terms like scoundrel or thug weren't in his vocabulary, and he certainly didn't think those things had anything to do with him. What does it have to do with anything? We weren't planning on following them anyway. Or do you think it's a shame such a beauty was killed by the King of Soldiers, he-she, and you want to go and see? If King of Soldiers, he-she really wanted to do it, I couldn't stop her. Long Wei suddenly thought of a possibility, his gaze burning as he looked at Shenruo. Could it be that you actually have a way? I don't have a way, but wouldn't you like to see a life or death duel between a spirit rank and a near spirit rank expert? Of course I would. As long as I don't get caught in the crossfire. Is that even a question? On the Dust Sand continent, the strong are respected. Spirit rank figures rarely make a move. Their reputation alone is enough to make others submit. Seeing a battle between a spirit rank and a near spirit rank expert, and with the Dragon Clan being a race that reveres strength, how could they not want to watch? Actually, these few heavenly foxes aren't without a chance, because the biggest problem with the King of Soldiers, he-she, is that he's too confident in his own strength and the strength of his companions. Shenruo took out the map and the encyclopedia, this time examining the enlarged map of the place names around the Eternal Tower. King of Soldiers, Hershey, was indeed very confident in himself. Besides being a spirit rank Hershey himself, the Hershey candidate was also a spirit rank being, and his initial team members were all at the ultimate rank. Even in the Eternal Tower, ultimate rank was extremely rare. Otherwise, Long Wei, a high-ranking dragon, wouldn't have been qualified to take on B-rank missions after wielding his weapon. Of course, moving up from B-rank missions, the difference in difficulty between A-rank and B-rank missions is far greater than the difference between B-rank and C-rank, and the difference in difficulty between S-rank and A-rank missions is even greater than the difference between A-rank and B-rank. S-rank missions require at least a near spirit rank being to pass the relevant qualification certification. These celestial foxes are beautiful, and being female celestial foxes, although there is no gender discrimination on the Dust Sand continent, within the same race, the female's power system differs from the male's. In terms of combat ability, females are inferior to males, but they have their own areas of strength. Therefore, the King of Soldiers, he-she, didn't take the combat power of these female celestial foxes too seriously. He simply had two Hizais from his regiment take turns monitoring their movements, and if they showed any signs of leaving the Eternal Tower, he would immediately use the communication crystal to send them to control them. However, King of Soldiers, he-she overlooked one thing. Celestial Fox Tian Shui was a near-spirit rank female celestial fox. While charm magic was ineffective against someone of his spirit rank, it was effective against his elite subordinates. Moreover, there wasn't just one celestial fox, but 3 in total. Such obvious charm abilities are alarming, but what if it was like the charm Long Wei experienced? They only stayed there for a few hours, without doing anything out of line. If Shenruo hadn't reminded him, Long Wei wouldn't even have realized he was charmed. Advanced charm magic excels in its subtle, gradual influence, like water wearing a way stone. The King of Soldiers, he-she, sent a he-she candidate ahead with another he-she, carrying his token, to the Valley of the Undying. He, however, remained at the Tower of Eternity, to see how the female celestial foxes planned to escape. He didn't believe these female celestial foxes could stay at the Tower of Eternity indefinitely. After preparing some provisions, Shenruo and Long Wei, map in hand, arrived at a forest outside the Tower of Eternity and began their exploration. Long Wei had never experienced this kind of travel before, and found it novel and interesting. The main tree species in this forest was called Plains Giant Tree, a unique species that grew on this plain. Moreover, these trees only grew along the banks of a river that flowed around the town of the Tower of Eternity, as if they had formed some kind of tacit understanding with the river. Shenruo examined the ground on both sides, then jumped into the water with a rock and swam around before climbing back ashore. He concluded, the soil and rocks on both sides of the river appear similar, but they are not the same type. Coincidentally, these two different, seemingly similar, but actually distinct geological structures diverge precisely at the riverbed. Therefore, this type of tree can only grow in a specific type of soil, which explains why only this area has these giant trees, which disappear without a trace once the river is crossed. Having examined the terrain, Shenruo began searching the forest for an animal called the burrowing spotted rat. This animal's meat is very delicious, but they are cautious and cunning, creating labyrinthine burrows underground. Although called a spotted rat, they are quite large, standing about half a person's height, yet they are incredibly agile. Let's have roasted flower rat for dinner tonight, Shenrua suggested. Only if you can catch it. Otherwise, we have to eat dry rations. Both storage rings were currently in Long Wei's possession. Shenrua's backpack, filled with bottles and jars, had been moved to the storage ring given to him by the Tower of Eternity. Before leaving the Tower of Eternity, Shenrua had even gone out of her way to buy a bunch of pots and pans. Roasted flower rat or dry rations. It was a no-brainer for Long Wei. What was so good about dry rations? Roasted flower rat was a delicacy. While he was actively hunting, he noticed that Shenrua was leisurely, showing no signs of preparing to catch the burrowing flower rat. Hey, start catching one too. What if I can't catch one by myself? We have to eat dry rations tonight. Long Wei protested vehemently. If you keep going like this, you won't be able to catch a single flower rat, Shenrua commented, observing the dragon and rat's battle. Then why don't you come down and catch it yourself? Long Wei was furious. What was wrong with this guy? Wouldn't we even get to eat the roasted flower rat? Shenrua shook her head. We and they are essentially the same kind of creature, except we have intelligence. If we have intelligence, but can't catch creatures without intelligence, then what's the point of our intelligence? That's too much. You're saying I don't have intelligence. Dare to fight me. Long Wei, already enraged by the flower rat, saw Shenrua's attitude and decided to fight her first. He was determined to defeat Shenrua and then have him catch the flower rat. Shenrua refused, looking at him with great confusion. If you can't even avoid alerting the flower-haired rat, how will you survive under the noses of King of Soldiers He Shi or Heavenly Fox Tian Shui? How about this, you go back to the Tower of Eternity, and I watch their duel, and then tell you all about it. Huh? Long Wei was greatly surprised. After Shenrua, and he had discussed whether or not they wanted to see King of Soldiers He Shi and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui's life-or-death duel last night, Shenrua had checked out of the inn early this morning, and then spent the day shopping with him at the market. After shopping, Shenrua took Long Wei straight to the giant tree forest outside the Tower of Eternity, without mentioning King of Soldiers He Shi and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui again. Long Wei thought that Shenrua had ultimately decided against it, fearing collateral damage. So you brought me to the wilderness forest to learn how to conceal my presence? Long Wei was deeply moved. Tell me the techniques, and I start practicing right away. Shenrua remained unmoved by Long Wei's emotion, pointing out her true reason for coming here. Bringing you to practice concealment was just a side thing. Anyway, if you don't master it, you can just go back to the Eternal Tower. I came here because I think this is the place the Heavenly Fox will choose for their final battle. They fight here? Why? Long Wei was puzzled. Why would Shenrua think that? The Heavenly Fox's goal is to escape, not to duel. Even if they were to duel, given their inferior strength compared to the King of Soldiers, He Shi, why would they choose a flat, open plain for an equal duel? The time you saved me, you chose such an open spot. If I hadn't dealt with that demon, would I be dead by now? To escape from someone stronger, the more complex the terrain, the better. Even the mighty He Shi couldn't possibly uproot an entire forest, could he? Even in a duel, what's the difference between the weaker party setting traps or using cunning and simply waiting to die? Around the Eternal Tower, only here are there towering trees that block out the sun. Thanks to these trees, the vegetation below grows exceptionally lush. These various kinds of vegetation provide natural cover. If they tried to escape from elsewhere, they would just be conspicuous targets. Chapter 33. Dragons are capable of flight, so they naturally prefer open terrain for combat. What if the opponent escapes into the forest? This isn't a concern for Long Wei, because as a noble dragon, his battleground is the battlefield. If the opponent has already fled into the forest, it means they've already been defeated in battle. If a dragon needs to inflict further losses, it can breathe fire or water into the forest, but there's no need. Their race is naturally characterized by large-scale, open battles. Small group combat requiring strategy, and the consideration of pursuit and escape, life and death, is simply not suited to their species. However, Shenrua's words were simple and easy to understand, and Long Wei clearly agreed. Although calmly ambushing the flower-haired rat was quite incompatible with a dragon's temperament, for the sake of dinner, and more importantly, for a ticket to witness a spectacular duel, Long Wei felt he could challenge himself. Shenrua's purpose, of course, wasn't just to help Long Wei train his aura. The more important goal was to explore, familiarize himself with, and memorize as much information as possible about this forest, including the various entrances and exits of the burrowing rat's burrows. If possible, he also planned to explore the burrowing rat's underground labyrinth. There are two ways to prevent the rats from finding you, Shinruo said, holding up 2 fingers, while Long Wei listened intently. The first way is to completely channel all your energy into your body. In my knowledge system, this is called concealing your aura. If you succeed, then to the rats, you be like a stone here. The second method is to synchronize your energy flow with the forest. This way, although you are physically present here, you will feel as if you are part of the forest. Neither of these sounds like something I can do. Long Wei was a little frustrated. This was indeed a blind spot for the dragon race. Just hearing Shinruo's description made it seem difficult. Shinruo also found it difficult to explain more clearly. Of course, he could demonstrate it to Long Wei. However, Long Wei hadn't undergone training in visual perception. It would be difficult for him to directly see qi through his eyes, or rather, the interaction between energy particles in the air and different individuals. Starting with visual perception training would be incredibly time-consuming. I can give you a demonstration, but if you can't see the change, it might still be difficult to understand. But just watch for now. After speaking, Shinruo casually found a rock in the forest and sat down. The moment he sat down, he sealed off all interaction between his internal energy and the surrounding air, performing the most basic qi syncing to the Dantian technique from Eastern metaphysics. Then, even his breathing became extremely weak, as if he had truly become part of the rock. Long Wei realized that if he hadn't seen Shinruo sit down like this, given his less observant nature, he might have easily overlooked Shinruo while searching the forest. Alright, that's the effect of imagining yourself as a rock. Shinruo stretched, then changed his posture and continued to Long Wei. Now, the next step is the effect of becoming one with the forest. After speaking, Long Wei noticed that Shinruo's perception had changed again. He was still there, yet it seemed as if he had vanished. After the demonstration, Shinruo thought for a moment and summarized the technique. The first method should be easier for you to grasp, but to make it undetectable even to the king of soldiers, you might need the second method. But first, master the first method. Imagine you have many pores on your body, close them all, and then concentrate your attention and the flow of energy within your body on one location. Then imagine yourself as a stone here. Actually, I didn't imagine myself as a stone, but since you can't use my method, you have to figure it out yourself. Long Wei actually found a stone, sat down, and began to understand how to transform himself into a stone. Seeing that he had settled down, Shinruo began studying the plants and flowers nearby using an encyclopedia. Unlike Long Wei, who found it difficult to transform himself into stone even while sitting, Shinruo could feel completely integrated with the forest while reading among the plants. After Shinruo had walked a short distance, a bold burrowing spotted mouse even peered up behind him as he squatted in front of a blade of grass, studying something. Then, a flying ordinary dagger pierced its forehead. Let's practice a bit later. Shinruo called to Long Wei in the distance, come help carry the spotted mouse. Long Wei came over, lifted the mouse, and, at Shinruo's direction, walked to the stream in the forest, complaining, you already managed to hunt successfully, why am I the one carrying the spotted mouse? Shinruo looked at him innocently. What strength can you use to swing a dagger? But look at my build, and look at the size and weight of this spotted rat. Is it even suitable for me to lift? Besides, isn't this mainly for you to eat? Long Wei questioned the first part of that statement. The last part was indeed true. As the saying goes, those who eat more meat are more likely to be swayed, so Long Wei could only process the spotted rat under Shinruo's instructions. After processing the spotted rat, Shinruo had already set up the grill, then found a giant tree, broke off a fallen branch, and began wielding his dagger against it. With that, a normal person would need a saw to cut was slicing into pieces the size of firewood with an ordinary dagger, as if chopping vegetables, and the cuts were neat and even. Long Wei was dumbfounded. Is this something a human can do? His astonishment stemmed from the fact that Long Wei couldn't train his eyes to clearly see changes in qi. If he could see, he would notice that the concentration of those special particles in the air surrounding Shinruo's dagger seemed exceptionally high, almost as if they were enveloping the dagger. Long Wei's father could also alter the concentration and flow of particles in the air. When he spoke with Shinruo, the oppressive aura he exuded was created by increasing the concentration of these particles and causing them to flow downwards, thus making one feel heavy. Although these particles are unique to the dust sand continent, their properties share many similarities with Shinruo's understanding of qi from his past cultivation. Furthermore, Shinruo can alter his vision to see the changes in these particles and airflow as different races perform different actions, making it easier for him to utilize these particle functions than for Long Wei. Shinruo guessed that these particles actually contain the 6 magical elements of the dust sand continent: light, darkness, wind, water, fire, and earth. This allowed the races living here to wield various kinds of magic. The existence of these particles was the key to the coexistence of races created by different gods in different universes on the Dust Sand continent. Letting chi enter his body, then concentrating it on the dagger, extending it as if it were part of his body to increase its lethality. This was something Shenrua could do on his home planet, Earth. Now, the chi had simply become particles, but the method was the same. Shenrua was unaware of the shock his actions had brought to Long Wei. He began gathering the strips of wood on the ground, then started digging mud along the riverbank with the dagger. Then, he added seasonings to the chopped meat, wrapped it in the skin of a spotted rat, and then coated it with mud. The firewood was tossed above the mud-covered spotted rat meat, and a soup pot filled with water and rat bones hung above the woodpile on a grill. "All right, you're in charge of starting the fire. Make it blaze." Having done all this, Shenrua clapped her hands and instructed Long Wei. Although he wasn't good at catching spotted rats, Long Wei was very skilled at starting a fire. A burst of dragon fire shot over, and soon the firewood crackled and popped into flames. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the soup pot. After drinking the soup and washing the pot, once the firewood had mostly died down, Shenrua used the pot to scoop up a pot of water and extinguish the remaining embers. Breaking apart the remaining embers, peeling back the hardened mud to reveal the charred skin of the spotted rat, Long Wei smelled an extremely tempting aroma. Undeterred by the heat, Long Wei grabbed a piece of spotted rat meat and began to devour it. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious!" Long Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Whether it was because he had never tasted such delicious spotted rat before, or because he had helped prepare it, was unknown. Long Wei, whose appetite was probably less than a tenth of Shenrua's, was already full after eating a piece of spotted rat meat about the size of a whole chicken breast on their home planet. Long Wei finished off the rest of the spotted rat meat. "Ha! This trip has been so much fun!" Long Wei exclaimed loudly as he stretched out on the ground, burping contentedly after finishing the last bite. He had completely forgotten that he had initially come out to rescue people and experienced the anxiety of running away from home. Now, he only felt that his previous outings were hardly playing around. No wonder Shenrua said not to stay in the Eternal Tower all the time. All the food, lodging, and bedding in the arena were all too boring. However, the Eternal Tower wasn't entirely useless. They had even forged legendary-level dragonfire weapons. In short, following Shenrua meant there was always a new world waiting for him. "You continue practicing how to be a stone later. I'm going to explore some more." Shenrua saw Long Wei lying on the ground like a dragon cake, ignored him, and continued studying the plants. By the time he had memorized the locations of the surrounding plants, terrain, and trees, it was already dark. Chapter 34. Spending the night in the wild requires preparation. You might need a tent, a hammock, or a treehouse, and ideally, a fire underneath. However, this was based on experience from Earth. While Shenrua was still figuring out how to set up a shelter, Long Wei, in a relatively sparsely wooded area, transformed into his dragon form and lay down on the ground. Human dragons evolved from wild dragons, and the ability to sleep anywhere in the wild is practically instinctive for them. As for Shenrua, Long Wei had already provided the answer. "What are you thinking about? Isn't it inconvenient to sleep on my back?" That made perfect sense. Before a dragon, even the kings of beasts on Earth were weaklings. Sleeping on a dragon's back, why bother with things like starting a fire to keep wild animals away? No need. The next day, Shenrua had Long Wei continue practicing his breathing techniques while he climbed atop a giant tree. The trees in the giant tree forest were incredibly tall, species unlike anything seen in books on Earth. Since arriving in this world, Shenrua has never seen a cloud in the sky, nor has she experienced rain. Furthermore, with no sun or moon, only stars and those peculiar particles in the air, Shenrua has come to a guess about the cyclical pattern of this world. That is, the particles already contain the elemental energy needed by this world. This energy is absorbed and transformed by the Earth. Earth energy and water energy become earth rocks, rivers, lakes, and groundwater. Fire elemental energy may become lava volcanoes, and wind elemental energy brings about the flow of air. Light and darkness, on the other hand, bring about the changes of day and night. As for the stars here, Shenrua didn't believe they were like those distant star systems suspended in the sky, like on their home planet Earth. However, the true meaning of these stars required further exploration. When elemental energy excessively enters the Earth, it forms crystals. In this case, humanity's greatest role in this world is developing a system for utilizing crystals. When the energy of the crystals is utilized, it's like releasing energy deposited in the Earth back into the atmosphere, thus maintaining the balance of energy transformation in this world. Other life forms also transform this energy in some way. Because of this, the way the trees grow here is somewhat illogical. On their home planet Earth, the height and branch extension of trees are limited, restricted by climate and environment. The giant trees here, requiring several people to encircle, are naturally astonishing in height, and their branches are thick and long. On their home planet Earth, such trees would easily stop growing due to various reasons during their growth process. For example, some trees were strangled by vines that entangled the branches, while others, after reaching a certain height, began to be affected at the top. With skill, one could walk on the branches of the trees here, and by using the interlacing branches, one could reach different trees. It was like a walkway in the air. Shinrua adjusted his senses. Then, he moved back and forth on the giant tree's arms. When he returned after running a large circle, nearing nightfall, he discovered that Long Wei had made significant progress today. Not only had he achieved petrification, but he had also hunted a spotted rat. In truth, Long Wei's strength was already at a high level. What Shinrua described, that anyone who could understand and sense the existence and flow of qi, and interact with, and seal their own qi with the qi outside their body, should be able to do even at a low level. However, this world lacked the concept of qi. Although the principle was the same, qi was transformed into particles, and these particles contained all the elements necessary for the growth of all things in this world. Theoretically, the existence of special particles in the air of this world allowed life here to achieve things beyond what could be done on their home planet, Earth, using qi. This is why the races in this world could wield so many different types of magic. Long Wei lacked the perfect, serendipitous opportunity to achieve it. Because, besides humans, various intelligent races in this world possess diverse talents, they acted according to their innate personalities, exhibiting their unique racial traits while becoming accustomed to magic and their talents. Because they believed they possessed sufficient ability, their cultivation focused solely on enhancing their own abilities, neglecting other aspects. For example, what Shinrua taught Long Wei was unnecessary in the eyes of the dragon race, and even many other races. If intelligent life in this world could do something like this, its profession would probably be a thief or hunter. Long Wei only lacks the opportunity to do it once. Once he does it and experiences it, applying it again will be much easier. However, as Shinrua said, this petrification technique still has flaws if it's meant to make even the king of soldiers, he/she, unaware of their existence. Because breathing and heartbeats are sounds. A stone with a heartbeat and breathing is inherently a false premise. Shinrua didn't know what would happen to the elite soldier he/she, but for him personally, if someone used this method to ambush him, he would intuitively sense something was amiss. Given Long Wei's tall stature, it was very likely that Long Wei would only be able to find a relatively distant viewing spot. Shinrua had made ample preparations for what was to come, even buying a communication crystal. After all, if anything unexpected happened, Long Wei could simply fly away, a good option. However, although Long Wei had hunted the flower-haired rat, he had little experience in turning it into a delicious meal. He could have simply roasted the flower-haired rat, skin and all, and then eaten it half-cooked, but why eat raw meat when there was delicious food? So he waited for Shinrua to return before processing the flower-haired rat. 2 more days of this forest life passed, and this time, Shinrua had even completely explored the flower-haired rat's underground maze. Although one can orient oneself by sense in the dark, and Shinrua doesn't need to rely on visual perception to navigate the underground labyrinth, this labyrinth isn't truly dark. Since this world lacks a sun and moon, daytime light comes from particles in the air. Countless glimmers of light make daytime bright. These particles also exist in the underground labyrinth, so it's not entirely dark. However, the brightness of the underground labyrinth is indeed slightly lower than on the surface, because the particle concentration underground differs from that in the air. The particles in the tunnels here flow in through the entrances and exits of the spotted rats, resulting in insufficient particle concentration. Because the spotted rats dig their tunnels according to their own size, they often need to bend over to move through these tunnels. Crawling is faster, although some areas are more open. Some spotted rats are quite large, and sometimes they need to widen their tunnels to prevent excessive fallen leaves at the entrance, which could lower the particle concentration. Especially if the tunnel is only the size of a spotted rat, it will block airflow, making the tunnel very suffocating. Several days passed, and the female celestial fox wandered around the trading and living areas of the Eternal Tower every day. One day, the 2 Hercules followed her to a shop and saw her shopping again, this time entering a clothing store. After changing into 1 or 2 outfits, they realized something was wrong when she came out. The female celestial fox, who was leading the way, had entered the changing room sometime earlier and hadn't come out since. Moreover, they usually observed the buildings the female celestial foxes entered from two different perspectives. But today they were all watching from the entrance as the female celestial foxes went in and out of the dressing room, changed clothes, and looked in the mirror. They had been unknowingly bewitched. When Soldier King she received this news, he crushed a communication crystal. However, he wasn't about to lose his judgment over something so small. He immediately took out a new communication crystal and began to plan the next steps. With Celestial Fox Tian Shui gone, the remaining two female celestial foxes needed to be controlled first. To avoid any trickery, such as leaving only the one carrying the Heavenly Fox Jade, the King of Soldiers, she was determined to prevent all the He from chasing after Heavenly Fox Tianxue, only to find the Heavenly Fox Jade on the remaining female Heavenly Fox. The town immediately dispatched other members of the mercenary group to search. As for Heavenly Fox Tianxue's intention to leave the city, King of Soldiers she sneered. While arranging for his men to observe from other directions outside the Eternal Tower, he personally went to the giant tree forest. From Heavenly Fox Tianxue's departure to King of Soldiers, she's departure for the giant tree forest, only a few days had passed. Even with so many days of subtle charm, Heavenly Fox Tianxue could only achieve so much. When she reached the edge of the giant tree forest, King of Soldiers, she could already see her silhouette in the distance. Then, they entered the giant tree forest one after the other. The Eternal Tower was certainly a good refuge, but they couldn't stay there indefinitely. The He clan's Millennium Festival was approaching, and their Heavenly Fox clan certainly had things they needed to do. The conflict between the He and the Celestial Fox clan on the Thousand Desolate Plains didn't begin with a legend. The legend was merely a catalyst. Their dispute had been protracted for a long time. The reason was that the Celestial Fox clan believed the He clan's construction of the totem poles symbolized their appropriation of the legacy left to them by the gods. The He clan had their traditions, and so did the Celestial Fox clan. After the Celestial Fox Jade shattered, a celestial fox named Tian Shou sang a divinely ordained poem about the He clan's return to the Thousand Desolate Plains. When the will left by the gods returns to the Thousand Desolate Plains, the fire god will once again favor the beautiful celestial fox. The totem pole ceremony was merely the backdrop for the king's reign. The ancient traditions would return at that time. Many celestial foxes believed this to be a divinely ordained poem with prophetic qualities, or a symbol of the will of a god favoring the celestial foxes. Therefore, with the He clan's festival approaching, the Celestial Fox Jade, which had been in the hands of the He, reappeared. Celestial Fox Tian Shui brought the Celestial Fox Jade to the Eternal Tower at this time, certainly not to waste her time there. Chapter 35. The Celestial Fox clan is naturally able to roam freely in the jungle. After leaving the Eternal Tower, a town bound by rules, the true power of Celestial Fox Tianxue and the Soldier King He is now revealed. The black magic arrows had already entered the giant tree forest before Soldier King He. These black arrows could penetrate the giant trees and various vegetation within the forest. To think that one could escape his magical attack using the trees as cover would be naive. Even Long Wei sensed the unusual message in the air. Shenrua had already given instructions on what to do when Soldier King He and Celestial Fox Tianxue arrived. Now, Long Wei directly pulled Shenrua along and with a whoosh, spread his wings. Dragons need to quickly transform into their dragon form after spreading their wings. Long Wei first entered a state of transformation into a dragon form, then returned to human form. The transformation in Gasang Town was too sudden, and Shenrua was unprepared, so she hadn't clearly seen Long Wei's transformation. This time, however, he was prepared and had the perfect opportunity to understand how the dragons did it. It turns out that the moment they sprout wings, they store their clothes in their storage ring, while simultaneously transforming into a dragon. This must be a form of magic, but how do they manage to store their clothes in the storage ring? This magic is indeed very amazing. Shenrua can store his discarded initial outfit into the earring he received as his initial gift, but he can't magically store his current clothes in his storage ring. It can only be said that because the human dragon race can switch forms, this magic is probably something they specifically developed. Since the dragon's might only requires transforming and then retracting the wings, he only needs to store his upper garment in the storage ring and then put it back on. This shows that even in human form, the dragon race differs from true humans. While parts of their upper bodies appear to have human skin, closer inspection reveals they are actually covered in scales. However, the color of these scales blends seamlessly with human skin in human form, making them difficult to detect without close inspection. They are mainly concentrated from the chest to the abdomen, forming the dragon race's natural armor. Long Wei, perched atop a giant tree, watched the chase between the soldier king He Shi and the heavenly fox Tian Shui. After he pulled Shenruo up, Shenruo didn't remain in place, but instead used the aerial passage to find a better vantage point. Shenruo had told Long Wei about this. He could do it, but Long Wei couldn't. Because Long Wei didn't possess another skill that allowed him to seemingly disappear into the forest. At this moment, Shenruo had taken off her shoes and nimbly moved barefoot among the giant tree branches. While moving, Shenruo used both hands and feet, appearing like an animal startled by a sudden commotion in the forest. Among the basic physical training systems Shenruo had encountered in the past, there were specialized mimicry training methods. Eastern training systems often draw inspiration from nature and animal-based martial arts and body-strengthening routines. For example, the ancient body-strengthening routine 5 Animal Frolics is one such example. Now, Shenruo's presence was extremely low, and his movements were as nimble as a monkey, so even the elite soldier He Shi and the celestial fox Tian Shui didn't notice someone watching them from above. When Tian Shui stopped her escape, Shenruo also stopped his movements above. He crouched on the tree trunk, seemingly no longer existing. Tian Shui originally intended to utilize the terrain to fully leverage the agility of her Tianhu clan. The giant trees and vegetation weren't meant to block King He Shi's magical attacks, but rather to obscure his vision. After repeatedly creating blind spots, she might be able to escape King He Shi's pursuit. However, unfortunately, firstly, before she entered the giant tree forest, King He Shi saw her at the furthest point of his vision. Secondly, King He Shi was faster than her. And faster than King He Shi was his dark magic. King He Shi's dark magic was a kind of attack designing magic. He could rapidly connect the dark energy in the particles in the air with the dark elemental energy within his body, and as a spirit rank being, his spell's wind-up was practically non-existent. Tian Shui quickly discovered something terrifying. King He Shi's pursuing magic wasn't intended to hit her, but rather to achieve two other purposes. The first purpose was to slow down her escape speed. Because fleeing directly forward without regard for anything else is much faster than dodging magic arrows while running, the need to avoid magical damage along the way forces Tian Shui to slow down. Another objective is to limit her path. By controlling the density of the magic arrows, the soldier King He Shi appears to give Tian Shui a choice, but in reality, the directions she can successfully dodge and continue moving are limited. Therefore, the seemingly insurmountable gap in her ability to traverse the jungle is completely negated by a single arrow of dark magic from the soldier King He Shi, making it only a matter of time before he catches up with her. This was something Shenruo hadn't initially anticipated. As expected of a being on this continent worthy of being described in encyclopedias with illustrations, Shenruo didn't underestimate the elite soldier He Shi. The magic system on his home planet Earth was fundamentally different from the magic system on this continent. Because on his home planet Earth, and even in Shenruo's universe, after humanity embarked on interstellar travel, it was discovered that humans seemed to be the earliest intelligent race to originate in the entire galaxy. The so-called humans who could use magic used invisible, intangible, and difficult-to-verify spells. This was completely different from the natural talents of the races here, who could casually breathe fire and water. Although he had witnessed the magic used by the demon, who had tried to capture him for alchemy, and had sensed the speed of spellcasting in this world, Shenruo didn't consider that demon an invincible powerhouse. If he wanted, the speed of that spell's casting animation would be enough for Shenruo to defeat him with a single blow. However, the strength of the King of Soldiers, He Shi, was on a completely different level from that demon. His dark magic was almost instantaneous, and it rapidly condensed dark energy from particles in the air. Then, after being consumed, it returned to the particles. This process altered the particles in the air, creating a powerful gale alongside the magical arrow. Very strong. Although this chase and standoff was incredibly intense, Shenruo's breathing and aura remained unchanged. He perfectly maintained his state of nothingness. After Tian Shui stopped, the King of Soldiers, He Shi, approached step by step, finally stopping about 10 meters away from her. Fire magic, I see. The ground beneath Tian Shui suddenly rose. The dark magic of the soldier King He Shi was a form of magic based on creation, imagination and elemental power were its core. He magically created a circular platform beneath Tianhu's feet, and then a cage-like structure appeared, trapping Tian Shui within. However, Tian Shui was no weakling who would surrender easily. Flames suddenly appeared beneath the platform, seemingly alive, climbing the dark cage like vines. The cage then shattered as the flames climbed. Fine, my patience has worn thin, Soldier King He Shi said. The Tianhu Jade Fragment. Killing you will reveal whether it's on you or not. Although there was a long-standing grudge between the Tianhu and He clans, the Hehe were actually Heshi with altered markings, and Qianjizi was originally the Tianhu clan's native land. The Hehe were later arrivals. As for the Heshi of the Valley of the Undying, they were originally related to Hehe's ancestors, and the two sides had always intermarried. Therefore, after Hehe left the Thousand Desolate Plains, they merged with Hehe to form a branch. This branch was not the same as the Heshi branch, to which the King of Soldiers, Heshi, belonged. King of Soldiers, Heshi, originally didn't intend to kill the heavenly fox, Tianxue. After all, this female heavenly fox was indeed very beautiful, and although he was a king of soldiers, he wasn't the type to indiscriminately kill innocent people. His main purpose in obtaining the heavenly fox jade fragment was to help the Heshi candidates. The legends left by the gods regarding the bearers of the mark were well known to all races on the continent. Their rival, Zhezhe, had a candidate appear at their temple, who then ostentatiously displayed the mark on his hand, claiming to be a chosen one. With the holy seas Zhezhe promoting this, it seemed as if this was the chosen one who could lead the continent out of the great cataclysm. The elite soldier, she didn't care which candidate ultimately completed the mission left by God and inspired his legacy, but the holy sea's actions had touched a nerve. How was this any different from tampering with the legends left by God? God hadn't indicated whether the final candidate could lead the continent out of the great cataclysm, and it wasn't a specific candidate who could do it. Did the Holy See want to use its influence to determine divine succession? At this time, the Heshi candidate found the location of one of his legions accepting missions and revealed his identity, requesting to see him. After meeting the man and confirming his strength, the elite soldier, Heshi, decided to support the Heshi candidate. These beings are not allowed to disrespect, harm, or hunt down candidates after learning their identities. The competition among candidates is their business, but it is the freedom of a faction to decide which candidate to support. The specific nature of the great cataclysm is unknown, but a cataclysm signifies the reconstruction of order amidst chaos. God did not designate a specific being to lead them out of the cataclysm, but rather prophesied the emergence of 8 candidates, which is quite intriguing. Since the Holy See, led by Zhezhe, can support candidates of its own race, then the King of Soldiers, Heshi, can similarly choose Heshi candidates as his supporters. However, Heshi, the King of Soldiers, hadn't originally intended to go this far in supporting the candidate. His original plan was to provide the candidate with information and powerful weapons, then, at the appropriate time, have him stand up and challenge the candidate Zhezhe. Hearing that someone had forged a legendary-level spear in the Tower of Eternity, Heshi took the candidate to the tower and purchased the weapon. This meant that the candidate, while wielding the weapon, would have 3 different elemental magic attack methods, a significant boost to his combat power. It was essentially a reciprocal gesture of the Holy See providing the candidate Zhezhe with a complete set of legendary armor and weapons. He also gave the candidate a sum of money and a storage bracelet. The candidate was supposed to part ways after this matter was resolved, as he needed to find information on how to resolve the cataclysm, but suddenly claimed to have received divine guidance that a crucial item was on the female celestial fox they encountered. After a fruitless search, Soldier King Heshi guessed that the female celestial foxes were carrying something they wouldn't find. A fragment of the celestial fox jade. The celestial fox carrying the fragment was either the leader of a branch of the celestial fox clan, or the heir to that leader. Soldier King Heshi had no intention of intervening in the impending conflict in the Heavenly Silence Plains. As long as celestial fox Tianxue handed over the fragment, he had no intention of killing her. After all, killing her would cause a significant commotion. Longwei couldn't assess Tianxue's strength because she was stronger than him, but Soldier King Heshi sensed she was quite powerful. Killing her would inevitably lead to further trouble. However, Tianxue successfully charmed his members and nearly escaped his control, which ignited Soldier King Heshi's murderous intent. This would damage his legion's reputation. Chapter 36. Magic used to kill an opponent and magic used to control an opponent are completely different levels of magic. The King of Soldiers, Heshi, decided to take Tianxue's life, and his attack method and frequency instantly changed. A massive magic circle appeared around Tianxue, then spears rained down from above her, and where she stood, dark spikes appeared. The 2 attacks appeared almost simultaneously, a direct killing blow. Tianxue's body was engulfed in red flames. She had merged herself with fire elemental magic. Her body was magic, and magic was herself. Although the King of Soldiers, Heshi's, magic was powerful, it could not penetrate her. However, it was clear from the balance of their attacks that Tianxue was trying her best not to deplete her elemental power too quickly, because if she couldn't hold on, death awaited her. But holding on was nothing more than a desperate struggle. The King of Soldiers, Heshi's attacks were so frequent yet inexhaustible. Tianxue, Her body wreathed in crimson flames, charged out of the attack circle of the soldier King Hishi, seemingly intending to switch from defense to offense despite the dense barrage of attacks. A black magic circle blocked the path of Tianhu Tianshue's transformed crimson light. Even with an extremely high concentration of elemental power within her body and incredibly intense flames, Tianhu Tianshue couldn't break through the magic circle to reach Soldier King Hishi and engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Her judgment was correct. Since Soldier King Hishi's magic was a form of illusion, his melee combat ability was inferior to hers, now engulfed in flames. However, she was still just short of getting close. If she died, the fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade would fall into the hands of the Soldier King Hishi. Since that was the case, she might as well take a desperate gamble. In the legendary War of the Thousand Silence Plains, the Heavenly Fox Jade shattered after being used as an attack and blocked by Hishi's collective attack. This meant that the Heavenly Fox Jade itself could be used for attack. Therefore, when Heavenly Fox Tianshue was blocked by the black magic circle and was only 2 meters away from the Soldier King, she opened her mouth, and a pure white fragment enveloped in red light emerged, containing extremely powerful magical energy, the power of a sacred relic. This white fragment directly pierced through the black magic circle barrier. At this moment, Soldier King Hishi had already used a considerable amount of shaping magic. To block this sudden attack, he needed powerful magic to continuously create a defensive structure. But the attack from the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment was too strong and too sudden. For Soldier King Hishi, it was already too late. Suddenly, the particles in the air changed rapidly, as if the air itself had been parted from top to bottom, and a dark shadow fell from above along this parted air. The speed of the fall was astonishing, and both the elite soldier Hishi and the Heavenly Fox Tianshue, whose attention was highly focused on the battle, had no time to react to this sudden change. The fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade vanished. The powerful energy had disappeared without a trace in an instant. In this life-or-death stage of the magical battle, the elite soldier Hishi had already prepared to kill the Heavenly Fox Tianshue at the cost of severe injury. Moreover, due to the Heavenly Fox Jade's status as a sacred relic, he had also felt a suffocating sense of having brushed shoulders with death for that brief moment. Having become a king of soldiers, Hishi had certainly experienced this terrifying brush with death before, but since becoming a spirit-rank being, this was the first time he had encountered such a threat. However, this time, he didn't know where the dark figure came from, or why neither he nor Tianhu Tianshue had detected its presence. At this moment, the dark figure had clearly pierced through the ground. Without the Heavenly Fox Jade, King of Soldiers Hishi and Tianhu Tianshue stopped their movements. Although the other party might have saved their lives, their first choice was to use magic to directly attack the point of impact. Heavenly Fox Fire and dark magic pierced the ground, instantly penetrating the cave, but there was no scream they expected. The ground pierced by the Heavenly Fox Fire and dark magic formed a sizable collapse. King of Soldiers Hishi jumped into it, then looked at the holes that appeared around the collapse. If the being of some unknown race that stole the Heavenly Fox Jade hadn't died, it must have escaped along one of the paths. However, there were simply too many holes here, all interconnected, making it impossible to determine which passage the opponent had taken to escape. Boy King Hishi and Heavenly Fox Tianshue both fell silent. Without the Heavenly Fox Jade, they no longer had a reason to fight to the death. What was going on? Who on earth dared to risk everything like this? Snatching food from a tiger's mouth? How audacious! Boy King Hishi used his magic arrow again on the holes, but these holes were dug by the flower-haired rats, not the kind of straight tunnels without any twists and turns. In Shinruo's view, he hadn't acted unethically. While he did steal the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, one coveted, the other protected, from both Soldier King Hishi and Heavenly Fox Tianshue, the result was that Tianhu Tianshue was spared further pressure from Soldier King Hishi, and both were unharmed. Soldier King Hishi's condition just now likely meant he would be severely injured even after acquiring the Heavenly Fox Jade. Shinruo could have simply waited until both were weakened before taking it all. After all, the proverb the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and when the crane and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits are cliches from Eastern tradition. Besides Long Wei, there were no other observers here. Even if he waited until they were both critically injured and near death before picking up the spoils, what was wrong with that? Shinruo simply felt that they had no reason to fight to the death. Since he needed the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment to prove something, and it was a quest item, getting it sooner wasn't a bad thing. Heavenly Fox Tianshue was an extremely beautiful celestial fox. Having her face smeared with blood wouldn't be a good look. The King of Soldiers, Hishi, was, after all, the one who commissioned the Dragonfire War Spear he made, which essentially solved a major funding problem for him. It was like doing a good deed for the day, protecting the biodiversity of the Dust Sand continent. Although there wasn't only one celestial fox, Tian Shui, and only one He Shi, the king of soldiers, these two were both rare finds. It's like there are many hairy crabs, but a 1-pound hairy crab is still very rare. Tian Shui and He Shi, the king of soldiers, didn't know this analogy he was making. If they did, they probably wouldn't be able to resist dragging him out and grinding him to ashes. Although Shenruo believed he was protecting the biodiversity of the Dust Sand continent, he didn't underestimate the destructive power of these two when they were angry. After jumping down and breaking through the ground to enter the underground labyrinth of the flowery rats, he adjusted his senses. Before the interruption and the return of Tianhu Tianxue, the king of soldiers, could react, they had already crawled a considerable distance underground. Despite this, the second magical arrow from King of Soldiers, He Shi, caused some collapses in the tunnels, burying Shenruo's legs halfway up in the loose soil. Fortunately, the soil was soft, and although he was disheveled, he wasn't seriously injured. After crawling a sufficient distance underground, and feeling like he was struggling to breathe, Shenruo finally reached the surface. He had reached the edge of the giant tree forest. He found a tree and climbed it. Here, he couldn't use the methods from his home planet Earth to determine time and direction by the shadows of trees. He could only rely on climbing to a high place and looking at the distant towns to pinpoint his location and determine his next escape route. Shenruo had already told Long Wei to wait for him in a town on the road from the Eternal Tower to the Valley of the Undying if anything unexpected happened. King of Soldiers He Shi and Tianhu Tianxue, unable to find the source of the sudden change, didn't leave immediately. Both sides, through the other's magical attacks, realized that the suddenly appearing robber was neither a member of the Soldier King He Shi's group nor the Heavenly Fox, who was supposed to be there to assist Heavenly Fox Tianxue. There's no need to be so ruthless, Heavenly Fox Tianxue sighed, as she saw Soldier King He Shi use arrow magic a second time. She was already beautiful, and now, after the battle, her disheveled hair gave her a unique charm. Since you dared to do this, you should be prepared to be hunted down to death by the army. Heavenly Fox Tianxue laughed. How confident were you in dodging my attack just now? At the very least, you'd be seriously injured, right? Even if you could kill me, if he finishes us off after we're both severely injured, we'd probably die here, and my people or your subordinates wouldn't even find us until our bodies are cold. The Celestial Fox Jade Fragment is a sacred relic. As a Celestial Fox, she wouldn't easily hand over something so important unless she were to die. Now that it's been taken, while she undoubtedly bears responsibility, she also feels a sense of relief. She had protected the sacred relic with her life, and she hadn't backed down in front of the King of Soldiers, He Shi. With He Shi present, she could explain herself to her clan. If she could, she certainly wouldn't want to die. How could He Shi not know that if the Snatcher had acted any later, he and Celestial Fox Tianxue wouldn't be standing here talking? But he was He Shi, the King of Soldiers. Even if the other party didn't want to take their lives, it could be said that they had achieved the best outcome for him and Celestial Fox Tianxue. Essentially, He Shi was simply choosing to support the He Shi candidate. After all, according to the will left by the gods, they should support the candidate to lead the continent away from the great catastrophe. Support is support. Providing money, supplies, and information, that's all support. As long as it doesn't violate the will of the gods. He wasn't about to risk his life for a candidate he only known for a short time. But didn't he have any pride? The main reason he used the magic arrow a second time was to warn the other party, to let them know that just because he saved their life, they wouldn't be grateful. However, at that time, the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment was releasing powerful energy from a sacred relic, and it was being used as an attack. How could the other party have so easily neutralized this energy? Chapter 37. Shenruo was unaware of the conversation between Soldier King He Shi and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui, nor did he know that they had actually given up pursuing him afterward. Soldier King He Shi's second attack was still quite intimidating, causing Shenruo to remain highly vigilant on his way to the next town. The distance to the town he had agreed to meet with Long Wei was neither far nor near. The biggest problem was that he had given his storage ring to Long Wei, and there were no other towns along the way where he could resupply. He wasn't wearing shoes either. Fortunately, his clothes could be cleaned using water elemental crystals and the magic array embroidered on them, but he was currently covered in dust and dirt. Even if his clothes were clean, it would be obvious that he had crawled out of the mud. Without the cover of the giant tree forest, he didn't walk on the main road. Here were fields that had been cleared out. Judging from the uniformity of the crops, they were clearly cultivated rather than wild. The dust sand continent also had bread. Even if there was no wheat, there would be similar crops. Shenrua walked along these fields. According to his estimation, it would take about 2 days and 1 night to reach the agreed town. The reason he didn't use the crystal to contact Longwei was that it was extremely difficult to spot a tiny human like him from the air in this place. Location isn't really that useful just by talking about it. This was the 3rd time he'd gone hungry for such a long time since arriving here. The first time was unavoidable. The second time was on the way to the Tower of Eternity because he fell asleep, so it wasn't too bad. This time, well, let's not even mention it. 2 days and 1 night wasn't unbearable for Shenrua, especially since the particles in the air here were rich in energy. As long as he could fully utilize his breathing techniques, Shenrua felt his limit was probably around 10 days. The 10 days mentioned here doesn't mean he died from not eating for 10 days, but rather that he could still perform basic activities without food for 10 days. Being starving to the point of unconsciousness and utter weakness is outside Shenrua's definition of the limit. The following night, he finally arrived at the town he had agreed to meet Longwei. He had taken out the communication crystal, as he and Longwei had often been separated during their time in the giant tree forest, so he carried it with him for convenience. Huh, you arrived already? Longwei's excited voice came through the communication crystal. Wow. Wait for me, I come out to meet you. No need to meet me, right? Just tell me the name of the inn, I come over. Longwei's slightly more frugal habits didn't last long. After all, dragons' hobbies are treasure and luxury. Longwei had chosen the best hotel in this small town. His excitement was palpable as he opened the door for Shenrua, eager to share his thoughts. However, Shenrua stopped him. Let's talk after I shower. He was practically rolling in the air. Longwei had to swallow his pent-up emotions. When Shenrua emerged from the shower, Longwei sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Ah! That day was so nerve-wracking. Didn't I tell you to fly away if things look bad?" Shenrua asked, puzzled. Had he not followed through? No, it was too tense and exciting. I didn't dare move or fly, and as a result, I missed the best opportunity you mentioned to escape. But there's one thing you misjudged. Oh! Shenrua herself didn't know what she had misjudged. You said you try using the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment as an attack if the Heavenly Fox were to succeed, and that if you did, either the King of Soldiers, she, or the Heavenly Fox would definitely search the giant tree forest, but they didn't. If they didn't even search the giant tree forest, then his lack of encounters with she or similar figures along the way wasn't due to his caution, but rather because they had given up the search. This was indeed unexpected for Shenrua. While he wasn't being dishonest, the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment seemed incredibly important to both the Heavenly Fox, Tian Shui, and the King of Soldiers, she. They were even willing to risk their lives for it, yet they abandoned the search. This was something Shenrua hadn't anticipated. Seeing Shenrua deep in thought, Longwei continued, as he had so much to say, I really didn't expect this. First, I didn't expect you to actually jump out. Then, I didn't expect you to stop their life or death struggle by stealing the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. The third thing is, I simply can't fathom how you did it. The Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment was in attack mode, wasn't it? How did you do it? Was it the same time you extinguished my fire? If that's the case, you're incredibly strong. Well, actually no. It was the earring, the initial equipment given by the gatekeeper. Although Shenrua seemed strong to Longwei actually misunderstood him. Shenrua knew he wasn't weak in martial arts, but not in the way Longwei imagined. Shenrua had discovered one of the rules of this world, concerning the gods, which was subject to the suppression of laws. The earring, given by the gatekeeper, was an initial equipment from the Dust Sand realm left by the gods for collecting quest items on the Dust Sand continent. It belonged to the pinnacle of the law suppression pyramid. According to Longwei, sacred relics are the rarest and highest quality items in the world. And the encyclopedia, based on the source Shenrua provided, is also considered a sacred relic by Longwei. Therefore, its ability to appear and disappear freely without the need for storage rings or bracelets makes perfect sense to Longwei. Similarly, the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragments can be hidden within the body of Heavenly Fox Tianxue. However, Shenrua knows that the encyclopedia is actually stored in his initial equipment, the earring. He chose the earring because it's small enough to be easily discovered. The earring wasn't initially shown in the selection interface provided by the gatekeeper, it was only given to him after he requested it. He requested it to create a blind spot. If other candidates encountered him, and didn't realize they could request storage items, they would only look at his rings, bracelets, and necklaces, items that had appeared in the interface. He didn't want to enter the other candidate's field of vision from the start, at least not yet. In other words, The appearance of the initial item to be stored can actually be determined by the gatekeeper, as long as that item exists. The reason for providing an interface for them to choose is merely to give them a direction. The earring can store the encyclopedia and any quest item. All they need to do is approach it and, without anyone else touching it, store it in their earring in the same way they store the encyclopedia. In fact, the encyclopedia never touches the earring when it's stored. Therefore, Shinrua's main challenge is simply jumping down and creating a hole the size of herself to penetrate the flower-haired rat's underground maze. The reason the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment's immense power was instantly neutralized is thanks to the earring. However, it wasn't appropriate to tell Long Wei directly about this. Things are a little different from what you expected, but overall the result is pretty good. Shinrua calmly brushed aside Long Wei's excitement. This made Shinrua seem even more impressive in Long Wei's eyes. Look, such an awesome thing, and she just turned the page so easily. Shinrua didn't care what Long Wei was thinking, and had him take out 2 pieces of dry rations from his storage ring to eat. By the way, there's a really delicious drink here, I go buy some. Long Wei watched Shinrua eat her rations, and remembered this local product, a homemade drink made by residents around the town. He had tried it after arriving here, recommended by a friendly shopkeeper, and found it particularly delicious. Shinrua watched Long Wei dash out like a whirlwind to buy the drink, but he returned a short while later. And he hadn't even bought the drink. What's going on? Surely the money isn't gone. King Hishi, I saw them. They're not here to cause you trouble, are they? Long Wei was on high alert. No. Shinrua, seeing Long Wei's alarmed reaction, simply held out her hand. What's the name of the drink? Give me a few silver coins, I go down and buy it. Long Wei handed the silver coins to Shinrua with some suspicion. 100 herbs beer drink, are you sure it's okay? Shinrua took the silver coins and held them up to Long Wei. If you're worried, just keep an eye on it upstairs. She then put the silver coins in her pocket and went downstairs. Long Wei quickly followed. The drinks were sold at the front desk on the first floor of the hotel. They were a staple in every hotel shop here. Shinrua reached the bottom of the stairs, while Long Wei was still peering out from above. The innkeeper was awkwardly refusing King Hishi's offer. It's not that I don't want to make money, it's just that someone's already checked in tonight. You have to wait until tomorrow to clear the place out. Although Shinrua didn't know why King Hishi had only arrived in this town at this hour, or why he had decided to stay at this inn, he was certain that King Hishi hadn't seen his face. He was not only wearing that ordinary cloak, but he was also certain that he had jumped down with his back to King Hishi's face. Even if there had been a chance to see his face, it would have been Tianhu Tianxue, but he had moved very quickly, and both King Hishi and Tianhu Tianxue were completely focused on each other, so the chance of seeing him clearly was slim. How many people have checked in, and how many rooms have they used? The innkeeper suddenly asked Shinrua. Shinrua didn't understand why the innkeeper was looking at him, and gave him a slightly confused look. Long Wei had been waiting for Shinrua, so he had always booked double rooms with 2 beds, and coincidentally, today was the only room in the inn that Long Wei had booked. Shinrua arrived and immediately informed the hotel owner, which is why the owner was watching him. It's just him and his friend, they booked a double room. Why don't you two discuss it? The hotel owner quickly passed the buck. Outside the hotel, Tianhu Tianxue, along with 2 other female Tianhis and the other hexes brought by the soldier King Hishi, were all present. This was quite strange. Had they reconciled? Chapter 38. What Shinrua didn't know was that he had considered the possibility that the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment might not be the quest item, but rather the Heavenly Fox Jade itself. However, the candidate Hishi hadn't thought that far ahead. He wanted to collect them all, mainly to control and manipulate other candidates later. Without the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, the Soldier King Hishi and the Heavenly Fox Tian Shui temporarily had no points of conflict. In fact, cooperation was even possible. Whether it was a mercenary leader or a female Heavenly Fox carrying a Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, they often represented more than just themselves. Soldier King Hishi had promised to help Hihi complete the quest he posted at the Eternal Tower. Upon completion, the Hihi clan would pay him gold coins equivalent to the Eternal Tower and a Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. Theoretically, Soldier King Hishi was stronger than other teams accepting the quest. Moreover, it was highly unlikely that anyone stronger than him would accept this quest. Of course, he stipulated that they would not pay any penalty fees or recall the teams that had already set off. Some of these teams had already reached the Valley of the Undying. Tianhu Tianxue originally came to find a mission team to accompany her, and this team was led by the elite soldier Hishi. Although dangerous, it wasn't unacceptable. According to Hishi, he needed fragments of the Tianhu Jade. It would be best if he could collect them all, but he wouldn't force it if he couldn't. The reason he was hunting Tianhu Tianxue was primarily because she challenged his authority. However, Tianhu Tianxue was near spirit rank, and he hadn't expected the Tianhu jade fragments to be used in such a way. Bringing Tianhu Tianxue back was one thing, but the loss of the Tianhu jade fragments was another. However, in the matter of Tianhu Tianxue, Hushi's authority had been maintained, and it wouldn't affect his reputation for hiring elite soldiers. As for the fragments of the Heavenly Fox Jade, Soldier King He Shi and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui reached an agreement. It had shattered into dust during their duel, and couldn't be pieced back together. Since the Heavenly Fox Jade had already been broken, the explanation that the fragments had shattered further into dust was accepted by everyone else. After all, this was a life-or-death duel between a spirit rank and a near-spirit rank cultivator. Given the circumstances, this explanation was the optimal solution for Soldier King He Shi and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui. For Soldier King He Shi, although the person who stole the Heavenly Fox Jade had actually resolved his and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui's predicament, and even saved his life, having something he was determined to obtain snatched right under his nose was absolutely dishonorable. The other party, choosing that method of attack, likely didn't want anyone to know who they were, so they would certainly keep quiet. Since that was the case, he would simply grant their wish. For Tianhu Tianxue, losing the fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade might threaten her position within the clan. However, if the Heavenly Fox Jade shattered during a fierce battle against the King of Soldiers, Hushi, a life-or-death struggle, the situation would be different. A female Heavenly Fox capable of fighting Hushi to a standstill wouldn't face significant criticism even without the fragment. Of course, her situation within the Heavenly Fox clan is actually precarious, as evidenced by her having to personally lead 2 female Heavenly Foxes to the Eternal Tower. Hushi's use of a Heavenly Fox Jade fragment as bait has attracted the attention of many Heavenly Foxes. Most importantly, the Heavenly Fox clan believes a wise leader will emerge, ultimately reuniting the clan during Hushi's Millennium Festival. Possessing more Heavenly Fox Jade fragments increases the likelihood of being considered a wise leader. This is determined by a secret attribute of the Heavenly Fox Jade, unique to the Heavenly Fox clan. Even after being fragmented, it retains this attribute. Although she lost her own Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, Heavenly Fox Tianxue and Soldier King Hishi agreed that she would provide information on other Heavenly Foxes possessing Heavenly Fox Jade fragments and assist Soldier King Hishi in completing the mission issued by Hehe. Despite the fact that this mission was issued by the Hehe clan, who have a grudge against the Heavenly Fox clan, the Hehe clan's purpose in this mission is clearly to gain the Heavenly Fox clan's participation. By exploiting the Heavenly Fox clan's desire for the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments, they aim to ensure that their members participating in the festival can successfully enter the 1,000 desolate plains. As for Heavenly Foxes that might secretly follow them, or those who have reached some kind of agreement with the mission team, they can eliminate them along the way if it's convenient. Ultimately, their goal is the Celestial Fox Jade fragment they can claim from the Eternal Tower upon successful completion of the mission. To ensure the Celestial Foxes don't try to keep the fragments for themselves, they need to be trusted confidants of the Celestial Fox leader. Furthermore, to prevent the Celestial Foxes from falling for the trap, Hehe moved the mission announcement earlier. This ensured the Celestial Foxes would theoretically have time to pursue their own interests after receiving the reward. Of course, they also kept another Celestial Fox Jade fragment. The Celestial Foxes believed Hehe would use this fragment before and after the festival, intending to incite them to fight over it, thus preventing them from interfering with Hehe's festival preparations. And, incidentally, seeing the Celestial Foxes fighting tooth and nail, if the entire clan was in a fragmented state, Hehe would undoubtedly take advantage of their misfortune. None of the other holders of the Celestial Fox Jade fragments came to the Eternal Tower to accept the quest in person, only Celestial Fox Tianxue did, which was enough to prove she had her own difficulties. Her current, brief cooperative relationship with Soldier King Hishi was also fragile. The agreement she proposed to Soldier King Hishi was that if she encountered other Celestial Foxes with Celestial Fox Jade fragments after entering the 1,000 Desolation Plains, and could obtain a fragment from them, that fragment would belong to her. The Celestial Fox Jade fragment and the bounty from completing the quest would belong to Soldier King Hishi. If she didn't encounter any, she hoped that the Celestial Fox Jade obtained after completing the quest could be divided in 2, with half going to her and the bounty to Soldier King Hishi. However, Soldier King Hishi was non-committal about this. He did indicate that if he was certain he could obtain 2 Celestial Fox Jade fragments, he could give her 1, but he did not agree to dividing the existing Celestial Fox Jade fragments in 2. Shinruk was unaware of the story behind this, the negotiations between Soldier King Hishi and Celestial Fox Tianxue, and how they had formed this fragile team, while each of them was still concealing something. He assumed that after the conflict over the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment ended, he, the King of Soldiers, finally understood how to appreciate the Heavenly Fox's extraordinary beauty, and that the Heavenly Fox, as a near-spirit level being, had also learned to appreciate he. However, the current problem was that he was negotiating with him. Human, how much did you spend on your hotel stay tonight? I paid double. Could you please move to another inn? Shenrua had no choice but to turn to face he. And he deeply understood why the human race was considered an unfavored race. Among the Easterners of his home planet Earth, his height was considered decent, but he only reached the shoulder of the elite soldier he. Even Tianxue was slightly taller than him. His build was also different. He was only about 3/4 the shoulder width of he. When the other party negotiated with him, although they used the polite word trouble, their tone was anything but polite. He's voice, despite having recently narrowly escaped death, showed no humility whatsoever. It still carried that arrogant air. Bronze skin, black markings representing strength covering his body, a wildly handsome appearance, and smoothly defined muscles, he resembled a leopard ready to hunt at any moment. The other party was a weak human. Regardless of whether he had heard of his illustrious reputation, he didn't even need to exert any pressure. The racial difference alone was enough to make the other party leave, especially since he had promised to compensate double the room rate. The King of Soldiers, he was confident he could get this human to change ends, but the human looked vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. Unexpectedly, this weak human turned to the innkeeper and asked, "How much is a night here?" Was he being ignored? The innkeeper had already thought he passed the buck, but instead of answering Hishi's question, the other party asked about the price of his room. So, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "That room is 10 silver coins a night." Shenrua nodded after hearing this, then turned to Hishi and said, "You heard that? 10 silver coins a night. I might look like a beggar, but I'm past that stage now. 10 days or half a month ago, I might have agreed." Soldier King Hishi narrowed his eyes dangerously. He carefully scrutinized Shenrua. This was indeed no ordinary human. Black hair and black eyes were rare among ordinary humans. This was a human with Eastern human blood. However, rarity and nobility are two different things. Rarity and power are also two different things. Humans with Eastern blood, compared to ordinary humans, were simply weaker and shorter-lived. "So how much do you want?" 10 silver coins were nothing to Soldier King Hishi, who always booked an entire inn in town. He only used one room tonight, and if he could settle it with money, he certainly wouldn't mind. His displeasure stemmed from the fact that this human dared to negotiate a price with him despite his presence. Moreover, his attitude was neither obsequious nor fearful, nor did he show any sign of backing down or righteous indignation. Judging from the other's tone and expression, he simply felt that 10 silver coins were too little. Judging from the human's appearance, he was no more than 20 years old, with a touch of naive innocence in his youthful looks. The Soldier King, Hershey, remembered seeing this human before, in the square where he had met Tianxue. The reason he hadn't remembered was because this human was utterly inconspicuous compared to the dragon beside him. When investigating who had brought the items needed by Hershey's candidate, he first checked the conspicuously tall dragon, completely ignoring the human youth beside him. After all, Hershey's candidate had stated that they weren't the ones. The innkeeper said there were 2 guests in one room, meaning the other guest was the dragon. That dragon was dressed in the attire of a noble dragon from the kingdom of Shilai. Dragons are a very wealthy race, so it seemed this room must have been booked by that dragon. It was understandable that it cost less than 10 silver coins. Chapter 39. Since the rooms were booked by the dragons, getting them to move out would likely cost a considerable amount of gold coins. The Soldier King Hishi reassessed the cost of getting this human to leave the inn. The dragon boy appeared to be an immature or newly adult dragon, posing no real threat. Furthermore, dragons generally don't engage in activities like espionage or eavesdropping. This world has its share of strange and unusual professions involving intelligence gathering, but dragons have never been involved in these. Never mind. The Soldier King Hishi conceded. "Give me all the rooms except theirs," he told the innkeeper. Shenrua patiently waited for the innkeeper to finish processing Hishi's check-in before taking out a silver coin and saying, 2 cups of herbal hot beer, please." Longwei watched Shenrua carry the 2 cups upstairs and gave him a thumbs up. His admiration for Shenrua grew even higher. "See? That's what you call calm as a battered clown." He took what the other person wanted right in front of him, and then brazenly flaunted it without a care in the world. "Who is that person?" "He's the infamous king of soldiers of the Dust Sand continent," the innkeeper, Seeing the king of soldiers, Heishi's slightly displeased expression as he watched Shinrua's retreating figure, quickly offered, "The 100 herbs beer drink that the guest ordered is a specialty of our town. How many of you are there? I give each of you a free drink." King of soldiers, Heishi had solved his inn's vacancy problem for the day. A few 100 herbs beer drinks were nothing to him. "Count them yourselves." King of soldiers, Heishi took one of the room keys and went upstairs. Afterwards, the other Heisais and the Sky Foxes also came in to collect their room keys. The inn suddenly became quite popular. After several days of exhaustion and a hearty meal, Shinrua didn't eavesdrop on Heishi and the female celestial fox's gossip, but quickly fell asleep. Over the past few days, Shinrua had gained quite a bit. First, he confirmed the first thing. The celestial fox jade fragment wasn't the quest item, the celestial fox jade itself was. The evidence was that although the pain from the mark at specific times each day had weakened due to collecting a celestial fox jade fragment, and it was estimated that it wouldn't intensify until he encountered the next fragment, the pain was still present. Now, he needed to prove one more thing, whether the earring could prevent other candidates from spying on the quest item. After deducing God's intentions, Shinrua leaned towards the latter. However, deduction is one thing. To confirm whether it was true or not, he needed to find an opportunity to secretly approach that Heishi candidate. Just as his deduction that if the celestial fox jade fragment were intercepted midway, the elite soldier, Heishi would definitely conduct a massive search for the giant tree forest hadn't happened. Shinrua wasn't a god, and couldn't deduce everything that was about to happen. At this level of pain, it was still bearable. As long as he was sure the other party wouldn't conduct a surprise inspection, like they would in the plaza of the Tower of Eternity, Shinrua felt he could put the matter aside for now. After all, according to the gatekeeper, saving the core of the universe wasn't something he was optimistic about. His hobbies weren't martial arts or competitive sports. He simply enjoyed learning about the world and acquiring knowledge. However, to find a Hersey candidate to test his ideas, he would inevitably have to travel with the King of Soldiers, Hersey. As for the destination of Soldier King, Heishi, it was quite easy to guess. Since he had already heard that Heishi was going to take over Hei's mission, and they were now on the road to the Valley of the Undying, it was clear that their first destination was the Valley of the Undying. If they could just stop at a nearby town, it would seem like they weren't following Soldier King Heishi at all. After all, Long Wei could fly, and they would arrive faster than Soldier King Heishi's group. Long Wei was unaware that their route would overlap with Soldier King Heishi's. After Shinrua mentioned the name of the next town, he flew there without hesitation, then followed suit, and found the most expensive inn. Unfortunately for Long Wei, when Soldier King Heishi's group arrived at the town that evening, they found that the inn they had chosen was already booked. This time, they weren't the only guests at the inn. Soldier King Heishi's group went door to door negotiating with guests to change inns. Shinrua personally felt that Soldier King Heishi's insistence on booking the entire inn was a bit of a stretch. Although he did intend to eavesdrop on any conversations inside the hotel tonight, between the female celestial foxes, between Heishi, or between the two of them. Someone like him, capable of hearing their conversations, couldn't be kept quiet just by clearing the hotel interior. However, listening from the bed in the hotel was definitely more comfortable. Using auditory perception had significant side effects. There was just too much interference. When members of Heishi's squad knocked on Shinrua and Long Wei's door, Shinrua opened it, and saw them with a look of "What? It's you again?" before walking away without a word. As soon as Shinrua closed the door, he saw Long Wei rolling around on the bed laughing. "Ha ha, did you see that? He looks like he's swallowed something." In contrast, Shinrua was much calmer. He didn't care much about the emotions of unrelated people, and was currently engrossed in reading an encyclopedia. While reading, he occasionally shifted the frequency of his auditory perception to listen for any unusual conversations in the inn. The advantage of this was that he didn't need to constantly concentrate on dealing with the various noises in his ears, but he could still keep track of the various activities in the inn. However, perhaps because Tianhu Tianxue and the Soldier King Heishi hadn't been with them for long, Shinrua didn't sense anything particularly noteworthy in their conversations. Seeing that he was engrossed in the encyclopedia, Long Wei had already gotten bored and fallen asleep. Actually, Shinrua found it a little inconvenient. Although he had a good memory, he liked to take notes when studying. This encyclopedia sometimes described the uses of plants or other items. For example, a previous search for mother and child flower will tell you that the corresponding finished potion is called love potion. Then, searching for love potion will show its preparation method in the encyclopedia. Of course, some particularly complex potions, even if described in the encyclopedia, are not fully explained. While this book provides theoretical knowledge, it cannot help one become a qualified apothecary. Just like someone like Shenruo, who can learn through unconventional observation in a very short time, to wield a dragonfire spear, one needs to first observe how other craftsmen work, not simply learn by reading an encyclopedia. However, he thoroughly enjoyed the process of accumulating knowledge. The residents of the town here led relatively regular lives, and at this time, with heightened hearing, he no longer heard many unpleasant sounds. Instead, he heard the low chirping of nearby insects, a soothing rhythm that rose and fell. When Shenruo lived on the isolated island of his home planet Earth, he would sometimes extend his hearing at night, using his residence as a center, to listen to the nightingales calling in the distant forest, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. But now, mixed in with the insect chirping were long waves breathing as he slept, the footsteps of the guards on duty downstairs at the inn, and two Hercules occasionally pacing outside the inn. Suddenly, Shenruo heard a suppressed groan of pain, followed by heavy, labored breathing, as if enduring some kind of agony. Sounds are like fingerprints. Every individual produces a sound, even within the same species, with slight differences in frequency. And this groan of pain came from that arrogant elite soldier, Hercules. Shenruo jumped out of bed, pushed open the door, and went out. There was someone in the corridor, more precisely, a mercenary from Ishii. Seeing Shenruo emerge, the mercenary went on high alert. "What are you doing here?" he asked rudely. "Just buying some drinks. Is there a problem?" Shenruo wasn't intimidated by the man's imposing manner. Even with the elite soldier, Ishii, standing before him, he didn't feel afraid, if the man were willing to step forward now. The hotels here are usually two-story buildings. His room was the second one on the left after coming up the stairs. He and Longwei arrived at the inn before Ishii and Tianhu, and chose their rooms first. Since the stairwell entrance was on the second floor, slightly to the right, Shenruo's chosen room was located in the center of the room. The towns here are small, with only 2 or 3 inns per town. The inns are generally of high, medium, and low quality, or medium and low quality. Because the Eternal Tower is the center of this plain, once you reach the Eternal Tower, there will be plenty of inns and bars, so there's no need to specifically stay in one particular inn. There are many more towns in many directions around the Eternal Tower, but this road leads to the Undying Valley, which few people go to. This road was built solely for the convenience of the Hehe tribe of the Undying Valley traveling to and from the Eternal Tower, so there are very few towns along the way. The inns here are considerably inferior to those in the Eternal Tower, and the prices are not cheap for ordinary residents. After Shenruo and Longwei arrived early, Shenruo looked around and, after seeing the facilities of another inn in town, could understand why the elite soldier Ishii insisted on choosing this inn to clear out the area. However, concessions are something that can only be made once or countless times. Since they gave in to Shenruo and Longwei last time, they simply couldn't be bothered to try and get rid of them by offering money this time. Shenruo initially thought that the king of soldiers, Ishii's habit of insisting on having several Hizai share a hotel was a serious problem, but now it seems that the king of soldiers, Ishii, really is sick, only this illness. Shenruo is currently using his visual perception with high concentration. Changes in the particles in the air are clearly visible to him. The king of soldiers, Ishii's current condition has already affected the air particles outside his room. Chapter 40. The air particles here can transform between light and darkness. The lights in the corridor at night are powered by light crystals. This means that the energy from the light crystals continuously flows into the air particles, preventing them from being constantly dominated by dark elements. At this moment, dark elements are constantly flowing from these particles into the room of the soldier King Ishii, which visually resembles some kind of evil technique described in ancient novels on Shenruo's home planet Earth. Necromantic spells, star-absorbing evil arts, and the like. However, the elemental forces in this world do not possess any evil attributes, a fact Shenruo has learned during his studies. However, based on the descriptions of races and ages in the books, comparing this to the soldier King Ishii's spirit rank, and listening to the sounds coming from his room, Shenruo finds it hard to believe that his level was raised to this point through normal means. The Celestial Fox clan is a race with very long lifespans, so based on appearance, the soldier King Ishii is roughly equivalent to a human of about 25 years old. Of course, the calendar in this world is different, so a human in their 20s here actually looks about the same as a human in their 40s on their home planet, Earth. Herxie, calculated to be in her 20s according to this world's calendar, looks like a human in their 20s. This also shows that humans truly seem to be expendable resources in this world. As for the Celestial Fox, according to this world's calendar, it can live to around 160 years old. Therefore, the Celestial Fox Tianxue, who looks about the same age as the soldier King Herxie, is actually probably over 35 years old in this world. At such an age, in the human race, one would already be considered old and gray. Therefore, the more knowledge Shenrua gained, the more he lamented the plight of the humans in this world. He also understood why Long Wei's father had secretly placed his bet. Essentially, while Long Wei's father acknowledged his abilities, he clearly didn't fully understand the rules of the game played by the gods. He didn't know how long it would take from the appearance of the candidates to the final victory. During this process, the human race's lifespan was a major weakness. Shenrua's appearance was at most 10 years old in the Dusan human race, an age when humans were about to reach their peak. But what about? This peak was far too short for other races. Even so, the soldier King He, at just over 20 years old, had reached the spirit rank, which was still incredibly powerful. In the encyclopedia, the Holy Sea Lord, who was on par with the soldier King He, appeared to be 40 years old. Furthermore, the age and appearance of Zhezhe and He, according to the Dusan calendar, showed a very similar correlation. Now, the presence of He, blocking the right side of the stairwell entrance, further confirmed that the elite soldier He was engaged in some kind of training. However, Shenrua was merely confirming his suspicions, and had no intention of further investigation. After speaking with He, who was on night duty in the corridor, he went downstairs to the inn's counter to buy a drink. Although this town didn't sell specialty drinks, there were plenty of other beverages available. Shenrua casually bought a few bottles, finished one at the counter, and then carried the bottle upstairs. This time, as he went upstairs, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that the strange changes in the air particles in front of He's door had disappeared. In total, the entire process didn't last very long. Could this mean he discovered a weakness of the King of Soldiers, He? Shenrua then found it a bit amusing. Even if he knew he had no intention of threatening, targeting, or selling it for money, it seemed pointless. However, King of Soldiers, He clearly supported that He candidate. Perhaps he could use this information someday? Shenrua made a mental note of it, then returned to his room and finally went to sleep. The next day, continuing onward, they reached the last town on the outskirts of Undying Valley, heading towards the Eternal Tower. The town's inhabitants were now predominantly He people, with a small number of humans mixed in. Although humans were weak, their transformation from a cave-dwelling race to one capable of walking in sunlight made life in towns incredibly difficult, making them exceptionally hardworking and resilient. Many professions requiring immense patience that other races were unwilling to pursue were now being undertaken by humans. Their culinary creations gained acceptance from other races. After all, who could resist the allure of delicious food? This town is called Undying Town, named after the Valley of the Undying. In this town, there's a street where vendors freely set up stalls, and many humans and races other than the Hera stroll along it. The vendors are all Hera. Since there was nothing urgent, Shenrua had already been on her way, comfortably completing her research on Undying Valley and Undying Town on Longwei's back. Entry: Valley of the Undying Place name. It is a bottomless rift valley on the Dusan continent, located between the Tower of Eternity and the Plains of Thousand Silence. Legend says that undead creatures inhabit its deepest part, but no one has ever seen them. The Rift Valley is shaped like an inverted cone, its cliffs lined with various rare plants and inhabited by branches of the Hiki tribe. Some of these rare plants are unique to the Valley of the Undying, and most can be used as raw materials for various medicinal herbs, so the Hiki often bring them to the market to sell. A massive but densely packed thorny plant grows along the Rift Valley, forming a natural wall that isolates the Valley of the Undying from the outside world. This thorny plant also intertwines and obscures the top of the rift, making it impossible to see its appearance from above, even from the air. This barrier, known as the Thorn Gate, was formed by the strongest warriors of the Hiki who retreated to the Valley of the Undying after the War of the Thousand Silence Plains, who collectively burned their own lives. Isolated by the Thorn Gate, it is difficult for outsiders to know the current state of the Hiki tribe. Only the Hiki still active in the town outside the Valley of the Undying, Undying Town, can prove the tribe's continued existence. Entry: Undead Town. A town on the Dusan continent located near the entrance to Undead Valley. A town primarily inhabited by the Herak and human races. The Herak's main professions are witch doctors or herbalists, with the highest ranking among them being the priest-shaman. Although the festival is held only once every 1,000 years, the priest-shaman is a highly sacred profession, succeeded only by the most spiritually gifted member of each generation of Herak. Most outsiders who come to Undead Town seek medicinal herbs from Undead Valley, or the help of Herak witch doctors. After the smoke of war clears, the Herak will allow outsiders to explore parts of Undead Valley to earn extra income. Each year, the The renowned herbalists in Undying Town have a limited number of slots to bring a certain number of outsiders into Undying Valley. Based on the encyclopedia's description of Undying Town, Shinruo guessed that the herbalists with their medicine baskets were the ones with the slots to bring outsiders into Undying Valley. According to Shinruo's judgment, the candidate for He-She should have already been to Undying Valley. He might have already encountered the mission previously issued by He-She, meaning he might meet the King of Soldiers He-She in Undying Town, or he might wait for him in Undying Valley. As for Tianhu Tianchue, she probably won't enter Undying Valley. While Shinruo and Long Wei were exploring, they discovered several tents on the edge of town, where some Tianhu had set up camp. Clearly, staying at inns in town wasn't welcome, let alone entering Undying Valley. However, the Tianhu Jade Fragment is in Undying Valley. These Tianhu must have come here with other mission teams. Perhaps they encountered difficulties with their mission. However, the mission involving both the He-He and the Celestial Fox clans was clearly more than a B-rank mission. It should be an A-rank mission. However, Shinruo was being overly optimistic. After all, humans were the weakest intelligent life form on the entire Dusan continent. Although he considered himself to be above the average level of ordinary intelligent life on the Dusan continent, if he compared himself to the other candidates, he was probably the weakest. Perhaps that He-She candidate had already completed the mission. However, if they had completed the mission, there shouldn't be so many celestial foxes still remaining here. Shinruo had studied games produced throughout the history of his home planet Earth. Game quests often had prerequisite quests. Of course, in the game Shinruo knew, accepting a quest from the Tower of Ion was a prerequisite. However, who knew what the details of an A-rated quest in the actual Tower of Ion released on the Dusan continent would be? Shinruo's main purpose in coming here was to approach the He-She candidate from within their blind spot to confirm whether the earring could block the brand's detection. But after reading the encyclopedia, he developed a stronger interest in visiting the Valley of the Undying. If he didn't need to wait for the King of Soldiers, He-She, to help him locate the He-She candidate, he would already be talking to the herbalists about how much it would cost to take him into the Valley of the Undying. Fortunately, the King of Soldiers, He-She, didn't keep Shinruo waiting too long, but this time, He-She didn't waste too much time in the Valley of the Undying. Clearly, he had already communicated with He-He in the Valley of the Undying via the communication crystal on the way. After arriving in the Valley of the Undying, He-He met him and led him into the Valley of the Undying. It seems the He-She candidate failed to complete the mission, or rather, the prerequisite mission, in the Valley of the Undying. The He-She candidate appeared slightly older than the King of Soldiers, He-She, roughly equivalent to 28 to 30 years old in the human race Shinruo knew. Was the candidate's strength necessarily greater than that of their race on the Dusan continent? Shinruo was also curious about this. If the He-She candidate couldn't complete the mission, but the King of Soldiers, He-She, did, it didn't necessarily indicate their relative strength. Not every being can excel in everything. For example, if the King of Soldiers, He-She, were asked to embroider, he might not even be as strong as a human girl. However, this likely suggests that the candidate might not be able to completely overwhelm their race on this continent. If someone of the King of Soldiers' strength could be completely overwhelmed by the He-She candidate, that would be terrifying. Chapter 41. Based on Shinruo's observations of the King of Soldiers, He-She, over this period, He-She possessed an aura of flamboyance and dominance, but he generally avoided doing anything excessive. At the same time, he was clearly a He-She who valued strength. Gaining his support was obviously not something that could be achieved simply through being of the same race or displaying the candidate's mark. The wool left behind by the gods circulated on this continent in the form of legends, and the races of this continent could not defy the wool left behind by the gods. It was like even if a He-She candidate chose the Holy Sea as his starting point, those Zhizhe, even if they were at odds with He-She, wouldn't do anything to him. However, not doing anything to him, or even giving him some equipment, didn't necessarily mean anything. For example, if the Holy See gave the He-She candidate a set of rare equipment, and the Zhizhe candidate a set of legendary quality equipment, did they violate the will left behind by the gods? No. But who they actually supported was obvious. The fact that the King of Soldiers, He-She, was able to help the other party collect the Heavenly Fox Jade, and persuade He-He to retract the mission issued in the Eternal Tower indicates that this candidate for He-She has earned his approval. Since the King of Soldiers, He-She, is a spirit rank being in this world, then the candidate must at least be a spirit rank, or even near spirit rank, to gain the King of Soldiers' approval. Otherwise, supporting a candidate who lost to other candidates upon first meeting would be extremely embarrassing for the King of Soldiers, He-She. Now that the King of Soldiers, He-She, has entered the Valley of the Undying, Shinruo doesn't intend to waste too much time in the town of the Undying. The mysterious conical rift is a more worthwhile area to explore. Walking to the street where the itinerant vendors in the town of the Undying, Shinruo found a he who looked a bit older, approached his stall, and picked up the herbs from his carrying pole. Want some? The other person held a long stick, from which steam rose. It was unclear whether they were smoking tobacco or some kind of herb, as the smell didn't resemble any descriptions of tobacco leaves Shinruo had read. Of course, since the island where he used to live didn't produce tobacco, he only knew about the plant's leaves theoretically. The smell of burning or chewing it existed only in his imagination based on written descriptions. He was a little curious, but his immediate priority was to deduce their psychological price point for bringing outsiders into the Valley of the Undying based on the prices he sold. How much is a bunch? Shinruo asked. 300 copper coins, he said. These are for health-promoting bathing. Shinruo glanced at the quantity of herbs in the basket in front of Hihi, made a quick assessment, and offered a price. We like to see the legendary scenery of the Undying Valley. How about 10 silver coins per person? The somewhat older Hihi glanced at Shinruo, then at Long Wei behind him, and finally nodded. He put the herbs he had laid out back into the basket, slung them over his shoulder, and headed towards the Undying Valley. Hihi's bronze skin and the red, bird totem-like tattoos on his body gave him a mysterious and primal aura. The swirling miasma, the rugged terrain, and the lush vegetation of the Undying Valley enhanced this impression. Following Hihi, who was leading the way, Shinruo and Long Wei arrived before a massive wall of thorns. The location that Hihi led them to had its thorns on the bramble plants smoothed out, and in the center of the smoothed area, there was a red totem-like pattern that was similar to the patterns on his body. It was a magic circle diagram unique to the Hihi tribe. After embedding something he carried with him into the array, Hihi stood before the wall, interlacing his fingers and seemingly praying, uttering a rhythmic sound. Then, a door appeared where the totem pattern had been. Hihi pushed it open and led Shinruo and Long Wei into the passage leading to the Valley of the Undying. This passage was actually located within the massive branches of thorny plants, so there was nothing particularly scenic. However, at the end, a vast rift valley shrouded in thorny plants revealed its shape before Shinruo and Long Wei. The inverted cone-shaped rift valley created a slope from its bottom to its top. Although the cliffs were primarily composed of dark red rock, the slope created natural megalithic terraces. The Hihi tribe's dwellings were built upon these terraces. On the opposite side of the megalithic terraces were the Hihi tribe's buildings, while on the side where Shinruo and Long Wei stood were the rocky medicinal fields carved out by the Hihi tribe. The rocks on the terrace tiers here are left unprocessed near the outer edge, while the inner rocks have been chiseled into small fragments by the Hihi. Some medicinal herbs that originally required the rocky environment of this place to grow would be extremely rare if grown only in their natural habitat, but after being transplanted to their processed rock terraces, they can achieve relatively high yields. This landscape is truly breathtaking, and Shinruo is also immersed in the spectacular rift valley created by the natural world of the Dust Sand continent and the Hihi together. Just then, the Hihi leading the way had his earring jingle twice, and then he stopped. A moment later, a black bird flew in from the Hihi building complex opposite. The bird left a long black trail behind it, flew to his side, circled a nearby tree twice, and then landed. Hihi leaped onto the black trail left by the bird and headed towards the other side of the cliff. If Long Wei were to transform into his dragon form, his enormous size would make landing on the other side difficult. However, he could partially transform his upper body into a dragon form, although most dragons wouldn't choose to do so. With a whoosh, Long Wei, bare-chested, sprouted wings and flew behind Hihi, who was leading the way. Although Shinruo moved freely among the tree branches in the giant tree forest, this black trail was very thin, only as thick as a finger. Long Wei couldn't help but look back at Shinruo. Clearly, Shinruo didn't need his help. He strolled leisurely behind him, walking on the black trail as if it were flat ground. Upon reaching the other side of the cliff, the black trail disappeared after Shinruo jumped down. They had arrived at Hihi's settlement. We don't have hotels here. The rule is that whoever brings a newcomer stays at their house, Hihi explained to Shinruo and Long Wei. These next few days, we Hihi will be holding rehearsals for our festival dance. The most skilled Hihi will become our festival shaman. Looks like we come at the right time, Shinruo said to Hihi, who was leading the way. That's right. Hihi led Long Wei and Shinruo to his home. How long do you plan to stay? Because this place is different from the market towns outside, you need to give me 2 gold coins every day. We're not sure yet. Shinruo thought for a moment. Could you settle the bill with me once a day? That's no problem. After clarifying the fees and payment methods, Hihi led Shinruo and Long Wei to their room, explain the usage instructions, and then let them do as they pleased after dinner. It's not cheap, and it's not like you can just come in. Actually, Long Wei didn't really have a concept of money, but the prices here were even higher than the inns in the Tower of Eternity. After experiencing a period of financial hardship, Long Wei had come to the conclusion that it wasn't cheap. What he found strange was that Shenrua didn't haggle. Anywhere you can find food within sight? Shenrua asked Long Wei. Long Wei was truly stumped. With this terrain, how do we get water? Shenrua asked again. Long Wei couldn't answer again. The most important thing in a town is that resources are readily available. Of course, this place isn't far from the outside towns, but you see, it still takes some effort for them to deliver resources. This was the reason Shenrua didn't haggle. Setting up a water system and managing food supplies in such a place is more difficult than in a town. Of course, according to legend, this place was completely isolated for a period of time, indicating that food was produced here. However, this production must have been limited, and it's estimated that the Hehe had to tighten their belts during that period. Before the Hehe arrived, a branch of Heshi, sharing the same origin as the Hehe, already lived here. According to historical legend, they took in the original Hehe of Qianji and eventually merged them into one. However, all the Hehes they encountered along the way had red bird pattern markings. Only one Hehe arrived at the 1,000 desolate plains first, and whose markings changed. It seems the bird pattern gene is more dominant than the original black pattern gene. Shenrua sighed inwardly, thinking truly, this is the world's setting, the legacy of the gods is above all else. Time passed quickly as they explored the various medicinal herbs and landscapes in the Valley of the Undying. Shenrua noticed that the Hehe's residential area in the Valley of the Undying actually had a class system. They seemed to be very equal to each other, with no enslavement involved, and they greeted each other when they met. However, the buildings in the residential area became increasingly magnificent the closer they were to the bottom of the unfathomable rift. The Hehes from there occasionally entered and exited the Valley of the Undying. Shenrua observed that, unlike the Hehe who brought him in, who used a bird to pull a tightrope like black wire, the Hehes living deeper in the residential area used flying vehicles to travel. This flying vehicle's design somewhat resembled the ancient aristocratic carriages of Earth. There were no horses at the front, only the carriage itself, with wings on both sides. The driver's seat, where horses would normally be, was still there, but instead of horses, the driver controlled a directional wheel. The Hehe capable of issuing missions was clearly not an ordinary Hehe here, but Shenrua still had a chance to get close to the Hehe candidates during the festival rehearsals. Moreover, since it was Hehe's territory, they wouldn't immediately launch a large-scale investigation, no matter what. As Shenrua had predicted, the Hehe festival rehearsals were held at the very bottom of the Hehe residential area. Shenrua had previously observed from a high vantage point, this place was at the very front of the tiers formed by the lowest stone wall at the bottom of the stone steps. Behind these were several very tall buildings, presumably the sacrificial buildings and the residences. The sacrificial buildings were at the front, as this was the public area, and between the sacrificial buildings and the steps leading up the stone wall was a natural stone platform. This stone platform was originally intended to be longer, but the rear section was used for construction, so it looks like a square stone plaza. In the center of the plaza stands a totem pole with a bird-shaped climbing structure, likely a replica of the totem pole on the Thousand Silence Plain. Chapter 42. Several Hera, dressed in elaborate festival attire and wearing masks, began their rehearsal. The elite soldier Hera and Hera candidates were clearly among the audience. However, ordinary outsiders were obviously not in the same viewing area as them, so Shenrua could only wait patiently and observe. The festival dance involved mimicking birds, and these postures, performed by the dancers, seemed to possess an added layer of mystery. After the performance, Shenrua used his eyes to track the Hera candidate's movements and finally determined where he lived. Since Shenrua and Long Wei had different interests, it seemed reasonable for them to explore separately. Long Wei was very curious about the area below the rift. Upon learning that flying was not prohibited there, he immediately plunged into play, ignoring the warnings behind him. As for Shenrua, he only needed to approach the Hera candidate's residence under the cover of darkness after nightfall. He had already clearly observed the architectural structure here. The buildings were wooden, with intricately constructed roofs, using numerous massive timbers. Ordinary dwellings wouldn't be this large, leaving little room to move, but the residences of the Herxi candidates were far from ordinary. Shenrua approached stealthily, while Long Wei flew to the bottom of the rift, only to discover he couldn't reach the true bottom. At the bottom of this inverted cone-shaped funnel was a dark cave, about 10 meters in diameter, descending vertically. The moment his toes touched it, he felt a chilling, eerie aura emanating from it. This coldness actually penetrated the thick, hardened skin of his dragon claws, and a shiver ran through him, instilling a fear of the cave below. When Long Wei returned to He's house, he found that Shenrua was not there. Back in the Eternal Tower, when they split up, Shenrua always returned earlier. This was the first time he hadn't returned by so late. Was there some nocturnal creature that had piqued his interest? Long Wei wondered to himself as he went to find food. The daily fee he paid here already included food. He, who had led them into the Valley of the Undying, was home. Seeing Long Wei come out to find food, he took out a stove made of fire elemental crystal and heated up his food. Speaking of which, you look like a young master. You treat your servant very well, don't you? Even though Shenrua wasn't there, he was talking about Shenrua with Long Wei, though Long Wei hadn't expected her to be a servant at all. However, although he was rather carefree, he wasn't stupid. He quickly understood why there had been a misunderstanding. His clothes were all brought from home. Long Wei's taste was always on the luxurious side, but Shenrua was completely indifferent to clothing, always opting for simple attire. Forget about being suspected of being a servant. Honestly, even the servants in Long Wei's household were dressed much better than Shenrua. Long Wei was trying to figure out how to explain that Shenrua wasn't a servant, because if he were a friend, it would be even more strange for a dragon's friend to be so plain. So, he had already reminded him. Buy him some nicer clothes. His dragon nature was being warped. It's not easy for us to come and go here, and you still brought him along. He's really approachable. He seemed oblivious to Long Wei's dilemma, speaking while heating up the dishes. No, he's not a servant, and I didn't need to bring him, he came by himself. Weren't you there that day? Long Wei then remembered that he had been so focused on walking ahead that day that she hadn't even turned her head. That black line, he didn't know what material it was, could support he alone without bending or trembling. It was probably something whose hardness could be changed by elemental force. The reason it was black was because he and Heshi were originally from the same source. Dark elemental magic was their primary innate ability. Yeah. He didn't respond to his words. The meat's heated up. Do you want to eat first? Long Wei was very hungry. He and Shenrua had completely different appetites, so he didn't intend to wait for anyone and started eating immediately. After finishing, Long Wei stood up to go back to his room, when suddenly his vision blurred. What's going on? Long Wei had barely finished asking when he lost consciousness. Shenrua hadn't even returned yet, but he already knew things were going to get bad. He was still cautiously making his way around the corner of the roof when he heard voices, and from the content, he deduced that they were probably talking about Long Wei and himself. The voices were coming from the communication crystal, saying, the dragon had already been subdued. The question was how to proceed. Soldier King Heshi ordered the dragon to be tied up securely, and he went over immediately. Then, Soldier King Heshi and the Heshi candidate walked past within his sight. Without that communication information, Shenrua could say he had obtained it effortlessly. Judging from the Heshi candidate's unchanging expression, he knew the earring had truly isolated the influence of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment. His guess was confirmed, which also indicated that if, after a certain point in time, the information about collecting all the mission items hadn't appeared, the candidates might have to engage in a brutal life-or-death hunt. The environment was bad, and Long Wei had been captured. Going back now would be like walking into a trap. But there were no flaws in the matter of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, and he and Long Wei had already flaunted themselves in front of the King of Soldiers, Heshi, more than once without causing any problems. Why would they suddenly want to take Long Wei down? Shenrua was completely baffled. Moreover, Long Wei's father was the Lord of Shi-like Kingdom. Even if they didn't know Long Wei's specific identity, he was still a dragon nobleman of Shi-like Kingdom. What benefit would they gain from capturing Long Wei? The key question was, what should he do? Shenrua considered several hypotheses and solutions, but ultimately, he decided to pretend he knew nothing about it and act as if he had just taken a stroll through the Valley of the Undying. Because his persona was that of an ordinary human, and based on his observations in the Eternal Tower, he might even be considered a thin human on the Dust Sand continent. He certainly had good muscle definition, but that was by the standards of his home planet, Earth, and Eastern cultures. His muscles weren't the bulky type, but rather just right, without an ounce of excess fat. However, this is the aesthetic standard of the eastern part of their home planet, Earth. The humans of the Dust Sand continent, whether due to past hardships requiring them to rely on caves and mountains to defend themselves against other races, or because the composition of the air here differs from that of their home planet, seem to be more robust than the average person on Earth. On Earth, Shenrua would undoubtedly receive many admiring glances and compliments, but on the Dust Sand continent, other races would probably think of him in 3 words: white-skinned chicken. It wasn't all bad though. It was a very useful camouflage for him right now. They only wanted to bind Long Wei. Long Wei himself had nothing to gain. Shenrua believed that. Besides, Long Wei was straightforward and had no grudge against He. If they wanted to threaten Long Wei's father, they would need someone to relay the message, or they could do it directly through the communication crystal. But either way, if they needed someone to relay the message, they wouldn't do anything to Shenrua. If not, they probably wouldn't bother. Shenrua went over everything that had happened since arriving on the Dust Sand continent in his mind over and over again, feeling that apart from knocking out the demon, he hadn't revealed any flaws. That incident was simply because he had only been on the Dust Sand continent for a short time, and didn't understand the differences in strength between the different races in this world enough. For a human like him to defeat a demon with a single blow, it would be strange if he wasn't framed and kept as a specimen for all to see. After figuring this out, Shenrua retraced his steps and returned to Hehe's residence. Long Wei was bound hand and foot in the living room of Hehe's residence. As soon as Shenrua entered, a sharpened weapon was already placed against his shoulder from behind. It was actually the Dragonfire battle spear he had forged himself. Could it be that they wanted Long Wei to be their fire-breathing dragon? While Shenrua was still pondering what was going on, the elite soldier He, sitting beside him, spoke up. "Human, there's something we need you to do with us." "Don't listen to them." "Can they kill me?" Long Wei roared. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, the king of soldiers, He, stabbed him in the shoulder. A knife used by an ordinary human probably wouldn't even pierce Long Wei's skin, but He's stab was different. A professional-level technique, the blade going in and coming out cleanly. Long Wei had only spoken halfway before being stabbed through the shoulder. He never encountered anything like this before, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Why did you stab him while you were talking to me?" Shenrua said unmoved. "I haven't said whether I'm leaving or not. A dragon is only useful if it's alive." Actually, Shenrua knew that his current behavior was inconsistent with his public image. As a weak human with Eastern blood, he should be trembling in fear at such a scene, especially since the opponent was the king of soldiers, He, and his dragon companion was bound hand and foot. But unfortunately, his interactions with people were few and far between. His knowledge of how to react in different situations was all from books. Shenrua hadn't felt any fear towards those who visited him on the island before, nor did they show any fear in front of him, so he had no role model to play. In practice, he wasn't exactly a natural actor. Although the king of soldiers, He, was very strong, and the current situation was extremely unfavorable, he felt no fear. Without fear, he couldn't act. In He's view, this human should be a vassal of the dragon, and even the dragon was no match for him. Furthermore, this strike was incredibly intimidating. Regardless of whether, as the dragon claimed, they weren't in a subordinate relationship, this person should be terrified. After all, even the particles in the air had become heavier. Unexpectedly, this human remained unmoved, showing some courage. However, this person's behavior at the end earlier was also very calm. Then, perhaps there might be some progress on what He was asking for. "Head human, aren't you afraid?" He wanted to confirm again. "I'm very afraid." Shenrua's unexpected answer. "Oh, you call your current behavior being scared?" Soldier King He raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I'm so scared I can't even react with fear anymore," Shenrua replied. Chapter 43. Shenrua's tone was hardly convincing, but his tone and opinions were currently irrelevant to those present. What they cared about was whether Shenrua would go with them for their own and Long Wei's lives. "So, as someone who's going with you, do I even know what I'm going to do?" Shenrua asked. It seemed his identity hadn't been exposed, and no one else knew about the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments. Therefore, there must be something he didn't know that had prompted He and the others to mobilize so many people. "Since you're willing to go, you get your share of the benefits," said the Soldier King He. "There's a place we can't enter. We need a small but skilled human to test its limits." Shenrua breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a collaboration. However, the requirement for a skilled human meant the matter was still somewhat dangerous for ordinary humans. The key question was whether he should feign a few close calls and make a few near misses. However, first, it's necessary to confirm, am I skilled enough? That dragon said you walk here by yourself that day. The words of the elite soldier, she almost made Long Wei bite his tongue. So, the fact that you walked from the other side of the Rift Valley made Shenrua think it was alright. Alright then, where are we going? Seeing that Shenrua was willing to cooperate, he and she, except for Long Wei, who was still bound as a dragon hostage, became much more polite to Shinruo. He explained to Shinruo what he needed to do. To be precise, it was something he and the king of soldiers, Heshi, were going to do together. They were going to the very bottom of the Valley of the Undying to find the feathers of the phoenix. These were essential items for the Hehe tribe's ritual at the Thousand Desolate Plains. The phoenix feathers had been left at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying since ancient times, but Hehe didn't know where the phoenix had gone. It was because Hehe's ancestors carried the phoenix feathers to the Thousand Desolate Plains that the later story unfolded. Initially, the phoenix feathers at the bottom of the valley weren't so difficult to obtain, as the Hehe had many powerful members, and a few feathers had fallen into the less than tiny cracks at the bottom of the valley. Later, a war broke out between the Hehe tribe and the Heavenly Fox tribe. Many of the powerful members of that time died in that war, and many of them failed to leave descendants, leading to a decline in the overall strength of the remaining Hehe tribe. Reaching the bottom of the valley requires spirit rank strength, a qualification that, in the past, was a test of a Hehe shaman's ability to serve as the Hehe race's highest spiritual leader. However, none of the current Hehe have reached spirit rank, forcing them to seek help from other races. Because the Hehe and Heshi are of the same origin, the Hehe felt it was more suitable for the Heshi to undertake this task. Therefore, after the elite soldier Heshi contacted them, they withdrew the mission issued at the Tower of Eternity. Later, a Heshi candidate went down once on behalf of a mercenary group, but upon returning, he reported that the phoenix feathers in the valley he could reach had already been harvested, and he was certain there were more in the deeper crevices, but he couldn't enter them. This necessitates a small but skilled human to handle this task. In reality, the female celestial fox and young Hehe might also be capable of doing this, but one side has a racial feud, and Hehe absolutely doesn't want the female celestial fox to enter their valley. The other side is Hehe's child, and sending a child to do this is too dangerous. Shinruo sensed a linguistic trap in this. Since reaching the valley requires spirit rank strength, logically speaking, as a human, he might not be able to judge his own strength level on the Dust Sand continent, but other races shouldn't consider him a spirit rank individual. This is probably why they wouldn't let their child go to the valley. However, this also means that the king of soldiers, Heshi, is confident he can bring him down. And since there are benefits, why didn't they negotiate politely first, but instead directly captured Long Wei? It seems the danger at the valley is greater than imagined. It's very possible he's just a guinea pig. The king of soldiers, Heshi, will definitely be able to go and return, because the Heshi candidates have already been there. But Shinruo is not so sure. The elite soldier Heshi had the ability to take him down, but obtaining the item didn't necessarily mean bringing him back. A phoenix feather. It turned out to be a quest item too. Just hearing the name sent a jolt of pain through Shinruo's right leg and waist. Perhaps Heshi, the candidate, had taken one and hidden it, which was why he returned to report that none of the obtainable items remained. As he listened to the story of the phoenix feather and pondered this, he heard Heshi, the candidate, say, "If there's more than one feather in there, please bring me another one." When he said this, he didn't seem to care whether the item was exclusive to the Hehe tribe's ritual, nor did he try to avoid mentioning the Hehe. Shinruo immediately realized two things. First, the Heshi candidate hadn't actually obtained the phoenix feather. He knew there was more below because of the pain from the branding. This time, it was the elite soldier Heshi, not the Heshi candidate, who went down with him, probably because he felt the pain would increase the risk of entering and leaving the valley. Second, the Heshi candidate was clearly not hiding the fact that he was a candidate from the Hehe. Only in this way could they have no doubt that he also needed the ritual exclusive item. However, although Shinruo had these thoughts, he didn't show them on the surface. The Hehe weren't entirely unprepared for such a dangerous task. First, there was clothing. The Hehe brought Shinruo a set of clothes, telling him it was essential for going to the valley, and to change into them. Then, there was a mask, gloves, a hat, and shoes. Shinruo didn't question it, but instead fully equipped himself. He noticed something amiss with her outfit. It wasn't that the clothes themselves were special, but rather that they were as set inlaid with light element crystals. Gloves, mask, hat, and shoes were all identical. Furthermore, there was a storage bracelet filled with light element crystals, which Hehe, who had delivered the items, had shown Shinruo how to use. After changing, Shinruo followed behind the soldier King Heshi, heading deeper into the rift. Just as Long Wei had sensed during the flight, the danger of this rift began at the bottom of the inverted cone, at the irregularly shaped, circular pit that plunged vertically downwards. The most peculiar thing here is that the air particles seem to contain only dark elemental energy, or rather, dark elemental energy is absolutely dominant. During the daytime in the Dust Sand continent, the light and dark elements in the particles transform. Although Shinrua couldn't understand the principle behind this transformation, it was probably the so-called world law established by the gods. Therefore, there's no such thing as places illuminated by light are brighter here during the day, because light is contained within the air particles. It's a faint glow, but when there are enough particles, it helps you see your surroundings. However, the particles in this circular pit, even in daylight, don't show any faint glow. Shinrua quickly understood the reason. The particles here might only contain dark elemental energy. For the creatures of the dust sand continent, ordinary air contains all types of elements. Therefore, these particles containing only one element are very likely to be harmful to their bodies. But to descend into this pit, it's impossible not to breathe this air, so the light element crystals on their equipment are prepared to resist the damage caused by these particles. As for the light element crystals stored in the bracelet, it's highly likely that this set of equipment simply didn't have enough. Even the elite soldier Hershey, a race naturally gifted with dark elemental magic, has donned full-body equipment adorned with light element crystals. From this point onward, the steep stone steps carved by the Hehe ceased. To conserve their energy, the Hehe used a flying vehicle to transport Hishi and Shinrua to the vicinity of the circular pit. They only needed to walk a short distance up the stone steps to reach the edge of the pit. The depths below were unknown, and there was no path. Shinrua was pondering how much she should act to avoid contradicting her persona when the Soldier King Hishi tossed her a waist belt with a rope buckle. Confused by this, Shinrua could only put on the belt. The moment she did, Soldier King Hishi reached through the buckle, grabbed her, and lifted her up. Shinrua was speechless. With this kind of lifting, most people wouldn't die from rock climbing, but from internal organ compression. The waist belt was incredibly constricting, but Soldier King Hishi didn't seem to care. His purpose in lifting Shinrua was probably just to test her weight, and how much she would swing. It was no different from trying to lift a sandbag. After swinging Shinrua a few times to confirm the weight and sway of this human sandbag, he hammered an extremely long nail into the boulder, and tied a knot in the exposed part of the rope. Then, he tied the other end of the rope around his waist, grabbed Shinrua with one hand, swung the ridiculously long rope, and leaped into the deep pit. Shinrua felt a sudden discomfort in her stomach from being grabbed and swung around, and then, during the fall, she felt the effects of the rope, which contained only dark element particles. Just as she felt the rope tighten, the Soldier King Hishi swung violently towards the cliff face, reminding Shinrua, remember to release the force. Then, he pushed off with both feet into the cliff face, holding the rope in one hand and Shinrua in the other. Shinrua had slightly adjusted her posture in midair, and before being thrown against the cliff face by inertia, she used her feet to dissipate the force. Soldier King Hishi obviously didn't need to go through this elaborate process. Using the rope was only to accommodate Shinrua, this human who seemed rather like a burden. Presumably because the candidate Hershey had already descended the pit once and assessed its depth, and because the elite soldier Hershey felt it unnecessary to continue using the rope, he took out a magical artifact inlaid with a light element crystal and threw it into the pit. The magical artifact briefly illuminated the bottom of the pit. Chapter 44. This place wasn't too far from the bottom of the pit, but it wasn't too close either. It was at least a height where an ordinary human would certainly die if they jumped in. Even more terrifying was that when the magical artifact illuminated the bottom of the pit, Shinrua saw more than one spider-like creature, larger than a human, lurking there, but it was definitely not a spider. Because spiders have soft bodies and hairy legs, while these spider-like creatures, when illuminated, reflected the light from the magical artifact, as did their legs. The parts of their legs, that seemed to be bent, and touching the ground resembled sharp blades gleaming with a dark luster. The Herxie candidate had come once before. These spiders were probably cowardly, and wouldn't attack a spirit-rank cultivator, so they were still lying there, intact. Then, the actions of the Soldier King Herxie made Shinrua believe that he probably didn't intend to bring her out of this pit alive. Soldier King Hishi drew a knife and cut the rope. Then, he used dark elemental magic to create pillars of varying heights on the ground. He carried Shinrua, jumping down pillar after pillar, letting out a powerful roar upon landing. The spiders on the ground seemed to understand the intimidation in his voice, rustling and crawling into the cracks in the stone wall. Soldier King Hishi breathed a sigh of relief, put Shinrua down, and then untied the rope around his waist. Shinrua, also uncomfortable from the tightness, removed his own waist seal. Moreover, the brand on his leg had begun to burn intensely. This was no ordinary trap. At this point, the light element crystals in his magical artifacts were completely depleted. The elite soldier Hershey reminded him, "Take out the light crystals from your bracelet and replace them." Shinrua noticed that the light from the crystals on his clothes was beginning to dim. He could already imagine that if the crystals ran out, the particles here could be fatal. The function of the light element crystals wasn't balancing, because balancing required all 5 elements: light, wind, water, fire, and earth. The light element crystals simply neutralized and counteracted the effects of the dark element particles. In reality, they couldn't completely counteract them. Shinrua had sealed off all the tiny pores on his body that could interact with his surroundings, but he still needed to breathe. Fortunately, there were light element crystals on his mask, but even so, he still felt a slight stinging sensation in his nose when breathing. The reason he jumped down directly was now clear: he needed to save time. Otherwise, the time it took them to fall, jump, land, and for King Hishi to repel the spider-like creatures would have already weakened the light energy in the light element crystals on their equipment to almost nothing. If they descended gradually, there simply wouldn't be enough time. Shinrua prioritized replacing the light element crystal on his mask. He had taught him how, so it wasn't difficult. Next came his clothes, gloves, and shoes. Actually, these didn't need to be replaced one by one, and if they were all replaced, Shinrua doubted whether the crystals they carried would last until they left this place. Of course, in Hihi's or King Hishi's eyes, it was probably only Shinrua's problem if they didn't get out. Shinrua was aware that he was seen as an expendable resource by them, and had decided that when he acted alone from now on, he would only replace the light element crystal inside his mask to ensure his endurance. However, he couldn't use his chi, which meant he was currently in a state similar to the petrification he had taught Long Wei. The only difference was that while Long Wei could only remain stationary in petrification, Shinrua could maintain this completely inactive state while walking, except for breathing. The Soldier King, Hishi, also replaced his light element crystal and led the way. What appeared to be the bottom actually contained numerous cracks beneath their feet that allowed them to continue climbing downwards. Soldier King, Hishi, led Shinrua to one of these cracks, pointed to it, and instructed Shinrua to climb down. At this point, the gloves were a bit of a hindrance. But removing the gloves now would make his actions seem somewhat out of character, so Shinrua had no choice but to wear them and climb backwards along the edge of the crack. Strangely enough, none of the smaller spider-like creatures lying at the bottom of the pit ventured into this crevice. Shinrua had gained some understanding of the quest items. Some were definitely in short supply, like the celestial fox jade. Others were of unknown quantity, but certainly not friendly to every race. For example, this was a powerful inhabited area. If one of the candidates was Zhezhe or a celestial fox, collecting quest items here would be extremely difficult. Therefore, in the end, cooperation or combat would be the only solution. The crevice wasn't very long downwards, but it did change direction. As Shinrua got closer to the phoenix feather, the brand on his leg throbbed with increasing pain. Then, he finally saw a bird feather glowing red, nestled in the crevice. Collecting the feather into his earring, the pain instantly vanished. Shinrua breathed a sigh of relief. However, this was only his phoenix feather. To redeem Long Wei, he needed 1 or 2 more. According to Hihi, phoenix feathers had been scattered here in the past. Their presence here was the result of Hishi's recent investigation, which clearly relied on the brand's reaction. Shinrua wasn't sure if this was the last phoenix feather, but he hoped it wasn't. After obtaining the feather, Shinrua continued to climb down. Gradually, the crevice widened. This long crevice actually contained a space large enough to walk through while bending over. There were cracks at the top leading here, likely other cracks within the rift, but some were even smaller, too small for Shinrua to pass through. He had to memorize this location. Shinrua dropped a glove where he could begin to bend over and move forward, then groped his way in. Without the guidance of the brand, he didn't know if there were any other phoenix feathers below. He had already replaced the light element crystal in his mask several times, choosing to only replace the mask to conserve crystals. Therefore, he had to hold his breath while changing it, otherwise his entire respiratory tract and even lungs would feel cold and stinging. Shinrua stayed in the crack for quite a while. For the elite soldier he could only wait until his light element crystals ran out. Without the light element crystals, he, with his innate talent for dark elemental magic, was naturally more suited to this environment. However, even Hishi lived in a normal environment with a balanced distribution of elemental particles in the air. It's like having tolerance to toxins and being immune to all poisons, even using them as tonics. It's completely different. If the light element crystals ran out, this human would likely die below and wouldn't be able to return. There was no need to waste time waiting. They had initially intended to use this human as an expendable experiment. Obtaining the feather would be a pleasant surprise. Shinrua was well aware of this. However, he wasn't entirely confident in abruptly altering his sense of time in this environment. There were limits to his ability to adjust his senses. For example, adjusting his sense of time was best done in a meditative state, where he could operate with the most ease. In a normal environment, there would be time constraints, as it would rapidly deplete his internal energy. However, he could replenish it through interaction with nature. In this world, with its air containing special particles, this replenishment was even faster. Now, Shinruo has no way to replenish his energy while it's being depleted, because the particles here are abnormal. Fortunately, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The crevice he landed in, wide enough to bend over and walk through, led in both directions to unknown places. Shinruo only chose one of them. If he couldn't find it, he planned to turn back when his light element crystals were mostly depleted. His luck was good now. Before he even used up half his crystals, he already saw the phoenix feathers ahead and an egg emitting a faint light within the black particles. In this place of utter darkness, besides his mask and the crystal in his hand, there was actually a source of light, and this light seemed to originate from the same source as the phoenix feathers. Could this be the phoenix egg? Shinruo bent down and crawled over. The egg seemed to sense the presence of life and rolled over to Shinruo's hand. And the egg even rubbed against his hand. Shinruo was helpless. In this environment, carrying an egg would be very difficult. Many phoenix feathers were scattered on the ground. Shinruo picked them all up, keeping 2 from the storage bracelet he had given him, and putting the rest into his earring, just in case. Then he sat down, picked up the egg, and sighed. How am I supposed to get you out of here? Shinruo stroked the egg he was holding and said to it, Why don't you just wait here and hatch yourself? I really don't know how to get you out. He remembered several sections of the path down being too narrow. He himself had to use his contortionist skills to barely squeeze in. With this egg, it would probably break easily. Unexpectedly, the egg seemed to understand him. It glowed and shook, and with a thud, a chick's beak pecked through the shell. It shook off the broken shell, and then, incredibly, it could flap its wings wobbly, as if it wanted to fly. And it actually flew. Although it didn't fly very well, it flew to Shinruo's ear, where he wore an earring, and pecked at it, only to be absorbed into the earring. What the hell? Can this earring hold living creatures? Wait, how can a living creature actually get into the earring by itself? What kind of bizarre thing is this? And the brand doesn't seem to register anything with this bird. Is this some kind of quest item? How did it do that? Is this some kind of hidden storyline or hidden quest? Shinruo was completely baffled as to how the fledgling bird got into the earring, but time didn't allow him to dwell on it. He tried using methods like accessing the encyclopedia or quest items, but he couldn't get the fledgling out of the earring. He had no choice but to give up and start retracing his steps. Chapter 45. The return journey was faster than before. However, Shinruo checked the remaining light element crystals in his storage bracelet and figured that the Soldier King, she wouldn't wait for him. After all, if he hadn't only changed the light element crystals on his mask, they would have been completely used up by now. Just as he expected, the Soldier King, she was already planning to leave the pit. A human was nothing to him. The cost was negligible. As for the dragons, binding them would only create enmity. Stabbing them would also create enmity. As long as the damage wasn't significant, although it might create a grudge with the dragons of Shilai Kingdom, it wouldn't bother the Soldier King much. However, just as he was about to get up and return, the light element crystals on his equipment were gradually dimming. These were the last light element crystals he had used. With his spirit rank achievements, they were enough to get him out. However, to his surprise, the dark patterns on his body, symbolizing his spirit rank strength, suddenly seemed to come alive and moved. The next second, all the light element crystals on his body turned to dust. The Soldier King, she, being a spirit rank being, knew what had happened to him in an instant. His achievement of the spirit rank at his age was certainly not due to pure talent. He had a secret that prevented other beings from approaching his residence at midnight. Now, of course, it wasn't midnight, and this was precisely where his precautions had slipped. Although it wasn't midnight here, the purity of the dark elemental energy in the air was at least as high as it was at midnight. Previously, he only knew that a certain dark entity was active at midnight and attempted to seize control of his body, so the Soldier King hadn't expected this entity to act this way outside of midnight. Although he carried a light element crystal and planned to leave before it ran out, the dark entity, no longer content to remain dormant within his dark patterns, directly shattered the dimming light element crystal. In the darkness, even the Soldier King who wouldn't flinch even after being stabbed twice, actually cried out in agony. Although he immediately swallowed the sound, unlike at midnight, the concentration of dark elements here remained constant. The intense, unbearable pain he felt came from his mind, not his body. However, the soldier King Hishi was not one to surrender easily. Since he dared to suppress this dark entity within the dark patterns on his body, making it nourishment for his abilities, he could naturally grit his teeth and fight back at this moment. If he could create a dark magic illusion that allowed him to escape during the brief respite from the mental pain, he wouldn't just avoid death, his abilities would likely even advance to a higher level. The King of Soldiers, Hishi, understood this perfectly, so he remained relentlessly focused. Suppressing the mental attacks inflicted by his opponent was already incredibly difficult and painful. Despite being a spirit rank being whose magic originated from dark elemental energy, he was beginning to feel a chilling aura from the dark elemental particles present. Just then, a point of light suddenly appeared at the edge of the crack. It was a hand, gripping a light crystal for illumination, groping its way through the crack to a rock not far from the feet of Soldier King Hishi. Then, the human, whom Soldier King Hishi thought was surely dead, surprisingly emerged from the crevice wearing a mask that still emitted light. Soldier King Hishi no longer had the energy to ponder why this human's body hadn't been corrupted by the dark elements here, or whether he had been transformed into some kind of dark life form. But one thing was clear to him: this human was likely only able to make it back here thanks to the mask, or at most, the light crystal for illumination. Shenruo, emerging from the crevice, had a clear view of the situation. The light crystal was something he had just taken from his storage bracelet, intended for illumination once on the surface. The crevice he had climbed through was just a path, so additional lighting wasn't really necessary. In the darkness, Shenruo's hearing was exceptionally sharp, even without consciously altering his senses. He had already heard the voice of the soldier King Hishi, and it reminded him of the sounds he heard in the night before. If it were any kind of sinister magic, this place seemed like a natural training ground. He wasn't sure if the voice was a necessary sound for practicing magic, or a backlash from the magic itself. However, when he climbed out from below, through the crystal he was holding next to the other man, and then, the moment he saw the other man's condition, the crystal shattered and turned to dust, Shenruo understood something. Now, the particles around Soldier King Hishi, rich in dark elemental energy, were surging abnormally, but after the crystal he threw lost its light, this surge could no longer be seen in the darkness. Shenruo took another light element crystal from his bracelet, and pressed it into the magic circle embroidered on his clothes to fasten it to the nodes. These nodes were designed with clips, making it very convenient to hold the crystal in place. He had done this before when changing crystals. Then, Shenruo adjusted his time perception, because he could see the speed at which the crystals he threw would shatter. Throwing crystals one by one without this method would be like adding fuel to the fire. He had to install the other light element crystals onto all the clips on the outfit of the Soldier King Hishi before one shattered. He was still counting on the Soldier King Hishi to take him out. Otherwise, he would have a hard time climbing back to Hi's residential area from the bottom of this pit with these few crystals. He hoped he wouldn't waste them. Thinking this, Shenruo had already moved closer to the Soldier King Hishi. The Soldier King Hishi came from the Shishui branch of the Hishi clan. The Rare Water is a narrow river located in the dark forest in the far west of the Dust Sand continent. It is said that the rare in the name of the Hishi people originates from this river. This branch of the Hishi is also considered the purest Hishi, living near the origin of the Hishi race. The water in this river is rich in dark energy, and is said to be a river of souls. The resentful spirits of the Dust Sand continent, purified in the Rare Water, are said to be reborn, while those not purified become dark spirits, constantly whispering enticing whispers in the dark forest, seeking to possess travelers' bodies. The Hishi living near the Rare Water venture into the dark forest to hone their skills, transforming the resentful spirits of the dark forest into sources of their magical energy. It is said that the coming-of-age ceremony for the Shishui branch of the Hishi tribe involves completely obliterating the will of a rebellious spirit in the dark forest, thus appropriating its dark energy. Afterwards, they undergo a baptism from the River of Souls in the Shishui River, gaining their own unique dark elemental magic. Because the dark forest is extremely dangerous, the Hishi tribe gradually migrated away from the Shishui River. The number of Hishi remaining in the Shishui area dwindled, and by the time the King of Soldiers Hishi was born, the once prosperous town had dwindled to a settlement of only a dozen or so Hishi families. The core members of the King of Soldiers Hishi's mercenary group are all young Hishi from the Shishui branch who came with him. Contrary to Shenruo's guess when he saw the racial description, the Hishi and Jizha tribes were not created by the same god, but by a pair of twin gods. These two gods each had their own ideas. The universe was originally darkness, and light was merely a fleeting explosion. This was the cosmology of the god who created the Hishi tribe. The god who created the Jizha race believed that the brilliance of light regardless of its duration, was the eternal aspiration of intelligent life. Unable to persuade each other, the two gods gave rise to two distinct races in their respective universes, one yearning for darkness, the other for light. On the Dust Sand continent, from their very inception, these two races were branded with a competitive spirit. However, as time passed, the living environment of the dark forest and the rare water was far less fertile than the territory occupied by the Holy See. Furthermore, the Zhuzha had established settlements and built more than one powerful nation. The Hushi race's power stemmed from the rare water and the dark forest. When they migrated and spread across the Dust Sand continent, their wars with the Zhuzha were more often losses than wins. Their settlements were often in areas like the Valley of the Undying, unsuitable for other races. Thus the Hushi tribe was far less powerful than the Zhuzha tribe on the continent. During his coming-of-age ceremony, the soldier King Hushi unexpectedly encountered an extremely powerful dark undead, but he forcibly pulled this undead into the dark patterns on his body. The chieftain saw hope for the future of the Hushi tribe and sacrificed himself to complete the coming-of-age ceremony for soldier King Hushi. However, this dark undead was too powerful. Its will was never completely eradicated. Although it grew weaker, and its appearances became shorter as soldier King Hushi and his army distinguished themselves on the Dust Sand continent, it never truly disappeared. Midnight was the dark undead's most powerful time. It would periodically gather its strength to make soldier King Hushi aware of its intense presence. Soldier King Hushi did not bow down to the dark undead's resurgence in this environment, but it was somewhat stirred up memories of the past between Zhuzha and Hushi. This was the imprint of law etched into their blood, making Herxia being far more powerful than Zhuzha, an irresistible belief for their race. He didn't want his belief to stop there, but the mental anguish inflicted by the dark undead caused a slight wavering deep within him. Could he truly defeat this dormant dark undead, who felt it had seized its opportunity? The other whispered in his mind, trying to force him to relinquish control of his body, to become nourishment for the other, and then transform this body into a walking dark undead. The other also promised to ignite war across the Dust Sand continent, shattering the Zhuzha nations. You want me to do it? The king of soldiers, Herxi, roared, but his mind cleared immediately. He felt his spiritual power reviving, the patterns that had come alive on his body slowly calming their agitation. The light element crystals on his clothes, mask, hat, shoes, and gloves were emitting a soft glow. What was happening? Chapter 46. This is the last light element crystal. The human before soldier King Hushi looked at him, then took off his mask, replaced the light element crystal with it, and put it back on before speaking. Can you still carry me up? I'm almost done for. Although his action of replacing the light element crystal was swift and seamless, it was impossible to tell that he was nearing his end. Although soldier King Hushi had doubts, he knew what was most important right now. He simply clamped Shinruo between his arms and waist, literally clamped, like clamping a basketball, and used a shaping spell to leap upwards. Using dark element shaping magic in such a dark elemental dense environment saved soldier King Hushi a lot of magic power. Otherwise, creating such a gigantic dark elemental staircase, large enough for a person to stand on, would have been difficult for him, who was still weakened after just experiencing a mental attack. This valley exploration could be described as thrilling yet safe. Shinruo was extremely dissatisfied with this agonizing process of moving him up and down the valley floor, and during the descent, he simply entered a state of suspended animation to conserve his energy. Anyway, the soldier king, Hushi had no intention of letting him roam freely underground any longer, and this state seemed far more convincing than simply using a mask to sustain himself back to the Hushi residential area and still being lively and energetic. Besides, the matter was settled, and Shinruo just wanted to leave as soon as possible to begin his free journey. Humans have a different lifespan than other races. He had to thank this game for giving him a peak lifespan without aging, equivalent to 10 or 20 years on his home planet Earth. While interstellar travel could slow down human aging and technology could greatly increase lifespan, those who remained on their home planet Earth ultimately chose to rely solely on cultivation to alter their lives. Their lifespans had increased over time, and they could maintain their physical energy at its peak through cultivation, but this was different from the change at the level of the laws of nature. When the soldier King Hushi threw Shinruo, who had used the turtle breathing technique, to the ground, the other Hihi looked at Shinruo as if she were already dead. Although this human appeared to be breathing weakly, and seemed unconscious after being thrown down, soldier King Hushi knew that this human was not so easily killed. However, the Hihi beside them, unaware of what had happened below, immediately checked the bracelet on Shinruo's wrist. After confirming that it contained 2 phoenix feathers, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the life or death of a human, they didn't care much. Long Wei was released when Soldier King Hishi and Shinruo reached the bottom of the valley. Although extremely angry, Long Wei was ultimately just a high-level dragon, unable to cause much trouble in the Valley of the Undying, especially with the candidate Hishi present, who had displayed terrifying spirit rank strength during his rage. Long Wei also knew very well that his injury of this magnitude wouldn't warrant his father causing trouble for the King of Soldiers, Hishi, or the Valley of the Undying. He had chosen to go out on his own for training. If he made a big deal out of such a minor injury, it would only earn him the contempt of all the dragons. Shinruo was, after all, a human who risked his life to retrieve 2 phoenix feathers, so after retrieving the bracelet, the Hizais didn't act too excessively. They even prepared a decent house for the human to recuperate in, and then told Long Wei that Shinruo had returned. As for the Soldier King Hishi, his expression remained uncertain after returning from the bottom of the Rift Valley. No one knew what he was thinking. After the Hexus insincerely brought him witchcraft potions, and possibly forced Shinruo to drink them several times, Long Wei began to feel sorrow. Alas, he was a dragon. Had he finally made a friend on his first journey, only to have that friend die? If Shinruo died, he would have no choice but to go home anyway. The journey had only just begun. He already knew why he and Shinruo had fallen into danger, but Long Wei wondered if this realization had come too late. This was the difference between the knowledge he had learned in Shi-like Kingdom, and the actual trials and tribulations of real-world experience. Of course, it's very difficult to get a dragon to keep things hidden, to bide its time, or even to learn cunning and deception. Humans have always been a race adept at military strategy, but the reason they rely on it to achieve victory is fundamentally due to the imbalance of power between the two sides. Dragons, on the other hand, are not adept at such matters. Essentially, their race is inherently powerful, so they don't need to resort to intrigue or trickery. Dragons are focused on conquering comfortable territories and acquiring vast amounts of treasure. Only weaker races need to proceed cautiously and meticulously calculate gains and losses. However, Long Wei has already tasted the consequences of this simplistic thinking. While it's impossible for him to change his nature and become a cunning and treacherous dragon, he has at least decided never again to be the kind of dragon who speaks his mind directly, like other despicable outsiders such as he. Hey, you're not really going to die, are you? Long Wei poked Shinruo a few times, tears welling up in his eyes. If you really die, I have to go back and inherit father's territory. Inheriting your father's territory isn't something to cry about, is it? So many people would kill for that. Shinruo actually retorted. I'm not crying. Long Wei quickly tried to stop himself from crying. He really wasn't crying. Wait. Long Wei suddenly realized. Why are you suddenly talking? Aren't you about to die? How am I supposed to explain this to you? Shinruo rolled off the bed, his nimble movements showing no sign of impending death. But we can't delay. Do you know how to leave here? We need He to guide us in. When we leave, they only need to inject enough elemental power to open that door. He had explained the method of leaving to Long Wei these past few days. After all, they only wanted to find the phoenix feather. They didn't intend to kill any humans or dragons visiting the Valley of the Undying. If Shinruo died, they felt that if the dragon had even a modicum of sentimentality, it might take this human back to Shi-like Kingdom to bury him, thus creating a grudge. However, Shi-like Kingdom and Undying Valley had no prior dealings, and this grudge wouldn't be enough to ignite a war. If the dragon didn't care and simply left, they wouldn't object to burying this human in Undying Valley. After all, he was the one who had helped them obtain the phoenix feather. But neither option would prevent Long Wei from leaving, so the method of departure had already been explained to Long Wei when he was put down. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Shinruo had timed his wake-up call perfectly, relying entirely on his senses to determine the time. At this hour, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, was likely experiencing some strange trouble. Leaving now would mean his fate was uncertain, and Hishi generally believed the chances of survival were slim. Shinruo had made this assessment, which was why he chose to wake up at this time. A dragon carrying a dying man away wouldn't attract much attention. He had originally planned to climb out from under the crevice, but King of Soldiers, Hishi would have already left, and he would have to find his own way out of the valley. However, King of Soldiers, Hishi hadn't left, and the noise he was making was similar to what he heard in the inn that night. Because of the urgency at the time, Shinruo hadn't thought much of it, but he come to his senses on the way up from the bottom of the pit. King of Soldiers, Hishi always booked an entire inn when staying in town, and had several Hizais on night duty, probably because he didn't want anyone to see his condition. This situation was likely a secret to King of Soldiers Hishi. Of course, given the situation at the bottom of the rift, it's possible that Hishi, the King of Soldiers, was in an attack, and he might also believe that Shenruo didn't actually know his secret. However, this was only possible because he was at the bottom of the rift, with no time to think things through, and could therefore assume his secret hadn't been discovered. But what happened afterward? If he were a simple-minded person, he probably wouldn't have earned the title of King of Soldiers, right? Once he was out of danger, wouldn't he have come to his senses? Shenruo's approach at the time was clearly tailored to Long Wei's current situation, rather than focusing on whether he had been attacked or injured. In this situation, Shenruo felt that any approach would be troublesome, and most importantly, he wasn't a liar or an actor. Although his thought process was hundreds of times more complex than Long Wei's, he wasn't weak. Given his unique experiences, he couldn't easily resort to endless lies and deceptions to survive. Therefore, Shenruo had a premonition that if the elite soldier she regained his senses, things wouldn't end well. Generally, based on the texts he had read, he would rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free of such beings, especially those who might know his weaknesses. The reason he hadn't acted was because he appeared to be on the verge of death, completely unconscious, yet he had still managed to obtain the phoenix feather for she, even the one the candidate she wanted. If the other party were to kill him in full view of everyone, it would likely severely damage the reputation of she, the king of soldiers. As for helping him, Shenruo felt that it was not an option that she could be exempted from. Therefore, taking advantage of midnight, the time when she was acting strangely in the hotel, to have Long Wei take him away was the best course of action. However, Long Wei had just experienced a dramatic emotional roller coaster and lacked an omniscient perspective, so he had no idea that Shenruo had meticulously calculated the timing. He was currently marveling at how Shenruo could go from being weak and seemingly on the verge of death 1 second to conversing fluently the next. Hearing Shenruo's words, he objected, "Leaving now in the middle of the night, isn't that just giving those his eyes an easy advantage? They promised to give you something." Chapter 47. Shenruo didn't intend to reveal the matter of the King of Soldiers, she, knowing too much wouldn't be good for Long Wei. Actually, if the King of Soldiers, she, really wanted to kill him, Shenruo wasn't afraid. However, being targeted by such a being was a very troublesome matter. He wanted to travel and explore this unknown continent without being affected, and didn't want to expend so much energy dealing with the King of Soldiers, she. So Shenruo simply urged Long Wei, "We can talk about this another time. Let's hurry up and leave now." Having experienced what had happened before, Long Wei no longer insisted on his own ideas, such as first going with Shenruo to find the his eyes to demand an explanation or insisting on getting a clear answer from Shenruo about what had happened. A man and a dragon emerged from the room. Long Wei immediately planned to fly up and take Shenruo to the exit on the other side. But things obviously didn't go as smoothly as they had imagined. Just as Long Wei was about to transform into his dragon form, a legendary quality war spear was thrust in front of him. It wasn't the dragonfire spear that Long Wei and Shenruo had fought with, but the energy fluctuations emanating from this spear were so strong that they directly intimidated Long Wei, who was preparing to take flight. Just as Shenruo had analyzed, the spear was actually a weapon more suitable for races with physiques like He or Zhe. Therefore, the King of Soldiers, He, didn't bid for the dragonfire spear for himself because he already possessed a legendary spear that had made him famous, the rare water spear. This spear was reserved for the strongest member of the rare water branch of the He race, and was named directly after rare water. Now that the spear had appeared, the King of Soldiers, He, naturally wouldn't be absent. Neither he nor he himself were likely at their best. Shenruo used his visual perception to make a simple assessment of the condition of both the King of Soldiers, she, and himself. However, King of Soldiers, she hadn't come alone. His other she subordinates, though a little slower, had already arrived and occupied advantageous positions just as Long Wei was momentarily stunned. King of Soldiers she and his men had traveled across the Dust Sand continent, and their audacity in acting so arrogantly, even conducting on-the-spot inspections of other beings in the Eternal Towers Plaza, was not without reason. Not only were they individually powerful, but more importantly, as a small team, they could quickly adjust their formation, and at any time, occupy the most advantageous positions nearby, ensuring both offense and defense and maintaining a clear line of sight. If Shenruo were to order Long Wei to break out with him at this moment, it would seem too overpowered. While Shenruo was still pondering how to resolve the current situation, he heard King of Soldiers she speak, "Dragon Clan, how much did you pay him?" Long Wei was taken aback. Clearly, no one else had taken his earlier statement to he, that Shenruo wasn't his servant seriously. "Our relationship isn't based on money." Long Wei rebuked the soldier King He. "Our Shi-like kingdom's dragon race and human race have always lived in harmony." "Heh. Soldier King Hishi's arrogant, slightly mocking voice made Long Wei's words sound as powerless as a runaway boy's. However, he had originally intended to run away from home, but it later turned into a journey of self-improvement, broadening his horizons and enjoying himself. Soldier King Hishi didn't care what effect his head had on Long Wei's mentality. He turned to Shinruo and said, "Come to my legion, name your price." This was an unexpected development for Shinruo, but he couldn't possibly join a mercenary group, so he shook his head. "I don't want to be a mercenary. Our goal isn't to continue the status quo indefinitely." Surprisingly, the elite soldier Hishi didn't maintain his usual arrogant tone, instead engaging Shinruo in conversation. "Or are you saying that a human like you is willing to be a dragon servant? We're friends." While Shinruo didn't intend to be completely truthful, he also didn't plan to define his initial role on the Dust Sand continent as a dragon servant. The strongest and weakest races in terms of physical talent are friends. The king of soldiers, Hishi, glanced back and forth between Shinruo and Long Wei. "What if I insist you join my legion?" "Nothing," Shinruo objected. "Forcing a human so much weaker than you to be a mercenary isn't befitting your status. If there's nothing else, can we leave?" "Weak." The king of soldiers, Hishi, repeated the word as if chewing on it. "A truly weak person wouldn't calmly say they're weak in front of me. Your acting is really terrible." Shinruo didn't speak. He was already calculating his chances of breaking through. However, before the other side revealed any weakness, he needed to make the first move and consider whether Long Wei could keep up. Just as he was thinking this, the king of soldiers, Hishi, also mentioned Long Wei. "If we're talking about weakness, this dragon might be the weakest one. After all, even an ordinary he could take him down." Long Wei was feeling powerless in this situation when he heard the king of soldiers, Hishi, mocking him. "Making friends isn't determined by strength or weakness," Shinruo said. "If you were to define strength and weakness by your standards, you'd be even weaker if you were afraid of the dark when you have no opponents." His words ignited the killing intent in the other Hishi besides King Hishi. One of the female Hishi couldn't resist and charged toward Shinruo and Long Wei from her original position. "Transform into a dragon. Charge at her," Shinruo shouted. This time, Long Wei immediately transformed into a dragon without hesitation. Shinruo leaped onto the dragon's back with incredible speed, simultaneously pulling out a slingshot and launching a light element crystal at the female Hishi. His speed was simply too fast. While the Hishi could use magic quickly, they weren't quite that fast. Long Wei, now a dragon, charged towards the female Hishi without hesitation, a resolute execution of Shinruo's command. The dark magic struck the spot where Long Wei and Shinruo had been standing, while the woman, Hishi, felt a burst of white light explode before her eyes, blinded by the dazzling light. It was the light element crystal that had been shot towards her. She didn't know how the humans opposite her had controlled it, managing to make the crystal explode into powder as it reached her. This instantly filled the air particles surrounding the powder with light elemental energy. Since it was nighttime, the sudden, blinding light caused her to experience temporary dizziness. Long Wei flew towards the exit and unleashed a burst of fire at it. The fire traveled along the magic circle at the exit, reaching the elemental power needed to open the door. He was a high-ranking dragon, described as the weakest, but that was because it was the king of soldiers, Hishi, who spoke, not because he was some lowly, weakling dragon on the Dust Sand continent. However, the path was too wide for his dragon form to cross. Long Wei transformed into human form and ran alongside Shinruo, not daring to look back. Upon leaving the Valley of Undying, Long Wei immediately transformed back into his dragon form and soared into the sky. He now understood that Shinruo didn't need his help to get on his back. "No need to fly so fast, they're not chasing us," Shinruo said, resting his hands on Long Wei's back and gazing at the starlight in the Dust Sand continent's sky. "If they wanted to chase us, we wouldn't escape so easily." Like Shinruo, the king of soldiers, Hishi, had no intention of giving chase. Shinruo, however, didn't understand why the king of soldiers, Hishi, had let him and Long Wei go. His judgment stemmed from his close observation of the elite soldier Hishi's strength. Given the sheer size of Long Wei's flight, if the enemy truly wanted to pursue him, they should at least have used magical arrows to disrupt its flight. While it's possible that Hishi, having come to recruit him, didn't want to kill him immediately and thus wanted to avoid directly shooting Long Wei into the valley, he could have used the same methods he used against Tianhu Tianxue to force Long Wei to land at a designated location, instead of allowing it to so easily reach the exit passage. Unbeknownst to him, after they left, one of the Hishi remarked, "They ran quite fast." Hishi replied noncommittally, "Just repaying the favor he did me in the valley." The female Hishi, whose eye discomfort had just subsided, couldn't help but ask, "Are you just letting them go like that? Just a human? Are we supposed to send our entire army to hunt them down across the continent?" The soldier king he-she retorted. "Why did we leave Shishui?" The female he-she remained silent. "Besides, I didn't come away empty-handed. The will of the dark undead within me is almost completely eradicated, at most 10 more times." The soldier king he-she paused here, so if anyone tries to exploit this so-called weakness in the future, they're just asking for trouble. These he-she were all members of the soldier king Shishui clan, and upon hearing this news, they couldn't help but rejoice. After so many years, their leader was finally going to resolve the troublesome will of the dark undead. In their excitement, one of the he-she felt like changing the subject. That human was quite skilled. "I didn't even see how he created that light. Humans shouldn't know light elemental magic, right?" Ling He was the female he-she's name. At this moment, Long Wei asked Shenrua, "How did you do that just now?" Shenrua knew Long Wei was referring to the sudden explosion of light, and he didn't intend to hide it. "I bought the slingshot beforehand, you know that, right? When I went down, I was thinking about whether I might need it, so I put it in my storage bracelet along with the dagger." The light element crystal was the last one left at the bottom. Although I told the soldier king, he-she at the bottom of the valley, that this was the last crystal, having one left is no difference, is it? I channeled my inner energy into the crystal, and when I shot it with the slingshot, I directly destroyed the crystal's internal structure. When the crystal hit he-she's face, it exploded. Shenrua explained it simply, but this required extremely precise control over how much energy to channel, the extent to which the crystal's structure was damaged, and the force and speed of the shot. This kind of precise combat detail is precisely what dragons lack. Dragons, in battle, simply strike with their claws. They don't need to calculate whether their weapons will hit their opponents, unlike humans. Therefore, Long Wei understood the principle, but he failed to grasp just how difficult it was for Shenrua to achieve. Without realizing it, he couldn't understand the difference in strength between him and Shenrua. Chapter 48. The other Hercules didn't see clearly what Shenrua did, but the king of soldiers, Hercules, did. This human seemed even more powerful than he had anticipated. For example, regarding the bracelet, the Hercules only took the phoenix feather inside, but didn't give him the bracelet itself, because it contained items the human had brought down to the valley. For a human who had gone to great lengths to retrieve the phoenix feather, it would be excessive for them to take his belongings for a storage bracelet. Moreover, they had promised him that if he brought back the phoenix feather, he could take some ingredients for witchcraft and dark elemental crystals from the Valley of the Undying. These all needed to be placed in the storage bracelet for him. Of course, they wouldn't just take the bracelet itself. And this human storage bracelet even contained light elemental crystals. Then, in that situation, he decisively used the light elemental crystals as a weapon, creating a magical effect. It was truly a pity he was a human. Although the elite soldier Hershey recognized that Shenrua's method of stopping the female Hershey involved shooting out a light element crystal, he couldn't figure out how the crystal shattered into powder. However, it was undeniable that the humans had tampered with it. That's why he felt it was a pity. Shenrua's judgment, speed, and use of available resources had already reached a level that he acknowledged, but the human race's inherent limitations were undeniable. Causing visual obstruction? In a true life-or-death combat, the powerful Hershey could transform dark element into full-body armor, which the human race, with its limited strength, simply couldn't penetrate. Without a way to break through armor, even the strongest abilities are useless in such a duel. This kind of opportunistic fighting style might be enough to escape, but killing Hershey won't be so easy. Long Wei flew forward through the air. He and Shenrua hadn't agreed on where they would go after leaving the Valley of the Dead. He was only focused on escaping from the King of Soldiers, Hershey, so he simply chose a direction and flew out of the Valley of the Dead. To say there was no choice wouldn't be entirely accurate, because Long Wei subconsciously chose not to fly towards the Kingdom of Shilai or the Tower of Eternity. After all, subconsciously, he didn't want to go home so soon, and he and Shenrua had already spent some time at the Tower of Eternity, so it had lost its novelty. As his flight slowed, Long Wei looked down at the earth from the air. He was now flying above a famous continental highway on the Dusan continent, the Ishu Highway. There were no towns along this stretch. While spending the night in the wilderness wasn't out of the question, Long Wei and Shenrua were both starving. Venturing into the wild would require familiarizing themselves with the environment, hunting, and building a fire for food. Although no towns were directly built on the Ishu Highway, roads leading to various towns and villages connected to it along the way. The Ishu Highway was essentially the center of this road network. Along the Ishu Highway, there were also inns and rest stops for exchanging crystals. During their stay in the Undying Valley, Shenrua had learned about the flying vehicles He used to traverse the valley, discovering that these vehicles weren't exclusive to He. These flying vehicles were also invented by human craftsmen. The flying vehicles had mechanical wings on both sides, powered by wind element crystals, but the consumption of wind element crystals was extremely high. Therefore, flying vehicles generally combine flight with propulsion via axles. The axles are also inlaid with crystals for power, but these crystals aren't necessarily wind element crystals. Wind and water element crystals can both drive the axles of the flying vehicle. Using axles to drive the wheels on land consumes far fewer crystals than in flight mode. So even flying vehicles, for long-distance travel, will use the issue highway. Shenrua now had some free time and began flipping through the encyclopedia on the dragon's back. The direction of the dragon's flight, if considered in a straight line, wasn't directly towards the 1,000 desolate plains. However, if it wasn't flying but traveling along a continental highway, the issue highway below, when followed, led towards the 1,000 desolate plains. It wasn't exactly a coincidence, but Shenrua had just left the Valley of the Undying and didn't want to participate in the competition for the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments. Although his current approach could be considered passively participating in the game of the gods in the dust and sand realm, since obtaining the fragments of the Heavenly Fox Jade and the pain from the daily branding becoming less noticeable, Shenrua temporarily stopped intentionally collecting any quest items. Because so far, he had only accidentally obtained the Phoenix Feathers, and more than one at that. The Heavenly Fox Jade was the only known quest item. Importantly, to turn the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments back into the Heavenly Fox Jade, he first needed to find a Heavenly Fox willing to combine them into one, and then hand it over. At least, such a Heavenly Fox didn't exist at the moment, and Shenrua didn't even know a single one. Under these circumstances, even obtaining all the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments would be useless. Looking at the map, the direction Long Wei is currently flying in, if they continue forward, will lead to a relatively vast country on the Dust Sand continent. Because they flew out of the Valley of the Undying at midnight, when they arrived at the Dust Sand continent where day and night alternated and the dark and light elements in the air particles alternated in manifesting their energy, they saw an inn along the issue highway. The inns on the issue highway are different from those in towns. When Long Wei and Shenrua arrived at the inns in towns before, those inns only sold drinks, similar to alcohol, or rather, drinks similar to alcohol on the Dust Sand continent, and did not provide meals. However, the issue highway is a winding, sprawling route across the continent, spanning several countries, and it's impossible to survive without supplies along the way. Therefore, the inns on the issue highway are all integrated restaurants and inns. Long Wei landed towards the inn. When they landed and Long Wei transformed into human form, they saw several flying cars parked in front of the inn, one of which bore the prominent mark of the Valley of the Undying. What a small world! Although it was only He, a herbalist who guided the way in Undying Valley, who tied Long Wei up, and it was the elite soldier Hishi who stabbed him, Long Wei was already extremely displeased with all the He's in Undying Valley. So, seeing these flying cars parked in front of the inn, he spoke angrily. But Shenrua looked at the two flying cars, seemingly lost in thought. This direction of flight is certainly not towards the 1,000 Silence Plains, but if you take the Ishio Highway, this is it. Is this a case of fate bringing enemies together? Entering the inn's restaurant, Shenrua saw two Hihi and Hishi candidates having breakfast. Looks like it'd be time to change course after breakfast. Thinking this, Shenrua and Long Wei subtly ordered their own food and quietly found a corner to sit down and eat. They didn't want to draw attention to themselves, but the other party wouldn't ignore them. The two Hihi and Hishi candidates kept glancing in their direction. The two Hihi, one male and one female, were both very beautiful. However, their beauty was different. The male Hihi, while beautiful, didn't give the impression of being male. On the contrary, his beauty matched the wildness typical of Hishi men, like a king hunting in the jungle. His smooth, well-proportioned figure was pleasing to the eye, yet also gave off a sense of danger. The female Hihi, on the other hand, was a sweet-looking Hihi girl. She also possessed a natural, wild aura. The combination of her sweet appearance and wildness made her quite striking. This wasn't really unexpected. Since Long Wei didn't want to go straight home, nor did he want to backtrack towards the Tower of Eternity, flying along the issue highway was a much better way to quickly find a supply point than landing near a suitable town in the air and then searching for food. Shenrua and Long Wei lacked information about the relationship between Soldier King Hishi and the Hishi candidate, as well as the quest related to the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment. Therefore, they didn't know that obtaining the Phoenix Feather was only part of this A-rank quest. Shenrua, having previously witnessed Long Wei and Huan Lia solemnly recounting the legends and history behind a comical, split-mouthed pumpkin statue, with a chanting style, overestimated Soldier King Hishi's support for the Hishi candidate. The branding merely ensures that candidates from the same race on the Dust Sand continent will emotionally favor them. The legendary law simply allows those on this continent to know the candidate's identity. Upon presentation of the brand, the beings of the Dust Sand continent will not directly hunt or harm the candidate, but will offer assistance, nothing more. The extent of this assistance is entirely determined by the beings on the Dust Sand continent. Those beings on the Dust Sand continent with higher ability levels are better able to understand which of the laws left by the gods are mandatory, and which are selective. For example, Longwei's father could place multiple bets, including a hidden bet on Shinruo, because he was a spirit-level being and had his own understanding of the candidate's situation. Of course, Shinruo wasn't the only one who misunderstood. In fact, the Hishi candidate also misinterpreted his actions because of the initial help Hishi received. Therefore, to obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment given in the Hishi clan's mission, the latter half of the mission involves escorting 2 Hishi members to the Thousand Silence Plain. To complete the festival on the 1,000 Desolate Plains, 2 His alone were clearly insufficient. However, the specific plans of the His were their own business. According to the His, they had already submitted the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment along with the mission bounty and other rewards to the Eternal Tower. To obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, they needed proof of mission completion and could then collect it from the Eternal Tower. They simply stopped recruiting teams for this mission. They didn't cancel the missions of teams that had already departed. With the acquisition of the Phoenix Feather, other teams had lost their competitive edge. However, the mission required that 2 more His be sent to the ancient He settlement in the 1,000 Desolate Plains to witness the His complete the festival for it to be considered final. Logically, such a task would be flawlessly handled by the mercenary group of King Hishi. Moreover, if King Hishi had taken on this mission, he might not have needed to travel in separate groups to maintain secrecy. However, King Hishi refused the latter part of the mission. This left the Hishi candidates somewhat uneasy. Chapter 49. The candidate's discomfort stemmed from the initial attitude of the King of Soldiers, Hishi. In his view, King of Soldiers Hishi had never refused his requests, first providing him with money and weapons, then compiling and giving him the intelligence he needed. After acquiring the Dragonfire War Spear, he encountered a Celestial Fox clan member carrying a quest item on his way to retrieve it. Upon learning that to win the candidate competition, he needed to obtain specific items, one of which should be on the Celestial Fox clan member, King of Soldiers, Hishi didn't hesitate to pressure them on his behalf. Then came the Phoenix Feather from the Valley of the Undying. But just as he obtained the feather, and was about to negotiate with the other party to send Hihi to the 1,000 Desolate Plains, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, frowned. The difficult part is done. I have no obligation to continue sending Hihi to the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Although you are the holder of the mark, if you can't even complete this task and obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, what makes you think you are a candidate capable of obtaining the Divine Legacy and saving the Dust Sand Continent from the Great Cataclysm? Candidate Hishi was momentarily taken aback by this rejection, but he knew he shouldn't openly confront the King of Soldiers, so he simply listed reasons why he hoped the King of Soldiers would participate in the latter half of the mission. However, the King of Soldiers, Hishi, shook his head. Collecting the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment is your competition. Since the gods have designated you to collect these things, there must be a divine reason. This is your mission. You shouldn't make me do these things. It just so happened that the opportunity arose, like divine guidance, so I did it. But if we do everything ourselves, it doesn't reflect God's will at all. It must be said, there's nothing wrong with what Soldier King Hishi said. In fact, he was even more eager for Soldier King Hishi to accompany him than the other candidates. But things had come to this point, and they couldn't force him. However, the Hishi candidate didn't know that Soldier King Hishi never intended to provide him with too much help from the beginning. In fact, the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment alone already involved a 1,000-year-old feud between Hihi and the Heavenly Fox. If all the quest items were like this, and the candidates could directly become the rulers of their respective races on the Dust Sand Continent, ordering beings like Soldier King Hishi to obtain various quest items for them, it would directly turn into a war between the most powerful beings and forces on the Dust Sand Continent. If that were the case, even without the Great Cataclysm, the wars between these races and nations alone, the conflict itself was already catastrophic. The candidate for Hishi didn't immediately consider this aspect, instead reflecting on what had happened before and after Hishi's change in attitude that was outside his plans. Could it be that Hishi felt that the kidnapping of the dragon race to coerce the human race was not in line with his style? Both Hihi and the candidate for Hishi had this suspicion. After confirming that he wouldn't escort Hihi, Hishi didn't immediately leave the Valley of the Undying, leading Hihi and the candidate for Hishi to wonder if the near-death experience of the human race had influenced Hishi. Some of Hihi believed that sending a weak being to their death might not be in line with Hishi's principles, thus causing his displeasure. However, this was clearly unnecessary mercy, especially for a superior like Hishi. Some of the Hihi believed that during the mission, the king of soldiers, Hishi, was unhappy about having to use such methods to help the Hishi candidates obtain the mission items. Regardless of whether he had any unnecessary compassion, King of Soldiers Hishi probably didn't want to become someone's gopher. As for the human, they originally thought he was doomed. Because at this time, it wasn't surprising that King of Soldiers Hishi could return, but the fact that the human was still alive was somewhat unexpected. However, being on the verge of death was practically the same as being dead. King of Soldiers Hishi staying in the Valley of the Undying couldn't possibly be out of guilt, wanting to see if the human would ultimately die, could it? The Hihi members and the Hishi candidates all believed that Shinrua was already dead, which made them somewhat uncomfortable with the idea that King of Soldiers Hishi was staying in the Valley of the Undying to see if the human could be saved. They couldn't quite put their finger on why they felt uncomfortable. Perhaps they themselves knew, but they didn't want to think about it. Because Hihi and Hishi are ultimately of the same origin. This race believes they should be the most carefully crafted creation of the gods on this continent, their bloodline etched with the ambition to stand at the pinnacle of the Dust Sand continent. They aspire to be a race with a greater presence than Zhezhe. However, the Hishi race's current situation on the Dust Sand continent is relatively marginal compared to Zhezhe, a situation that fuels their extraordinary expectations of the king of soldiers, Hishi. If the being they expect is not decisive in killing, and even shows compassion for innocent dragons and humans, thus offering compensation and care, this alone will create a gap between their expectations and reality. But then, that human happened to bring out the phoenix feather, which greatly helped the Hishi candidate and Hihi, and they couldn't criticize him. As a result, the human they thought was doomed to die sooner or later actually left the Valley of the Undying shortly after they left. With the dragons? Looking at him now, he doesn't look like he's on the verge of death at all. Could it be that he's been at the bottom of the valley for too long, still appearing human, but actually becoming an undead creature? Although Hihi's ancestors had gone to the bottom of the valley to retrieve the phoenix feather more than once, the Hihis now wouldn't be able to descend to the bottom on their own without the assistance of a spirit-level being, and even spirit-level beings have light elemental crystals to aid them. This human probably didn't have enough light elemental crystals to last long at the bottom of the valley, right? They hadn't thought much of it then, but now that they encountered him on the Issue Highway, Hihi and the Hishi candidate couldn't help but wonder. Were they all mistaken? Was the reason the soldier king Hishi cared so much about whether the human was on the verge of death, because he believed the human had become undead? Legends of undead creatures in the Valley of the Undead have always existed. Hishi only knew that there were phoenix feathers at the bottom of the valley, but the phoenix and the evil undead creatures of legend were not the same kind of being. While the phoenix is also undead, its immortality comes from the blessing of the gods. Other undead creatures, however, are rumored to live underground on the Dust Sand continent, but no intelligent race has ever seen them. The divine historians of the Dust Sand continent have deduced that if these undead creatures didn't appear out of thin air in the legends, then their existence might be related to the legendary Great Cataclysm. It's common knowledge that humans die when they run out of light element crystals in the rifts, but he didn't die. In fact, he's now appearing on the Issue Highway. Combined with the arrival of the candidates from the Great Cataclysm legend, the two thugs in the inn are increasingly convinced that Shinrua might already be an undead. It's precisely because of these unknown details that they frequently cast unfriendly glances at Shinrua's table. However, what happened next made them realize they were completely wrong. Because this human began eating and drinking in a simple and unpretentious manner. Who has ever heard of an evil undead needing to eat and drink? Then, the dragon spoke up unhappily, clearly referring to them, and in a rather loud voice. If you ask me, some strange creatures watching us eat is really ruining our appetite. The dragon's words were intentional. He wasn't afraid of being retaliated against. This was yet another reason Shinrua was unaware of. The Issue Highway, being a continental road traversing more than one country, was only possible after negotiations and agreements among multiple races. However, although Hihi and the Hishi candidates could travel this highway to the Thousand Silence Plains, this section of the road had already entered the territory of a vast country that Shinrua had previously seen on the encyclopedia map. Shinrua had only looked at the map and was unaware that this country was the extremely powerful Zhezhe nation. If Hihi or the Hishi candidates were to act violently in the end because of Longwei's words, the crystal here would transmit evidence of their actions to the Zhezhe race, something neither of the Hihis wanted. Undying Valley wasn't actually wealthy, and the Thorn Gate had isolated it from trade with the outside world for many years. While neither the Hehe nor the Heshi were afraid of Zhezhe, they were still bothered by Zhezhe bringing up their mistakes at the Continental Conference, further squeezing their space. Shenrua wasn't aware of the underlying relationships, but Longwei was. For the nobility of a race, the relationships between these geographically connected nations and ethnic groups were essential knowledge. Longwei's words drew angry glares from the male He. Shenrua saw that the other party was only looking at him, and Longwei with hostility, but hadn't made a move, and misunderstood the reason. Because while he was in a state of suspended animation, he wasn't completely unaware of what was happening outside. He sensed that the Hehe, even if it was just a facade, didn't intend to kill him, a weak human on the verge of death. They had even given him some medicinal tonics. Therefore, he didn't quite understand the source of the two Hehe's hostility towards him, until he looked down and saw his bracelet. Shenrua took her belongings out of the bracelet and tossed them to Longwei, then walked towards the two candidates, Hehe and Heshi. These candidates initially became wary upon seeing Shenrua pull out a dagger, but then quickly realized they might be overreacting. After all, she was just a human. Especially the Heshi candidate, who was a top-tier power in his original world. Would he really be afraid of the weakest race on the continent? Just then, Shenrua reached them, removed the bracelet, and placed it on the table. Did you think I brought something from your Undying Valley, which is why you've been watching us? I didn't take the agreed-upon reward. I forgot to retrieve it. But I didn't expect you to be so stingy. If you really want it back, just say so. She then pushed the bracelet away, and returned to her seat. The restaurant wasn't just occupied by their two tables. Another table sat Zhezhe. Zhezhe and Heshi were already at odds, and in their eyes, Hehe was no different from Heshi. Seeing this scene, Zhezhe couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 50. This Zhezhe wasn't just any ordinary Zhezhe. His attire revealed him to be a Zhezhe nobleman. Shenrua genuinely believed this. After all, he couldn't find any other explanation. In his tortoise-breath state, he overheard Hehe's conversation, and it seemed Hehe was at least somewhat grateful for bringing out the phoenix feather, wasn't he? And Heshi, the candidate, knew the phoenix feather was a quest item. If he hadn't left him an extra feather, he probably wouldn't have experienced intensified pain from the daily branding at the same time. Instead of being grateful, they kept looking at him, and Longwei, with such questioning and displeasure. What else could it be but the suspicion that they had taken the Undying Valley bracelet? A normal person wouldn't think like Shenrua, but Shenrua's intelligence and reasoning ability were one thing, emotional intelligence another. He couldn't be said to be completely devoid of emotional intelligence, but he had always only experienced and acquired it through reading. On his home planet Earth, he spent most of his time living alone on an island, with virtually no interaction with anyone, let alone any social skills or the ability to read people's expressions. Therefore, he would react in ways that no normal person could imagine. For example, now, if before He's reaction was merely suspicion and a vague, unsettling feeling about this human being actually an undead creature because of the Soldier King Heshi, his feelings had completely changed. A human! This was definitely intentional. He knew perfectly well that even if the Undead Valley wasn't wealthy, they wouldn't go back on their word regarding the agreed-upon rewards for matters involving the festival, and they certainly wouldn't be so stingy as to not even give a bracelet to someone who had helped them. Were they sizing you up because they thought you took the bracelet? No, but this human just came over with the bracelet, demanding its return, and even accused Undying Valley of being stingy. Zhezhe was there too. The key point is, in this situation, nothing they did was right. Should they beat the human up? This is Zhezhe's country. They'd be near a major town soon, and Zhezhe is a very powerful nation. They're on their way to the 1,000 desolate plains to prepare for the festival, not to cause trouble. And what if they were asked why they attacked a weak human? How would they explain it? Attacking the human now would not only confirm the accusation of stinginess, but more importantly, it would make them seem angry and ashamed after being accused, to the point of attacking a human they hadn't paid for, someone others perceived as having done something for them without knowing why. Should they go over and throw the bracelet back, telling themselves they didn't care? No matter what they did, it was wrong. They had to swallow their anger. For a moment, Hehe's face displayed a variety of expressions. Zhezhe, having finished laughing, went over and sat at the table with Longwei and Shenrua, introducing himself. Hello, my name is Zhezhe. This is my one-time communication crystal. If they want to cause trouble for you here, they can use it to contact me. Zhezhe's noble connections meant he was involved in many public affairs. This person might be a noble connected to the area's administrators, or perhaps it was simply a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He was showing support for someone who displeased Hehe. Shinrua accepted the crystal and handed it to Long Wei, but didn't intend to introduce herself. "We're just passing by and having a meal. Thank you for your kindness." He no longer wanted to stay there. They got up and left. Although the initial change in Hishi's attitude had caused some initial discomfort, he had adjusted on the way. He didn't like this human, but not to the point of these His being so impatient as to leave the table immediately. However, his goal was the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. He had already given the fragment to the Eternal Tower, and he needed to send these two His to the 1,000 Desolate Plains first. Only after the festival would he be able to retrieve his reward from the Eternal Tower. Moreover, as far as he knew, the His had only left one Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment in the Eternal Tower. The other was for another purpose after they reached the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Therefore, with the His leaving, he naturally had to follow. The main character of the show he wanted to watch had left, and the remaining two seemed uninterested in interacting with him. Zizia was also left empty-handed. Zizia was considered an anomaly among the Zizias. Zizia's race is inherently not the type to easily fall in love. Coupled with their golden eyes and golden patterns on their bodies, they appear noble and aloof. His somewhat playful, escapist, and mischievous nature makes him a rare exception. Although he finds the combination of dragons and humans amusing, especially with the human responsible for provoking Feng's presence here isn't without purpose. It's a pity he can't join them for the show. He and Hishi left, while Shinrua and Long Wei checked into the inn. They needed a short rest, and to slowly plan their next adventure. When she woke up, it was already dark. As she went out to find food, she encountered familiar faces again. It was Tianhu Tianxue and her two female Tianhu companions. The quest He had issued at the Eternal Tower was both bait and related to He's needs. However, since it was bait, there were bound to be some vague details. Even through the communication crystal, the Soldier King Hishi hadn't gotten too many details, so he briefly traveled with Tianhu Tianxue. They exchanged some information verbally. Tianhu Tianxue expressed her hopes and ideas, but the Soldier King Hishi didn't give her any promises. Of course, if Shinrua hadn't brought out the Phoenix Feather, the Soldier King Hishi would likely have asked He if the female Tianhu, led by Tianhu Tianxue, was responsible for retrieving the Phoenix Feather. After all, besides humans, even petite female Tianhus could squeeze into narrow spaces. While Tianhu Tianxue was taller than Shinrua, the two female Tianhus she was with were shorter than her. Upon seeing Shinrua, Tianhu Tianxue stopped. The Soldier King Hishi was different from He. Although they shared the same origin, He's grudges with the Tianhu clan were unrelated to other branches of the Hishi clan. Therefore, having briefly faced off against Tianhu Tianxue in a life-or-death struggle, traveled together for a period, and exchanged intelligence, Soldier King Hishi briefly recounted the events at the Undying Valley and the specifics of the mission to Tianhu Tianxue. Tianhu Tianxue hadn't initially felt that Soldier King Hishi's involvement would leave her with much room to participate in the mission and collect the Tianhu Jade Fragments. The main reason she revealed information about the current holders of the Tianhu Jade Fragments to the Soldier King was because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now that she no longer possessed the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, she hoped that if the Soldier King Hishi went to the 1,000 Desolate Plains, he would cause some trouble for the other holders of the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. Unexpectedly, the Soldier King Hishi changed his mind, and decided not to go to the 1,000 Desolate Plains. She couldn't understand why. When the Soldier King Hishi was chasing her, he was determined to obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, but now, he suddenly transferred the mission to another Hishi, and left the Valley of Undying. He did so much, even nearly dying and being severely injured in the giant tree forest. Why? Heavenly Fox Tianxue couldn't understand, but she couldn't change anything. Her only chance was to obtain the Phoenix Feather to exchange for the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment in He's hands. In fact, her identity was very special. He might actually allow them to enter the bottom of the Rift Valley. Because there was a true part of the legend about He and the Heavenly Fox. That is, there was indeed a He and a Heavenly Fox who fell in love and used a medicine made from a unique sacred relic to ensure the continuation of their lineage. This is utterly incomprehensible. The significance of sacred relics on the Dust Sand continent is undeniable. The value of a sacred relic with unique attributes goes without saying. Yet, He and Tianhu used it solely to ensure the continuation of their lineage. They challenged the divine laws of procreation with a sacred relic possessing unique attributes. Therefore, this event went unrecorded on the Dust Sand continent, and He and Tianhu dared not leave a trace. As for why there are legends surrounding this event, it's because this world possesses a divinely inspired poet. Their chanted poems are sometimes cryptic, leading to varying interpretations of their meanings. On the Dust Sand continent, Men and women of different races cannot have children of their own, and sacred relics are the will of the gods left behind in this world. Therefore, their actions are considered utterly rebellious and incomprehensible in the customs of the Dust Sand continent. This Hee and the celestial fox had twins, one a celestial fox and the other Hee. No one knows the whereabouts of the twins, but the celestial fox, Tianxue, knows at least the whereabouts of the celestial fox. She is a descendant of that celestial fox. The war between Hee and the celestial fox was fought when the celestial fox sought to drive Hee out of the 1,000 desolate plains and hunt down the Hee. The celestial fox, who loved Hee, joined Hee's side during the war. The reason the two fragments of the celestial fox jade ended up in Hee's hands is closely related to this celestial fox. No Hee knew of the secret affair between Tianhu and the Hee, but the Hee knew that a Tianhu had helped them. The events of 1,000 years ago are lost to history, and the fact that Tianxue's ancestor, who possessed Hee blood, remained in the 1,000 desolate plains without being discovered was already a closely guarded secret. It was said that this human before him had obtained the phoenix feather. This realization made Tianxue glance at Shenrua a few more times. Such a beautiful female. Tianhu looked at him without any hostility in her eyes, and Shenrua returned her a smile in return. Although if Tianxue's perception was strong enough, she could have seen his general appearance when he jumped down to seize the Tianhu jade. Shenrua didn't believe she had the judgment to adjust her perception in an instant. Moreover, such adjustment requires training. If Shenrua didn't possess a natural sensitivity to his mind and time, he couldn't do it either. This human is no ordinary being. Although the king of soldiers, she only spoke briefly about what had happened, Tianxue, being one of the holders of 3 fragments of the heavenly fox jade on the 1,000 desolate plains, is certainly no ordinary person either. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you again. What a coincidence. Tianxue actually took the initiative to speak. It's quite a coincidence that we met 3 times along the way. It's 4 times, Long Wei corrected her. Very coincidental. He seemed to have forgotten the risk of being suspected of being bewitched by Tianxue earlier, and now he was actually taking the initiative to talk to her. Chapter 51. Including this time, and not counting the time in the giant tree forest, they had indeed encountered Tianxue 4 times on their journey. However, Tianxue was always talking to Shenrua. The first time was in the plaza. She didn't notice Shenrua's presence. Later, she saw Long Wei appear at the mission location, so in her mind, she had encountered Shenrua 3 times. But it was the dragon who spoke to her first. This little dragon was rather cute and easily charmed. But it was precisely because of this that this human seemed even more extraordinary. Because she was indiscriminately and actively using her charm talent, and now that the dragon had begun to speak to her, the human seemed somewhat indifferent. Aside from smiling at them at the beginning to show a friendly attitude, she didn't seem to have any intention of getting to know them. This was truly unbelievable. She was a near-spirit rank cultivator. Theoretically, no human should be able to resist her charm. Moreover, she hadn't used her charm to make the other party do anything outrageous. She simply intended to get to know them. Really? I only remember seeing you 4 times, and this one 3 times. Did I miss something? Tianxue smiled sweetly, and Long Wei felt his heart race. Although interracial love is impossible, everyone appreciates beauty. For such a beautiful celestial fox to stare at him so intently while speaking was simply too much. Yes, we were both in the plaza. Long Wei turned to look at Shenrua, only to find that she merely nodded casually. Since we're so destined to meet, let's get to know each other. My name is Tianxue, and they are Tianyao and Tianxiao. Tianxue introduced her 3 celestial foxes. Shenrua, Long Wei. Shenrua finally spoke, simply pointing to Long Wei as she mentioned his name, which was her way of introducing him. Where are you planning to go next? Tianxue wasn't worried about being abrupt, so she asked Shenrua and Long Wei's destination. After all, their journey had been so coincidental. We plan to stay in Qingze Kingdom for a while, Shenrua said. And you? Tianxue was a little surprised. She had assumed their encounters weren't coincidental, so she replied, we're heading back to 1,000 Desolation Plains. I thought we'd be traveling together. It seems even coincidences have their end, Shenrua replied with a slight smile. It was nice meeting you, but we have to go now. With that, she and the somewhat reluctant Long Wei left the inn. They had planned their next move in their room before venturing out. Watching Shenrua and Long Wei leave the inn and disappear into the night, the female celestial fox with the ponytail, the one Tianxue had introduced as Tianyao, finally spoke. How did he do that? When Tianxue truly used her charm, those who developed feelings for her were indiscriminate, regardless of race or gender. Didn't you see that dragon blush? How could the human remain unmoved? I'd like to know too, Tianxue said, gazing at the night outside. But we need to return to the 1,000 desolate plains first, so we have to put our curiosity aside for now. Shenruo and Long Wei's plan was to cross a primeval forest. Within this forest lay a vast lake, said to yield abundant water elemental crystals at its bottom. The primeval forest was teeming with life, teeming with various birds, beasts, fish, and insects. There were also some unique creatures that could only be hunted at night. Shenruo and Long Wei decided to split up and have a competition to see who could catch more prey. As for the meeting place, they chose the lakeside. As long as Long Wei transformed into his dragon form and breathed fire, Shenruo could easily find him. Unable to determine direction using his existing knowledge, Shenruo had purchased a special directional tool from the Tower of Eternity. This was a biological compass, worn on the wrist like a watch, containing a small animal that always faced one direction. Although it was called a competition, Shenruo didn't actually intend to win against Long Wei. After familiarizing himself with the forest environment, he slowly wandered through it. This forest had many plants he had never seen before, which he found very fascinating. He soon caught an animal with a plump face and belly, weighing several kilograms, and lifted it up by its tail. Along the way, Shenruo also picked some fruit, including berries and other kinds. He consulted an encyclopedia, noting down those that could be used medicinally and those that were edible, and even tasted the edible ones. After imagining how to use these fruits as seasonings, Shenruo made a simple classification of them. When he caught his prey, he fed it some of the fruit. Since it was a hunting competition, Shenruo didn't want to win, but he also didn't intend to kill his prey on the spot. He took his ordinary dagger, whittled a branch as thick as his wrist into a stick, wove vines into knots, and used it to hang his prey. After wandering through the mountains and forests for quite some time, stopping and starting, Shenruo suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. Using the darkness, he followed the sound, parting the vegetation, and saw a steaming spring. The spring water flowed gently from the spring, forming a pool below. When the pool filled, it became a stream, flowing towards the lake. In the pool below the spring, something was faintly glowing. Shenruo had no competitive spirit and was rather detached from worldly desires, but he had a deep interest in exploring the unknown geography and the laws governing all things. For example, during the 22 years he lived alone on the island, he subdivided a certain vine into more than 20 parts, naming each part, and each of these parts served a different purpose for him. Every day he explored the changes in things on the island, whether these changes followed any patterns, which enriched his spiritual life. Arriving on the dust and sand continent felt like being constantly chased by survival and quest items, which was far from pleasant. But now, hunting alone in these mountains and forests, he felt as if he had returned to his island home, doing what he knew best. He gazed at the shimmering light beneath the water, stood by the pool for a moment, pondered, then did some warm-up exercises before jumping in without hesitation. In the forest of giant trees, he had also jumped into the river at the edge of the forest, feeling his way to the bottom to confirm his hypothesis that the riverbed was the boundary between two different types of rock and soil. Now, he was curious about why a faint light was emanating from the bottom of the pool. The pool was slightly deeper than he had imagined. After diving a few meters, he finally saw the glowing object clearly. A crystal clear, white flower that resembled a lotus he had seen in books. Shenruo reached out and plucked the unknown flower. As soon as it fell from the stem into his hand, it transformed into a white, flame-like object, imprinting itself on his palm. He felt a slight pain in his palm, and then the white flame vanished without a trace. Having held his breath underwater for quite some time, Shenruo didn't have time to ponder the flower's appearance, and quickly returned to the surface to breathe. He had just surfaced for air when he sensed an undeniable presence behind him. Shenruo whirled around and saw Zhisha, a man with an extremely cold demeanor, incredibly fair skin, and intricate golden patterns on his skin exposed above his clothes, standing by the pool watching him. If killing intent had a tangible form, Shenruo would surely be covered in blood by now. A human? Zhisha sized Shenruo up and down, his tone as cold as his aura. You want to take a bath? Shenruo retorted, and he could feel the other's killing intent intensify the instant he finished speaking. Zhisha scrutinized the human before him with icy eyes. Black hair and black eyes, he likely possessed a rare Eastern bloodline. Several years ago, he had discovered a water flame lotus here. This was no ordinary flower. It bloomed only once every 3,000 years, demonstrating its rarity. He had cultivated here for several years to be able to pluck this flower when it bloomed. The water flame lotus was supposed to bloom tonight. He had only left briefly. After all, there were things all living beings in this world had to do, and he couldn't possibly watch the water flame lotus every single second. Unexpectedly, in that short time, the flower had vanished. He didn't even know if it had bloomed or not. This human was right there in the pool. Who else could have plucked the flower if not him? But Zhezhi didn't understand. He cleared the area every day, and this forest wasn't a safe place for just anyone to trespass. How could a human suddenly appear here? Looking at Shenrua, whose head was only visible above the pool, Zhezhi narrowed his eyes dangerously. A burst of light elemental energy surged from the deep pool without warning, pulling Shenrua up and forcing him to float on the surface. Zhezhi scrutinized the human with Eastern blood. This human appeared gentle and clean, with no aggression in his eyes or aura. What puzzled Zhezhi most was that this human had no storage space for crystals on his body. There was a pole on the shore with a string of animals hanging from it, seemingly his hunting spoils. The human was completely soaked, his clothes clinging to his body, making it impossible for him to hide the water flame lotus. Only cultivators at the spirit rank or higher could absorb and convert the water flame lotus into the elemental power they needed. Even he, a near spirit rank cultivator like Zhezhi, would need special methods and external assistance to integrate the water flame lotus petals into his body, piece by piece, over a considerable period. Most importantly, humans had extremely poor innate conditions. On the Dust Sand continent, there were simply no humans capable of cultivating to the spirit rank. Shenrua was lifted into the air by Zhezhi's magic, and Zhezhi's mind raced through numerous possibilities. The water flame lotus wouldn't vanish into thin air, and the human before him couldn't possibly be a spirit realm cultivator. Could it be that the Eastern bloodline holds some unknown secret? If that's the case, and the water flame lotus has already been absorbed by this human, then unless he uses a method he finds utterly repulsive, there's no other way to obtain it. Thinking this, Zhezhi's rage transformed into overwhelming killing intent. The edges of the light magic binding Shenrua transformed into blades of light, intending to strangle Shenrua. After all, this water flame lotus was key to his breakthrough to the spirit realm. At his age, no Zhezhi had ever broken through to the spirit realm. He was the most single-minded among the Zhezhi, focused solely on increasing his strength, and even he hadn't succeeded. Only the king of soldiers, He, a mere rookie from the water branch, had done it. But he also had a chance to do it. Now that the water flame lotus had disappeared, how could he not harbor murderous intent? Chapter 52. The blades of light swept past, but the bloody carnage Zhezhi had imagined didn't materialize. Shenrua had already fallen back into the water, raising her hand to look at the bleeding wound on her arm. Zhezhi's expression changed. His light magic was incredibly fast, and before transforming into blades of light, it had essentially been swirling Shenrua in the air. In the powerful beings he knew on the Dust Sand continent, the common method to survive such a strangulation attack was to instantly concentrate their power at the point of contact between the blade and their body, forming an armor-like or steel-like effect to withstand the damage. Or, the opponent might possess some special magic, or have more powerful magical energy than him, allowing them to deflect the blades of light enveloping them. But it was never like this. The blades of light clearly could have cut Shenrua, but Shenrua seemed to have slipped away from these blades that were tightly pressed against her body, only the slippage was a little slow, resulting in a scratch on her arm. This escape from the blade's strangulation at point-blank range was a method even Zhezhi couldn't comprehend, a method that should have amazed him, a man obsessed with strength. However, the opponent didn't maintain this all. Instead, he landed in the pool in a very ordinary, unskilled manner, splashing water and muttering, "Ouch." The scene before him was too unbelievable. Zhezhi didn't immediately attack again, but instead observed the changes in the human before him. Could it be that he absorbed the water flame lotus for some unknown reason and immediately became a powerful being? This simply didn't conform to the basic laws of the Dust Sand continent. Zhezhi quickly dismissed the unrealistic reasoning that flashed through his mind. Moreover, the human before him hadn't changed. He hadn't. Shenrua sensed the situation was dire. Zhezhi was watching him from the shore, and judging from his sudden attack, this conflict was unavoidable. Furthermore, the other's murderous intent was unreasonable. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be resolved through communication. He was only asking if he wanted to take a bath, and he wanted to kill him. If Shenrua didn't take it seriously, he wouldn't be able to leave today. Even if he wanted to bathe, it wasn't anything shameful. Shenrua couldn't understand Zhezhi's arrogant desire to bathe. Perhaps bathing was a sacred act for Zhezhi in this country. Could that strange flower also be part of his bath? Or was the pool he jumped into some sacred bathing place? Shenrua was also very interested in the study of customs, and now, that this thought crossed his mind, he immediately felt this possibility was very high. Because on their home planet Earth, there were many ethnic minorities who considered certain places in their settlements sacred and pure. Someone like him, casually jumping into such a place, would indeed be considered a death sentence in the eyes of these ethnic groups. Thinking of this, Shenrua felt a pang of guilt, but guilt aside, he couldn't very well let the other party kill him to cleanse the pool. However, the other party was currently watching him closely, and it was clear that if he wanted to get ashore, the other party would find a way to intercept and kill him. What should he do? Shenrua seriously considered the safest way to leave the pool. Where is the water flame lotus? A cold voice came from the shore. Water flame lotus? Shenrua's mind worked quickly. He knew that this was probably the name of the flower he had wanted to pick and take ashore to study. But the flower had vanished as soon as it was picked, and when Zhizhi asked him, he couldn't answer. However, since he was asking about the flower, this pool shouldn't be some sacred forbidden area. You're asking about the flower at the bottom of the pool? Shenrua decided to probe. Zhizhi didn't speak, but the surrounding air seemed to be growing colder. I swam down and touched the flower, and it disappeared. Shenrua's words weren't entirely untrue, but considering the other's feelings, Shenrua cautiously replaced picked with touched. The attempt to strangle him failed, and Zhizhi calmed down. His killing intent hadn't subsided, but it was indeed unlikely that the human before him would hide the water flame lotus. But this skill in slipping through the light blades. Could you be a member of the Illusion clan? Zhizhi considered another possibility. If he was a member of the Illusion clan, then he truly didn't know much about this race. To be precise, apart from the Illusion clan themselves, other races on this continent didn't know much about them. No, Shenrua answered honestly. Can I get ashore? Zhizhi didn't answer again. Shenrua sighed. He needed to get ashore. If his wound stayed in the water too long, it would cause problems. However, the other party's attitude didn't seem to want to let him ashore. He had to find a way himself. Just as Shenrua was about to quietly and slowly move towards the edge of the pool in the opposite direction from where Zhizhi was, Zhizhi spoke. Come back with me, and I won't kill you. Hearing this, Shenrua quickly found a spot away from Zhizhi and got ashore, while the other party was still somewhat rational. Once ashore, seeing that Zhizhi was still waiting for his answer, Shenrua made a decision. I can't go with you. If you want to kill me, then do it. The other party seemed unwilling to give up on the flower. Shenrua didn't know anything about it. It had vanished from his palm. There were many things he didn't understand in this world. Eastern humans used it for potion ingredients. Following that logic, if the flower was some kind of medicinal herb, refining it might yield that ingredient. Moreover, Zhizhi said he could spare its life, a feeling akin to charity that made Shenrua extremely uncomfortable. He didn't want to appear out of place among the humans here because he didn't want to perform tasks for the sake of tasks, or be forced to tirelessly collect quest items, as the gatekeeper suggested. In his view, while he was at his peak physical condition, he wanted to do what he loved. The future, whether he needed to save the world, these were not matters for him. Just as the gatekeeper said, even gods have an end. Since everything has its conclusion, why should he be the one to save it? Besides, if he didn't actively pursue it, there were 7 other candidates. His only task was to avoid attracting attention. This Zhizhi, so intent on killing over a flower that wasn't a quest item, was clearly a Zhizhi from the Dust Sand continent, and unlikely to be a candidate. Shenrua was naturally concerned about whether the other party would discover her candidate identity, but to eliminate that possibility and allow the other party to take whatever they wanted was absolutely out of the question for her. Hearing Shenrua's words, Zhizhi once again sensed that this human was indeed very unusual. He could be described as quite special. Because humans are inherently weak, their fear when other races display overwhelming power far surpasses that of other intelligent races. While there are warlike or bloodthirsty individuals among humans, their most primal instinct for fear is easily exposed in the face of death. When high-level ability users on the Dust Sand continent display their oppressive aura and the power to control life and death before humans, those with a group, wives, and children to protect might manage to hold out for a while. If alone, the vast majority will helplessly cry out, weep, and beg for mercy. Perhaps a few strong humans can maintain their dignity in the face of death, but they are a tiny minority. Even so, they try to maintain their composure, unlike Shenrua. When Shenrua said, if you want to kill, then do it, his tone was as calm as saying the weather was getting chilly, which made Zhizhi want to tear apart this person's facade of composure. A massive light magic circle spread out above Shenrua's head. As the circle expanded, the trees in the forest rustled, as if setting the stage for the impending battle. Shenrua's pupils contracted slightly. Before the light blades generated within the magic circle could even fully materialize, she had already moved from her position. Zhezhe's vision blurred. He couldn't even see how the human before him moved, only to see her instantly fling the falling blades from the magic circle behind her, seemingly weaving through a storm of blades. This movement technique was truly astonishing. Zhezhe, who was devoted to cultivation and obsessed with strength, couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of admiration upon seeing Shenru emerge from his magic circle. But that's all there is to it. The human body has its limits. It's such a pity. If this person were of the same race, he believed they would be a powerful figure he would have to look up to. But alas, they are a human, a weak-looking human, and likely of Eastern blood. Whatever secrets the Eastern bloodline holds that he doesn't know, the ability to absorb the water flame lotus doesn't change the fact that Eastern human blood is poisonous, making them even shorter-lived than other races with short lifespans. But it is precisely because of this that it seems all the more remarkable that this human could accomplish what he has. From Zhezhe's perspective, which is solely focused on cultivation and strength, he couldn't help but applaud and admire them. However, admiration is one thing, taking this human back to study how he managed to remove the water flame lotus is another. At this moment, Zhezhe's killing intent had diminished. He believed that Shenru was trying to break through his magic circle and escape using her explosive power and speed. He only needed to use the constantly generated magical blades to wear down his opponent. Once the opponent was exhausted, whether or not they would follow him back would be out of the human's hands. His thought had barely formed when he suddenly felt half of his body go numb. The magic arrays he controlled failed to form because of this numbness. Zhezhe then realized that the human's hand blade had pierced a part of his body. How was this possible? He admitted that his opponent was indeed fast, too fast, to the point that he didn't have time to use light elements to form armor on his body. But how could Zhezhe's physical strength compare to that of a human? Besides, he was a near spirit level. Despite the numbness, his fighting instincts were different from those of a human. It was practically an innate instinct. The moment he was numb from Shenru's hand blade piercing half of his body, Zhezhe had already enveloped his entire body in light elements and drawn all his energy back into himself. However, Zhezhe's numbness wouldn't subside so quickly. Shenru only needed this fleeting moment. Once his opponent could stop using the large magic array to continuously generate light blades and create trouble for him, he could escape unscathed. Without the slightest hesitation, Shenru struck his target, leaped backward, and after a few flips, completely disappeared from Zhezhe's sight. Chapter 53. Was he mistaken? Once the numbness in his half-body subsided, Zhezhe began to recall the suitable professions and characteristics of humans. Humans do have warriors, but while this human's height was decent for a human, it was far too slender and weak for a human warrior. Since human warriors rely on crystal machinery in battle, even if their physical attributes were inferior to other races, they couldn't possibly have this build. Then, he thought of a famous human group, the Deer Thieves. This human speed would make sense for thievery. However, for a thief, his height was excessive, and his black hair and black eyes made him easily recognizable among humans. Thieves need to minimize their presence. And most illogical of all was the attack this human had launched against him. While the water flame lotus was indeed worthy of a top-tier thief's attention, the attack he received was utterly inexplicable. While half his body was numb, his opponent chose to flee. If this human was a thief, his choice was completely contrary to what a thief should do. The human should have known that he should either never have been shown his face, or he should have tried to kill him outright to eliminate any future threat. Having gained the upper hand in striking him first, he chose to escape. Although Zhezhe believed that if the fight continued, the human would eventually be no match for him. His opponent had no mechanical devices on him, and his dagger lay discarded on the shore. Thinking of the shore, Zhezhe suddenly realized he'd fallen into a trap. Before he acted, he clearly noticed that the ropes used to bind the string of prey to the poles on the shore were makeshift traps made from forest vines. The human didn't possess any spatial storage items. This couldn't possibly be a thief. He engaged in a battle that could only just begin, and had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. The water flame lotus he'd been lurking for years was gone. The only human who could have taken the lotus had vanished calmly before his eyes. Zhezhe's face remained expressionless, but his fists clenched tightly. Without the water flame lotus, he had no reason to stay. Unless the other party remained in the forest, as long as this human wanted to go to town, as long as he hadn't left Qing's kingdom, their conflict wasn't over. Even if he couldn't retrieve the water flame lotus, he needed to find out what had happened. Zhezhe had thought it through clearly. He casually leaped a few steps between two trees, instantly reaching the treetop. With a wave of his hand, a set of mechanical devices from his storage bracelet was attached to his back. The mechanical wings unfurled, and wind element crystals embedded in the mechanical nodes connecting the wings emitted airflow, propelling Zhizhi into the air. He had already wasted several years here. It was time to return to his own place. The water flame lotus was an extremely rare plant growing on the dust sand continent. This rarity didn't refer to its lotus-shaped flower, which only bloomed once every 3,000 years, but to the plant itself. If the plant was already so rare, then its flower was even more precious and unattainable. Item: Water Flame Lotus. Quality: legendary. An extremely rare lotus that blooms only once every 3,000 years, growing beneath an icy spring. It contains the elemental energies of water and fire, two elements that normally do not coexist in the same object. It can be absorbed and transformed by spirit-level beings, but the conditions are extremely stringent. However, after absorption and transformation, the absorber gains the water and fire elemental energies contained within the water flame lotus. If one can master the corresponding magic, the absorber will be able to use their racial innate type of magic simultaneously, and additionally apply water and fire elemental magic. Shinrua had already arrived at the lakeside to meet up with Long Wei. After a brief treatment of his wound, they had to change their plans. Firstly, Shinrua's arm wound was quite deep, and had been soaked in water for a considerable time. When they left the Eternal Tower, they had only bought some temporary treatment potions. To properly treat the wound, they would need to go to a nearby town to find a professional healer. Secondly, there was Zhizhi, who had suddenly appeared. Although Shinrua had temporarily shaken him off, it was uncertain whether he would give up the pursuit. It was best not to stay here and find a safe inn. That would be a good choice. Therefore, on the way away from the forest with Long Wei, Shinrua had already researched the water flame lotus through the encyclopedia. It only blooms once every 3,000 years. If Zhizhi was waiting there specifically to pick and destroy this flower, then Shinrua could understand his anger. However, understanding was one thing, but the flower was gone, and the encyclopedia's explanation was vague. How could it disappear after being picked? Shinrua couldn't very well let him take her back and use her as a guinea pig. When it comes to escaping, traveling with a dragon is definitely an advantage. Your luck is beyond incredible, Long Wei said enviously as he flew away. Although it seems you gotten yourself into big trouble, treasures come from danger. The problem is, I didn't even get my hands on that legendary quality flower, Shinrua said sadly. It just vanished without a trace. Now I'm in deep trouble. As a natural history enthusiast, Shinrua should have been overjoyed to see such a magical plant, but rare items in this world are always accompanied by inexplicable risks. On their home planet Earth, there are also some dangerous rare plants. The danger lies in their extremely hazardous growing environments, such as underground caves filled with poisonous gas, or the presence of dangerous animals nearby, like certain snakes. Here, rare species disappear at the slightest touch. For example, the bird egg in the Undying Valley hatched on its own, crawled into an earring, and then disappeared. Shinrua is completely baffled as to what this chick was. This is a flower that blooms only once every 3,000 years. Picking it felt like biting your own hand, and then it vanished. The Zhizhi that followed, if it's the flower's companion beast, is far more dangerous than the venomous snakes that roam alongside plants on our home planet, Earth. It even possesses hunting abilities. Qing's kingdom is a vast and powerful Zhizhi nation. Powerful nation means numerous towns, and a large Zhizhi population. Leaving the primeval forest, there are large towns in several different directions. Long Wei and Shinrua randomly chose one of the towns to visit, as their journey didn't have a specific destination in mind. Upon arriving here, they figured they wouldn't be able to catch up with Zhizhi, who was obsessed with the water flame lotus. Even if they could, the town was teeming with both outsiders and locals, making it difficult to find a human. Even if Zhizhi suspected Shinrua would seek treatment in a town, there were several towns around the forest. However, Shinrua remained cautious and put on his cloak. After treating his wounds and finding lodging, since they were already in town and the hunting trip had been put on hold, they decided to explore and find a place to eat. Qing's kingdom was a Zhizhi kingdom, and most of the people in the towns were Zhizhi. However, according to Long Wei, Zhizhi's traditional food was the bane of any gourmet, so the main profession for the human residents of Zhizhi kingdom was chef. Shinrua and Long Wei arrived at a Zhizhi town west of the forest on the map. This town was a major equipment manufacturing center in Qing's kingdom, home to a large number of human artisans. Regarding the cardinal directions, Shinrua believed this was likely a translation issue within the language system under divine laws. This is because cardinal directions are unique to Earth, and compasses are oriented based on Earth's magnetic poles. Furthermore, in Shinrua's universe, all planets are spheres, so planets develop poles due to their rotation. However, the true nature of the dust-sand continent, and whether its outer regions or oceans, remained unknown. The encyclopedia's map only showed the continent. The area surrounding it was labeled unknown land. If further investigation was desired, the encyclopedia would tell Shenhua that this was a zone forbidden to life by divine laws. The inability to explore left Shenhua somewhat disappointed. However, the dust-sand continent was vast. Even if their current town was large, it was just a small dot on the map. They found an open-air restaurant and enjoyed a hearty meal. While resting after their meal, they heard a commotion in the distance. A procession was marching towards them. "Huh, what's this event?" Shenhua asked Long Wei. "Huh?" Long Wei laughed awkwardly. "I don't know either." Just then, a human worker clearing out the dishes overheard their conversation and explained to Shenhua while clearing the dishes, "This is the most important procession in Qingduo City, held before the official opening of the furnace." "Is this your first time in Qingduo City?" Long Wei, being knowledgeable, tossed the human a silver coin as a tip. There weren't many customers at this time, so after clearing the dishes, the man came to their table and explained the customs of Qingduo City. Qingduo City is a major equipment manufacturing center for the Qingzhe Kingdom, much like an industrial hub on Earth, primarily producing various machines and military equipment for the Zhizhe people of Qingzhe. The vast territory of the Qingzhe Kingdom wasn't naturally ordained by the gods. It was conquered through the continuous warfare of a warlike Zhizhe branch. It is said that 2,000 years ago, the primeval forests nearby belonged to the Heshi tribe. After several wars described in Bard's poems, the Heshi tribe living in these forests eventually retreated to the Valley of the Undying. Later, one member of this Heshi tribe traveled to the Thousand Desolate Plains, where he erected a totem pole. His people continued to migrate and settle there, becoming the Hehe. Then came the war between the Tianhu tribe and the Hehe. It must be said that this Heshi tribe indeed had a tumultuous fate. However, after they got to this point, whether it was because they had to live in the Valley of the Undying for a long time that their mentality changed or for some other reason, they ended up doing things in a way that resembled unsuccessful schemers in order to carry out the festival and return to the Plain of Thousand Silence. As a result, they were unable to evoke any sympathy from Long Wei and Shenhua. Chapter 54. Since Qingduo City was a major center for producing Zhizhe military equipment and various machines, it naturally held a furnace opening ceremony. The procession was part of the ceremony. Since the craftsmen and mechanics were primarily human, the main figures in the procession before the ceremony were also human. The procession carried a long frame, on which sat a magnificent reclining chair. Seated on the chair was a beautiful human girl, who appeared to be no more than 18 years old. She wore gorgeous clothes, her head adorned with blooming flowers, and her ornaments jingled as the frame swayed. She played the role of the soul of the furnace fire. It is said that when humans first lived in caves, they discovered crystals. People intended to forge crystals into machines, but the connection between crystals and other metal ores could not be established. At this time, a divinely ordained poet descended upon the human race. His divinely ordained poem seemed to imply the need for a human willing to sacrifice their life to worship the furnace fire, becoming the soul of the furnace fire. From then on, humans would be able to leave the caves with the power of machines. Without hesitation, the beautiful maiden Anato leaped into the furnace. That time, humanity forged its first weapon imbued with crystals, a renowned legendary weapon. This grand procession was to commemorate the beautiful maiden Anato. This reminded Shenhua of ancient sword-forging legends from the east on her home planet, Earth. Both involved sacrificial furnaces, but Anato's story was intertwined with humanity's fate of emerging from the caves, giving it a more magnificent, classical epic feel. Many pedestrians along the road offered flowers to the procession, while others placed copper, silver, and gold coins on the shelves. Shenhua asked Long Wei for a few gold coins, and threw them into the parade. Such generosity from a human was rare. The girl dressed as Anato personally reciprocated with a beautiful crystal flower. After watching the parade, Shenhua and Long Wei returned to the inn. The inn Long Wei had chosen for Shenhua was one where all elemental and magical battles were prohibited. Shenhua hadn't seen such inns before because the Eternal Tower and the surrounding plains were in a neutral zone under the rule of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Choosing to engage in such destructive magical battles in towns within this zone was tantamount to opposing the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Thus the inns there were inherently in relatively safe areas. Since they were in relatively safe areas, there was no need for extra security. Qingduo City was a major city in the Zhizhe Kingdom, and the security of its inns was handled by the Qingduo City Guard. However, some inns, to demonstrate their superior safety, had registered under the name of the United Inns Association of the Dust and Sand Continent. Within the hotels under this organization's name, once the hotel owner accepts and collects a guest's accommodation fee, no other entity is allowed to pose a threat to the guest during their stay. Any powerful entity that insists on breaking this rule will be hunted down and punished by the specialized organization. All the room doors in these hotels have special magic circles. They can only be opened by using an item with a corresponding magic circle. For security reasons, although it was unlikely that Zhizhi from the forest could track them here, Long Wei still took Shenrua to a hotel registered under the United Hotel Association. The accommodation fees at this type of hotel were higher than ordinary hotels, but with his pocket money and the auction proceeds from the Dragonfire Battle Spear, Long Wei wasn't too bothered by the expense. However, unlike usual, Shenrua requested 2 separate rooms this time, which surprised Long Wei. Although they weren't short of money, Shenrua's spending habits had always seemed quite different from his usual extravagant dragon nature. Could it be that you saw the actress playing Anado today and got smitten, wanting to find a human girl to go with? Long Wei made an unrealistic guess, saying he completely understood. After all, Shenrua originally worked as a groom in Gesang Town, a human town. If he hadn't taken Shenrua away from there, she would probably have found a proper job by now, right? Although Shenrua would be considered thin and slender by other races, she would probably be a popular type among humans, even if her lack of reliable, strong, and muscular build might slightly diminish her perceived sense of security. Judging by his age, it wouldn't be long before the enthusiastic residents of Gesang Town introduced him to potential partners. Long Wei's mind raced, completely oblivious to the stark contrast between Shenrua's status as a puzzle card champion in the Tower of Eternity and the unassuming town of Gesang. What are you thinking about? Shenrua was somewhat taken aback by Long Wei's wild imagination. I've just been quite exhausted lately and need a quieter environment to recover. After all, his cultivation method was probably completely different from that of the humans on the Dust Sand Continent. Otherwise, Long Wei wouldn't have curiously conjured a fireball to test him while he was meditating. However, while he hadn't minded the disturbance then, the situation was different now. Firstly, Shenrua had questions about why the water flame lotus had disappeared. According to Long Wei, spirit-rank beings in this world were extremely powerful, and he had personally witnessed the strength of the Soldier King He-Shi. Shenrua didn't think he could defeat Soldier King He-Shi in a life-or-death duel, yet he dared to risk everything in the life-or-death moment between Soldier King He-Shi and Heavenly Fox Tian Shui because he believed he could do it. In other words, if he were in Heavenly Fox Tian Shui's position, he would have been confident enough to escape Soldier King He-Shi's attack. Therefore, Shenrua was unsure what kind of existence he would be according to the power ranking system of the Dust Sand Continent. Did the water flame lotus disappear, or was it absorbed by him? He had doubts. After all, he wasn't a native being of the Dust Sand Continent, so even if he wasn't a spirit rank being, it was possible he had absorbed the water flame lotus. Of course, it was also possible that a strange existence, like the water flame lotus, could disappear as soon as it was picked without a special preservation method. However, he wasn't carrying any storage items at the time, and judging from Zhizhi's attitude, the water flame lotus probably wouldn't just disappear after being picked. But it's also possible that he picked it unprepared, wasting a precious resource, which is why Zhizhi was so angry. All of this requires a meditative examination of his body, known as inner observation in Eastern metaphysics. Secondly, as Shenrua told Long Wei, he had indeed expended a lot of energy recently, and if possible, he needed a more private space to rest. Leaving aside his experience at the bottom of the Valley of Immortality, he spent several days resting there after leaving. Upon arriving in Qingzi Kingdom, he initially intended to relax by hunting and gathering in the forest, learning about the local flora and fauna. Unexpectedly, he encountered the water flame lotus. When Zhizhi first used light magic, although the killing intent was intense, Shenrua didn't feel any life-threatening danger. So he allowed the magic to pull him out of the water, wanting to know what the conflict was. Subsequently, the other party's killing intent surged, making it extremely difficult for him to slip out of the magic. Shenrua, of course, also knew the common defensive methods Zhizhi considered, such as strengthening his body or using light elemental energy as armor. These defensive methods are called Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt in Eastern martial arts, a style of martial arts that must be practiced from childhood. However, the benefits of such hard techniques in combat are actually very low. Firstly, firearms were invented on Earth over 6,000 years ago. While techniques like Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt might offer some protection against damage in the era of cold weapons, they wouldn't prevent firearms. The magic in this world, in terms of destructive power, is no less potent than firearms, so Shinruo had no intention of testing it. Furthermore, Shinruo only learned this skill casually while researching the history of Eastern martial arts. Even in the era of cold weapons, this martial art wasn't invincible. The most effective way to counteract this in the Eastern metaphysical system is to be like water, yielding to strength, light as cotton, able to withstand countless blades without being harmed. The moment Shinruo sensed the change in the light magic, he detected the danger with his intuition and instantly altered his perception of time, making his body sufficiently flexible. However, because the distance between him and the light magic was zero, even with his incredible speed, he still managed to cut his arm. Afterwards, Shinruo launched a surprise attack from the rain of light blades falling from the opponent's magic circle. He couldn't have succeeded in one strike, because this Zhizhu was different from the demon he had encountered before. Zhizhu was far stronger than that demon. When he suddenly tried to kill him earlier, the flow of energy around him appeared incredibly smooth and stable to Shinruo. Shinruo originally planned to break through the rain of light blades, and then force an opening with a close-range attack. However, while Shinruo dodged, the opponent inexplicably showed a slight change in breathing. In that instant, Shinruo saw a breakthrough in disrupting the balance of energy within the opponent's energy flow. This breakthrough was obviously fleeting, and to seize this moment with absolute certainty, Shinruo did something he had mentioned before that came with a price. At that moment, he forcibly altered his sense of time beyond his physical limits. A successful strike was a tremendous shock to his opponent. However, adjusting one's sense of time is far more difficult than adjusting one's sight, smell, hearing, taste, or touch. While Shinruo was undoubtedly a genius at understanding the relationship between sense of time and mental perception, pushing his sense of time beyond his normal perceptual limits was far more taxing than the eye pain he and Wanlia had described. However, Shinruo didn't intend for others, including Long Wei, to see this clearly, nor did he want them to know his current state. Since this inn was a safe and secure place, Shinruo was naturally happy to have a room to himself. Although Long Wei stated that he wasn't a snoring dragon, his statement didn't change Shinruo's mind. Chapter 55. After entering the room, Shinruo took a bath. The injury on his hand was treated by pharmacist Zhizhu, who sutured it with threads of light elemental energy and used a peculiar potion. It is said that sutures made of light elemental energy can integrate into the body after the wound has completely healed. Because particles in the air also contain light elements, and all living things breathe in and absorb these special particles from the air, these sutures can disappear naturally without leaving a trace. Not only light elemental energy can do this, but other elemental energies can as well. However, to transform energy into threads that can temporarily appear substantial on a wound requires learning specialized methods of elemental power application, and not every race with the talent to use elemental power can do this. This requires the individual using this elemental energy to develop abilities in cultivation that meet the application requirements. Therefore, when individuals of races capable of using elemental power learn the application of elemental power, there will be professional distinctions. Shinruo had never seen this ability applied before, so he watched intently as the physician stitched him up, marveling at the diversity of abilities among races other than humans. After his bath, Shinruo sat down on the bed to meditate, trying to enter a state of inner observation. His body seemed fine except for extreme fatigue. Seeing no response from his inner observation, Shinruo used his mental awareness as a guide, directing particles in the air into his body in a manner similar to qi from his past cultivation practices, and then began to let the qi flow within him. This was a method of circulating qi called Zhou Tian Xingyun, circulation of qi, in the Eastern metaphysical cultivation system. As he circulated his qi, he sensed something unusual in the flow of qi within his body. A warm, watery qi, yet containing a pure, fiery aura, completely different from the qi within his body that could merge with the surrounding world, was slowly burning in his dantian. This foreign qi was clearly what Zhizhu needed, but for Shinruo, it disrupted the balance of qi within his body that he had built up over many years based on various Eastern metaphysical theories. In the theories of Eastern metaphysics, a sage once described it thus: using the mind to control the body, one with a supple body can remain unharmed amidst a hail of swords. This refers to the body's ability to exhibit extreme inclusiveness and flexibility under the guidance of mental awareness. Therefore, consciousness possesses inexhaustible and wondrous uses for humans. And remaining unharmed amidst a hail of swords was one of the methods that helped him escape from Zhizhu's blades of light. Shinruo was able to gain the upper hand in his confrontation with Zhizhu, and his actions weren't affected by this energy at the time. This suggests that this special energy was only activated during his circulation of qi, affecting the balance of qi within his body, and its interaction between internal and external forces. It could truly be a boon to Zhizhi, but poison to Shenruo. Shenruo decided to try contacting this energy burning in his dantian. He transformed his awareness into consciousness, using his mind to observe this energy that didn't belong to him. Inner observation wasn't actually seeing, but rather a state of awareness, as if seeing. This is similar to how some people don't need to open their eyes, but can sense the objects around them, and the actions of others, seeing without seeing. Shenruo's current inner observation was similar to this kind of seeing without seeing. Within his consciousness, the fiery energy in his dantian manifested its form, remarkably similar to the water flame lotus beneath the icy spring. Though resembling flames, it was actually a white, burning lotus shape. In the five elements theory of Eastern metaphysics, water and fire are mutually destructive, yet within this lotus, they coalesced into a unified energy. Shenruo was momentarily immersed in his desire to further understand the lotus's principles, forgetting his original intention. Instead of recovering from the overexertion caused by excessive changes in his breathing, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, exploring the lotus in his dantian through cultivation. Shenruo attempted to guide the lotus-shaped fiery energy along his body's meridians, but only halfway through did he discover something amiss. This energy was too domineering, completely different from the gentle and balanced flow of energy within his body. Even more troublesome was that, due to his previous depletion, he couldn't maintain consistent control over the direction of this domineering energy with his mental power, but it was too late. The elemental energy emanating from the water flame lotus within Shenruo's body continuously overflowed. Since the yin forbade the use of elemental power and magic to fight and threaten its guests, this overflowing elemental energy alerted the yin's management. In their view, such fluctuations in elemental energy suggested that someone was disregarding the rules and intending to attack within the yin. The source of the elemental energy was obvious, and soon after, Zhizhi, who worked at the inn, began banging on Shenruo's door, and Long Wei was also alerted and rushed over. However, Shenruo was oblivious to the commotion outside. He had already curled up on the bed, and gradually, his skin became increasingly red. If one were to look closely, one would see a fine layer of sweat clinging to his body, all dark pink in color, blood seeping from beneath his skin. As time passed, Shenruo's bleeding increased. At this point, the innkeeper, unable to ignore the elemental energy emanating from the room, finally used a spare magical artifact to open the door. The person who opened the door, seeing the blood-soaked human lying on the bed, let out a piercing scream. After all, this was clearly within Qingduo City. A terrifying being had dared to defy the rules and kill, and escape from a room protected by a special magical array. Shenruo experienced near death for the first time. In this near-death experience, he even instinctively adjusted his sense of time, prolonging the sensation. Shenruo was naturally fascinated by everything he didn't know. The feeling of near-death was something he had never experienced before, so as he neared complete loss of consciousness, he subconsciously tried to extend this near-death experience further. The scene in Shenruo's room was bloody and horrific, but he was completely oblivious, as if the only thing remaining in his world was the still-burning water flame lotus. At the end, the humans all assumed Zhizhi had been attacked and were sending someone to treat him. The healer who arrived was Zhizhi himself. As he reached the inn and was about to enter, he suddenly felt a cold gaze upon him. The gaze was so intense that Zhizhi couldn't help but turn around. What he saw there surprised him greatly, and he blurted out, "Lord Junxi." Junxi is the younger brother of the king of Qingzi Kingdom, and is said to have already reached the near-spirit realm. He is a Zhizhi, and theoretically, he shouldn't be addressed as master, a title used by humans. However, if Shenruo heard him, he would use the more easily understood semantic translation of master. Junxi is, at this age, second only to the king of soldiers, He-Shi, among the known beings on the Dust Sand continent. As for the king of soldiers, He-Shi, a freakish existence, who hasn't appeared in thousands of years and reached the spirit realm in just over 20 years, he is beyond the realm of common sense. Junxi's ability to reach the near-spirit realm at this age is an exceptional talent, 1 in a million. Moreover, it is said that Junxi is a cultivation fanatic. He has never been interested in national affairs, and has always devoted himself solely to cultivation. However, as the younger brother of a powerful Zhizhi kingdom, Junxi attends the opening ceremony of Qingzi Kingdom's sacred ritual every year. Therefore, most Zhizhi of Qingzi Kingdom are not unfamiliar with the appearance of this legendary, powerful, and always aloof younger brother. The commotion in the inn had already alerted the other guests. Long Wei, who had arrived with Shenruo, didn't dare touch her and simply waited in the room for the healer to arrive. In his view, it was highly likely that Zhizhi, whom Shenruo had mentioned encountering in the forest, had somehow tracked them here, causing this horrific scene. Due to the shocking nature of the scene, neither Zhezhe, who was in charge of maintaining order, nor Long Wei realized that the abnormal fluctuations in elemental energy hadn't completely subsided. When Junjie entered the room, the other Zhezhes instinctively stepped aside. The healer wanted to check on Shenruo, but Junjie suddenly attacked. A flash of white light appeared, and a white sphere of light floated into the room. Shenruo and Junjie, both covered in blood, had vanished. Within the sphere, Shenruo, still covered in blood, suddenly unfurled layers of white light, like a lotus flower opening its petals. Seeing this, Junjie conjured a light magic circle. The layers of white light surrounding Shenruo began to mist, drifting towards the magic circle in his palm. However, this didn't last long. Suddenly, the blood on Shenruo's body began to mist again, and the lotus petals retracted layer by layer, as if blooming in reverse. Each petal adhered to Shenruo's skin and then disappeared. As if unwilling to let the petals disappear, the light magic circle shone brightly, but the speed at which the petals light misted couldn't keep up with the speed at which the petals closed again. In the end, Junjie's light magic circle only absorbed the white mist from the outermost layer of petals, before the petals completely disappeared from Shenruo's body. The sphere of light suddenly dissipated, and Shenruo and Junjie reappeared in everyone's sight. The fluctuations of elemental power disappeared, and the blood on Shenruo's body had already scabbed over. "What are you doing?" Long Wei stepped forward, looking at Junjie warily. Unexpectedly, Junjie addressed the innkeeper. "I'm taking this human with me. If you have any questions, have your registered association come to me." "No way!" Long Wei roared. "My friend and I are here for sightseeing. What right do you have to detain someone?" Junjie didn't intend to waste any more words with Long Wei. "This is within the borders of my Qingzi kingdom. Judging from your attire, you should be from the Shilai kingdom. If this human is from your Shilai kingdom, go back and get his Shilai kingdom identity document, and find the dragon in charge of negotiations with our country. If it's appropriate, I will naturally release him." Junjie's attitude was firm, his aura powerful, and most importantly, his strength was undeniable. The pressure of a near-spirit level expert was released without reservation, providing justification for his words. Chapter 56. In the kingdom of Shilai, a noble spirit rank lord had just stepped out of the palace when his servant called out, "Ah! Young master is back." Looking up, he saw a dragon flying in from the horizon, landing as a boy with dragon horns on his head. "What's wrong? Did you have a bad journey?" Long Wei's father was somewhat surprised. In his view, Long Wei's novelty shouldn't have worn off so quickly, and he could sense that his son had become somewhat stronger. But then Long Wei raised his head, and a very precious dragon tear rolled down his cheek. He immediately wiped away the tear, and said to his respected father, "Father, I want to become stronger." He knew before that the continent was a jungle, but theoretical knowledge and personal experience are two completely different things. In the kingdom of Shilai, he hadn't felt this oppressive feeling of powerlessness due to insufficient strength, but now he had fully experienced it. Whether as a dragon hostage or forced to leave. He imagined his journey, after leaving home, would be filled with joy, and he was indeed happy for a time. He made friends with dragons unlike any he had known before, and witnessed many things he had never bothered to observe. But his happiness was only just beginning when it was about to end. When he was held hostage, his friends could save him, but when his friends were held hostage, he was powerless. He didn't want to taste the bitterness of being weaker than others again. Having grown up in the greenhouse his father had created because of his mother's departure, the dragon would never be the same again. His father would no longer inquire about his experiences. This was the consistent approach his father had always taken towards Long Wei. However, this didn't mean he wouldn't have some suspicions. Was the human candidate dead, or for some other reason? But he wouldn't let his son say things he didn't want to say. His son's desire to become stronger was never a bad thing for him. Although many people watched Junjie forcibly take Shenruo away, the Yin ultimately didn't actually confront him. This was because the Yin's security policy prohibited the use of elemental power and magic in the Yin to fight or cause personal grudges and murders. But in the situation at the time, it was clear that Junjie wasn't the one who did it. Furthermore, Junjie's quick arrival was actually related to the Yin's management. From the Yin's owner's perspective, Junjie didn't seem to intend to kill the human. As for the dragon traveling with the human, didn't Junjie tell him to use diplomatic language? More importantly, Qingduo City was a town in the Qingzi Kingdom, and Junjie was a member of the Qingzi Kingdom's royal family, and a leading figure among the Qingzi Kingdom's powerful. Although Junjie had no interest in politics, he did have a personal guard under his command, and they held considerable authority in Qingzi Kingdom. After all, a lack of interest in power struggles coupled with formidable combat strength was something every ruler admired and cherished. Junja hadn't expected to discover the strange human's whereabouts so quickly. Having seen the animals the human had hunted, he initially assumed the human would linger in the forest for a while longer, only leaving when it felt safe. After all, the forest was vast, and even he couldn't conduct a thorough search. He simply instructed Junja, who was in charge of the towns surrounding the forest, to keep an eye out for any humans with black hair, black eyes, and wounded hands of Eastern descent appearing in those towns. Therefore, Shenruo and Long Wei's search for the healer and the inn was immediately reported to Junja. This was mainly because Shenruo was facing Junja alone. Unable to discern the royal insignia on Junja's clothing and headdress, Shenruo assumed he was someone like himself, passionate about cultivating in the wild. Ignoring Junja's ability to control and mobilize resources in towns, continuing to wander in the forest with someone as conspicuous as Long Wei would obviously increase the likelihood of encountering him. Furthermore, there was a flaw Shenruo himself hadn't realized, his inability to truly integrate into the environment of the Dust Sand continent. That was his persistent lack of genuine killing intent, murderous desire, and the will to kill. In truth, Shenruo wasn't someone who held concepts of justice, evil, or good, nor did he use them to create oppositions or decide which side to take. Within the Eastern metaphysical knowledge system he knew, there were many theories on how to enter the Tao and cultivate Buddhism, including classics on entering the Tao through killing, becoming a demon or a Buddha. He had also felt curious about this realm, but he had never cared about experiencing anything related to the unknown world, whether spiritual or material, firsthand. However, his understanding of the world, apart from that usually deserted island, was entirely based on knowledge left by his predecessors. Long Wei's understanding of the Dust Sand continent's jungle was theoretical, but Shenruo's was, in some ways, even more so. His knowledge of everything was truly theoretical, let alone the kind of mindset tainted by bloodlust. His mind couldn't be tainted by bloodlust. Given the possibility of avoiding a life-or-death struggle, Shenruo chose to avoid it. Unlike Long Wei, he would repeatedly contemplate and simulate life-or-death battles with his opponents, and he wasn't afraid of such duels. However, he didn't do this to fight to the death. Long Wei often displayed a very straightforward, authentic, direct, and simple nature, which was related to his powerful lineage and the fact that he grew up in an environment with strong emotional bonds. His father didn't communicate with him much, but he was neither harsh nor distant. Although stern, Long Wei could still feel his father's love. The other dragons and humans around him were also very friendly towards him. Later, when he went to rescue the stranger Shenruo, Shenruo never did anything to harm him. Therefore, Long Wei's experience with other beings in the world was mostly about their good side. Shenruo lacked this precious experience. Therefore, unlike Long Wei, he wasn't ruthless, nor would he, like those powerful figures, send someone to their death to achieve his goals. He was simply a purely neutral and chaotic being. Therefore, Shenruo didn't wait for the king of soldiers, He Shi, and the heavenly fox Tian Shui, to be mutually weakened before suddenly striking to finish them off and obtain the heavenly fox jade fragment. Nor did he, after gaining the upper hand in the first attack, risk exhaustion to kill Junja, this potential threat. This wasn't out of mercy or saintliness, but rather because his understanding of eliminating future threats and using killing to stop killing remained theoretical. He would consider what other beings would do if they wanted to kill him, and he would try to skillfully avoid such a situation, but he didn't use the same approach to think about how to kill other beings. It wasn't entirely Shenruo and Long Wei's fault for being unprepared. It was just that both crises involved enemies renowned throughout the Dust Sand continent, and these enemies included not only themselves, but also their own forces. Who could have imagined that the gatekeeper, who promised to send him to a beginner's village, would give him ordinary beginner equipment, and then suddenly find himself unexpectedly facing a max-level, powerful being? Moreover, based on his strength alone, Shenruo could have easily disengaged and maneuvered again if this were a game. The problem was that he trusted Long Wei's assurance of the inn's safety, and hadn't anticipated the effects of the water flame lotus. Junja didn't kill him not out of regret that humanity had finally produced someone capable of fighting him. It was purely because he had obtained a small amount of the water flame lotus's energy within the light sphere. Not much, but it was still something he had gained. The situation at the time was completely unexpected by Junja. He hadn't intended to absorb the water flame lotus's energy. He only planned to capture the human and interrogate him about the water flame lotus's true nature. The result was obvious. The water flame lotus was swallowed by this human. How it was swallowed was a complete mystery, and it was clear that the human hadn't digested or absorbed it. However, when the water flame lotus's energy overflowed, Junja unexpectedly discovered that he could absorb its energy at only the near-spirit rank without any special methods. Junja's reputation as a cultivation fanatic was well-deserved. Now that there was such a simple and safe way to obtain the water flame lotus's energy, his decision required no thought. Moreover, this human was powerless to refuse, and the dragon with him was merely a high-ranking noble from the She-like kingdom, not worth Junja's attention. Junja's palace, like his personality, was cold and austere. More than the palace itself, Junja cared deeply about the cultivation grounds adjacent to it. As royalty, the water flame lotus, a special legendary item that could help him break through to the spirit rank, was certainly worth his special protection. However, to live in the mountains for cultivation would be inconsistent with his status. Junja hadn't returned to the palace for several years because of the water flame lotus. This time, even though he disliked it, he had to deal with some basic formalities. For example, his elder brother, the king of Qing's kingdom, upon hearing of his return, invited him to a banquet at the palace. Junja changed into appropriate robes and arrived at the palace on time. This was another characteristic of his. He always handled unavoidable matters with mechanical precision. The only things that truly concerned him were improving his abilities, overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, and powerful other beings. However, his elder brother was the backbone that allowed him to focus wholeheartedly on cultivation, so Junja was willing to do what his brother asked. Junja arrived punctually, never early or late, a habit the other Zhizhe were used to. Junja, expressionless, nodded in return to the Zhizhe who greeted him along the way, and walked to the banquet hall. His elder brother and sister-in-law were already seated at the table, accompanied by two of his brother's close advisors and their daughter. Junja finally frowned. His palace officials had already told him that the ministers of Qing's kingdom wanted to form a marriage alliance with the royal family. Since his brother's child was still young, these ministers were eyeing him instead. Unfortunately, in Junja's eyes, the presence of female Zhizhe would only hinder his cultivation. Let's talk about marriage later, after we reach the spirit rank. He knew that the king of soldiers, she, was only 2 years older than him, and already a spirit rank cultivator. The difference between the near spirit rank and the spirit rank might seem like just one level, but in reality, that one step is the hardest to cross. And now they're trying to force a woman like Zhizhe onto him. Do these ministers think they won't lose face, and want to settle things formally first? Junja looked displeased, and pulled out a chair to sit down. Chapter 57. Junja has arrived. Please, everyone, don't be so formal. This is just a regular dinner. King Qingze gestured, and palace maids brought the dinner food to the table, arranging it in front of each diner according to the number of Zhizhes present. Lord Junja, it's been several years since we last met. You become even more dashing and handsome. A minister began to praise him. Although Junja's expression remained consistently cold, they were all used to it. This younger brother of the king felt neither joy nor anger at such formalities. Their praise was primarily for King Qingze's benefit. His elder brother was clearly accustomed to Junja ignoring them. He didn't demand a polite reply, but instead inquired about the purpose of Junja's long absence. How is the water flame lotus? His elder brother was clearly unaware that Junja had failed to obtain the water flame lotus. It was a bit unexpected, but the outcome shouldn't be affected. Junja still answered his elder brother's question, though his tone remained consistently cold. At least it was a normal conversation. Good that you can handle it. King Qingze was clearly used to Junja's tone, but he had heard something else and needed to verify it with Junja. I heard you ordered the guards of Qingduo town to surround an inn, and brought back a human. That's right. Junja responded, then didn't continue. The king and other guests at the banquet, including Zhizhe, were waiting for what he would say next. Junja simply admitted to it, and then what? Aren't you going to explain why? But Junja really didn't explain. Seeing that no one had touched their knives and forks, he asked his elder brother, the king, brother, you called me here for a meal, didn't you? Uh-huh. Even the king of Qingze was momentarily uncomfortable, then waved his hand. Please, eat as you please. Since the king didn't press further, Zhizhe couldn't continue the topic either, and could only begin eating. However, during the meal, while exchanging toasts, some conversations could be conducted without directly addressing Junja, but rather through hints and discussions, with the main point addressed later. Speaking of which, the palace where Lord Junja resides is staffed with guards. Shouldn't we consider reorganizing the staff? One minister asked. This question could be directed at the king of Qingze, or it could be directed at Junja. But Junja clearly wouldn't answer such a question. The ministers of Qingze had already demonstrated this thoroughly in the past. Therefore, only the king of Qingze could answer this question. King Qingze clearly didn't intend to make direct arrangements for his younger brother Juinja. He always showed respect to Juinja. Juinja, what do you think? It's fine. Juinja was prepared for these two ministers to arrange for their daughters to serve him. If they wanted their daughters to be maids, he wouldn't refuse as long as the ministers didn't mind. As long as they could accept it. Besides maids, isn't Lord Juinja of marriageable age? Especially after being away for so long, it's not good for the palace to be without a head. The other minister finally revealed his long-prepared intention. The palace officials can manage it. My place is neither a dragon's lair in the wilderness, nor a luxurious residence. There's nothing particularly important to manage, Juinja said, his words a rejection. Before reaching the spirit rank, I have no plans regarding matters of men and women. However, Juinja's acceptance of the arrangement of maids in the palace was seen as progress by them. There were precedents of nobles serving as palace maids. With their family status, even if they became maids in Juinja's palace, they wouldn't necessarily be given any significant roles. Unless Juinja personally arranged it. But if he personally arranged it, wouldn't that create contact and an impression? Everyone at the banquet understood the unspoken message and made their own calculations. King Qingze, of course, felt that his younger brother's marriage wasn't a bad thing. Besides, in this situation, his brother had a choice, and if the minister's daughters couldn't tolerate his temperament and withdrew, neither side would lose anything. Thus, everyone except Juinja, who remained unmoved, ate a very comfortable and happy meal. After the family-style dinner, Juinja returned to his palace. The cold, austere style of his palace made it easy to convert one of the rooms into a prison cell. The human appeared to be unconscious, but two Zhezhi guards were still on duty outside the cell. This was because, according to Juinja, this human was a dangerous individual and needed close monitoring. Although the Zhezhi guards had carried out their orders without fail, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. The human lay in the makeshift cell, looking almost as if he were dead. Judging by his physique, he wasn't even considered strong among humans. He wouldn't even qualify as a warrior. A dangerous individual? The Zhezhi guards genuinely couldn't tell. But they all knew that when news of this human's appearance in Qingduo town reached them, Lord Juinja personally led a squad of guards to arrest him. Wasn't that overreacting? Could this human be a human bomb? That couldn't be. Seeing that Lord Juinja hadn't let his guard down even while the man was unconscious, the guards felt things were getting out of hand. So, King Qingze's intervention wasn't without reason. However, Juinja wasn't going to explain the reasons to the other Zhezhis. He just wanted the medical officer to come and find a way to wake the man up, and then get him to release the energy from the water flame lotus. This was the first thing Juinja wanted to do after waking up. Actually, Shenrua had already regained consciousness. The water flame lotus's violent energy overflow was simply because he wasn't prepared to deal with it. Although he knew very little about the flower's effects, Shenrua already knew how to guide the rampaging energy back to his dantian when he experienced the near-death sensation and slowed his senses. He couldn't control the energy of the water flame lotus as it left his dantian, but he could prevent it from causing trouble. After the water flame lotus's energy returned to his dantian and subsided, he was out of danger. However, his trust in the inn's safety had led to his lack of preparedness and excessive energy expenditure, leaving him with no strength left to escape from Juinja. Afterwards, the conversation between Juinja and Longwei led Shenrua to conclude that Juinja's purpose wasn't to kill him. Since his life wasn't in immediate danger, he figured he might as well recover and find a way to escape later. So Shenrua simply let himself pass out, allowing himself to recover and rest better. When he regained consciousness, he was already in Juinja's palace. The physicians at Juinja's palace were different from those at the Valley of the Undying. The Valley of the Undying used force feeding, a method that reminded him of the ancient method of administering raw aconite to critically ill patients described in books. The physicians at Juinja's palace injected him with something like an injection, which Shenrua suspected was a drug from ancient times, long since lost on his home planet Earth, used to torture prisoners without causing them to faint or die. Faced with these two hostile races, Shenrua adopted the same approach, breathing heavily. But did Juinja have no other choice? In fact, the Valley of the Undying might also have had a solution, but they didn't care about Shenrua's life or death. Their treatment of him was just a formality. In their view, Shenrua's death might be better, so they wouldn't even need to pay their reward. Juinja, however, was different. He wanted to wake Shenrua up and get to the bottom of things. A decreased heart rate? Juinja immediately ordered the medical officer, Zhezhi, to administer medication to increase the heart rate. One injection wasn't enough, so he gave her another. If she continued to feign death, the effects of the injection would be no joke. The medical officer, Zhezhi, told Junja that the dosage might not be safe, but Junja, without considering the consequences, insisted on continuing. During this exchange, Shinrua heard the medical officer give in, and could only helplessly open her eyes. Should he feign weakness to avoid torture? Shinrua was seriously considering the possibility that Junja would do this. Or should he seize the opportunity to subdue Junja, use him as a hostage, and break out of here? All the money was in Longwei's hands, but if he could break out, he could find a job. However, the hard-won financial freedom, even if not permanent, would have to start from scratch again. He didn't know when his dream of roaming freely in the mountains and rivers would be realized. His luck was just too bad. Not long ago, Longwei thought he was incredibly lucky, but Shinrua didn't think so. If he had known he would encounter this trouble, if he could turn back time, he definitely wouldn't have picked that water flame lotus. But it was too late for regrets now. He could only take it one step at a time. What Shinrua hadn't expected was that while he was still trying to feign weakness to get through the day, in the eyes of Zhezhe and the others, he already naturally fit the image of weakness perfectly. Even Junja didn't intend to make things too difficult for him so soon after he woke up. After all, his goal was to bring Shinrua back to use as a transformed water flame lotus to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. If Shinrua died, he wouldn't achieve his objective. Seeing Shinrua awake, Junja didn't think much about why his awakening was so timely. He was even less likely to suspect that Shinrua had been feigning death. The strangeness of how he could suddenly wake up under such circumstances, with such a low heart rate and almost non-existent breathing, was completely overlooked by Junja, who didn't care about matters related to cultivation. However, after that, how to get Shinrua to cooperate with his cultivation needs and release the energy of the water flame lotus was something Junja couldn't think of a good way to do for the time being. Because to obtain Shinrua's cooperation, he first needed to negotiate, and negotiation was Junja's worst skill. Should he ask directly? This human by the pool had already rejected him time and again, hadn't he? But now that the human was a prisoner, the negotiation situation was different. Just as Junja was feeling particularly troubled, a palace official came to inform him that two noble ladies had come to register at the palace and asked if he wanted to assign them any positions. Junja suddenly had an idea. How about this? Let them take turns trying to befriend and chat with that human. Remember to bring the recording crystal. Chapter 58. As a close advisor to Junja, the palace official knew a little about things Junja didn't. He knew Junja brought Shinrua back mainly to use the energy of the water flame lotus to break through to the spirit rank. But why the water flame lotus had been absorbed into this human's body was a complete mystery, as was how to extract the energy. Therefore, Junja wanted the human's cooperation. This was the palace official's guess. Was Lord Junja planning to use a honey trap with the newly arrived noble ladies? While the palace official was already pleased that a cultivation fanatic like Lord Junja could come up with such a plan, but had Lord Junja made a mistake? These two noble ladies were here to arrange a marriage for Lord Junja, not to mention, even if it were a honey trap, using this on a human, shouldn't they first arrange for someone to help them? The two noble ladies were beautiful, but their races were physically different, and there was also a racial barrier between them. But then again, Lord Junja never intended to develop anything with these two noble ladies in the first place. The palace official understood that Junja's intention was to discourage them from pursuing their own goals. Alright, if the primary objective couldn't be achieved, perhaps making the two noble ladies unable to complete an impossible task would work too. The palace official relayed Junja's request to the two noble ladies, leaving the rest to be handled according to the normal rules for noble ladies serving as palace maids. After listening to the palace official's explanation, both noble ladies fell into deep thought. From an emotional perspective, Lord Junja was clearly not the kind of man who understood tenderness and romance. If they were love-struck, these two noble ladies wouldn't be here serving as palace maids. The Dust and Sand Continent is a continent where strength reigns supreme. They came here because they all believed that Lord Junja would one day stand at the pinnacle of power on the continent. Becoming Junja's wife meant their future children would be fathered by a spirit-rank cultivator, and a member of the Qingzi Kingdom's royal family. To achieve this goal, they were willing to try certain things. Although this matter was rather strange. Chatting with a human? This test was truly unusual. As expected of Lord Junja, was he trying to discourage them? After all, in the Qingzi Kingdom, Shiju's status was higher than that of humans. To make them lower themselves to chat with a human prisoner, Lord Junja's method of discouraging them was truly creative. To ensure fairness, the palace officials even made them go one morning and one afternoon. Although they were very reluctant to chat with a human, in terms of acting skills, the two noble ladies of the Zhezhe class were probably miles ahead of that human. Shenrua's first meal after waking up was brought in by a beautiful lady of the Zhizhi class. If it weren't for the chains binding his right wrist and ankle, Shenrua might have thought he was some kind of VIP. "Hello, my name is Hilzer, I'm a palace maid here." Hilzer smiled elegantly and politely extended her left hand. So this world also has handshakes? Or maybe kisses? Feeling unfamiliar with her, Shenrua also extended his left hand to shake Hilzer's. Actually, he didn't quite understand, but Hilzer wasn't there to discuss etiquette. "What's your name? How did you get here?" Shenrua couldn't help but wonder at the question. Didn't this female Zhizhi know? Of course, the female Zhizhi knew. But not everything. She just thought it was more polite to ask this way, and she couldn't very well say, "I heard you were captured by Lord Junjie. What did you do? Did you offend Lord Junjie?" That would be so rude, wouldn't it? After all, Lord Junjie's request was for them to try and befriend the other party. What she wanted to know was why Lord Junjie had gone to such lengths to capture a human. King Qingze had even asked about this at the banquet. Junjie had dismissed it with a simple yes, that's how it is. Although coming here was indeed a condescension for them, and they were somewhat reluctant, they were still very interested in the possibility of this human having any connection with Junjie. They had initially thought it was some powerful being, but upon arriving at the palace, Junjie had the palace officials inform them to find a way to befriend the human, giving them ample opportunity to satisfy their curiosity. Unexpectedly, upon closer inspection, he was a human with black hair, black eyes, and Eastern blood. While it was indeed rare, and his blood could be used in medicine, that was something demons liked to do. Zhizhi certainly didn't have such wicked tastes. Shenrua. Shenrua didn't intend to hide his name. Having been here for so long, he hadn't seen another human with black hair and black eyes. With his appearance, even if he gave a fake name, it wouldn't be very effective in concealing his identity. However, after saying his name, Shenrua fell silent. Zhizhi couldn't help but feel a little displeased. Lord Junjie was known for his quiet nature. What kind of human was this, wanting to imitate Lord Junjie? However, she didn't know that Shenrua simply thought she was asking a question she already knew the answer to, and therefore there was no need to answer. Shenrua lacked the skill of reading between the lines to understand others' emotions and feelings in communication. His ability to predict the development of events, or what the other person would do next, was usually based on his understanding of the other person's status, identity, basic characteristics, and shared interests. With sufficient information, he could generally deduce the general direction correctly, but he struggled to comprehend emotional, immediate situations. However, even if he were incredibly tactful and socially adept, he probably wouldn't say much in this situation, let alone due to his lack of social experience leading to unconventional speech habits. Because if he understood, his mindset would be different. His current mindset was simply that he didn't understand why the woman, Zhizhi, was asking a question she already knew the answer to, so he was too lazy to answer. But if he were a normal person who had grown up in society, he would probably think that the woman, Zhizhi, had some strange purpose in chatting with him, and would be very wary, thus avoiding any further conversation. The chains on his hands and feet weren't ordinary materials. Shenrua had already checked the encyclopedia. They were a material capable of binding even dragons. Clearly, his successful surprise attack had prompted Junjie to treat him with extremely high standards. The water flame lotus was currently in his dantian. He believed that even if he were dissected, he couldn't conjure a flower for Junjie. He couldn't possibly be turned into a demonic potion for Junjie to consume, could he? Seeing that Shenrua was already ignoring him and lost in thought, the female Zhizhi realized that this was indeed no easy task. Was it a test of whether she could humble herself? She was thinking too simply. Shenrua was unaware of the noblewoman Zhizhi's inner thoughts. He was already engrossed in devising a plan to leave. Shenrua had already researched the materials used to build the palace and the chains. Leaving this place wasn't impossible for him. In ancient Eastern times, there was a legend that someone gently stroked a large tree, and soon its leaves fell in a flurry. When someone went to cut down the tree, they found its hardwood shattered. This was supposedly something that could be achieved by mastering a martial art called the heart-shattering palm. However, in Shenrua's time, such things already had a scientific explanation. Scientific research from thousands of years ago showed that dancing at a specific frequency could cause even reinforced concrete buildings to sway, and vibrating a bridge that carries vehicles daily at a specific frequency could potentially cause it to collapse. The core is this vibration, which needs to perfectly match the structure of the material. In martial arts, this involves the interaction between internal and external qi to create a subtle yet present vibration. One influences external qi with one's own qi. Once the internal and external qi vibrate within a certain range, they resonate with other substances. On the dust and sand continent, the goal is to influence airborne particles, causing them to interact with one's internal chi in the same way. However, this requires constant experimentation, especially with chains. It's not as simple as gathering chi to shatter a wall. Shattering a wall can be achieved by gathering chi and unleashing a powerful, guided strike. However, the chains require the vibration of particles around the wrist and ankle to influence the locks without any guiding force. To chop down with one hand, one must shatter the shackles without injuring oneself, a much higher challenge than breaking a wall. Furthermore, Long Wei is nowhere to be found. Shenrua guesses he's probably gone home. Without Long Wei's assistance, how to leave is a major problem. Moreover, Zhizhi seems to hold considerable power. Without money or a dragon, Shenrua is back to square one, completely penniless. Leaving the other sphere of influence will be incredibly difficult. At least in Gesang Town, the only concern was survival. Here, a hasty escape would mean simultaneously evading capture and surviving. And compared to when she first arrived on the dust sand continent, Shenrua isn't at full strength. Besides the blood she lost at the inn, there's also the issue of her chi circulation. Could going all out trigger another outburst of energy from the water flame lotus in his dantian? Shenrua wasn't willing to gamble on this, because he sensed that his earlier examination of his dantian at the inn might have activated the water flame lotus's energy. Although its energy subsided afterward, Shenrua hadn't touched his innate true chi in his dantian since. Furthermore, if he really went out like this, things might get complicated. Shenrua was also troubled. He didn't know that the main problem between him and Junja was communication. When he was at the pool, he hadn't figured out what the water flame lotus was all about. He simply didn't want to be threatened or controlled, so he chose to act and then flee. Therefore, Junja believed Shenrua would definitely not cooperate. And Shenrua believed Junja would kill if he couldn't get the water flame lotus, and now probably wanted to refine him into a demonic potion. He didn't realize that their conflict wasn't that deep. If they were willing to discuss it, it might be a win-win situation. The problem is that Junja, this cultivation fanatic, after discovering he could absorb the energy of the water flame lotus through Shenrua, wanted her cooperation, but he had absolutely no idea how to do it. Pressure? Negotiation? Junja himself was having a terrible headache. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this last-minute decision to have the two female noblewomen try it out. The key issue is that he had the two female noblewomen try it out without clearly stating his purpose, causing the conversation to completely stall. After a morning, it's said that Miss Sierja threw down her lunch and stormed off in a huff. Chapter 59. Shenrua, having nothing to do in his confinement that afternoon, began meditating, a practice he was quite accustomed to. However, he hadn't been meditating for long when another woman, Zhizhi, arrived. "Is this the human Lord Junja brought back?" a clear, melodious voice asked, followed by a male voice replying yes. The conversation continued, and the female voice asked again, "Do you know what happened?" "Well, I don't know the details very well." The conversation ended, and the door to the temporary cell opened. Although it was a temporary cell, the door had been replaced with metal, causing Zhizhi to frown. Because of the material, the same as Shenrua's shackles, a material used to protect against dragons. Wasn't this overkill? The whole affair seemed eerily strange to her. She was different from Sierja. Sierja's father was a military general, while her father was a civil official. In her view, Sierja thought her pride was prepared, but the actual execution proved she wasn't. "Your posture is so strange, isn't it tiring?" Unlike Hilzer, this female noblewoman, Zhizhi, didn't choose to introduce herself directly and use a hand-touching greeting. Instead, she feigned innocence and began interacting with Shenrua. After all, to deal with such a plainly dressed human using aristocratic etiquette, the human would need to know Zhizhi's aristocratic manners first. All right. Shenrua opened his eyes, ending his meditation, which he had only just begun. "I heard that Lord Junja brought a human back, so he had the guards bring me here to play. He's really strange." "Strange? Is this talking about Junja?" Shenrua glanced at the woman's attire. She had an exquisitely styled updo, her clothes were beautifully embroidered, and her jewelry was inlaid with various crystals. Her face, however, had a pure and innocent look. Unlike Sierja, whose father was a military general, Sierja had received military training and possessed exceptional combat skills. This was why she was so confident she could stand alongside the cultivation fanatic Junja. And it was precisely for this reason that she lost to her rival in terms of fashion sense. To be honest, Junja didn't care about their fashion sense at all. If one of them reached the spirit rank, King Qingzi might not even need to worry about him, his marriage would be settled. However, Whether he would settle his own marriage or find a lifelong sparring partner then was truly a mystery. Since Shenrua couldn't possibly learn about a woman's clothing just by looking at her, he could only guess her identity based on the style. Hilzer was dressed simply, so Shenrua didn't pay much attention to her, only finding her appearance and departure a bit strange. However, the attire of the woman before him seemed far too elaborate to him. Even if Shenrua was slow to notice, he was still well read, and he quickly realized that this woman, Zhizhi, was probably not a simple person. Realizing this, he recalled the woman who had come that morning. Although her clothes were much simpler, she wore a storage necklace, and the sword at her waist was inlaid with crystals. These women taking turns chatting with her couldn't possibly be just after her blood for medicine. Shenrua's mind finally clicked. Could Zhizhi, the one who made the water flame lotus disappear because of her, possibly need something from her? Through the other woman's words, Shenrua also learned Junji's name. Suspicious that Junji might need something from her, Shenrua thought for a moment and decided to ask what was going on. Strange, who are you talking about? Of course, it's Lord Junji. The female Zhizhi still looked very innocent. By the way, my name is Wenjie. What's your name? Shenrua. Shenrua answered her. Why do you think Junji is strange? What's not strange about him? Look, he brought you back inexplicably and locked you up here, but then he made me chat with you and even asked me to be your friend. Isn't that strange? It is quite strange. Could you help me ask where the dragon who was with me went, and if they could release me? Huh? There's something about the dragon? Wenjie looked very surprised. What exactly is going on? What's the entanglement between you and Lord Junji? Can you tell me? Shenrua really couldn't tell from the other's expression whether she truly didn't know. However, seeing Wenjie looking at him expectantly, Shenrua didn't think it was a big deal. She simply recounted how she had passed by a pond, noticed a faint glow at the bottom, went down to find a flower there, and out of curiosity, picked it. At the time, I didn't know that flower was rare. I just wanted to pick it to see why it glowed. But as soon as I picked it, it felt like my hand was burned, and then the flower disappeared. Then, there's that strange thing you mentioned. Lord Junji suddenly wanted to kill me, but who knew he changed his mind now? Shenrua ignored the brief fight between him and Junji by the pool. After all, that wasn't the point, and the other party seemed genuinely unaware of what had happened. Since that's the case, he just needed to explain his situation to Junji, hoping Junji would understand that he truly couldn't return the water flame lotus. Since Junji no longer intended to kill him, there was no point in wasting time. As for the fight between him and Junji, based on what he read and the information he observed recently, Junji must be a prominent figure in Qing's kingdom. For a human to escape from him was probably not something Junji would be proud of. He hoped Junji would appreciate the goodwill he felt for keeping a secret. She was worried, and besides, her being imprisoned here would likely have a negative impact on Junji. For example, Wenjie had already said that Junji was acting strangely. Therefore, if Junji could understand these things and release her, she wouldn't have to worry so much. After hearing this, Wenjie was actually quite puzzled. Because she had heard that Lord Junji brought this human back from an inn in Qingduo City, so the meeting place seemed a bit off. And what about the dragons? This human hadn't mentioned them. However, compared to Xierxia, she had gained something, so she summoned the palace official. The human talked to me for a while today, and I recorded the process. But I want to give it to Lord Junji personally. Please take me to see him. The palace official was quite impressed with his Lord Junji. It seemed such a strange arrangement, for the two noble ladies had actually yielded such results. Judging from the fact that she had dissuaded them from the idea of marriage, Miss Zills had decided to cancel her registration as a palace maid and go home. She felt that she had come to be a palace maid to accompany Lord Junji, not to chat with a human she could easily crush. As for Miss Wenjie, she hadn't given up, but she had made progress on the matter that Lord Junji cared about. Considering Miss Wenjie's efforts, it wouldn't be unreasonable to let her personally deliver the recording crystal to Lord Junji. The palace official took Wenjie to see Lord Junji, feeling that this was truly a happy ending for everyone. Junji finished reading the contents of the record crystal that Wenjie had submitted, and his reaction was very cold. Well done. You can go back now. I have the palace official inform you if anything else comes up. Wenjie wasn't angry. After all, aside from speaking with the king of Qingzi, Junji's ability to speak such a long sentence was already quite impressive. If she didn't even have this much mental preparation, why would she have become a palace maid? So, she gave an impeccable smile, slightly lifted her skirt, and left with the palace official. After Wenjie left, Junji finally decided to negotiate with Shenrua herself. Since the other party wanted to leave, it meant they needed her help. After all, although Shinrua hadn't guessed the reason correctly, he certainly didn't want too many of Zhezhi to know about his fight with Shinrua by the pool. Shinrua's ambiguous words and mention of the Dragon Clan inadvertently helped him explain some things. Not long after dinner, the cell door opened again. Shinrua was prepared to see the third beautiful woman, Zhezhi, but instead, it was Junja who entered. Junja dismissed the guards and stood in the room, looking down at him. He was undeniably imposing. However, it paled in comparison to the oppressive aura of Longwei's father. While Shinrua internally assessed Junja's imposing presence, he was also calculating how to respond if Junja suddenly changed his mind and decided to attack. However, Junja seemed genuinely to have no intention of killing him this time. "I heard you want to leave," Junja asked. "Yes, although I accidentally knocked the flower away, my losses were still considerable," Shinrua said. Seeing Junja remain silent, Shinrua tried to communicate, though her attempt was completely off target. "I was traveling with a friend, a dragon, but all my money was with him. You lost a lotus flower that wasn't even yours to begin with, but I lost all my possessions. Your possessions can't compare to the water flame lotus?" I checked the books. The water flame lotus is a legendary item. All my possessions were obtained by exchanging legendary items. From that perspective, there's no difference, right? Hearing Shinrua's serious analysis of the value of his possessions compared to the water flame lotus, Junja was utterly bewildered by this human's thought process. But thankfully, his goal was clear. "You want to leave? Fine, give me the water flame lotus's energy. I can pay whatever you put with that dragon. That flower is gone now." Shinrua didn't understand Junja's meaning. How could he give something he didn't already have? Junja tried to read something from this human's face, but ultimately realized it was something he was completely inept at. Since the other party is now just a prisoner, any words or tricks he might try are useless. Thinking this, Junja spoke. "The water flame lotus didn't disappear. When I arrived at the inn, it underwent some changes." Perhaps finding it difficult to explain in words, Junja flipped his wrist, and a ball of light magic appeared in his hand. This was a divine relic level magic item, the highest level magic item on the Dust Sand continent. Originally, this item was what he had planned to use to house the water flame lotus. Chapter 60. Once harvested, the water flame lotus's energy will continuously deplete unless a spirit level being can convert and absorb it. It will completely disappear within a sand-hour window. However, according to legend, even spirit level beings won't directly convert and absorb the water flame lotus's energy. Instead, they will store it in a special divine level container and absorb it gradually to prevent accidents. The reason for this is that the water flame lotus contains two opposing elemental energies. On the Dust Sand continent, the initial elemental abilities possessed by races capable of using innate abilities cannot be two opposing elements. Just like Zhezhi cannot simultaneously use light magic and dark magic. The reason the water flame lotus is a legendary item that can only be converted and absorbed by those at the spirit level or above is because the spirit level is an absolute dividing line of strength. This doesn't mean that near spirit level beings have no chance to kill spirit level beings, but rather that the core distinction between spirit level beings lies in whether they have taken the step of beginning to understand the laws left behind by the gods of the Dust Sand continent. In terms of the specific application of magic or abilities, it boils down to the ability to influence and utilize the power contained within the air, the earth, and even all things. The most direct example is altering the flow of particles in the air. When Longwei's father spoke with Shinrua, the initial mention of the keyword candidate was merely a probe. The pressure created by altering the flow of particles before he left was the true confirmation. In that instant, the change in particle flow actually produced an effect similar to a change in gravity. Shinrua felt the air grow heavy, but he remained unfazed because he had used his chi to remain unaffected. Although he had only altered the influence of the particles in contact with him, in Longwei's father's eyes, this was clear evidence of his spirit rank. Only spirit rank cultivators could test and determine their strength. However, Shinrua's cultivation system differed greatly from the ranking system on the Dust Sand continent, leading to a peculiar misunderstanding. All beings on the Dust Sand continent progress step by step from lower ranks. In this process, the depth of their magical power and physical strength were paramount. In reality, by the time one reached the near spirit rank, their magical power and physical strength had already reached the upper limit achievable by a race. Taking the step beyond the spirit rank meant enhancing one's strength from the perspective of laws. Therefore, the spirit rank of the Soldier King, she was actually unstable. He had used the energy of the dark undead, experiencing how dark energy interacted and transformed with other energies, thus stepping into the spirit rank. His understanding of the laws governing this transformation was incomplete. He only approached it from the perspective of dark elemental energy. Of course, this was his secret. Apart from the initial members of the Legion who left Shishui with him, no one else knew about it. Junja learned from his mentor that certain legendary items could help him bridge the gap between the near-spirit rank and the spirit rank, but he didn't know that this leap through external force still had its flaws. If he were to use the Water Flame Lotus to reach the spirit rank, he would face a similar problem to the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, except that he would have an additional aspect to consider. He-Shi's aspect was dark element, while the Water Flame Lotus's aspect was water and fire. Because the Water Flame Lotus is extremely rare, blooming only once every 3,000 years, Junja's knowledge of its acquisition and transformation was limited to written records. These records did mention a historically renowned spirit rank being who successfully ascended from the near spirit rank to the spirit rank with the help of the Water Flame Lotus, but they also highlighted the risks involved. Even this successful individual faced numerous near-death experiences. Therefore, many documents later researched ways to reduce the risks of using the Water Flame Lotus. Knowing Junja was searching for it, his mentor prepared a special magical artifact for him. Using this divinely crafted artifact, the Water Flame Lotus was first stored within. Then, with the help of other spirit rank beings, Junja would gradually absorb and sense its energy, potentially allowing him to cross the threshold to the spirit rank relatively safely. This required considerable effort. Of course, the Qingze Kingdom had spirit rank beings. The Great Bright Archmage of Qingze Kingdom, Junja's mentor, was a spirit rank being. There was also a wandering martial artist named Shisha, also a spirit rank cultivator. However, they were both quite old, having entered the spirit rank after the age of 60-something dust years. They all believed that if Junja continued cultivating at his current pace, he could probably break through to the spirit rank in his 40s. But Junja felt that wasn't enough. Junja was the most promising among the younger generation of Zhezhi to break through to the spirit rank, and in Qingze Kingdom's eyes, his safety was more important than breaking through to the spirit rank now. Therefore, the Great Archmage of Light researched safer and more reliable ways to help Junja, and found him a divine relic-level magical artifact. Such a magical artifact is certainly not just used to store the Water Flame Lotus and ensure its energy doesn't dissipate. The difference between divine relic-level items and other items lies in the fact that they are crafted from materials left behind by the gods when they created the Dust Sand continent, imbued with the power of divine laws. That day, in front of the other Zhezhis at the inn, Junja made himself and Shenrua disappear into the sphere of light. This was one application of this magical artifact. And what happened inside the sphere that day could be recreated in 3D. This was another application. Having Junja describe it in detail to Shenrua was simply not his style. Directly replaying it with the sphere, and then telling Shenrua the conclusion was more feasible. This is what happened that day. You made the Water Flame Lotus manifest in a rather special way. Although I don't know how you did it, under these circumstances, I was able to absorb the Water Flame Lotus's energy without it going berserk. If you can transfer all the Water Flame Lotus's energy to me in this way, I let you go. Money is no object. This time, communication was finally smooth, and Junja stated his core demand. However, the human before him seemed somewhat troubled for some reason. Shenrua was naturally troubled. He had tried making the Water Flame Lotus release its energy in this way before. Although he hadn't died, was it something to be taken lightly? Could he just release it whenever he wanted? Didn't you see he's already lost blood to the point of unconsciousness? However, it's not like we can't give it a try. Because the existence of the Water Flame Lotus has also affected him. For Shenrua's cultivation, circulating the qi is a crucial step. If he can't resolve the problems caused by the Water Flame Lotus, and even the circulation of his qi becomes problematic, then traveling on the Dust Sand continent will indeed be much more dangerous. Even with smooth qi circulation, he's encountered enough trouble lately. If he can't circulate his qi normally, if he can't allow the qi within his body to interact normally with the external qi, and he still has to face a hail of blades, just thinking about it is thrilling. I try my best, but I'm not sure. Shenrua thought for a while before finally speaking more cautiously. You saw it too, that day I almost died, because of what you thought was the manifestation of the Water Flame Lotus, otherwise I wouldn't be here. If you're willing to try, then start as soon as possible. If anything goes wrong, you can get an injection. When it comes to cultivation, Junja always prefers it to be done as quickly as possible. Shenrua recalled how Junja had instructed pharmacist Zhezhi to administer an excessive dose of medication, and realizing that Junja's methods were truly ruthless, she quickly tried to clarify. An overdose won't save your life. Do you still want the Water Flame Lotus? Then what do you want? Junxia's tone was icy. If anything goes wrong during the process, I need normal treatment. Normal treatment? Fine. Junxia conceded a step. I can't try a second time until I recovered. Fine. Don't restrict my personal freedom. Shenruo raised her right hand in a gesture. This is going too far. Shenruo was very dissatisfied with the outcome of the negotiations. His handcuffs and leg irons were removed, and he was no longer required to stay in prison, but a thick metal ring was placed around his neck. It was said that if he showed any intention of escaping, Junxia could trigger a mechanism on the metal ring. Focusing on demonstrating the ring's power, Junxia even gave a live demonstration. The effects included burning pain and an electric shock-like sensation. After the demonstration, Shenruo's face turned pale. Junxia also told him that the mechanism had more than one backup trigger, warning him not to try to steal from or attack him. This tactic astonished even the palace official. This human was truly extraordinary, managing to provoke such strict precautions from Lord Junxia. The palace official inwardly praised Lord Junxia as a meticulous and reliable cultivator. Meanwhile, in the palace official's mind, Shenruo was portrayed as cunning, treacherous, and treacherous. If Shenruo had known the palace official's thoughts, he might have chosen to shatter the metal ring rather than stay in this god-forsaken place for another second. But he didn't know, so while his situation was still terrible, it was at least acceptable. Dissatisfaction was inevitable, but given his current state, continuing his journey was risky before resolving the water flame lotus issue. Moreover, to travel, he needed to find work and earn money first. Although his experience in the Eternal Tower gave him confidence in becoming a war gun craftsman, the prerequisite was leaving Qingzhe Kingdom. Because Qingzhe Kingdom was essentially Junxia's sphere of influence. Junxia was even featured in the encyclopedia. After all, he was a member of the Qingzhe royal family, a near-spirit rank, and his exposure was even higher than that of Tianhu Tianxue. The encyclopedia even included a portrait of Junxia. Since the other party was the younger brother of the Qingzhe king, and his goal was clearly the energy of the water flame lotus, asking for a higher reward probably wouldn't be a problem. To retrieve tens of thousands of gold coins through blacksmithing would likely take 8 years, if not 8. However, asking Junxia for tens of thousands of gold coins shouldn't be considered an exorbitant demand. Shenruo weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and ultimately decided to swallow her anger. Chapter 61. Shenruo could break free of the constraints now, but after breaking them, he would be penniless, wanted by the police, and face countless troubles. In short, the gains were too low. It's better to save his abilities for the most opportune moment. Unplayed cards are like trump cards. Played trump cards have no deterrent effect. After all, most people are more concerned about their self-esteem when faced with such constraints, and Shenruo's anxieties in this regard are virtually non-existent. Self-esteem arises from comparisons and interactions with others during socialization, and Shenruo's current understanding of self-esteem is still entirely at the reading comprehension stage. In fact, there are some contradictions in the classical Eastern philosophy that Shenruo has studied, but he has never been able to empirically understand them. In classic stories, there are those who would rather die than be humiliated, those who would refuse food offered with contempt and actually starve to death. But at the same time, there are also other successful examples of enduring hardship and humiliation. The person responsible for teaching Shenruo writing and language hadn't told him who was right and who was wrong in these choices, so Shenruo's anger and distress stemmed from reasons unexpectedly different from common sense. Shenruo's final choice had a hint of bearing humiliation, which only strengthened the palace official's conviction that this human was utterly shameless. It's important to understand that while humans don't hold a high social status, they are an incredibly hard-working race. After a long and arduous struggle, they have achieved technological advancement and become an indispensable part of the continent. Therefore, the humans of the Dust Sand continent are often very conflicted. They fear and weep when faced with overwhelming power and a life-or-death threat, but when such absolute intimidation is absent, they possess a strong sense of pride. The fact that this human hadn't gone on a hunger strike out of anger already demonstrated an extraordinary level of cunning. Amidst the palace official's worries and Junxia's urgent request, Shenruo began his first attempt to draw out the energy of the water flame lotus within the palace. The process of channeling qi into the dantian and circulating it throughout the body is an unavoidable step in the study of Eastern metaphysics. Normally, it would be as simple as eating and drinking for Shenruo, but with the influence of the water flame lotus, things seem to have changed. He remembered that in the end, he had first practiced internal visualization. This time, he didn't intend to skip this step either. To control energy that didn't belong to him and to extract and separate it, having a direct visualization of it was an effective method. The palace official watched from afar as his Lord Junja stood not far from the human, sitting in an odd posture, his palms sweating with nervousness. He thought that at this distance, if the human had any intention of harming Lord Junja, he might not even have time to pounce and block the attack. This is because the palace official had been in charge of Junja's daily life for a very long time. To him, Junja was both his provider, holding the power of life and death over him, and like his child. This caused him to forget an important premise: Junja's strength far surpassed his own. If the human race could truly harm Junja, whether he could rush to his aid would have no impact on the final outcome. Shenrua wasn't actually used to this kind of meditative state being observed by others, but his inability to do so wasn't due to a lack of habit or dislike. He focused his inner energy on his dantian. The water flame lotus existed quietly within it in a closed form. This was the result of his instinctive absorption of all his innate true energy back into his dantian during his near-death state, unconsciously treating the water flame lotus as his own natal true essence. After observing the state of the water flame lotus, Shenrua cautiously guided only a wisp of true energy from his dantian. However, the water flame lotus still sensed the change in Shenrua's internal energy flow and slowly opened its petals. Was it possible to pluck the petals of the water flame lotus? Shenrua's innate true energy almost synchronized with his thought. The moment he had this idea, his true energy began to slowly swirl around the water flame lotus. Since the true energy didn't circulate throughout his body's meridians, the water flame lotus's violent energy couldn't forcefully cleanse his meridians. It simply swirls in his dantian along with the innate true energy. Two distinct sensations of hot and cold rose from his dantian. Shenrua divided his true energy into thin strands, passing them through the roots between the lotus petals. One strand of true energy, wrapped around the outermost petal, was twisted forcefully under Shenrua's conscious guidance. That petal actually detached, and Shenrua's true energy firmly bound it, guiding it through his meridians to his right hand. This process was extremely slow. Where the petals had passed, the capillaries beneath the skin near the veins were bleeding again, rising to the surface, though much less horrifying than the first time. However, the fact that only a part of his body was covered in fine, pink sweat, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, still made the scene extremely eerie. Finally, Shenrua extended his right hand, and a pure white energy body shaped like a lotus petal appeared in his palm. This was exactly what Junja wanted. He didn't know why the situation had changed this time, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Absorbing the energy transformed from this human was the priority. A magic circle appeared in Junja's hand. This time, the lotus petal illusion was consciously guided and peeled away by Shenrua. Compared to the first unconscious manifestation, although smaller in appearance, it was purer and did not dissipate. Junja satisfiedly channeled the lotus-shaped energy into his body. After absorbing the energy, he could feel the golden patterns on his body increase. The number of patterns on Junja's body was proof of their strength. The palace official, who had been watching with bated breath, only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the human hadn't played any tricks. He then beamed and asked Junja how to deal with this Eastern human. Just arrange him as a regular palace guard, except he doesn't need to be on duty, Junja told the palace official. They treated Shenrua as if he didn't exist and decided how to settle him. Shenrua disagreed. Although Shenrua felt excruciating pain in his veins from being burned by a petal of the water flame lotus, he hadn't lost consciousness. 5,000 gold coins in installments, Shenrua said firmly, taking a breath. What right do you have to bargain? It's your honor to serve Lord Junja. The palace official retorted fiercely. This human wanted 5,000 gold coins at once. Was he afraid Lord Junja wouldn't be able to pay and would go back on his word, or was he planning to give up halfway? Did he think he could just leave after taking the money? Overestimating himself. 5,000 gold coins, Shenrua said firmly, looking at Junja. Junja glanced at Shenrua, then turned and left without looking back, uttering 2 words to the palace official before he left. Give it to him. Shenrua received a storage ring containing 4,975 gold coins. According to the palace official, the ring was worth 25 gold coins, which had to be deducted from his 5,000 gold coins. He was disappointed to see no change in Shenrua's expression, once again feeling that Lord Junja was far too benevolent. Shenrua, of course, showed no change in expression. He had seen the price of storage rings at the Eternal Towers market, 25 gold coins each. In fact, Shenrua felt that the palace official hadn't overcharged him just because this was Junja's palace. Compared to the official's open dislike, he was truly a kind and honest person. After all, with so many gold coins, he couldn't possibly carry them around without a storage ring. Even if he got them, he'd have to ask the other party for one, and if they refused, he'd have to buy them. In a seller's market, if Shinruo were in charge, while it wouldn't amount to a staggering 1,000 gold coins, if she disliked or even hated the other party, she at least charged them 300 to 500 gold coins to make them feel the pinch, right? Shinruo was already starting to like this honest palace official. Junja absorbed a petal of the water flame lotus's energy, and then went to meet the Grand Archmage of Light from Qingze Kingdom. The Grand Archmage of Light from Qingze Kingdom was the most skilled in using light magic in the kingdom, with numerous disciples, but his most prized disciple was undoubtedly Junja. As he grew older, and due to the demands of the Qingze Kingdom's Temple of Light, the Grand Archmage no longer accepted disciples. He could now devote more time to magical research and cultivation beyond the spirit rank. Upon hearing Junja's request for an audience, the Archmage of Light didn't keep him waiting long and quickly arrived at a side hall of the temple. Oh! Such a thing has come to pass? Even the well-informed Archmage of Light was surprised by Junja's account. You haven't heard of this either? Junja was clearly taken aback. So what exactly is going on? The black-haired, black-eyed humans haven't appeared on the Dust Sand continent for many years. We have very little information about this race. The demons are arguably the most knowledgeable about them. After absorbing the energy of the water flame lotus, how do you feel now? The Archmage of Light asked Junja. Feelings? I feel some changes in the golden markings on my body, Junja answered truthfully. The golden patterns on Junja's body represented their strength, but the Grand Magister shook his head after hearing his explanation. The water flame lotus can help you cross the spirit rank, but more importantly, it contains two completely different elemental energies, water and fire. If you cannot understand the difference between the power of these two elements and the power of light through the process of absorbing the water flame lotus's energy, and what they are, then even if your strength continues to increase, you will only reach the peak of the near spirit rank. The essence of the spirit rank is not how much power you can wield, or how much power is contained in the patterns on your body, but rather your understanding of the nature of energy in this world. It's like understanding addition and the principles of addition. Being able to use them and understanding why they can be used is the key to crossing the spirit rank. Step. If you can do it, even if your strength isn't great, you can still reach the spirit rank. If you can't, then no matter how strong you are, you won't reach the spirit rank. This wasn't the first time Junja had heard the Grand Archmage of Light describe the origins of the spirit rank. He accepted the Grand Archmage's teachings and said, I came here directly after absorbing the energy of the water flame lotus. The first time I absorbed too little energy, and this time I haven't been able to calm down and experience it properly. It's possible I was too hasty and missed something. The Grand Archmage of Light nodded. Besides, there have been cases of people who absorbed the energy of the water flame lotus but failed to cross over to the spirit rank. However, whether they succeeded or failed, the examples are rare because the water flame lotus is inherently very rare. Junja knew this all too well. However, the strength of those near the spirit rank was no longer relevant to whether they could cross over to the spirit rank. He pursued ultimate power, and of course, he wouldn't easily let go of any opportunity to reach the spirit rank. Chapter 62. Since Junja had come, and the Grand Archmage of Light had set aside his own affairs and paused his cultivation, he naturally wanted to have a magical demonstration with his prized student. In truth, the Grand Archmage of Light didn't have much more to teach Junja in terms of magical application, but Junja always readily sought the Grand Archmage's feedback on the changes he had made after a period of cultivation. Junja never spared any effort in anything that could improve his abilities. During this demonstration, the Grand Archmage of Light showed Junja a magic circle. The Grand Archmage of Light explained the principles of the magic circle, and then asked Junja to try applying it. He was instructed to think about the difference between absorbing the energy of the water flame lotus and using light elemental energy normally. Following the Grand Archmage of Light's guidance, Junja actually managed to use fire magic through the magic circle. Although it was only for a moment, a look of satisfaction appeared on the Grand Archmage of Light's face. You see, one of the powerful effects of the water flame lotus is that it allows you to use magic other than light elemental magic. Only when you can use other magic can you possibly understand other elements. The light element is innate within us. For example, we breathe from birth without being aware of the nature of our breath. We don't realize why we can use light elemental magic, nor can we sense the principles of this element's existence and transformation. It's like a fish living in water. It doesn't know why it can live in water, nor does it feel that living in water is anything special. Only life forms other than birds would wonder why birds can fly with wings. The element of light is to us what gills are to fish and wings are to birds. When we swim in water or fly in the sky, it empowers us. We continuously increase our level by enhancing the light element energy within us, until we reach the near spirit rank. But the spirit rank is something else entirely. It's like we can't fly without wings, we can't live in water without gills, and we don't have fire element energy within us, yet we begin to understand it. The Grand Archmage of Light's explanations were always profound yet simple, and Junja listened attentively. Although he couldn't use fire magic a second time, the Grand Archmage of Light believed that the one time he was able to use it was the most important. After discussing this topic for a while, the Grand Archmage of Light remembered something. He wouldn't normally discuss this with the other Zhezhas, but Junja was his most prized student, so it was different. By the way, the candidates designated by the gods have begun to appear. Currently, the candidates with directly confirmed information are those from our race. What does this have to do with us? Isn't the Holy See's help enough? Junja wasn't particularly concerned about the candidates. Of course, it's not that simple. The most important point is something I don't know if other spirit rank beings have realized, said the Grand Magister of Light. I suspect that the Great Cataclysm is actually something that will inevitably be triggered by the candidates' arrival on the Dusan continent. Isn't the legend that the candidates can prevent the Great Cataclysm from happening? Junja didn't understand. That's because in this world, the laws of the gods are unquestionable, and all intelligent races deeply believe in the will left behind by the gods. The Grand Archmage of Light looked up at the sky. But what if the Great Cataclysm is a war that the gods want to wage using the candidates? Junja hadn't reached the spirit rank, so he couldn't understand the Grand Archmage of Light's concerns. However, it wasn't that no one on the Dusan continent shared the same thoughts as the Grand Archmage of Light. Shenrua had already speculated about the legend surrounding the Dusan realm candidates when he discovered that the location for obtaining the phoenix feathers was extremely difficult for some races to access unless there was a war with Hehe, and that sacred relics, like the Heavenly Fox Jade, which determined the leadership of the entire Heavenly Fox clan, were quest items. The King of Soldiers, Heshi, also realized that if he continued to intervene in the Heshi candidate's mission, it was very likely that his mercenary group would be drawn into the 1,000-year-old feud of the Thousand Silence Plains. However, he could retreat, but he had already provided the assistance he was entitled to. Moreover, even the King of Soldiers, Hershey, or the Grand Archmage of Light, could not defy the will left behind by the gods. This was a law that existed on the Dusan continent since its inception, and the higher the level of existence, the more profoundly it understood this. They could exploit loopholes in the law, but they could not violate it. After leaving the temple where the Grand Archmage of Light resided, Junja returned to his palace and repeatedly tried to conjure fire magic within the magic circle, but all attempts failed. Was he too hasty? Junja pondered. The Grand Archmage of Light had instructed him to recall and experience the feeling of using fire magic, to grasp that feeling, and to understand why elemental energy could be generated through his body. This was the key to his advancement to the spirit rank. Fire elemental magic is the easiest entry point for a light mage to understand regarding particle transformation, allowing them to transcend the spirit rank. This is because the dark element within the particles of fire is dominant in the night, enabling it to emit light. This is similar to the connection between wind and fire elements, so a wind elemental mage could also transcend the spirit rank by understanding fire element transformation. Junja tried many times without success, but his mindset remained calm and composed. He was always patient and willing to reflect on his cultivation. At this moment, he recalled how the Eastern humans, whom even the Grand Magister of Light couldn't understand, managed to use him as a storage container for the water flame lotus, even extracting the lotus's energy petal by petal, transforming it into a form he could directly absorb. Perhaps understanding how they did it might help his own advancement. However, he feared that the human method, like the Grand Magister of Light's example of birds and fish, would be useless to him. If the Eastern humans didn't understand how they did it, then he wouldn't be able to glean any methods for self-improvement from it. While Junja was pondering this question, he had already arrived at the temporary residence arranged for Shenrua. This was a row of buildings behind the main palace, intended for the guards. Next to it was the guards' training ground. When Junja arrived, he found the guards provoking Shenrua. What human? Do you even deserve to be Lord Junja's guard? One of his elite guards, Zhezha, asked Shenrua. Shenrua remained unmoved by the provocation. Junja even detected an extreme indifference in his eyes. Zhezha originally intended to have this human spar with him, to teach this greenhorn a lesson. This was tacitly approved by the palace official, but the official had warned against harming humans. Just teach him a lesson, knock him down. Judging by his physique, I don't even need to use any real force. Just rendering him unable to fight back should be easy, right? Zhezha's guard thought contemptuously. This human was brought back from outside by Lord Junja. It was said he was half dead when he was brought back. For some reason, Despite offending Lord Junja, he was still alive and well here. However, he had only just begun his provocation when he encountered Junja. Junja suddenly wanted to see just how strong the human truly was. After all, someone who could numb half of his body with a single blow by the pool was probably not as weak as he appeared. So he didn't stop him, but stood there. Junja initially looked at Junja with some fear, but then, realizing Junja didn't seem to care, he continued taunting, "If you don't have the ability, you can't stay in our room. We throw your bedding out." Shinruo also saw Junja. He knew Junja wanted to fight, but he didn't want to engage in a physical altercation with this guard, so he glanced at Junja and said, "I just got you a lotus petal today, I bled a little." Though not much, it was true. If he bled like that every time, even Shinruo, even with the air and laws of the Dust Sand continent being different from his own world, could still die. Different places have different rules. This is their welcoming ceremony. You won't get through it. Even if I speak up, they still find a way to make you uncomfortable. What truly shocked Junja wasn't Shinruo, since she wasn't familiar with him. It was Junja's guards who were shocked. The human staying here was Junja's arrangement, and their actions already violated Junja's authority in the palace. They could only do this in private, and were prepared to be punished if discovered. But instead of punishing him according to the usual rules, Lord Junja was making the humans endure their beatings? This was a signal that bullying was permitted. What heinous thing had this human done to warrant such a torturous decision from Lord Junja? But just as he finished his shock, he heard Junja continue, "You heard that. The human is injured. If you lose what you started, your life and death will be decided by this human." These words ignited the fighting spirit of Junja's guards. Lose to this human who could be blown away by a gust of wind? And let him decide their life or death? How could that be possible? The water flame lotus lay dormant within her dantian. Rashly using her true energy to fight Junja's guards would likely result in her being knocked down by the water flame lotus's energy before Junja's guards even had a chance to lift a finger. Shinruo couldn't understand Junja's thinking. She only felt extremely frustrated by the inconsistent performance of her collaborator, Junja. There has to be a limit to going too far, okay? Stop competing, I can't win. Shinruo readily admitted defeat. "I can stay at your place." But his words only enraged the guard. He already held Shinruo in contempt, but how could he so readily admit it? And Lord Junja was watching. Thinking this, the guard drew his sword and slashed down at Shinruo. The strike was swift as lightning. He assumed the human couldn't dodge it. In reality, Shinruo didn't even flinch, simply standing there. The sword, however, stopped just half an inch from Shinruo's face. Chapter 63. It was Junja who made the move. He still needed Shinruo to convert the energy of the water flame lotus into his own. He couldn't possibly let Shinruo be killed by his own guards with a single sword strike. But Shinruo's composure exceeded Junja's expectations. In his view, someone like Shinruo, who could move through his magic, should theoretically have an instinct to dodge danger. But Shinruo managed to remain motionless even with the sword in her face. Stunned? That's what Junja's guards thought, but Junja didn't think so. However, even if he believed Junja would attack, if he were in Junja's shoes, in that situation, his instinct would have been to dodge the sword and immediately counterattack Junja's sudden attack. This was all muscle memory honed through countless training sessions. Why didn't this human react that way? This was as mysterious as how the other party could extract the energy of the water flame lotus as easily as peeling ordinary petals and hand it over to him. Junja, of course, also wanted to ask for clarification, but he couldn't ask the human before him as naturally as he did when interacting with the Grand Magister of Light. So, when he finally spoke, he said something else entirely. "If you don't stay in their place, the palace has no other accommodations available for you." What? Has something gone wrong with Lord Junja's persona? The guard was dumbfounded. Lord Junja's split personality was severe, and his actions and words today were so different from usual. Could he have been possessed by some evil undead? However, he immediately dismissed the thought. How could that be? Lord Junja was a near-spirit level magic warrior specializing in light elemental magic, impeccable in both magical abilities and martial arts. How could an evil undead have the opportunity to possess Lord Junja? But just as he was feeling guilty for his disrespectful thoughts, the human spoke up. "I understand. After all, I demand payment per visit, and I understand that temporary workers don't get room and board. But your palace is so large. You were willing to convert a cell before, but now you say there are no rooms. Isn't that a bit too stingy? Never mind, I can sleep sitting or standing." This human actually used the adjective stingy to describe Lord Junja. And he actually said it aloud. He said it. Junja's guards were shocked. In the entire Qingze kingdom, probably no one would dare think of Lord Yuanjia like that, let alone say it so casually. And what was with the human's tone? What was with this "I understand you" attitude? Speaking like that, anyone who didn't know better would think Lord Yuanjia was a consistently stingy person, always nitpicking, to the point that those who knew him took it for granted and said it so casually. Shizhe, one of the guards, glanced at Junjia's expression. Junjia seemed to frown slightly, said whatever, and then left. Shenruo was unaware that he had successfully made Junjia completely forget his original purpose for coming to see him. He was only disappointed that there was no bed to sleep in that night. However, he only said he wouldn't sleep in the room, not that he didn't intend to use the bedding or shower. So, without any hesitation, he went into their bathroom under the angry glares of the other zhezhes, and after using it, he rolled up the bedding from an empty bed and left. Was this some kind of vagrant behavior, brazenly sleeping on the ground in Junjia's palace? The guards were utterly shocked by their own imagined scene of someone sleeping on the ground outside the palace. They quickly reported it to the palace official, who, through his mediation, allowed Shenruo to move back into the guards' quarters. The guards were frustrated. They had tried to teach the human some manners, but instead, the human had moved into their quarters without any trouble. Lord Junjia was being mocked for being petty, and the human hadn't even been beaten up. What a cunning human! The guards thought in unison. But since this cunning human had already moved in, they didn't dare to actually do anything to him. After all, this human looked incredibly weak. They felt they could easily kill him, and Lord Junjia's attitude towards this human's life or death had already been very clear. Didn't you see that Lord Yuanjia personally blocked that sword strike? As a result, that night, only Shenruo slept soundly, curled up in her blanket. After returning home, Yuanjia remembered that he had originally intended to go and do something, but firstly, it was too late to go, and secondly, before he could decide whether to ask Shenruo again, he heard the palace official rambling on about the aftermath of the guards' quarters, continuously speaking ill of the human race. How come he never knew the palace official had this tendency to narrate trivial matters? Halfway through, Yuanjia accidentally crushed a cup, startling the palace official into silence. How could he forget that, aside from cultivation matters, Yuanjia preferred him to summarize the key points and explain things simply? The palace official withdrew, leaving Junjia alone in the palace, lost in thought. After a long while, Junjia, conflicted, tried to recall the strange sitting posture he observed when the human was transforming the lotus. During his observation, Shenruo hadn't displayed anything particularly unusual about her posture. Wenxia had also seen this posture when he went to find Shenruo. Was there something special about this posture that allowed the human to absorb and remove the energy of the water flame lotus so effortlessly? Junjia tried to recreate Shenruo's posture based on his memory, simultaneously dismissing his own idea. The human hadn't been particularly effortless either. He had witnessed Shenruo remove the water flame lotus's energy from her body twice, transforming it into energy that even non-spirit level beings could absorb, and both times it resulted in damage. However, the first time, the human's damage seemed more severe. Although the blood only clung to the surface rather than flowing all over the ground, different from the effect of bleeding from a serious injury, the visual effect was still quite exaggerated. It looked as if someone had just been pulled from a pool of blood. The second time, although the bleeding was minimal, the fine beads of sweat first diluted the color of the blood, and the bleeding was no longer all over the body, but only from the lower right abdomen down to the arm and hand. However, there was still bleeding, and Junjia could smell the blood. So what was the significance of this sitting posture? Junjia sat up in the posture he remembered, only feeling a slight ache in his legs. He couldn't find anything useful. Sitting like this, he was also unable to use fire magic again within the magic circle. Junjia ruled out the possibility that this sitting posture had some blind spots he hadn't discovered. After a good meal and a good night's sleep, Shenruo took a moment to meditate and examine his internal energy channels. In truth, the human race's physique influences their strength, going beyond simply being weaker in terms of innate talent. The weakest intelligent race isn't just weak in one aspect. For example, the size of the human body limits the thickness of their energy channels. Even though Shenruo could circulate his true energy throughout his body, adjusting his five senses, including his mental and temporal awareness, to a certain extent, it didn't change one fact. That is, if the amount of energy gathered in a particular part of his body through his energy channels at one time is limited, then even someone like Shenruo, considered a genius on his home planet Earth, could only use that limited energy to do what was within his capabilities. Those with physiques like Shuzhe and He, if they possessed energy channels similar to humans, would at least have twice the energy capacity of humans, or even more, a natural advantage. The dragon race is even more obvious. And the horned beasts Shinrua had encountered were the same. The male members of the Celestial Fox clan were far stronger than those of the human race. There were also some other races he had never encountered before. Because using visual perception and altering time perception both require chi to strengthen oneself, Shinrua's duel with Junja by the pool, while paralyzing half of Junja's body with a single strike, was more of a skillful victory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to retreat so quickly and leave with Long Wei overnight. Strictly speaking, the breakthrough that appeared in the balance of chi around Junja's body in that instant was similar to something called an acupoint in ancient Eastern martial arts. The acupoints of different races are naturally not the same as those of humans. Even among humans, martial arts masters can perform things like acupoint shifting, which seems unbelievable to outsiders. Acupoints are essentially nodes in the body's energy flow within the meridians. If the meridians are blocked, the flow of true energy is obstructed. Shinrua understood that his victory was due to a clever trick. With the width of his meridians, a single, concentrated attack in such a high-intensity battle, requiring the use of true energy, was practically insufficient to break through his opponent's defenses. In fact, after Junja was struck, he converted all his elemental attacks into defense, condensing a light elemental armor-like defense around his body. Breaking through this armor would require an even greater effort. If the fight continued, even if he won, he would easily reveal all his trump cards. The ability to remain undetected is the best ability. Shinrua believed that retreating at that moment would allow him to retain his strength while preventing his opponent from ascertaining his true power. As for what happened at the end later, it was purely an oversight. While internally observing his body, while drawing energy from the water flame lotus for Junja, Shinrua noticed a change in his meridians. His meridians were damaged, and this damage hadn't fully recovered after the incident. Interestingly, the damage was quite uniform, and the meridians were slightly stretched. Shinrua fell into deep thought, even entering a meditative state. This was a strange state of being neither thinking nor not thinking. He seemed to be thinking of nothing at all, completely emptying his mind, but information about the changes in his body, the properties of the water flame lotus, and the possibilities of why these changes occurred were unconsciously being rearranged and combined. When Shinrua emerged from his meditative state, he had reached a conclusion about why the water flame lotus had caused changes in his meridians. Chapter 64. Shinrua's meridian damage resembled a burn-like condition, leading him to deduce that it was caused by the fire element energy within the water flame lotus. The reason the water element energy didn't simultaneously alter the meridians as the fire element energy was because fire element energy is inherently more active than water element energy. Still waters run deep. The highest good is like water, flowing downhill. Fire, on the other hand, is more about generation, change, and combustion, a state of releasing energy. Therefore, when he first internally observed the water flame lotus in his dantian at the end, he initially sensed the presence of water element energy. Because the water element energy was inactive within the dantian, it was there, though not actively circulating. It was that initial feeling of comfort that made Shinrua momentarily careless, attempting to circulate his true chi through the circulation of his internal energy. If fire element energy could burn and widen the meridians, then water element energy should be beneficial to this damage and strengthen the meridians. However, Shinrua couldn't violate the fundamental laws governing the two elements, allowing his true energy to bypass the fire element of the water flame lotus and draw only the water element energy from his dantian. In fact, during these two cycles of internal energy circulation, the elemental energy leaving the dantian was all fire attribute. It seemed that he could only use his true energy to circulate the water element energy, after all the fire element energy had been stripped away. Although the energy had a petal-like shape when he internally observed his dantian, and when it gathered in Shinrua's hand, it was no longer actually a petal from the water flame lotus that Shinrua had plucked. Rather, it was a form given to it by Shinrua's observation. Like the principles of magic, it's essentially the manipulation of energy, but the difference lies in how one uses imagination and personal qualities to imbue energy with form. Shinrua had only just grasped this point through a meditative state of neither thinking nor not thinking, while Junja hadn't yet grasped it. He could only attribute this to the mysterious methods of the Eastern race, unknown to the outside world. Before drawing all the fire elemental energy from the water flame lotus out of his body, Shinrua couldn't use water elemental energy to help his meridians recover, so he had to consider healing potions. However, after checking the encyclopedia, Shinrua found that there were no entries for meridians or channels. It seemed that the humans on the Dust Sand continent hadn't developed a cultivation system that used meridians to circulate true chi. Shinrua closed the encyclopedia with some disappointment. He couldn't possibly search the dust sand continent like Shenong, tasting hundreds of herbs to find such medicines. The healing potions on the dust sand continent were divided into internal and external applications, with very simple and unadorned names. For example, there are ordinary oral healing potions, powerful oral healing potions, and super oral healing potions. External medications include wound healing sprays, powerful wound healing sprays, and super wound healing sprays. These are clearly very general-purpose products. Of course, there are also some with more unusual names, such as the renowned healing potions, which have many different names. In addition, there are the strange magical potions of the demon race. Many of these potions have origins that don't quite align with the consensus reached by the various races on the dust sand continent, and are therefore said to circulate only on the black market. Shenruo didn't expect to find such potions here with Junja. He could only obediently take the powerful oral healing potions. This medicine was very effective at relieving pain, but after Shenruo's internal observation, he could only give it one assessment. It only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The pain was greatly relieved, but the burns in his meridians hadn't healed. Junja, however, thought, "You already recovered, don't try to delay." After receiving the medical officer's conclusion that Shenruo's body was fine, Junja began urging him to hand over the energy of the water flame lotus. However, Shenruo had gained some experience from his previous 2 treatments of the water flame lotus in his dantian. This time, he used the meridians on his left side to condense the water flame lotus's energy in his palm again. He used his left hand instead of his right, at least to prevent further damage to the meridians on his right side. After absorbing the energy this time, Junja didn't go to see the Grand Archmage of Light. The Grand Archmage of Light held a high position, many tasks in Qingze Kingdom that required spirit rank or near spirit rank cultivators needed to be handled by the Grand Archmage of Light. Therefore, after another failed attempt to use fire magic with a magic circle, Junja reflected on his mindset. Having the energy of the water flame lotus doesn't automatically grant a breakthrough to the spirit rank. If it were that easy, one could simply find treasures, secret medicines, and spirit beasts, making the leap to the spirit rank much simpler. The spirit rank beings on the dust sand continent became high-ranking because they were spirit rank individuals, not because they were high-ranking. Therefore, after yet another failure, Junja didn't continue trying to use fire magic. Instead, he returned to his usual training ground and continued his daily, uninterrupted practice. After drinking the healing potion, Shenruo didn't forget to ask the palace official for money. On his way back to his residence, he saw Junja training in the cultivation area, so he stopped and watched from a distance. This was a very direct opportunity to understand the cultivation system of this world. However, he hadn't watched for long when a Zhizhi guard blocked his way. "Human, how dare you watch Lord Junja's cultivation? Are you trying to find his weaknesses, so you can ambush him? Let me tell you, you won't have that chance." The speaker was a Zhizhi guard, one of the guards, who shared a room with him. This guard was purely looking for trouble. They were already very unhappy that this human had brazenly moved into their territory. This human was clearly a prisoner, yet he was being treated like a guard. However, food and lodging are the standard treatment for guards, but watching Lord Junja cultivate here is not. Shenruo couldn't quite understand the guard's thought processes. He looked at the Zhizhi guard in confusion. "You all seemed to look down on me before, didn't you?" "Nonsense! How do you think I compare to you? Do you think I'm particularly strong?" "Humans are particularly strong." The Zhizhi guard felt this question was an insult to his strength. So he blurted out without thinking, "How could that be? Since you look down on my strength, how could you think I could find Junja's weakness and even launch a sneak attack? Or is it that Junja is actually weak? It's just that he's your superior, and you don't dare say it, only daring to praise him?" This time, the Zhizhi guard couldn't hold back. He drew his sword and swung it, but unlike the previous Zhizhi guard, he didn't aim directly for Shenruo's face. Fortunately, he remembered this human's life. Lord Junja still had him useful. But he had to teach him a lesson. Slicing off a piece of flesh from his hand, that idea shouldn't be wrong. However, his expectation of drawing blood was dashed. Faced with the sword, Shenruo merely took a step back. Without even the slightest extra movement, the sword grazed his shoulder and missed. After all, at this distance, Junja probably couldn't stop his guard in time. Shenruoxi retreated a step and turned to leave. Would he wait for the other party to recover and cause trouble again? Would he do something like that? The Zhizhi guard missed his sword, momentarily stunned. Was this luck on the part of the human? It was luck, wasn't it? Didn't he see that the human had already turned and run away without looking back? Truly, a despicable human who runs away when he can't win. completely disregarding pride and face. If it were one of their Zhezhe warriors, wouldn't they immediately arrange a duel to settle the score? This scene had actually been observed by Junja, who was cultivating in the distance. Of course, he didn't share the same perspective as the Zhezhe guard, especially having fought before. He knew this was definitely not luck or coincidence. The human had skillfully dodged the sword. The human's strength couldn't be judged solely by this one dodge. This Eastern human appeared younger than himself. In reality, while the human's appearance was similar to Zhezhe's age, his actual age was half that of him. In other words, when this short-lived race was 12 or 13 years old, they already looked about the same age as Junja. If that's the case, regardless of racial talent, this human's martial arts skills have already reached a level that Junja admires. Junja believes he could also have achieved such precise dodging, down to the millimeter's breadth, but not at his age of 12. Moreover, this human appears to be only 10 or 11 years old. After comparing and assessing his own strength against this human's, Junja felt defeated. He was a cultivation genius in Qing's kingdom, the most prized student of the Grand Magister of Light, never lacking in praise and adulation. The only one he felt he needed to surpass was the Heshi soldier king. But the human race? Junja had never considered this race as a comparable opponent. Being inferior to the soldier king Heshi wouldn't have frustrated Junja, because the opponent was a Heshi from the Shishui branch of the Heshi source, and at the spirit rank, it wasn't something he couldn't overcome. None of the spirit rank beings who knew Junja believed he couldn't surpass the spirit rank. It was all just a matter of time. The only difference between him and the king of soldiers, Heshi, was how long it would take to cross the threshold of the spirit rank. But what about this human before him? He claimed he couldn't even defeat a guard, yet he accomplished what he couldn't do a decade or so ago. In terms of talent, humans are a weak race lacking talent. In terms of physique, Eastern humans are probably the weakest of all races. Although one could argue that it's precisely because they are weak and lack physical strength that they need to become stronger through precision. Because precise dodging consumes minimal effort, they can handle more complex situations despite limited physical strength. In fact, precisely because of the strength of the Zhezhe race, the martial arts faction among them doesn't initially cultivate precision in their abilities. Instead, they first hone their strength, speed, and elemental power to rapidly increase the complexity of the patterns on their bodies. Precision is something to consider only after strength has been cultivated to its peak. When the difference in strength and speed is significant, the little effort saved by precision is useless against overwhelming power. Most Zhezhe who haven't reached a certain level of cultivation subconsciously believe this. But now, an example is before them. An Eastern human, relying solely on his precision, easily evaded a Zhezhe guard's sword strike. Before reaching his current level, Junja probably also believed that if they continued fighting, the human would inevitably lose. Therefore, it was merely a matter of time. Strength would compensate for the difference in precision, while the human couldn't overcome the physical limitations of the Zhezhe, and would ultimately fall to the Zhezhe's sword. But now, seeing this scene, Junja no longer drew such a simple conclusion. He was thinking, perhaps the human was able to dodge this sword strike so easily because, in the human's eyes, the Zhezhe guard was riddled with openings? Probably so. The sword swing was too wide, creating unnecessary movements. The time consumed by these movements was enough to kill the Zhezhe guard, if the opponent was a master. The reality was largely as Junja had predicted. In Shinruo's eyes, the Zhezhe guard's sword swing was far too superfluous, to the point that he didn't even need to consciously adjust his vision or use any ability to alter his sense of time. He could dodge it simply by relying on experience. Chapter 65. Shinruo quickly forgot about the incident with the Zhezhe guards. But what Shinruo didn't know was that because of this incident, Junja unintentionally developed a desire to challenge him. However, with the energy of the water flame lotus not yet fully extracted, Junja knew that if Shinruo were confident and directly approached him to demand a sparring match, Shinruo would likely refuse outright. If he directly used a deadly move to force Shinruo to attack, even if Shinruo didn't fight, Junja would have no choice but to back down. His guards had already confirmed this for Shinruo. Wenjie came in handy again. The palace official had informed the guards beforehand that Miss Wenjie would be condescending to chat with the humans. While these Zhezhe guards meticulously cleaned the room, folding the blankets into perfect squares, they inwardly cursed this human scourge. What was wrong with him that he dared to trouble Miss Wenjie? Is this the new accommodations Lord Junja arranged for you? Wenjie chatted casually with Shinruo. Yes, actually, the conditions are quite good, Shinruo commented. You can ask for even better. For example, if you defeat the guard captain here, Lord Junja can promote you. Wenjie pretended not to know Shinruo's identity. Such a lie would easily be seen through, but through several exchanges, Wenjie had discovered something. This human lacked common sense in recognizing many relationships and expressions. This lack of common sense wasn't easily noticed in ordinary conversations. For instance, when Shenruo and Long Wei traveled together from the Eternal Tower to the Valley of the Undying, Long Wei didn't notice anything amiss. Sometimes, Shenruo was truly unpredictable, interesting, and unconventional in his speech and actions. With limited contact, the underlying issues remained unnoticed. However, in Junji's environment, which was far from normal, Shenruo consistently displayed reactions different from those expected by others in such circumstances. These differences, when amplified by Wenjie, a woman from a scholarly noble family, became apparent. She even repeatedly probed these differences to prove her own ideas, and to influence Shenruo's perception of her and their situation. For example, she was currently creating the illusion that Shenruo was placed here because his status had changed from prisoner to guard. Shenruo was actually somewhat confused by Wenjie's appearance, because he had very little information about Junjie. And the guards here often exhibited behaviors that Shenruo found perplexing. For instance, Wenjie didn't seem like an ordinary female guard. Judging from her attire, Shenruo would easily believe she was Junjie's wife or fiancée. However, what's absurd is that while the Zhizhi guards here are extremely unfriendly to him, this noblewoman Zhizhi treats him quite well. Whether it's coming to his cell or here to chat with him, it doesn't seem like something a female Zhizhi should be doing. Is Junjie trying to express his willingness to communicate amicably, but Junjie clearly tolerates the guards' various acts of hostility towards him? To say he was letting things slide would be too kind. In Shenruo's eyes, Junjie even seemed to be fanning the flames. Didn't he see the first guard who wanted to fight him turn into someone who wanted to draw his sword and kill him, and the second guard who wanted to cause trouble? The angle of his sword was clearly only intended to slice off a piece of flesh. Given that this wouldn't endanger the life of the water flame lotus container, Shenruo judged Junjie to be someone who, even if he was within the range to stop the guards, probably wouldn't have. Therefore, Shenruo really couldn't be sure whether Wenjie knew his situation here. And since the other party at least seemed to have no ill intentions, and his situation hadn't worsened after the conversation, Shenruo was temporarily puzzled as to why Wenjie had come to talk to him in the first place. Therefore, regarding Wenjie's request for him to defeat the guard captain here, Shenruo couldn't determine whether she truly understood why he was living here. Junjie let me stay here, not to be his guard. Shenruo shook her head. So this kind of martial arts competition is useless. He just wants me to do some things for him, and after that I take the money and leave. I'm just a temporary worker. Wenjie, however, hadn't given up. She said to Shenruo in a disapproving tone, "That's not necessarily true. I think Lord Junjie really admires you. He even told me he wants to have a match with you." Wenjie wasn't lying about this. For a cultivation fanatic like Junjie to want to have a match with a human, isn't that the highest level of appreciation and praise he could give? Although Wenjie also found it strange that Junjie wanted her to understand the conditions for human martial arts competitions. Want to see humans fight other Zhizhis? Wenjie thought Junjie wouldn't be that bored. The only possibility is that Junjie wants to fight himself. Although that would mean certain death for the humans, would Junjie really go to such lengths to kill a human? Of course, for the humans, such a death would be quite pleasant. After all, with Junjie's speed and strength, the humans would likely be instantly killed before they could even react. But Wenjie's goal was clear: to complete the task Junjie had given him as much as possible. Oh, but I don't really need to fight him. Shenruo had absolutely no interest in fighting Junjie. Indeed, I don't know what Lord Junjie is thinking. Wenjie also seemed puzzled by Junjie's words. He even said there could be a prize. Are you short of money doing this for him? I shouldn't be short of money after I finished the task for him. Shenruo shook her head. Besides, I don't think I have enough life to fight Junjie. Wenjie couldn't agree more with Shenruo's thoughts. Moreover, Wenjie inwardly grumbled to Junjie, the truth is, if you can't even save your life, how can you possibly win over the other party with money or treasures? This is just creating problems for yourself. So, is there anything you want? This has nothing to do with the competition, I just wanted to ask. Wenjie tried a different approach to understand what Shenruo really wanted. He needed to know her preferences first to complete the task Junjie had given him. And it seemed Shenruo actually had some ideas. Do you have any books that specifically introduce sacred relics? To access an encyclopedia, one needs an entry. The Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment is a sacred relic, and Shenruo was curious whether most quest items were of this type. If so, then a certain thought in his mind would likely be confirmed. The candidates' demand for quest items might become the root cause of the war on the Dust Sand continent. Unless all the candidates, like him, weren't enthusiastic about completing quests. Was that possible? Shinruo didn't know, but at least the Hershey candidates were very enthusiastic about quest items. You want a sacred relic? Wenjie keenly sensed that Shinruo might not be interested in the description of sacred relics, but rather in the relics themselves. However, if Shinruo wanted sacred relics, that would be quite extraordinary. No, I'm just interested in what they are, Shinruo sighed. I originally just wanted to be a naturalist. That was true, but before she could even begin, she'd been inexplicably banished to the Dust Sand continent. As for books, although there aren't any, the royal family has catalogs of sacred relics from various countries. I can show them to you. Wenjie chatted with Shinruo for a few more minutes before leaving. The recording crystal was once again handed to Junjie, and Wenjie tentatively asked, "Can I show him the catalog?" Junjie, as always, was sparing with his words, "No need." However, Wenjie didn't intend to limit her interaction with Junjie to this. If that's the case, the trust one built with him will be gone, and we might not be able to get anything out of each other in the future. No. Junjie's answer was even shorter this time, and he didn't specify what he meant by no. Was it that he wouldn't make Wenjie do this arduous task again, or that Wenjie wouldn't lose credibility with Shinruo? Even if Wenjie considered himself a level 10 expert, he couldn't fathom what this person meant. At this point, he could probably only politely retreat from the palace, lifting his skirt. Sacred relics, naturalists? It had been a long time since he heard of any human delving into this area. There were quite a few naturalists among the human race, but they weren't particularly interested in sacred relics. Sacred relics were usually holy objects of a particular race, like the heavenly fox jade, or held by special organizations, like the Holy See. Even if human groups occasionally frequented ancient ruins and brought out sacred relics, they would quickly trade them away. If Shinruo were to summarize this matter, he would use an ancient Eastern idiom: a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Sacred relics are proof of divine protection for a race, and so are innate talents. Do humans possess innate talents? No, this race seems to have received no divine favor. They lack talent and have short lifespans. If there's anything that allows their race to continue, it's probably their birth rate. On the Dust Sand continent, the more powerful and higher the rank of a race, the harder it is to leave offspring. This is likely a law established by the gods to balance racial power. A spirit-ranked dragon like Longwei's father has a lifespan of several hundred years, but even at his father's age, he only had one child, Longwei. Many wilderness dragons never have offspring, but after transforming into human dragons, the dragon race's reproduction problem improved. Now, the number of human dragons exceeds that of wilderness dragons. If it weren't for a matter of racial survival, how could the proud dragons accept their transformation into human form? This is why King Qingzi hopes Junjie will marry as soon as possible. However, Junjie himself doesn't care much about this matter. What he cares about is strength, spirit rank existence, and his own advancement. It is endless magical knowledge, the secret language of laws left by the gods, and unparalleled combat skills. Chapter 66. Shinruo thought she was there to transfer the water flame lotus energy, but unexpectedly Junjie was holding a book. "I heard you want this. How about I give it to you if you win?" Shinruo had sharp eyes, and had already seen the words printed on the book's cover. Recalling her previous conversation with Wenjie, she couldn't help but chuckle. Not so great. Information about sacred relics. I can collect it after I leave here. Collecting their information is much easier than winning against you, right? You must win against me to leave here. Since the collection could only be done after leaving, Junjie thought that changing the conditions would allow for a fair competition. Really? Shinruo objected. Leaving here should be easier than winning against you, right? Junjie pointed to the metal ring around Shinruo's neck. Shinruo hadn't thought of this for a moment, only remembering it after Junjie's reminder. He touched the metal ring and smiled. Well, it's not time to leave yet. I haven't earned enough money, and you haven't fully obtained the water flame lotus. I consider your suggestion first. It would be impossible to crack this metal ring without using true energy. At least until the fire element component of the water flame lotus was completely extracted, Shinruo wasn't considering leaving Junjie's place. While Junjie was undoubtedly a dangerous element in Shinruo's eyes, he was a very good protector when that dangerous element needed something from him. To Shinruo's surprise, Junjie handed him the book. I won't compete with you just because you gave me this. No need. It's just a book. Shinruo was unusually confused by Junjie, but getting what he wanted without any cost wasn't a bad thing. Shinrua took the book back to his residence and began reading before it got dark. The book was organized by country and organization. The Holy See held the largest number of sacred relics. This organization's mission was to promote the will of God left on the continent, so it wasn't surprising that they could collect a considerable number of sacred relics. Shinrua's mark resonated with several names, and at the same time, he realized a crucial point. The main members of this Holy See were all Zhisha, and all the high-ranking clergy were Zhisha. These members would inevitably have biases when choosing candidates, just like the candidate he had seen with the King of Soldiers, Hishi, was also Hishi. If the Hishi candidate can accurately locate the Hishi King of Soldiers and gain his support in such a short time, then it's without a doubt that the Zhisha candidate will also gain the support of the Holy See. Under these circumstances, Shinrua didn't think he would have another chance to collect those mission items from the Holy See, so he simply chose to give up, or rather, at least for a certain period of time, he wouldn't even consider taking them. Of the sacred relics in the book, 11 resonated with the mark on Shinrua's body: Wind Spirit Gem, Dragon Breath Conch Horn, Flame Coral, Heavenly Fox Jade, Divine Language Drum, Dark Crystal, Ancient Stone Hairpin, Ice Crystal Frost Flower, Radiant Star Disc, Stone Essence Core, and Heavenly Sound Sphere. Among them, the Wind Spirit Gem, Ice Crystal Frost Flower, and Radiant Star Disc all belong to the Holy See. The Heavenly Fox Jade has been shattered into 5 fragments, one of which is in Shinrua's earring. The Dragon Breath Conch Horn belongs to the Kingdom of Shilai. The Dark Crystal is controlled by one of the branches of the Hishi clan. The Stone Essence Core is in a country established by a race Shinrua has never seen before, the Stone Essence. The Flame Coral is a sacred object of the only country on the continent established by the Demon Clan. The Ancient Stone Hairpin is in a country called the Washin Kingdom, a land of horned children. The Divine Language Drum and the Heavenly Sound Orb are both controlled by the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, an organization of the Eternal Tower. Each of these items seems unattainable. Considering that Shinrua has only been on the Dust and Sand continent for a short time, obtaining a fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade and a Phoenix Feather is indeed extraordinary luck. The items in the book, judging from their descriptions, didn't seem like sacred relics that could be easily given to other races. Shinrua even suspected that some items might not be directly obtained from fellow race members, even by candidates of the same race. For example, the Star Chart, an item belonging to the Star Spirit Priest of the Holy See. The Star Chart didn't belong to any particular Zhisha. One had to become a Star Spirit Priest to obtain it. Shinrua had always been curious. This world had no sun or moon, yet it had stars. Were the stars here the same as those he saw on his home planet, Earth? Now he had the answer. The entry for the Star Chart in the encyclopedia explained what the stars were on the Dust Sand continent, and the special profession of Star Spirit Priest. Stars were considered the manifestation of light energy at night, and also the manifestation of the will and prophecies left by the gods. Celestial priests can use the celestial disk to display the arrangement of the brightest stars, and perform divination based on its reflection. The celestial disk of light is the oldest celestial disk, a relic of the gods, and only the most powerful celestial priests are qualified to use it. Shinrua put down his book, rubbed the still-throbbing brand, and left his residence. In the distance, some guards were patrolling, others were training. If he were still on his home planet Earth, Shinrua would certainly have ways to treat his meridian damage. But here, most of his knowledge was ineffective, especially regarding potions. As someone living in the year 8000 of the Star Era, Shinrua naturally knew many very modern and technological methods, but those were even less useful here. Non-pharmaceutical treatments. If only he had a set of silver needles. Wait, although there are no silver mines in this world, there are other metals. The core of ancient Eastern acupuncture wasn't the material of the needles, but Shinrua's excitement only lasted 2 seconds. He realized that even if he learned how to make metal needles for acupuncture, he couldn't possibly do it with Junjie. If he brought it up with Junjie, Junjie would probably use it as an excuse to force him into a duel, right? That wouldn't heal his injuries, but rather worsen them. After assessing the situation, Shinrua could only postpone making a set of acupuncture needles until after leaving Qingzi Kingdom. Having used the left, right, and central meridians, Shinrua could only repeat the process, but the little time he gained was actually insufficient to heal the damage to his meridians. Fortunately, the water flame lotus in Shinrua's inner vision only had a dozen or so petals. If the proportions of water and fire elemental energies were roughly equal, then after traversing all 3 meridians this time, the fire elemental energy should be almost depleted. Then, he could begin to try using the water elemental energy from the water flame lotus to cleanse his meridians. Thinking of this, Shinruo felt the pain in his body wasn't so unbearable. Besides, the pain-relieving effect of the healing potion was quite good. 1 bottle a day was still effective. He held out a lotus-shaped, concentrated fire elemental energy in his hands at his brow, handed it to Junja, and then breathed a sigh of relief. 15 days had passed since he last used fire elemental energy to traverse all 3 meridians. After realizing he couldn't fight Junja, Shinruo and Junja had been living peacefully together. The 6 lotus petals of energy were exchanged for nearly 30,000 gold coins and a storage ring. By Shinruo's standards, this amount of money was enough for him to live on the Dust Sand continent for a long time. It was time to leave Qing's kingdom. Once he was out of Junja's reach, wouldn't he be free to roam the world? But before that, he needed to confirm the effects of the water element energy cleansing his meridians. After the guards fell asleep, Shinruo opened his eyes. He sat up, adopting a cross-legged posture, and began his internal meditation. Including the first time at the inn, the water flame lotus, whose 7 petals had been stripped, remained quietly closed in Shinruo's dantian. Guided by Shinruo's true qi, the lotus slowly rotated and bloomed. The powerful yet gentle water element energy, guided by his true qi, slowly flowed into his meridians, which had been burned and widened. The comfortable feeling made Shinruo let out a sigh of relief. In truth, a small amount of fire elemental energy remained within the water flame lotus. However, with the water element already dominating, this small amount of fire element, enveloped by the water elemental energy, no longer caused any burning to the meridians. Its presence merely made the water element more suitable for the body's temperature. Water, the very source of life on their home planet Earth, now slowly nourished Shinruo's injured meridians as his true qi circulated within him. After circulating his true qi for 1 full cycle, Shinruo felt much better, at least confident he could escape Junja's light magic attack. He then tried circulating his true qi without guiding the water elemental energy of the water flame lotus. The water elemental energy was indeed less active than the fire elemental energy. Without deliberate guidance, it remained quietly in his dantian. Unlike the fire elemental energy, which would leap out whenever true qi was circulated, regardless of guidance, and would cause the same terrible situation as the first time at the inn if left uncontrolled. Having assessed her physical condition and the current state of the water flame lotus, Shinruo considered the specific time and method of her departure. Since it was no longer harmful, and even possessed healing properties, Shinruo had no objection to the remaining energy of the water flame lotus taking up space in her body. Because she insisted on payment per visit, she had already secured the necessary funds. Under these circumstances, Shinruo didn't feel the need to continue providing assistance to Junja. Aside from the book, the memories Junja had given her were all unpleasant, and Junja was also determined to challenge her to a duel. Shinruo decided to stay at Junja's place for a few more days to recover before leaving, but plans often change. Hey! Get up! Human! In fact, Shinruo had told Junja, and she Erja her name, and Junja also knew about it through the recording crystal, but whether it was Junja, the Zhizha guards, or the palace officials, when they remembered or wanted to communicate with Shinruo, they all still addressed her as human. This was extremely impolite and contemptuous. The very way they addressed her reflected their subconscious disdain for Shinruo. Even Junja, after realizing that Shinruo might be stronger than he was in his teens, didn't change this subconscious attitude. Chapter 67. Being woken from a dream is never a pleasant experience. Shinruo rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up, and asked, "What is it?" The Zhizha guard glanced at him and said, "Lord Junja wants to see you, now, immediately." Has Junja discovered his intention to leave? That shouldn't be the case. Shinruo carefully recalled his recent actions. There shouldn't have been any flaws. Slowly changing his clothes, Shinruo went to Junja's front hall. A squad of Zhizha guards was already fully armed, clearly ready for action. What's going on? Before Shinruo could figure out what was happening, he was directed to follow the squad out of the palace. Outside the palace were 2 mounts, resembling unicorns, but much larger than the ones Shinruo had seen in paintings. After all, unicorns were mythical creatures imagined by the people of their home planet, Earth, so their depictions were based on the ideal human physique and riding posture. The unicorns here were clearly perfect mounts for Zhizha or Hishi's physiques. Junja sat on one of them, his imposing figure resembling a sculpture from ancient Greek civilization on his home planet. As for himself, Shinruo watched as Junja held a scabbard sword, pointing the hilt at him towards the other unicorn. Was he being told to sit on that one? Shinruo was puzzled. Standing beneath the unicorn, he asked Junja, "What's going on?" His question drew sidelong glances from the other Zhizha guards. They were all well-trained guards. While in formation, they wouldn't turn their heads to look. Junja did answer his question, but for Shinrua, the answer would likely only be truly clear when he consulted an encyclopedia and was alone. To the Helter Palace. However, Shinrua didn't immediately mount the unicorn. Instead, he explained to Junja, "I don't want to have to deal with the water flame lotus problem along the way, that's too risky for me. This human is too ungrateful." Almost all the guards had similar thoughts, but their Lord Junja simply nodded and said 2 words, "Whatever." Having been summoned to Junja's presence, surrounded by elite guards, Shinrua didn't see this as a good opportunity to escape, so he could only mount the unicorn. Riding a unicorn of this size was far from comfortable. However, no one from the Zhe tribe cared about Shinrua's feelings. Clearly, they were just waiting for him alone. After Shinrua mounted the unicorn, this elite Zhe guard unit headed north towards Qingze Kingdom. Their marching speed was rapid. Shinrua noticed that due to the difference in stride length, the Zhe moved much faster than the humans. Without the unicorn, he would have had to use a movement technique like lightness to keep up with the Zhe guards. Although the Zhe usually maintained a regular schedule on Junja's territory, Shinrua quickly noticed that their rest time became very short as the column moved. It wasn't until midnight that the Zhe found a place to light a fire, left 1 or 2 Zhe on night watch, and then slept against the trees. After only 2 or 3 hours, they awoke and continued their journey. Throughout the journey, Shinrua hadn't had a chance to examine what the Hurt Grand Palace was, until they entered a canyon. It was a beautiful canyon. The upper half was bare rock, devoid of vegetation, while the lower half was covered with various plants Shinrua had never seen before. The canyon was filled with the chirping of insects and the babbling of water. At the end of the canyon was a natural stone wall resembling a giant doorway. Looking inside, there were steps, each at least 60 centimeters high, a height that wouldn't be very friendly even for a human like Shinrua, who was around 180 centimeters tall. Outside the stone doorway, in the canyon, was a huge natural stone platform, showing signs of years of cleaning and maintenance. Interspersed among the vegetation on the platform were several houses. Upon seeing Junja and his party arrive, Zhe, who was waiting there, came forward to greet them. Then, Zhe's guards took out various camping tools from their storage space, and soon a campsite appeared on the stone platform. Junja took out a communication crystal, not bothering to hide it from Shinrua, seemingly communicating with King Qingze. The communication was essentially sharing information about the movements of other countries or organizations. It was all about the Helt Underground Palace. Through this communication, and after being assigned a separate tent that night, and being able to consult the encyclopedia, Shinrua finally understood the situation. Entry: Helt Underground Palace, a famous underground palace on the Dust Sand continent. The Helt Underground Palace has several entrances, distributed in different locations across the Dust Sand continent. The palace opens periodically, but the opening times are not fixed. The intervals between openings range from hundreds to over 1,000 years. The dungeon is inhabited by numerous evil creatures, but also contains the eggs of legendary beings, legendary treasures, and sacred relics. Each time the Great Dungeon of Hurt opens, the conditions inside are different from the previous opening. Therefore, powerful teams once attempted to create partial maps of the Great Dungeon of Hurt to pass on to future generations, but these efforts proved useless. Each time the Great Dungeon of Hurt opens, many powerful beings venture into it. Theoretically, the interior of the Great Dungeon of Hurt is interconnected. However, because the closer to the surface, the larger the area, the less likely exploration teams entering from different entrances will encounter each other. Conversely, the lower the level, the smaller the area. The danger level of the evil creatures within the Great Dungeon of Hurt increases with distance from the surface. Therefore, historically, any explorers who have encountered other beings entering from different entrances within the Great Dungeon of Hurt have all been powerful individuals capable of venturing into its depths. However, no explorer has ever reached the very deepest part of the Great Dungeon of Hurt. Besides the difference in strength, the fact that the Helter Dungeon closes after 80 days is another reason. It's said that no matter how powerful an entity is, if it doesn't leave the Helter Dungeon before it closes, it will be assimilated by the evil creatures within, transforming into an even more powerful and intelligent evil being. It looks like a game dungeon setup, but treating it like a game would be too simplistic. Refresh time, team size, closing restrictions, real death. For a game to be engaging, a difficulty curve is crucial. It can't be too easy for players, nor can it be impossible to complete consistently. Places like the Helt Grand Palace are dungeons that seem unbeatable according to encyclopedias. If a game designer from Earth's ancient history had created such a dungeon, the final boss would probably remain legendary until the game company went bankrupt. It seems that the incident by the pool made Junge ignore the negative bonus of his human race attribute, leading Shinruo and his team to this place. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? From Shinruo's perspective, it's definitely a good thing. The Hell Grand Palace only opens once every few hundred years. If such an event occurs on the continent and Shinruo misses it, he still feel a bit regretful. After all, he won't be able to see or study the palace's specialties firsthand. However, considering his companions, Shinruo thinks it might be a bad thing. After all, facing danger beneath the underground palace, would she really entrust her back to Junge? Shinruo had no doubt about Junge's strength. After all, the encyclopedia listed him as a near-spirit rank expert. However, this near-spirit rank expert was eager to test her true strength. Forget about whether he would release Shinruo. Shinruo suspected that given the chance, Junge might unhesitatingly throw her into a horde of monsters to test the waters. After resting at the camp for a night, Junge began arranging the groups and routes for entering the Hell Grand Underground Palace. Although the maps left by past explorers were useless, it didn't mean the entire team should just rush in as a group. This guard team was composed of elites selected from Zhejia's guards, all with high-level abilities, but of course, the strongest in the team was Junge himself. It's said that the high-ranking martial artist Zhejia, currently traveling, just received the news and is on his way. However, such a being can easily reach deeper levels on his own, so the group isn't concerned about his arrival time. The Grand Magister of Light, as the backbone of Qing's kingdom, won't leave the capital. Therefore, this group, along with the soon-to-arrive high-ranking martial artist Zhejia, constitutes the entirety of Qing's kingdom's journey to the Hell Grand Palace. Many documents about the Hell Grand Palace have been passed down on the Dust Sand continent, but due to the intervals between its opening times, theoretically only dragons have the opportunity to enter the Hell Grand Palace twice. However, the reality is that even among dragons, no dragon has ever entered the Hell Grand Palace twice. Therefore, what will happen during the exploration of the Hell Grand Palace is entirely unknown. However, it's certain that high-ranking beings can handle the top level on their own. With caution, a high-ranking being can traverse the top level of the Hell Grand Palace independently. However, proceeding further down requires two high-level beings to handle the increased number of evil creatures. While the number of evil creatures on the second level is similar to that on the first, the second level is about one-third smaller, making the creatures more densely packed. These 2 points are key considerations mentioned in documents about the Hurt Palace passed down from different eras. From the third level onwards, a team of 5 high-level beings, combining offense and defense, is needed to deal with the dangers. However, a supreme level being can handle the situation alone. Of course, this isn't absolute, as level is only an assessment of overall strength. In reality, different individuals have different tendencies during cultivation, so this estimate isn't absolute. Also from the third level onwards, the variables in the Hurt Palace increase, but it's still a level that can be traversed by forming teams and complementing each other. Below the third level, it's no longer possible to traverse the area by forming teams and complementing each other. To proceed further, strength, luck, ability, endurance, and many other factors are involved. Even a supreme level being cannot move freely. Historically, there have been instances where survivors from different teams, along with powerful beings from the continent at the time, formed temporary alliances using contracts in order to obtain more secret treasures and return safely to the surface. Chapter 68. The Zhejias brought a considerable number of storage bracelets, rings, and necklaces with them to the Helter Underground Palace. Each item was packed full, and they camped in the canyon, feeding themselves with prey hunted directly there, making no use of the rations stored in their storage spaces. Junge divided his Zhejia guards into groups according to their strength levels. On the first day, 2 Zhejias formed a group, their objective being to find as many entrances to the lower level as possible, leaving sensory markers upon discovery. The stipulated time for entering the Helter Underground Palace was 2 days and 1 night. From the moment Junge received the message and immediately formed ranks until they reached the canyon entrance, it took 3 days and 2 nights. They then spent another night in the canyon, so their entry into the Helter Underground Palace was on the 4th day after the palace entrance opened. Based on historical records indicating the Helter Underground Palace was open for 80 days, they actually only had 77 days left to explore it. Shinruo watched as the Zhejias entered the Hell Grand Palace in orderly pairs. Aside from the Zhejias stationed there, only he and Junge remained in the camp. Junge tossed him a storage bracelet and a storage necklace, both filled with food and water. "Can you use the crystal weapons commonly used by humans?" Junge suddenly asked. "Huh?" Shinruo hadn't expected Junge to consider giving him weapons, and didn't react for a moment. He could use various weapons from his home planet, Earth, though the remaining humans on Earth didn't really like using them. However, when he lived on the island, those who placed him there never refused his requests to experience anything. So he had played with things like photon cluster guns and handheld electromagnetic cannons at the beach. But this is probably not the same as the crystal weapons on the Dust Sand continent. Shinrua shook her head. I haven't had a chance to learn yet. Junja hadn't forgotten the string of prey Shinrua had left by the pool. What did you use to hunt before? When Junja spoke normally, Shinrua didn't mind answering his questions properly, especially since this question might relate to whether she would have weapons after entering the Hell Grand Palace. Daggers, slingshots, pebbles, and these. Junja turned and went into a room, coming out a while later, and tossing Shinrua another bracelet. Inside, besides food and water, were a large quantity of various crystals, a pair of gloves, and a crystal-encrusted dagger. Humans must wear special gloves when using crystal weapons because they lack elemental talent. They need the gloves to activate the elements within the crystal weapons. There are many crystal weapons, but we don't use them much. Daggers are common portable weapons, so we have them. Junja rarely spoke so clearly, but this was because Shinrua didn't understand him. In all matters related to combat techniques and cultivation, Junja was always very logical. Shinrua didn't refuse the bracelets despite his less-than-ideal impression of Junja. He nodded and took them, putting them on his wrist. 2 bracelets, a necklace, and a ring. Shinrua had never worn so many ornaments before. The fact that he had even given his storage ring, which contained over 60,000 gold coins, to Long Wei for safekeeping showed how much he disliked wearing jewelry. In Shinrua's view, these things would affect his control over his body, even in a very slight way. Junja had clearly outlined the duration and objectives for the other Zhuva's re-entry after returning to camp, and even arranged their team formation upon entering the 3rd underground level. Junja required all Zhuva below the ultimate rank to only reach the 3rd underground level at most. Upon arrival, they were to mark their routes, and then continue exploring the 3rd level after each resupply, following the shortest route. For Zhuva above the ultimate rank, a grouping plan for entering the 4th level was provided. The requirements for activities on the 4th level were the same as those for higher-ranking Zhuva on the 3rd level. This was a stable and progressive plan for the entire team. Of all Junja's arrangements, he made no mention of himself or Shinrua. Shinrua had already had a premonition, and now, receiving the things Junja handed her, that premonition was even stronger. Your arrangements for them are quite reliable, Shinrua said, intending to confirm her intuition. That's because sending them into the underground palace is primarily for training. No matter how many times they practice on the training grounds, without real combat experience, it's difficult to improve their level. Junja's words about cultivation were neither offensive nor too brief, leaving the listener to guess his meaning. You're giving me these things because I want to go in too? Shinrua already knew the answer to this question, but Junja was likely to reveal something she didn't yet know. Sure enough, Junja's words confirmed Shinrua's premonition. You're teaming up with me. Our goal is different from the elite guards. We head downwards until our food and water supplies are insufficient to force us to turn back. The last time something like this happened was when he was carrying the light crystal and climbing the rift at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying. Shinrua deeply understood one thing. If he wanted to be a happy naturalist on the Dust Sand continent, he had to stay away from the strange, powerful beings there, the spirit rank and near spirit rank. From now on, whenever he saw a conspicuous figure in a crowd, he would immediately consult the encyclopedia to see their entry. If they were spirit rank or near spirit rank, couldn't he at least avoid them? But now, he couldn't avoid them. He really wanted to visit the legendary Helter's underground palace, and besides, the things Junja had given him were very useful, so Shinrua decided to temporarily put aside his personal grudges. Following Junja towards the Helter's underground palace, the 60-centimeter high steps were quite unfriendly to his stature. Junja clearly felt the urgency and the heavy workload. He glanced at Shinrua, then at the height of the steps, grabbed her by the belt, and lifted her up. He then summoned a mechanical device from his bracelet, which attached itself to his body. Then, the part of the device that was attached to Junja's back extended into mechanical arms, each with a wing-like structure. Wind blasted from the crystals in the joints of the device, and Junja, carrying Shinrua, flew to the ground floor. Although being carried felt terrible, the mechanical device on Junja's body was quite an eye-opener for Shinrua. Jet-powered single-person flight devices also existed on their home planet, Earth, but their principles were clearly different from Junja's. Moreover, Junja's device, aesthetically speaking, was more in line with the fantasies of people on their home planet Earth in ancient times, wings sprouting from their backs, allowing them to fly freely like birds. Before Shinrua could get her fill of looking, Junja had already deactivated the mechanical device. The entrance hall of the Her Grand Palace had already been cleared by the Zhuzhus who had entered earlier. There was some black liquid on the ground, probably the blood of some evil creature, and a stench permeated the air. Before the entrance hall, there were 9 paths in each of the 3 directions, left, right, and left. Each path was already occupied by Zhuzh. Junja checked the markings on the paths, and chose the direction with the fewest Zhuzh teams. The Zhuzh who entered were divided into groups, and assigned their own numbers. Before each fork in the path, they left a number indicating their group number. For example, the path Shinrua and Junja were currently entering was the only one with only 2 teams of 4 Zhuzh. 2 marks were left at the entrance, 5 and 9. The other 8 paths each had 3 teams of Zhuzh. If Junja and Shinrua were also considered a group, they could be paired up perfectly. This was understandable though. It was possible that Zhuzh, who was guarding the entrance to the underground palace, had already entered the front hall, and the size of Junja's team was prearranged. Shinrua suspected that if Qingzha Kingdom wanted to maximize its gains from the deeper levels of the Helter Underground Palace, they would likely pair Junja with a highly skilled Zhuzh. Even now, this pairing remained a possibility, as Shinrua could be replaced from the group at any time, or even die inside the underground palace. Continuing forward, a fork in the road appeared. Zhuzh's team chose a direction, and Junja, without hesitation, randomly picked the direction a team was heading and continued onward. When the path forked further ahead, Junja chose the one no Zhuzh had taken. From the moment he stepped onto this path, the journey was no longer peaceful. However, the evil creatures appearing on the first underground level, which even a high-level Zhuzh could conquer solo, were nothing more than appetizers for Junja, a near-spirit level cultivator. Shinrua followed behind Junja, watching as he casually cast a few light spells, clearing away all the evil creatures that appeared ahead, even those hidden at the top of the passage and around the corners. It seemed the monsters here were too low-level. Junja didn't even have the desire to throw him into a monster horde to test his strength. Since Shinrua had nothing to do behind Junja, he simply started using mental counting to keep track of time. This was a basic exercise Shinrua had done when he was a child to adjust his sense of time. Actually now, Shinrua no longer needed this kind of exercise to help him understand his sense of time. However, since he had nothing better to do, and the time units for dust and sand on the dust and sand continent differed slightly from those on his home planet Earth, Shinrua was happy to challenge himself. He multitasked, simultaneously using both the countdown timer from Earth and the dust and sand timer to mentally count. This was far more difficult than basic mental counting. Just as Shinrua had counted to about 3 sand hours, another fork appeared ahead, but one of the forks led downwards onto a staircase. Junja also left marks at forks, but this time he didn't leave ordinary marks, he left sensory markers. When Zhuzh's elite guard returned to camp, they would track the sensory markers to determine the fastest route to the second underground level. Upon re-entering, the Zhuzh would follow the fastest route down to the second underground level, then find the path to the third underground level. The third and fourth underground levels were their main battleground for obtaining secret treasures and improving their strength. Chapter 69. After descending the stairs to the second underground level, and adding the time before Shinrua began counting, almost 8 hours of light had passed. The Held Grand Palace at night was more dangerous than during the day, but this was only the second level. For a near-spirit level cultivator, it was merely a matter of how many evil creatures they could instantly kill. Junja carried far more storage accessories than Shinrua: bracelets, armbands, rings, necklaces, belts, all storage accessories. Shinrua suspected he had brought 77 days' worth of rations and water, likely intending to explore the Held Grand Palace to its maximum extent in one go. Moreover, they hadn't stopped to eat for so long. Shinrua couldn't stop to eat either. Of course, after arriving on the Dust Sand continent, this was commonplace for Shinrua. If he didn't want to eat, so be it. Upon entering a spacious hall on the second level of the Held Grand Palace, a massive skeletal creature immediately unleashed an ominous aura. Junja retrieved a scepter from his storage space. The scepter, adorned with shimmering green crystals, blew the ominous aura back onto the skeletal creature's face by a sudden gust of wind. However, being a skeletal creature, this breath was nothing to it. Junja immediately activated light magic with his other hand. A dense barrage of light blades swept through, turning the skeletal creature into a mass of broken bones, thus eliminating its threat. Junja swept the ground with his scepter. A gust of wind swept through, blowing the bone fragments into a pile in a corner. Finding a spot, Junja put away his scepter and then took out another similar scepter, this one inlaid with light elemental crystals. Junja used his elemental power to illuminate the light elemental crystal in his scepter and planted it in the ground. Then he sat down and began to eat. Beings like Junja were used to having people observe and act according to their will, without needing to ask permission. Fortunately, Shenrua wasn't one to concern himself with such details of politeness, nor did he particularly care whether Junja spoke to him. Thus, the only sounds in the entire hall were one person and Junja eating dry rations. After eating and drinking, Junja leaned against the stone wall of the hall and closed his eyes to rest. Shenrua couldn't tell if he was asleep. The best approach in this situation would be for someone to remain awake. However, given Junja's presence, it was unlikely that any evil creatures here could launch a sneak attack. Thinking this, Shenrua actually began to meditate and regulate his breathing. Nourished by the water elemental energy within the water flame lotus, Shenrua's meridian burns had almost fully healed. However, to continue traversing the held Grand Palace, maintaining peak condition was paramount. The expanded meridians could now accommodate more true energy circulating throughout her body. After completing one cycle, Shenrua exhaled a breath of stale air and stood up. Meditation and breath regulation are both cultivation and rest. Proper breath regulation is as effective as a deep sleep. Junja was still resting against the stone wall, while Shenrua surveyed the hall. This wasn't the first time they encountered such a hall. Halls often harbored relatively powerful evil creatures, like the skeletal creature from before. They seemed to be byproducts of some item here. For example, in this hall, there was a black bead, which, despite its black color, emitted a ghostly glow. However, along the way, Junja hadn't even glanced at similar items in these halls. Shenrua wondered if these items were simply rare, or if Junja looked down on even epic-level items. Shenrua couldn't help but turn her back to Junja and take out her encyclopedia. Entry: Bone Orb. Quality: Epic. Despite being an epic-level treasure, its function was despised by the intelligent life of the Dust Sand continent. It could turn the bones of the dead into skeletal creatures. This orb couldn't exist outside the held Grand Palace for long without special preservation methods. It would quickly shatter after being removed from its special container. Because its effects were unacceptable and difficult to preserve. Aside from the earliest explorers to enter the held Grand Palace, almost no later explorers had taken this orb out of the palace. It breaks upon leaving. Wasn't that a kind of death by light? Shenrua wondered. What are you doing? Junja's voice suddenly rang out behind Shenrua. Almost instinctively, Shenrua silently recited store in his mind, first putting the encyclopedia into his earring. Then he turned around. Junja wasn't powerful enough to stand behind him without him noticing. Junja had simply opened his eyes. Shenrua secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his answer wasn't a lie. I saw that bead was glowing, and I was a little curious about what it was made of. Junja had already stood up by this time. It seemed he felt he had rested enough, because he picked up the luminous scepter from the ground and used his other hand to draw his sword, directly shattering the bone bead. He didn't care. There was more than one exit from this hall, and Junja randomly chose a path and walked forward. Shenrua continued to follow behind Junja. If this were a game instance, she would probably be a slacker. If Junja was willing to let her slack off, this instance experience would be truly excellent. However, she knew that was impossible. The main reason she could slack off was that the monsters they encountered were too weak. Junja was true to his word. Unlike Shuja's guards, who would return to camp to rest, Junja genuinely intended to walk until he reached his limit in terms of food and water. At least for now. After entering the third underground level, Junja and Shenrua's progress slowed down. Firstly, the evil creatures on this level began to dodge. While the previous levels had also evaded, their movements couldn't match the speed of Junja's light magic, and they all acted independently. On the third level, the evil creatures were clearly more intelligent than those on the previous two levels. They coordinated their attacks on visitors, and created illusions like fog to impede their judgment. Although they didn't pose a threat in terms of strength, the level of trouble had increased, and it slowed their progress. Furthermore, while elemental power is an innate talent, it's clearly not inexhaustible without replenishment. Shenrua noticed Junja drinking a kind of potion while resting. This must be a mana potion from a game, right? Shenrua couldn't help but recall the content about story-driven role-playing games she read in the book Game History. However, the monsters here had one advantage. They didn't respawn. But players couldn't resurrect at the resurrection point either. And if she were the one who died, even if there were a resurrection potion, it would be impossible to make it because the ingredient was already dead. After all, the only reason Shenrua knew Long Wei was because she was an ingredient in the resurrection potion. She accepted this ingredient identity without any psychological barrier. They spent about 5 days on the 3rd level, encountering other Zhizhi guards along the way. After a brief conversation with Junja, they exchanged a storage bracelet with him. Finally, Junja and Shinruo arrived at a descending staircase. Shinruo began to understand the layout of the Helt Grand Palace. While the upper levels covered a larger area, there were many more downward staircases. As the levels deepened, the number of staircases leading downwards decreased. This was another reason why the probability of encountering other teams increased in the deeper levels. However, theoretically, given the vastness of this continent, no matter how close they got, only teams located at adjacent entrances had a chance of meeting underground. 4th underground level. It's dangerous here. Junja hadn't spoken to Shinruo much in the underground palace of Helter these past few days. Aside from that one time he asked Shinruo what she was doing, they had barely exchanged a word. Junja was always quiet about things outside of cultivation, while Shinruo, having spent about 18 of the 22 Earth years alone, was completely unconcerned about not speaking for several days. However, as soon as they entered the 4th underground level, Junja issued a warning. Shinruo also noticed something unusual. It was extremely quiet here. Tap, tap, tap. After a long while, in the absolute silence, the sound of something tapping the ground, accompanied by almost inaudible footsteps, came from not far away. This is a big problem. Shinruo had a clear understanding of the approaching evil creature. The footsteps were almost silent, because Shinruo had adjusted her hearing the moment she heard the knocking. Even so, the footsteps sounded fainter than Junja's breath, which he was holding. Of course, this was because Junja's breath was closer to Shinruo. But the fact that it was knocking meant it wasn't afraid of being exposed. The presence of footsteps meant it wasn't a creature that moved by floating. Therefore, the faint footsteps could only mean one thing: the evil creature was moving, and this silent movement was as normal to it as eating and drinking. It wasn't trying to hide, which was why it was so silent. However, because it wasn't trying to hide, it could calculate how long it would take to appear before Shinruo and Junja based on its orderly knocking. Over here, there's a sensory mark left by Lord Junja. A Zhizhi's voice came from above the steps behind them. It was 3 Zhizhi guards at the highest level. Actually, there was a long flight of stairs between the 3rd and 4th underground levels, but because the surroundings were very quiet, and Shinruo's ears were at their sharpest, he could clearly hear their conversation and the number of Zhizhi in the group. He knew these were highest level guards, because high-ranking guards were not allowed to train on the 4th level. Shinruo silently increased the distance between himself and Junja, because the 3 highest level Zhizhi guards would likely arrive soon. He should make himself more transparent. Based on the information he had previously gathered, there shouldn't be anything on the 4th underground level that Junja and 3 highest level guards couldn't handle. Junja had obviously heard the voice behind him, but his expression didn't seem to ease. Lord Junja. Just as the guards saw Junja on the steps and addressed him with a respectful title, the evil creature also appeared in Shinruo's line of sight. A sharp pain shot through Shinruo's branded area. Chapter 70. The pain struck suddenly, catching him completely off guard. Shinruo swayed, nearly losing his balance. But there was no time for him to catch his breath, because the moment his opponent appeared in his line of sight, they launched an indiscriminate attack on him, Junja, and the 3 Zhizhis behind them. In this situation, the best option was to flash behind Junja. Faced with the sudden attack, a light magic shield appeared in front of Junja, and a half-person high light magic wall also appeared on the ground. However, this near-spirit level defense, prepared beforehand, couldn't completely withstand the attack. Because the black flame shooting from the opposite side seemed endless, never ceasing, and even other attacks seemed to deviate, ultimately converging on the light magic shield. They were actually trying to directly break through the strongest magic shield, overwhelming Junja's defense with sheer power. The several top-tier Zhizhi were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, but upon hearing the sound of the magic shield cracking in the air, they simultaneously roused themselves, each using their own light magic to repair the shield. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate from the start. Would the evil creature's black fire falter first, or would the magic shield break? The Zhizhi side seemed to be using all their strength just to keep the shield intact. It was clear which side was stronger. Shinruo no longer maintained his heightened auditory perception, but instead focused on his visual senses. He was observing what the evil creature was carrying as a quest item, and also looking for any weaknesses that could be exploited. Of course, in the absence of other candidates, Shinruo could store the quest item in his earring, as long as he got close enough to his opponent. He had already risked practicing this during his confrontation with the King of Soldiers, He Shi, and the Heavenly Fox Tian Shui. The judges were in no mood to concern themselves with whether Shinruo was slacking off. If even Lord Junja couldn't withstand the powerful black fire attack single-handedly, how could they expect to change the course of the battle by having a weak human not slacking off? However, in Shinruo's view, if the judges continued to defend, they were likely to fall into a disadvantageous position once the shield broke. The strength of both sides was currently in a state of equilibrium, but the attacker was stronger. The biggest problem with the three top-tier judges was that they made the wrong choice at the first moment. Now they couldn't withdraw their power from the magic shield, because once they did, the magic shield would inevitably shatter immediately, and Lord Junja would be injured. Lord Junja's status was more noble than theirs, so although withdrawing their power to launch a strong attack might be a better choice, these three judges would not, and could not do so. If, initially, only one judge had helped with defense, buying a moment, while the other two harassed, then by forcing the opponent to contend with attacks from multiple directions, they might have been able to turn the tide of the battle. However, their immediate instinct was to react in the same way, to help Junja block the attack in front of them, thus missing the initiative. Junja, on the other hand, couldn't risk seriously injuring all three of them by rashly withdrawing his shield, especially since, in the judge's eyes, the two sides still appeared evenly matched. Only Shinruo, who had adjusted his perception, knew the outcome. Circulating his true energy throughout his body, Shinruo entered a state of focused concentration, yet barely perceptible. This was a state to ensure the success of his powerful attack, and even in this state, Shinruo was adjusting his timing. He needed to make his strike faster and more accurate. Within 3 breaths, Shinruo suddenly attacked. He leaped from behind Junja, tracing an arc in the air, but Junja and the others could only see a blur. In that instant, Shinruo reached the peak of his power, speed, and focus. The dagger from the storage bracelet Junja had given him was now in his hand. Under normal circumstances, the most important part of this dagger for humans was the crystal on it. Through the magic array on the energy circulation glove and the crystal, humans could unleash the power of magic with this dagger. But in Shinruo's hands at this moment, it was just an ordinary dagger. What truly allowed the dagger to pierce the opponent's vital points was the true energy Shinruo infused into it the instant it flew. That was the sum of all the true energy Shinruo could gather in his hand in that instant. Not to mention a dagger, even a bamboo leaf could be injuring someone at that moment. However, a bamboo leaf was clearly insufficient against the evil creature before him, but this meticulously crafted dagger could. The dagger accurately pierced the weakness in the evil creature that Shinruo had observed. Junja might have noticed this weakness, but he couldn't abandon his shield to escape. The light magic shield shattered, but the attack from the black flames also stopped instantly. Shinruo flung the dagger through the air, landed, and pulled it from the collapsing evil creature. He retrieved the quest item, which he still couldn't identify, at close range, all in the blink of an eye. When the 3 supreme-level judges regained their senses, they only saw the human standing pale-faced beside the fallen evil creature, a crystal dagger in his hand. Junja was stronger than the 3 supreme-level judges. He clearly saw Shinruo's every move, but he couldn't understand it. While the evil creature did indeed have weaknesses in its defense to sustain its black fire attacks, why could Shinruo knock it to the ground with a single blow? It was as unbelievable as when Shinruo's palm strike had numbed half of his body. Moreover, this human seemed to be using the crystal dagger as an ordinary dagger. The pain on Shinruo's mark disappeared. But he didn't have time to figure out what this quest item was. He simply used his altered senses, moving at an extraordinary speed, to scrutinize everything on the creature's body with his consciousness, and attempted to insert each item into his earring according to the rules explained by the gatekeeper. Ultimately, only one item succeeded. It was a gem on the creature's staff. The thump sound they had just heard must have been from the cane. Shinruo raised the hand holding the dagger, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Enduring the burning pain of the brand to launch such an extreme attack would be a heavy burden even for him. But he had finally succeeded. Junja, clearly cautious by nature, didn't hesitate to repeatedly strike the fallen evil creature with his light blade after the magic shield broke. By the time Shinruo was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the evil creature on the ground was unmistakably dead, completely eliminating any possibility of it feigning death. At this moment, several top-tier judges, along with Junja, had reached the side of the dead evil creature. One of the judges glanced at Shinruo with a complex expression, but they were quickly drawn to the evil creature on the ground. Is this the legendary Archmage Shielit, who failed to leave the Hell Grand Palace within the allotted time? One of the judges gasped. The star staff, the wind spirit belt, and the insignia on his clothes, it's him. It seems the saying that failing to leave on time turns one into an evil creature isn't just hearsay. The judges whispered among themselves. The star spirit gem on the star staff looks like it's been removed? Or did it fall off during the battle with other evil creatures in the Grand Palace? If it fell off, finding it would be incredible. There are only 3 of these on the entire continent, right? The judge's words made Shinruo realize that the quest item he had obtained must be the star spirit gem they were talking about. Mage Shilit is a spirit rank mage. Junja, who hadn't participated in the discussion with the others, suddenly spoke up, standing beside Shinruo. Huh? Shinruo glanced at Junja's position, and the volume of his voice. It seemed he was speaking directly to her. Even if a spirit rank being becomes an evil creature, leading to a decrease in intelligence and potentially a limitation in attack or defense, his strength is still spirit rank. Junja finished speaking and gave Shinruo a deep look. And then? Shinruo knew Junja must have some opinion about her strength. At this point, he couldn't possibly say it was just luck. Your name is Shinruo? This answer left Shinruo completely bewildered. Although he hadn't formally introduced himself to Junja, it wasn't surprising that Junja knew him. After all, he had told Junja and Shi-Erja that he had expected the 2 female judges to speak to him when Junja brought the books, probably at Junja's behest. But what was the point of bringing it up now? Junja didn't leave him confused for long, giving a direct answer. I remember, I won't address you as human anymore. This acknowledged Shinruo's strength, and meant he would no longer subconsciously look down on him. However, Shinruo's understanding of these matters was completely blank. After all, his experience interacting with others was minimal. Furthermore, this was the Dust Sand continent, with customs and traditions different from his home planet Earth. Earth also didn't have as many races, so he didn't perceive the address as disrespectful. In Shinruo's view, this was simply a matter of addressing someone by their country's name followed by their personal name when there were still national borders in ancient times. But the other party unilaterally decided to change the form of address, and with "I remember you" tone, it sounded a bit like a tough talk scene from a book. How should he respond in this situation? Shinruo racked his brains, recalling how to handle such situations from the books he had read. Fortunately, Junja didn't need him to handle it. Junja had already gone over, and was discussing the upcoming journey through the 4th level with the 3 experts at the highest level. According to records, only a handful of beings have never left the Held Grand Palace. When it opened before, some teams encountered similar situations. Archmage Shilit was probably one of the archmages who couldn't leave last time. Judging from this situation, it seems his remaining consciousness is driving him upwards. I just checked the data, and there shouldn't be any other similar beings who couldn't leave and transformed into evil creatures. Lord Junja, what do you think of the 4th underground level? If there's a fork in the road ahead, we split up. Maintain formation and vigilance. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately the way you came.